Chapter 1. The Arrival of the Free Throw Decider. In the 2007 NCAA Championship, the formidable Ohio State University, led by the highly anticipated prospect Greg Oden, faced off against the University of Florida, boasting a stellar frontcourt trio. Lition, donned in the number 0 jersey of Florida, occupied a spot at the far end of the bench, lost in contemplation about whether to abandon his basketball career. Just then, toweling Green gently nudged him, saying, "The coach has called for you." Initially, after an underwhelming 3 minutes in the first half, during which he was repeatedly outmaneuvered, Lition had expected to be sidelined. However, as the game drew to a close, the coach called out his name. "Lition, you're up." Lition was momentarily distracted. "Lition, do not be absent-minded as you were in the first half. Your purpose for entering the game is to execute free throws." The coach reminded him that moment. Lition rose, resolved to play earnestly for every second remaining, regardless of whether his basketball career would continue. With the score tied at 84-84 and only 5 seconds left on the clock, Florida prepared for a final assault. Would it lead to overtime or a last-minute victory? The coach's decision to summon Lition, despite his diminished prowess due to injuries, stemmed from his impressive shooting and free throw percentages. It was a gamble worth taking. As the coach's strategy unfolded, doubts were cast. "My goodness, that kid from the East is back on the court. His previous appearance nearly cost Florida the game. I wonder what the coach is thinking," Miller remarked skeptically. Indeed, he was once a prodigy. Since his injury from that collision with Durant, he has devolved into a mere bench warmer. Barkley concurred. "Let's see how the Florida coach's plan plays out," he added. The spotlight illuminated the court once more as the fans erupted in cheers. Humphrey prepared to inbound the ball, the seconds ticking away. Only 2 seconds remained. Humphrey scanned the court, but with Horford, Noah, and Brewer tightly guarded, he found no opportunity for a pass. Only Lition stood unmarked. Due to his diminished capacity from injury, Ohio State chose to neglect his defense, focusing instead on the 3-star players. With a furrowed brow, Humphrey reluctantly passed the ball to Lition. 2 seconds elapsed, and Lition, seeing no better option, resolved to shoot. After a brief hesitation, he opted for a three-pointer. Lition leaped, but his jump was low, prompting Lewis to instinctively rush toward him. Lewis made heavy contact with Lition's arm, causing his shot to veer off course. Beep! The whistle blew. Lewis was called for a foul, granting Lition 3 free throw opportunities to I finally comprehend why Lition was brought into the game, Barkley suddenly exclaimed. "Why is that? He is no longer the player he once was. His knee injury should have been enough for him to forsake basketball. If it weren't for his prior contributions to the team, he would have departed long ago," Miller responded, perplexed. His insertion at this moment not only eases the opponent's defensive pressure on him, allowing for unobstructed shooting opportunities, but do you recall? Lition boasts the highest three-point and free throw percentages in the NCAA. That if any technical fouls arise, he is undoubtedly the best choice to execute the free throws. Barkley elucidated Miller's confusion. Indeed, I must commend his coach that takes immense courage. Most would hesitate to place him in such a position, fearing the wrath of losing the championship. One must admit, his boldness is admirable. Miller continued to express his thoughts. Only a second remained in the game. The University of Florida's coach leaned in and whispered to Lition, "Remember, you must make the first 2 free throws, but miss the third. Deliberately. Ensure the ball rebounds towards where Horford is positioned. Understood?" The head coach insisted. "Understood, coach. I will remember," Lition replied mechanically. Lition confidently sank the first 2 free throws. Before the third, he glanced at Horford standing beneath the basket, signaling him to prepare for the rebound. Lition's third free throw lacked a touch of force, and the ball behaved like a well-behaved child. As per Lition's plan, the ball ricocheted towards Horford. Horford leapt swiftly, grasping the basketball and launching it upward with great force. Beep! The final buzzer echoed, and Lition's free throw secured victory against Ohio State University. Horford, Noah, Brewer, and the entire Florida team erupted in jubilation as the University of Florida once again ascended to the pinnacle of success, reclaiming the NCAA championship. Cheers and shouts filled the air, celebrating the team's triumph. Barkley, you were right. It was indeed unexpected to put Lition on the court at this moment. Yet the outcome was flawless, as his free throw clinched the championship for the University of Florida, Miller remarked. Barkley basked in an unprecedented sense of comfort upon hearing Miller's words, while neglecting to acknowledge the player who had just delivered the decisive points. Lition stood alone in the arena, as if all of this were unrelated to him, contemplating his future and whether he should part ways with the sport he was willing to sacrifice. Everything for. Lost in thought, Horford approached Lition. "Hey, Thank you for helping me secure the NCAA championship once again. In preparing for this year's draft, what are your plans moving forward? Horford inquired, gazing at the comrade with whom he once fought side by side. Lition found himself at a loss for words to that moment. Horford was called away by the head coach. Horford, the award ceremony is about to commence. Horford patted Lition on the shoulder, saying, "Let's talk after the celebration," and turned to join the award ceremony. Lition turned to leave the court, reflecting on his life. Horford ran over, exclaiming, "Lition, let's take a photo together. This is your moment of glory as well." He was forcibly dragged along by Horford. The host shouted loudly, "Let us congratulate the University of Florida for once again claiming the NCAA championship. Let us all cheer." As he turned to leave once more, a cold, mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Ding, the learning achievement system has descended. Would the host like to bind?" "What is the learning achievement system?" Lition was momentarily taken aback, uttering this thought aloud. Fortunately, amidst the jubilant celebration for the University of Florida's victory, he was but an unnoticed player who had just made a crucial free throw, making his seemingly nonsensical words go unheard. "Greetings, host. This system is a basketball system designed to assist you in becoming a basketball deity. Would you like to bind?" There was no need for the host to speak, simply silently articulate your thoughts in your mind. "Without further ado, let's bind it quickly," Lition mentally affirmed. "System binding complete. Binding duration is 24 hours. Please be patient, host." With that, the chilling voice fell silent that moment. Lition was merely taken aback. Feeling no particular strangeness after all, having already experienced a transmigration, the presence of a system was hardly surprising. Upon hearing the system's voice, he forgot his earlier contemplations about life. Since the system was meant to aid him in becoming a basketball deity, he was certain he would achieve remarkable feats in basketball, and he would no longer have to part with the sport he cherished. Unbeknownst to him, the championship celebration had concluded. Thanks to the system, Lition experienced a shift in his mood. He was no longer engulfed in despair. After the celebration, Horford approached him once again, recalling the times they had fought together since the season began. I will be departing from the NCAA next season to enter the draft. What about you?" Horford was aware of Lition's pride. In the past, when Lition first joined the team, he nearly usurped Horford's starting position during the initial games. When the head coach discussed replacing Horford with Lition, he harbored no resentment and readily agreed, prioritizing victory over personal gain. Fully aware that being a substitute would significantly impact his draft prospects, he still consented. Later, to safeguard Horford's future, the coach opted to experiment with both players on the court simultaneously. However, during their first game together as starters, Lition suffered a knee injury from a malicious foul by Durant, irrevocably dimming his former glory. Upon hearing that this injury could potentially obliterate his entire career, the original owner of this body succumbed to despair and fainted. Lition traversed into the body of a namesake in 2020. As he navigated this new existence, the prospect of an abrupt cessation to his basketball journey weighed heavily upon him, causing great anguish yet, even in his fainting spell. He did not experience another transference. Following Lition's injury, Horford consistently offered encouragement and solace. "I too will participate in this year's draft, although you are aware that my chances of being selected are slim. Nonetheless, I wish to try. I will discuss this with the head coach, and if I am not chosen, I may consider competing in the summer league." Lition remained oblivious to the full extent of the system's capabilities at that moment. That my draft position should be relatively high. I will attempt to negotiate with the teams that express interest in me, insisting that they must also select you. However, once I join a team, my ability to assist you will be limited. As you know, the NBA is a commercial enterprise. Horford expressed his helplessness, acknowledging the constraints of the situation. "Horford, there is no need for such gestures. You have already done more than enough for me, and I sincerely appreciate it. However, I cannot accept your assistance in this manner. I will pursue tryouts with several teams in hopes of being selected towards the end of the second round. Should no team choose me, I may indeed require your support. Would that be agreeable?" The future loomed uncertain, yet Lition hesitated to reject Horford's potential avenues of assistance. "Very well. I am confident you will secure a commendable draft position. How does your knee feel?" Horford continued to express concern for Lition's knee, hoping it would return to its pre-injury condition. "I am feeling much better now. I believe my knee will fully recover in due time, so there's no need for concern. Go celebrate with the team," Lition reassured him. He understood that the team's championship was of little consequence to him at that moment. He spotted a familiar figure approaching. Chapter 2. System Binding Successful. Yao Ming approached Lition. On this day, When no NBA games were scheduled, Yao had come to witness Li Tian's championship final. He longed for the return of that youthful spirit, unchanged in essence. Li Tian, congratulations on winning the NCAA championship and executing that game-winning shot. Yao Ming greeted him with a smile. Brother Yao, there's nothing to celebrate. I was merely substituted in for free throws, far less significant than you suggest. If it were truly noteworthy, there would have been some acknowledgement following my game-winning free throw. Li Tian regarded the past as mere wisps of memory. Li Tian, do not dwell on these matters, they are behind you now. What are your plans moving forward? Yao Ming shifted the conversation away from previous topics. Brother Yao, I plan to enter this year's draft. Li Tian revealed his intentions. Are you certain? You must understand that the probability of being selected this year is quite low. Have you considered waiting another year? Perhaps by then, your knee injury will have healed. Yao Ming articulated his concerns regarding Li Tian's prospects. Thank you, Brother Yao, for your encouragement over the past 6 months. Without your support, I cannot fathom what I might have become. I'm truly grateful to you, Li Tian expressed sincerely. Such sentiments are unnecessary. It is indeed a stroke of luck to have a compatriot like you in this beautiful country. We are all striving for the future of basketball in our homeland. Yao Ming replied with a warm smile that I consider myself fortunate to have met you all. Nevertheless, I still aspire to participate in this year's draft, for even if I wait another year, what is meant to be will eventually come to pass. Very well, you should pursue the draft. Is there anything I can assist you with? Yao Ming, having known Li Tian for quite some time, was familiar with his aspirations. Indeed, there are some areas in which I require assistance. Li Tian, I can request the Mosaic team to select you with their second-round pick this year. That should pose no problem, Yao Ming said, unable to resist the urge to help Li Tian. After all, Li Tian's talent had once been astonishing, and Yao Ming had hoped they could compete side by side at the Olympics in 2008. Yao Ming began to explain but found himself at a loss for words. It's all right, Brother Yao. I understand your intentions. There is no need for that. I intend to earn my place through my own abilities, Li Tian reassured him, dismissing Yao Ming's offer. Very well. Is there anything else I can assist you with? Brother Yao, as you know, I lack connections in the realm of agents here in this beautiful country. Furthermore, my injuries have deterred all potential agents. Li Tian revealed his needs that I see. I can assist you with that. I will contact Bill Duffy to help you. Rest assured, I can cover the costs, Yao Ming reasoned, considering Li Tian was still a student and such expenses could be burdensome. There's no need for that, Brother Yao. I have sufficient funds at the moment. Shortly after his arrival, Li Tian had come to terms with both his time travel and knee injury. Once a financial prodigy, he had devoted his spare time to basketball and music, and upon his arrival here, he had begun to delve into the financial sector, initiating his journey toward wealth accumulation. Having gained significant understanding of the financial landscape in this beautiful country, he had amassed a remarkable amount of capital in a short period. Were it not for his deep love for basketball, he could have achieved astonishing financial success in no time. Yao Ming was unconcerned by Li Tian's remarks about money and swiftly dialed Bill Duffy's number. Hello, Bill. I have a favor to ask of you. Is that all right? Since signing Yao Ming, Bill Duffy's value had continued to rise, yielding substantial benefits for him. Although he was unaware of the specifics of Yao Ming's request, he instinctively agreed that, of course, I will assist you. What is it that you need help with? After agreeing, Bill Duffy inquired about the details of Yao Ming's request. My compatriot, Li Tian, wishes to enter this year's draft, but he lacks the connections that an agent typically provides. You are aware that having an agent is crucial when participating in the draft. Yao Ming clarified his purpose. Certainly, have him contact me, and I shall gather some information. About him, Bill Duffy assented to Yao Ming's request. After hanging up the phone, he promptly set out to collect data on Li Tian, recognizing the necessity to comprehend Li Tian through his own research, which would render a more objective perspective and facilitate his forthcoming endeavors to Li Tian. Bill Duffy is indeed a commendable agent. You need not worry, he will undoubtedly be of assistance to you. Yao Ming held unwavering faith in Bill Duffy, assured that once he had committed, he would exert every effort to aid Li Tian. This commitment transcended mere professional obligation. It was a promise born of friendship. Yao, I appreciate it. Haha, no need for thanks. I sincerely hope you can make it to the NBA. That way, I won't be alone. By the way, both Yi Jianlian and Sun Yu will participate in the draft this year. If you all get selected, it would mean 3 players from our homeland entering the NBA in a single year. Yao Ming expressed his joy at this prospect. Knowing that the league would no longer feature just one player from our country, Yao would no longer be solitary. However, I might not be chosen if that happens. How about I sign with your team, the Sharks, and play for you for a year? Li Tian jested. Yao Ming took Li Tian's mention of signing with the Sharks lightly, assuming it was merely a joke. Upon hearing Li Tian's playful banter, he realized that Li Tian's spirits were high, alleviating any concerns he had for him. After bidding farewell to Yao Ming, a graceful figure enveloped Li Tian in an embrace. Li, congratulations. Your game-winning free throw led the team to victory in the NCAA championship. Taylor Swift observed keenly, noticing that Li Tian was joking with Yao Ming. Since their acquaintance, she had known that due to his knee injury, Li Tian had rarely engaged in playful banter with friends. Although she was just beginning to learn the language of our homeland and struggled to fully comprehend, she could deduce from their gestures and reactions that Li Tian was jesting. Taylor Swift recognized that Li Tian was gradually emerging from his injury. Taylor, weren't you in Los Angeles for the awards ceremony? How did you manage to come watch my game? Did you have time? Li Tian was genuinely touched, aware of how significant the ceremony was for her. Haha. As soon as it ended, I took a helicopter directly here and just made it in time for your game winner. Li Tian felt deeply touched after meeting Taylor. He received considerable assistance from him. Taylor's companionship and encouragement were pivotal in helping him recover from his knee injury. It can be said that Taylor made significant sacrifices for him. Thank you. Let us take a stroll outside, as it is too noisy here. Li Tian gestured towards the outside, indicating a desire to converse, as the noise within was overwhelming. Taylor's arrival had also drawn the attention of the surrounding fans. Lowering his hat slightly, Taylor accompanied Li Tian as they exited the stadium. Taylor, I am immensely grateful to you. It brings me great joy that you could come here to watch the game. It must be exhausting for you, Li Tian remarked, casting a glance at Taylor, hesitant to express too much concern for him. Taylor had only come to know Li Tian after his injury, and since that moment, he had gradually developed feelings for him. Even as Li Tian's professional career appeared to be nearing its conclusion, after meeting Taylor, Li Tian provided him with numerous suggestions. Possessing memories of the future, he was able to offer valuable insights, and as a result, Taylor's progress accelerated significantly. In terms of finances, Li Tian was not concerned about being outdone by Taylor. However, due to his knee injury, he found himself lacking in many aspects compared to the current Taylor. He felt refreshed, having slept soundly throughout the flight, and was delighted to witness Taylor's victory. Li Tian was aware that Taylor was quite fatigued, yet still chose to attend the finals in which he participated, even though it was likely he would not have the opportunity to play. Come on, Taylor, you must be hungry. Let me take you out for a delightful meal, he said, and without waiting for her response, he ushered her into the car and returned to his residence. He personally prepared dinner for Taylor, who felt a profound sense of happiness with every bite she took. Li Tian, now that your season has concluded, what are your plans? Taylor, having held back her curiosity all evening, finally posed the question. I intend to participate in this year's draft. I cannot relinquish my passion for basketball just yet. I wish to give myself another year to strive and to pursue my dreams. Upon hearing that Li Tian wished to continue his basketball career, a fleeting sense of disappointment crossed Taylor's face, but her affection compelled her to support him nonetheless. Is there anything I can do to assist you? She inquired earnestly. No. I've just spoken with Brother Yao, and he has already taken care of everything for me, aside from my own efforts. I will likely need to train and attend tryouts, so I will be quite busy. That's all right. Your love for basketball and your unwillingness to give up are qualities I admire. Taylor gazed at Li Tian with tender affection. Taylor, you must understand that the disparity between us is significant. I cannot predict what the future holds for me, nor can I offer you any promises. I feel selfish for even letting you feel this way, and I believe you deserve someone better, Li Tian expressed, hoping to dissuade Taylor from her feelings, urging her to seek someone who truly loved her in return. No, I will not give up, Taylor declared with unwavering determination. Taylor, you should be aware that in our culture, such words imply rejection. Do you understand? Li Tian felt a pang of anguish. The future seemed uncertain, and even with a system in place, he wanted to dispel any illusions Taylor might have about him. No, Li Tian, I will not give up. As long as you remain unmarried, I will hold on, she asserted passionately. I am an American. With that, she stormed off in frustration. Before long, Li Tian received a text message. I will not give up. There is a concert coming up, so I will head back now. You can do it. I believe in you. Li Tian replied with a reminder to be cautious on the road. Upon seeing Taylor's message, his eyes glistened with unshed tears. A day later, a notification chimed. Congratulations, host. The learning achievement system has been successfully bound and activated. System, could you kindly elaborate on what you are? Please, host. Take the initiative to explore on your own. With that, a detailed user manual of the system materialized in Li Tian's mind. The manual, Many words omitted here. Li Tian spent an hour perusing the system's introduction, and at last, he gained a preliminary understanding of its structure. The system is divided into several modules: the learning module, the lottery module, the mall module, and the reward module. Essentially, it conveys that only through diligent study and training can Li Tian aspire to become the basketball deity proclaimed by the system. The arrival of the system brought him considerable joy. Having completed the overview, he inquired about the current rewards. Greetings, host. As this is your first binding with the system, you will receive a singular opportunity to exchange for a physical quality card, Peak, a chance that is unique and should be approached with caution. As you have secured the NCAA championship, you are granted a preliminary lottery opportunity, as the NCAA is classified as a C-level league. The exchange options are as follows: layup skill exchanged for Sun Yu's physical quality card, offensive skill exchanged for Yi Jianlian's physical quality card, retaining layup ability. Other abilities exchanged for Wiggins' physical quality card, retaining ball control ability. Other abilities exchanged for James' physical quality card. All skills exchanged for Jordan's physical quality card. Faced with such an array of choices, Li Tian found himself at a loss. System, may I defer my selection until tomorrow? I need to contemplate my decision thoroughly. Certainly, however, this opportunity is singular. If a choice is not made within 24 hours, it will be considered forfeited. What about the lottery? The lottery can be stored for 1 year, after which it will expire. Having severed his connection with the system, he began to ponder which exchange to pursue. Chapter 3. The choice to exchange for Jordan's physical quality card. After nearly a day of reflection, he ultimately decided to first engage in the lottery before determining which physical quality card to select. Note: the abilities for exchange are limited to those currently possessed by the host and do not include skills obtained through the lottery. He resolved to utilize cash to take advantage of the lottery opportunity, believing that if he could acquire useful skills through the subsequent 3 draws, it would influence his choice of which physical quality card to exchange. System, I would like to exchange for 1 preliminary, 1 intermediate, and 1 advanced lottery opportunity. Upon completion of the exchange, the host had 1 remaining opportunity to redeem a physical card, valid for 1 hour. He possessed 1 each of the preliminary, intermediate, and advanced lottery chances, with a 100 guarantee of acquiring basketball skills. System, I will proceed with 3 consecutive lottery draws. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a bronze-level Curry 3-point shooting package, a silver-level Hamilton off-ball movement skill, a gold-level death grip skill. Upon reviewing these 3 skill packages, Li Tian felt that they were perfectly suited for someone embarking on their journey into the NBA, especially as he anticipated a healthy physique devoid of skills. He noticed many other skills, including life skills, which would subsequently reduce the probability of winning in the lottery. The system, having frequently read novels in the past, recalled that the physical quality cards exchanged were often mismatched with one's own physical attributes. If the compatibility was too low, even the best physical quality card would not significantly enhance one's abilities. Dear host, the physical quality cards can be replicated with a 100 match to your body. However, if your current physique differs from that of the exchanged card, you must increase your weight and reduce your body fat percentage to achieve true compatibility. Please take note of this. After hearing the system's detailed explanation, he gained a deeper understanding of the exchange rules for the physical quality cards. He continued to ponder which option would be most suitable: Wiggins, James, or Jordan. In his past life, he regarded all 3 as exceptionally physically gifted players who rarely suffered injuries, with Jordan experiencing a significant injury that caused him to miss 64 games. Wiggins also possessed strong physical attributes and seldom faced injuries, as did James. It was a dilemma: how to choose the best option. Li Tian reflected on the comparison of physical qualities from his previous life. Each player had their strengths, but combined, Jordan's physical attributes seemed to align best with his own future development. Thus, he resolved to exchange for Jordan's physical quality card. Ultimately, Li Tian chose Jordan's physical quality card, as his admiration for Kobe was profound, and Jordan was Kobe's idol. Each of the 3 had their pros and cons. Had Kobe's physical attributes not differed significantly from the others, Li Tian would have opted for him. Although Kobe's physical prowess was formidable, there was still a notable gap in comparison. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Peak Jordan physical card. Commencing fusion. The fusion process will take 24 hours. As the system initiated the fusion of Jordan's physical quality card, the pain from the transformation became unbearable, reminiscent of his injured knee, causing Li Tian to succumb to unconsciousness. Upon awakening the next day, he discovered that he had slept for nearly 30 hours. The system reviewed his personal panel, ability evaluation, C physical qualities, A speed, S strength, B endurance, B jumping, B shooting evaluation, D 3-point shooting, B mid-range shooting, F layup, F ball control ability, E dribbling, E passing, E breakthrough, F defensive ability, C on-ball defense, A help defense, E rebounding, D basketball awareness, B offensive awareness, E defensive awareness, B tactical awareness, C. After revitalizing his body, he felt that it was far superior to his previous form. In the past, one could only aspire to reach the heights of the legendary Kobe. But surpassing those heights seemed an arduous task. Now, with a more robust physique, he had exercised his previously injured knee and felt it had fully healed. Eagerly, he visited the finest hospital nearby for an examination of his knee. After an anxious wait, the doctor informed Letion that his knee had completely recovered, even surpassing its prior state of health. The weight on his heart lifted. Not only had he replicated Jordan's athletic prowess, but his knee injury had also healed. He further examined his previously injured fingers and wrist, and the conclusion was that all his physical ailments had returned to their original condition. This revelation filled Letion with excitement. He was free from lingering injuries, and his knee had not just regained its former strength, but had become even more resilient. If he were to protect himself better during future competitions, the likelihood of injury would be significantly reduced. With the examination results in hand, he felt increasingly optimistic about his prospects in the upcoming draft, confident that he would be selected. Even in the event of not being chosen, he believed that the Summer League would surely offer him a one-year contract, providing him with the opportunity to showcase his talents. Upon returning to his residence, he responded to Taylor's messages. Having been out of contact for a couple of days, Taylor had grown worried. Letion reassured her, explaining that he had simply been resting, having come to terms with his knee injury, which left him feeling considerably more at ease, allowing him to sleep soundly for an extended period. Have you truly let go? Then we. Taylor, upon hearing Letion's words, felt a surge of happiness and was eager to inquire about that particular matter. Letion anticipated the questions Taylor would pose, and before Taylor could complete his thought, he interjected, affirming, "Yes, I have truly moved on. However, let us discuss this matter at a later time. I currently feel unworthy of you." Taylor resolved not to press Letion further, recognizing that he was preparing for the draft and would undoubtedly be quite occupied. He merely requested that Letion spare a few moments each day to respond to his messages. After ending the call, the phone rang again, revealing an unfamiliar number. Hesitating briefly, he decided to answer. "Hello, who is this?" he inquired politely. "Hello, are you Tianli? I am Bill Duffy, introduced by Yao Ming, who has asked me to assist you in this year's draft." Bill Duffy introduced himself. "Hello, Bill Duffy. Please, just call me Letion." Referring to me as Tianli feels rather awkward. The mention of Tianli sent a shiver down Letion's spine, as if he were about to be struck by lightning. "Very well, I shall address you as Letion. I would like to start by asking about your knee injury. How is it now?" Bill Duffy's primary concern remained Letion's knee injury, which was indeed of utmost importance. "Bill, my knee has fully recovered. I just returned from an examination at a reputable medical center. I can send you the report later. There's no need for concern on your part," Letion replied, exuding confidence in his promising future. "That is good to hear. However, even with a report from a reputable institution, you will not be selected in the first round this year due to your injury. It poses a significant obstacle. Even if you spend another year in college and perform exceptionally well, you would only be a late first-round pick, with no chance of entering the lottery, as your knee injury remains a liability." Bill Duffy candidly doused Letion with cold water, yet Letion reflected that the scenario mirrored that of the former Little Jordan. Despite possessing extraordinary physical capabilities, he was ultimately chosen in the second round due to injuries, becoming the rookie who spent the longest time in the green room. "Bill, I understand. As long as I can enter the NBA, that is what truly matters. The draft position is not of great concern. Not being in the lottery might even be preferable," Letion asserted, recognizing that if he were to sign for just 2 years, excelling in that time could lead to a higher contract in the future. That is reassuring. Currently, the draft positions for various teams have yet to be determined, making it impossible for me to assist you in analyzing or contacting teams at this moment. Bill Duffy called to initiate some psychological preparation, assuring Letion that he would strive to help him secure a second-round selection. "All right, I will commence my training in the upcoming days," Letion stated, eager to begin his preparations. "Excellent. I will send you my email address. You can share some of your training videos with me. I will help promote you before the draft, ensuring a smoother process and potentially securing individual tryout opportunities with some teams. Bill Duffy, a seasoned agent, clearly possessed a comprehensive understanding of the draft process for rookies. Understood. I will periodically send you videos of my training, and if you require anything, feel free to call me. Could you assist me in hiring a professional training team? Certainly, I will send you the specifics via email. Once you have made your decision, simply inform me, and I will make the necessary arrangements. However, the cost of hiring trainers is quite substantial. Are you able to bear it? No problem. I can manage the expense. I have also done some prior research, and it should be around 100,000 for a month, which should suffice. Very well. I will reach out to them on your behalf. After hanging up, Letion began preparing to hire a professional training team, seizing the opportunity during the draft to enhance his abilities and strive for an impressive performance during the tryouts. Checking the time, he noted that Yao Ming was not currently playing and was likely in training, so he dialed Yao Ming's number. Brother Yao, I appreciate your assistance. Bill Duffy just contacted me. Haha, I'm glad he reached out to you. How is it? Is it particularly professional? Yao Ming responded with his trademark infectious laughter. Indeed. Brother Yao, it is exceedingly professional. I can hardly believe it. Bill is an exceptional agent. Although Letion was not extensively familiar with agents, he had a fair understanding. That's great to hear. I'm pleased to be of help. Do you have time to come watch my game? Yao Ming, gearing up for the playoffs, extended an invitation to Letion to attend a game with the Rockets. Yao Ming also had his own motives. If Letion performed admirably, he could advocate for the team to select him. Letion discerned Yao Ming's intentions, but declined his offer. He expressed, I believe I won't have the chance to visit you anytime soon. I have already reached out to Bill, requesting his assistance in hiring a trainer and securing a training facility. I intend to dedicate the upcoming time solely to training in preparation for the draft. Upon hearing this, Yao Ming felt a surge of joy. Letion's dedication was commendable, and with his knee injury now healed, his performance in the national team matches might become more manageable. All right, Letion, should you require any further assistance, feel free to contact me directly. If I am unable to answer at that moment, I will return your call as soon as I am free. Understood, Yaogu. I will reach out if I need anything. Letion commenced his training under the guidance of a professional trainer, witnessing a continuous enhancement of his skills alongside a significant improvement in his physical fitness. Chapter 4. Draft commitments. Time flew by, and before he knew it, it was mid-May. With the NBA draft selections becoming increasingly clear as preparations for the conference finals were underway. After a month and a half of training, Letion had begun to acclimate to his current physique. His bronze-level Curry three-point shooting package had finally upgraded to silver just a few days prior, instilling him with greater confidence for the upcoming tryouts. Lee, are you planning to participate in the joint tryouts? Or would you prefer to go directly to a team-mesh tryout? Bill Duffy inquired. Bill, could you inform me about the teams that have invited me for tryouts? Letion responded, feeling that the joint tryouts might not be particularly beneficial for him. Even with an outstanding performance, securing a spot in the first round seemed unlikely. Would you prefer to join a strong team? Or do you think a weaker team would suit you better? Bill Duffy was aware that Letion's knee injury had healed, yet he remained uncertain about the specifics of his recovery. He recognized that before the injury, Letion was exceptionally talented, surely a top 5 prospect, but post-injury, even returning to the CBA to play might not guarantee him an opportunity. Letion comes to a profound understanding of his current self. His physical condition has fully recovered. However, his skills have diminished, leaving him devoid of the capacity for autonomous offensive maneuvers. A weaker team does not align with his developmental needs. While joining a lesser team may not pose significant issues, it would likely result in diminished visibility. Conversely, a stronger team would better suit his growth trajectory. Strong squads are replete with formidable players capable of drawing defensive attention, allowing him to exploit off-ball movement to secure more favorable scoring opportunities. Thus, aligning with a stronger team would enhance his profile, fostering greater prospects for his future development. After this analysis, he communicated his thoughts to Bill Duffy. The enticing invitations from strong teams include the Cavaliers, who are seeking to acquire a second-round pick through trade, the Celtics, who possess a high-ranking second-round selection, as well as the Pistons and Spurs, both of whom also hold second-round draft rights, not to mention the Miami Heat and the Chicago Bulls on the South Coast. However, the Cavaliers, Spurs, and Pistons are still embroiled in the playoffs. Bill Duffy meticulously filtered through the individual tryouts that had been arranged. As for the Pistons and Spurs, they were deemed unsuitable. The Pistons do not align with my aspirations, and the Spurs do not offer promising prospects for future growth, lacking in exposure. Aware that the developmental trajectories of the Pistons and Spurs are unlikely to improve in the coming years, Letion decisively declined their offers. With that resolved, preparations for the tryouts commenced. The initial destination would be Miami, followed by the Cleveland Cavaliers, the Boston Celtics, and the Chicago Bulls. Bill Duffy provided Letion with the schedule and timing for the upcoming tryouts. Letion glanced over the teams, and his heart still yearned for the Lakers. Is there no tryout with the Lakers, Bill Duffy? Letion expressed his desire to join the Lakers, believing that he would attain greater honors in the future. The current state of the Lakers is chaotic. Kobe is seeking a trade, and the franchise seems on the verge of collapse. Their priority should be to stabilize Kobe. There has been little attention on the draft, and no invitations have been extended to them. I also do not recommend you pursue the Lakers, Bill Duffy explained. Letion could never disclose to Bill Duffy that next season, the Lakers would soar, that Pau Gasol would join the Lakers, and that Kobe would not depart from them. Naturally, such matters are best left unsaid. Very well, I shall arrive punctually at the Miami Heat. The following day, Letion made his appearance at the training facility in Miami. Bill, is this the prodigy from the Celestial Empire you mentioned? Pat Riley approached Bill with an air of curiosity. Indeed, you should be aware that he has astonished the basketball world. However, that was in the past. Pat Riley muttered under his breath, a hint of impatience in his tone. Yet, Bill Duffy, as an esteemed agent, warranted a degree of respect for his recommendation of Letion for a private tryout. Let us commence with the static athleticism tests. Riley called for the staff. The personnel methodically conducted the assessments. Let us evaluate your vertical leap. Proceed as instructed. They recorded Letion's jump. From a distance, Riley began to exhibit signs of unease. Such an impressive leap was rarely achieved by athletes of his stature, yet internally, he grappled with concern. For Letion's knees had endured injuries severe enough to jeopardize his career. The shuttle run test, strength assessments, and several basic competitive drills followed. The results of his static athleticism were as follows. Bare height, 208 centimeters. Height in shoes, 211 centimeters. Wingspan, 230 centimeters. Standing reach, 280 centimeters. Body fat percentage, 8. Weight, 95 kilograms. Vertical jump, standing 85 centimeters. Vertical jump, running 97 centimeters. Hand width, 24 centimeters. Full court shuttle run, 11. 2 seconds to 34-foot sprint, an astonishing 4. 1 seconds without the ball and merely 4. 5 seconds while dribbling, bench press. 10 repetitions. His physique bore the essence of Jordan's athleticism, yet it had not fully amalgamated. Subtle differences persisted between the two. At present, Letion's body had yet to reach its zenith. After months devoid of comprehensive training and merely a month and a half of intensive preparation, his static athleticism had already left observers in awe. Due to his weight, Letion's ability to engage in physical confrontation still required refinement. He possessed a relentless drive. Yet his physical capabilities had not yet perfectly synchronized with this tenacity. Bill, his static athleticism is commendable. He is truly exceptional. I would advocate for the team to select him. Riley remained torn, uncertain whether to choose Letion, plagued by the specter of injuries. However, he maintained his composure. Bill Duffy discerned Riley's apprehensions, particularly regarding Letion's injury history. Very well, we shall proceed with the subsequent tryout. The two traveled tirelessly to Cleveland. Letion glanced at the city and mused that, without James, this team would likely garner little attention beyond its own borders. It was James who drew the world's gaze. Congratulations, Gilbert. I believe the championship title is destined for Cleveland this year. Bill Duffy was the first to extend his congratulations. Thank you, Bill. We've been quite occupied lately, and time is of the essence. I apologize, Gilbert replied, noting his recent busyness as the team prepared for the upcoming playoffs, their sights firmly set on the championship. Soon, the regular training session concluded, and Mike Brown was astonished by Letion's static talent, expressing his admiration and hoped to coach him. I believe his talent is commendable. He could be a late first-round or early second-round pick, Mike suggested. Indeed, his talent is quite impressive. However, he has endured injuries that could potentially jeopardize his career. We must proceed with caution. If we select him, and he suffers another injury, James may voice his concerns. Gilbert expressed his apprehension, acknowledging that injuries are the greatest adversary of professional athletes. Nonetheless, Mike argued, I think it's worth taking a gamble. Second-round picks are akin to a lottery. If we strike gold, it's a win. Even if he gets injured again, he remains merely a second-round pick. If he hasn't been selected by the end of the second round, we should consider taking a chance. Mike remained hopeful about selecting Lee Tion. Very well. I will communicate this to him. Bill, Lee Tion is exceptional, and you need not pursue any further tryouts. We will choose him in the second round. However, we will publicly address some of his shortcomings, and I hope you understand, Gilbert stated. Understood, Bill replied. After leaving the Cavaliers training facility, Bill asked, Lee, you have received a draft promise from the Cavaliers. Should we continue with the tryouts? Let us proceed with the tryouts, Lee Tion responded. The teams we have already contacted still warrant further evaluation, and you know that draft promises can sometimes be mere words. Lee Tion recognized the futility of such promises. In his previous life, even Little Jordan had nearly signed but ultimately reneged. They subsequently visited several other teams for tryouts. Some teams were influenced by the Cavaliers' dissemination of unfavorable information regarding Lee Tion, which highlighted various shortcomings and affected their decision-making. During the tryout with the Celtics, however, he received a promise from Ainge. Bill, Lee Tion, we will select you with the second pick in the second round. Rest assured, Ainge made a commitment to Lee Tion. Much like the Cavaliers, publicly stating many of Lee Tion's shortcomings, particularly exaggerating concerns regarding his knee injury, suggesting a significant likelihood of re-injury. Both Ainge and Gilbert disseminated information about the potential risks associated with Lee Tion's knee. If only Ainge had spread such rumors. Some might have attributed it to his draft strategy. However, the fact that both teams engaged in this practice greatly impacted Lee Tion's draft position. Following recent promotions by Bill Duffy, Lee Tion's draft stock had been steadily rising, but after this news broke, numerous prediction websites began to lower his projected draft position. ESPN even placed Lee Tion outside the top 60 picks. Horford noted the severe decline in Lee Tion's ranking and expressed concern. Lee Tion, how has your draft position fallen so drastically? Didn't your knee injury improve significantly? Why are there still concerns? Horford was perplexed, as he was aware of Lee Tion's recovery. It's all right, Horford. This is intentional on their part. They've made promises to ensure they can select me. Hence the public claims of ongoing knee issues, Lee Tion clarified to Horford. Good, that's reassuring. I hope we get the chance to battle together in the NBA. Whether as teammates or rivals, it matters not. Their bond remains strong. Haha, I hope so too, but don't cry if you lose, Lee Tion jested. All right. See you at the draft. Immediately following, Taylor reached out to Lee Tion, eager to provide comfort, fearing he might feel disheartened again. It's fine, Taylor. I've received draft commitments from both Cleveland and Boston. Taylor was elated for Lee Tion. That's wonderful. You're finally stepping into the NBA. Congratulations. But isn't Cleveland a bit small? While celebrating Lee Tion's success, Taylor harbored concerns, as moving to a smaller city would reduce their opportunities to meet. If I get selected by Cleveland, I doubt I'll stay long. Just 2 years as a rookie, then I should move on, Lee Tion replied. I believe in you. You can do it, Taylor encouraged with unwavering faith. After concluding his conversation with Taylor, Lee Tion explained the situation to Yao Ming. Chapter 5, 2007 NBA Draft soon. The date arrived, June 28th, when the draft was held at Madison Square Garden. Taylor, why are you at the draft? Aren't you supposed to be preparing for your concert? Lee Tion was surprised to see Taylor in New York. I'm all set. I had some time, so I came to support you, Taylor cheerfully replied. Taylor, let me introduce you to Yao Ming. This is my teammate, Horford. Hello, Yao Ming and Al Horford. Taylor greeted them, but then fell silent beside Lee Tion. Lee, I wonder how they arranged this. I think you are the one who truly deserves to enter the green room. Were their eyes not terrified? Horford complained earnestly. Arenas was not selected, yet he still emerged. Didn't he? No worries. Draft position does not determine everything. Lee Tion shrugged, asserting that ability and draft ranking are unrelated. After speaking, Horford proceeded to the green room. Brother Yao, what brings you here? Lee Tion recalled that Yao Ming was supposed to return to his homeland. This year, Yi Jianlian. Sun Yu, and you are all participating in the draft. You will join us shortly. He wants to enter the green room as well. I wish to witness the flourishing era of Chinese basketball. Journalists from Chinese television are also here for interviews, and I can introduce you later. Yao Ming was delighted. Feeling less lonely, as more compatriots now had the opportunity to enter the NBA, promising a bright future. Brother Yao. I thought you were here to sign a contract with me. Did you prepare a CBA contract for me? Lee Tion teased Yao Ming. Upon hearing this, Taylor felt a pang in her heart and displayed a look of disappointment, but it quickly faded. She watched nervously as Li Tian and Yao Ming spoke. Having learned some Chinese and now able to understand their simple exchanges. Li, didn't you receive a draft promise? How could you go to the CBA? Taylor interjected anxiously. Taylor? He is joking with me. Your Chinese is quite good, Yao Ming quickly clarified, realizing that Taylor hadn't grasped the jest. He raised an eyebrow at Li Tian, as if inquiring about their acquaintance and her proficiency in his native tongue. Oh, I see. Now I understand, Taylor said, satisfied with the answer, and stepped back behind Li Tian, ceasing to speak. Li, I'll introduce you to them shortly. Yao Ming opted not to enter the designated draft area, but chose to chat with Li Tian outside. They discussed many topics: life, basketball, the future. Eventually, their conversation turned to Taylor's music, which instantly captivated her attention. She listened intently, eagerly awaiting their opinions of her, much like a student awaiting a teacher's evaluation. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Welcome to the NBA Draft 2007 held at Madison Square Garden, and greetings to fans from across the beautiful country, as well as those watching on TNT and CBC-TV in Canada. We appreciate your presence and welcome you to join us, along with fans still arriving. Stern, as in previous years, delivered his familiar lines with an unwavering style that has remained unchanged for decades. Seated in the audience, Li Tian felt a surge of emotions, a fervor reminiscent of his youth. Before Stern could finish, a chorus of boos erupted from the crowd. The New York audience harbored a deep disdain for Stern, as the Knicks had long been deprived of a first overall pick. Following this, the first announcement was made. The 2007 NBA first overall pick belonged to the Portland Trail Blazers, who had 5 minutes to make their decision. Stern proclaimed the commencement of the draft. Li, who do you think will be this year's #1 pick? Inquired Li Tian's college teammate, Tao Lingri. Green. You ought to ask about the first pick. We are in the presence of the #1 pick from 2002, Li Tian jested, playfully, teasing Yao Ming. Li Tian harbored a suspicion that he was becoming somewhat pathological, as he found immense amusement in observing Yao Ming's perplexed expression. I opine that it must be Durant, for his talent is undeniably formidable, while Odin has been plagued by injuries. Yao Ming contended that injuries have a profound impact on players, and the same holds true for the draft, with Li Tian serving as a prime example. No, I maintain that it is Odin. His extraordinary talent is such that no one would wish to overlook him. Li Tian was aware that the Trail Blazers had selected Odin. Even if he were in their position, he would have made the same choice, opting for Odin over Durant. Odin's talent is such that any team presented with the opportunity to acquire him would seize it without hesitation. 5 minutes later, Stern ascended the stage once more. I hereby announce that in the first round of the 2007 NBA Draft, the Portland Trail Blazers have selected center Greg Oden, standing at 2.13 meters, hailing from Ohio State University. Upon announcing the final result, the Trail Blazers fans erupted in cheers for Oden. After Portland's selection was revealed, the Seattle Supersonics draft room finally exhaled in relief. Would the Supersonics choose your teammate? Yao Ming observed Li Tian's successful prediction of the first overall pick. They should select Durant, he remarked. The Supersonics indeed chose Durant. Upon witnessing Durant take the stage, Li Tian felt a surge of anger, for Durant had nearly derailed his own career, but fortunately, he had secured the system for himself. This grievance would surely be avenged. Durant had become Li Tian's first adversary in his journey to the NBA. Next, Al Horford was selected by the Hawks. As Horford ascended the stage, he cast a glance toward Li Tian and nodded vigorously. Li Tian, what do you think about Yi Jianlian, Sun Yu, and your own draft position? At what rank do you believe you will be selected? Yao Ming noticed that Li Tian's expression appeared somewhat unnatural. I believe they should all be chosen, he replied, recalling earlier reports that the Bucks were preparing to select him. As Li Tian had predicted, Yi Jianlian was indeed selected 6th overall by the Bucks. It was evident that Yao Ming was also quite excited when Yi Jianlian's name was called. Brother Yao, you are no longer alone. Yi Jianlian's draft position is merely a bit lower than yours was. Haha, indeed, I am very pleased. I wonder if he will be able to perform well. Li Tian was acutely aware of Yi Jianlian's journey, burdened with immense pressure. He realized that even if he offered his counsel, he would likely dismiss it. Perhaps it would be better to wait until a later time to discuss it. He sincerely hoped he could prove himself on the court. Over an hour had passed, and the first round of the draft had concluded. The University of Florida had seen 4 of its players selected, marking a modest yet significant achievement in the team's history. Your team is formidable, having rightfully claimed the NCAA championship, and with 4 players entering the first round. It was particularly astonishing that 3 of them had secured spots in the lottery. Yao Ming was equally astonished. He understood that winning a championship is no simple feat and grasped why it was said that Odin possessed superior talent, as he stood alone against such formidable opponents. As the second round approached, Li Tian felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, which did not go unnoticed by Green. The Celtics were soon to make their second-round pick. Bill approached, expressing his hope that Li Tian would be selected soon. "Li, do not be anxious. Several teams have made commitments," he reassured him. The draft continued, and the announcements for the second round began swiftly. With the second pick, the Boston Celtics declared their selection, the 193-meter guard, Gab Pruitt. Upon hearing that the Celtics had chosen a guard, Li Tian understood that Ainge's promise had lost its significance. "Li, hold tight. I will contact Ainge immediately to inquire about the reasons," Bill Duffy said, repeatedly dialing Ainge's number, but to no avail. "Do not worry, Li. The Cavaliers are up next, and they may trade to select you." Bill Duffy departed to maintain contact with Ainge while also checking on the Cavaliers' plans, aware that they lacked draft picks this year. If no trade occurred, Li Tian would not be chosen. The draft proceeded. As the 39th pick approached, Li Tian found himself anxiously swallowing hard, contemplating whether Riley would choose him for the Miami Heat. Then came another setback. At the 40th pick, the Lakers selected Sun Yu. Yao Ming felt a surge of happiness for another player being chosen, yet he concealed his concern, for Li Tian still remained undrafted at this point. And he began to worry for him. "Li, I truly do not understand what these teams' management is doing. Are they foolish? Why have they not selected you yet?" Horford concluded the interview and returned to Li Tian's side. He expressed his grievances on behalf of Li Tian, who had by now surmised that the Cavaliers were unlikely to trade their draft pick to select him this year. Bill Duffy had also returned, apologizing to Li, stating that Ainge had failed to honor his commitment. They seemed to be concocting a significant trade, believing that Li's position overlapped with other players on the team, compounded by their concerns regarding his knee injury. Ultimately, Ainge had reneged at the last moment. "I'm sorry," he said. The agent's extensive connections, including Bill's, soon revealed the underlying reasons. It became apparent that the Heat had also opted not to select Li Tian, leaving him somewhat disheartened, regretting his earlier agreement to allow them to publicize such news. "It's all right, Bill. I am prepared for the Summer League. You can assist me in reaching out in advance." "Of course. As for those teams, I shall not pursue them any longer. I am readying myself for the possibility of being undrafted." Yao Ming and Horford both expressed their intention to coordinate with their teams to involve him in their summer leagues. Though he felt disinclined to linger any longer, he still held on to a glimmer of hope. "Li, there's more bad news. The Cavaliers' management, influenced by LeBron's desire for the team to continue strengthening its roster, is prioritizing immediate contributors over rookies, particularly those with injury concerns." Bill regretted not having participated in more workouts, which might have altered the outcome. "It's all right." Li Tian made a mental note of Ainge, LeBron, and Riley, vowing to prove them wrong in the future. Shortly thereafter, Green was selected at the 52nd pick by the Portland Trail Blazers. "Congratulations, Green," he wished, relinquishing any remaining hopes regarding this draft. Ainge and Riley had also reached out to Bill Duffy, but Li Tian had rejected their overtures. The rift had been established, and for him, reconciliation was impossible. Chapter 6. Where will Li Tian go? Li Tian is a person with a clear sense of justice and enmity. "Bill, since they have failed to uphold their promise to me, they shall face the wrath of my anger." Li Tian was engulfed in fury, not merely because he had not been selected, but rather due to the betrayal of promises made, with not even a courteous notification provided. Taylor, upon witnessing Li Tian's expression, was taken aback. She recalled their first encounter when Li Tian spoke of the fouls committed against him by Durant, and he had not exhibited such rage then. The draft continued. Ladies and gentlemen, the 23rd pick in the second round belonged to the Portland Trail Blazers, who had 2 minutes to deliberate. Li Tian, do not be disheartened. I am currently reaching out to the Rockets to advocate for your selection at the 54th pick. I will exert pressure on the management." Yao Ming declared before turning to leave. He had intended to intervene but was too late. In the 2007 NBA draft, with the 23rd pick in the second round, the Portland Trail Blazers selected Li Tian, a small forward standing at 2.08 meters, hailing from the University of Florida. "Li, did you hear that? They just called your name," Taylor exclaimed, grasping Li Tian's arm and shaking it vigorously, her excitement surpassing even the joy of a successful album release. Li Tian was momentarily stunned, only regaining his composure when Tyler shook his arm. Apart from Tyler's exuberance, the others were momentarily frozen as well. Li Tiandu was filled with doubt. questioning whether he had misheard his name. What on earth had transpired? He had never even participated in a trial with the Portland Trail Blazers. Why would they select him? "This is your cap," a staff member said, handing him the Trail Blazers hat. "Hold your tongue for a moment. Let me inquire about the situation first," Bill advised Lee Tian-du, his concern palpable. He feared that an unexpected trade might occur. Such occurrences were all too common. Lee Tian accepted the cap of the Trail Blazers, while Tyler assisted him in straightening his attire and adjusting his demeanor before he ascended the stage. The recent performance of the Portland Trail Blazers has been dismal, to say the least. As Lee Tian ascended the stage, he beheld numerous compatriots. The fervent cheers of the fans from the Celestial Empire resonated through the venue. Initially, it was presumed that only Yi Jianlian would be selected. However, to everyone's surprise, both Sun Yu and Lee Tian were also chosen. "Congratulations, Lee Tian," the NBA vice president remarked with a smile as he extended his hand for a handshake. Lee Tian has come to understand that it matters not where he goes. He firmly believes in his ability to prove himself on the court. With a smile, he shakes hands with the vice president. As long as he has entered the NBA, opportunities will abound for him. Despite his knee injury, he has received word that he can rise again. Previously, due to commitments from the Heat, the Cavaliers, and the Celtics, Lee Tian chose to forego trials with other teams, including the Trail Blazers. Lee Tian expressed profound gratitude towards the Portland Trail Blazers for selecting him, a gesture that felt like a timely blessing. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he turned to pose for photographs in front of the media, casting a cheerful glance towards Taylor. Enthusiastic fans of the University of Florida whistled and shouted, celebrating what they deemed a momentous draft year for their institution. The media, too, were taken aback, as this year marked a historic achievement with 6 players from the University of Florida being chosen. Yao Ming, accompanied by Yi Jianlian and Sun Yu, hurried over, relieved to learn that Lee Tian had also been selected, easing the tension that had lingered after an earlier, less-than-pleasant conversation with the Rockets. After Lee Tian stepped down, he embraced Taylor, causing the fans to become quite agitated as they caught sight of Taylor. "Lee Tian, may I have a moment for an interview?" The familiar voice belonged to the esteemed teacher Zhang He. "Teacher Zhang." "Yes, I would be delighted to accept your interview." Lee Tian nearly stumbled over his words. Zhang Weiping, too, was unfazed. He had long been aware of the affectionate moniker bestowed upon him by the public. Lee Tian holds a deep respect for Zhang Weiping, who has made numerous contributions to the nation's basketball. Lee Tian's inherent patriotism remains unwavering. Thus, we commenced the interview. "Lee Tian, I extend my heartfelt congratulations once again. Today brings me immense joy, and I have already expressed my congratulations 3 times, I stated. Zhang Weiping had previously interviewed Yi Jianlian and Sun Yu, and Lee Tian was his 3rd interviewee. In the NBA, all lottery picks are afforded a dedicated press conference, with numerous media outlets taking turns to interview them. While those outside the lottery are largely overlooked by the press, I am equally delighted, to be candid. I have been preparing to seize the opportunity to participate in this year's Summer League, and I have even mentioned to Yao that I am ready to work for him. With experience comes wisdom for Lee Tian. Haha, I must inquire with your boss Yao shortly about the salary he intends to offer you, Zhang Weiping quipped, showcasing his characteristic humor. This elicited a hearty laugh from Yao, whose face seemed to jiggle in amusement. His smile appeared almost as if he were performing a trick to make his eyes disappear. During your NCAA days, fans back home were already paying close attention to your games. When you suffered that knee injury, many fans were moved to tears upon witnessing your pain. Is there anything you would like to convey to them? Zhang Weiping continued. I am immensely grateful to the fans and friends who have supported me. It is you who have given me the courage to return to the court. Additionally, I extend my thanks to Yao for his considerable assistance, Lee Tian responded. Facing the camera, he reflected on his past as a fervent fan himself, passionately and unwaveringly supporting the national men's basketball team, regardless of whether they were soaring or in decline. A glance was cast towards Taylor beside him. The Trail Blazers have chosen you. What are your thoughts on them? Did you ever envision being selected by the Trail Blazers? Zhang Weiping inquired further. Just moments ago, Beal had cautioned him, uncertain if the Trail Blazers would retain him or trade him away. I never anticipated being chosen by the Trail Blazers. Other teams had previously made commitments. He hesitated. Oh, I see. So, the teams that had promised you did not select you? Zhang Weiping quickly grasped the implication of Lee Tian's words. Yes, that is indeed the case. Lee Tian felt no need to deny his character. Zhang Weiping, aware of Lee Tian's previous tryouts from the news, understood that none of the teams he had auditioned for had chosen him. It seems Li Tian had already developed certain grievances with some teams even before entering the NBA. This could be viewed as both a blessing and a curse, though he had not participated in a tryout with the Trailblazers. Being selected by them took him by surprise. Nevertheless, it is a pity for Boss Yao, as his team has missed the opportunity to acquire an exceptional player, thereby losing out on a potential championship. Li Tian refrained from commenting on the Trailblazers. For what if he were to find himself in a predicament akin to those previous players who, in one fleeting moment, extolled the virtues of their teams, only to be traded the next? How awkward that would be. Ha ha ha, my heart aches for Boss Yao for just a moment. I believe that upon witnessing your selection by the NBA, he would feel more jubilant than if you had joined the Sharks. Wouldn't you agree, Boss Yao? A playful jest directed at Yao Ming. Ultimately, I wish you the best of luck, Li Tian. Thus concluded Zhang Weiping's interview. Li, you have successfully entered the NBA. However, it is unfortunate that we shall now become rivals. Horford has never believed that this draft position is befitting of Li Tian. He is convinced that Li Tian's draft rank would undoubtedly surpass his own. I share in the sentiment of regret, yet when the time comes for defeat, do not let it weigh too heavily upon you. With experience, one becomes accustomed to losing. Horford paused momentarily, accepting Li Tian's challenge. The management of the Hawks has been in contact with me. They are a stronger team than the Trailblazers, and after all, Odin is but our former adversary, surely. You shall be the one to lose. Horford exuded confidence as well. Haha, then let us meet on the court. The two exchanged smiles, each comprehending the other. Li Tian, congratulations. However, I must apologize. My communication with the Rockets has not been particularly fruitful, yet fortunately, you were selected by the Trailblazers. Yao Ming began with an expression of regret, having recognized his standing within the Rockets. No worries, Brother Yao. I have indeed entered the NBA now. Li Tian responded with indifference. Allow me to introduce you, Yi Jianlian, Sun Yu. This is Li Tian. The group greeted one another, agreeing to dine together later. Li Tian turned to escort Taylor back, believing that Bill would be more suited to handle matters concerning the team. While they were still conversing, Bill Duffy approached. Li Tian, you may not need to go to Portland after all. I have contacted them, and a trade is about to take place. But we will need to wait some time for further details. Although the NBA is a business league where situations like this frequently occur, experiencing it firsthand felt somewhat unsettling. It's all right. Wherever I go will be the same. As long as I remain in the NBA, I am confident that I will excel. Taylor felt reassured by Li Tian's unwavering confidence. Her admiration for him stemmed from this very quality. His composure and maturity gave him an air of wisdom. Taylor, it's fine. It doesn't matter where I go. You must believe in me. I can perform anywhere. I trust you even more than I trust myself. Taylor replied without hesitation. Standing nearby, Yi Jianlian and Sun Yu couldn't help but feel envious of such a beautiful companion. They pondered how wonderful it would be to have a girlfriend like her. Bill, please handle the team matters. Let me know once you've made progress. I will look for a place to train. Professional tasks require professionals. Li, both Los Angeles and New York are options. I have residences there. And you can stay whenever you wish, Taylor added quickly, prompting even Yao Ming to feel a twinge of envy. All right. But I need to contact the trainer in the training facility first. Hearing Li Tian's agreement only fueled Yi Jianlian and the others' envy. I want to join too. Don't worry, I will help you find the most suitable training team, as well as a training facility not far from where you'll be staying. Thank you, Bill. I'll first see Taylor back to the hotel, and I'll rendezvous with you later. Li Tian drove Taylor to her villa in New York. Taylor, make sure to rest well. You need to prepare for the upcoming concert. Over time, Li Tian found himself increasingly touched by Taylor's sincerity. It's all right. You only need to accept my invitation. I've reserved the front row tickets for you, and noticed you have quite a few friends, so I have secured extra ones. Taylor handed the already prepared tickets to Li Tian. I would be delighted, but I must check with them first. Li Tian accepted the tickets, and then drove to the location agreed upon with Yao Ming, a distinctive restaurant serving traditional Chinese cuisine. Chapter 7. The Return of the Grizzlies. The group exchanged polite banter. Yao, are you leaving New York in the next few days? Yes, I have matters to attend to. Yao Ming replied, having married Yili in August 2007, clearly eager to return home. What about you? Li Tian inquired, looking at Yi Jianlian and Sun Yu. We have no pressing engagements and can afford to stay a few extra days, Yi Jianlian responded. Yao, what could possibly be so urgent? You're not planning to get married on the sly without informing us, are you? Bill Duffy interjected, curious as gossip is a natural human inclination. And men are no exception. albeit with different subjects of intrigue. Yao Ming turned crimson at Li Tian's comment, just as the group continued to prod Yao Ming. Bill Duffy's phone rang. "Bill, this is Mark Jaffaroni, the new head coach of the Grizzlies. I'm glad to reach you. We couldn't get in touch with Lee, so I'm contacting you instead." "Hello, Mark Jaffaroni. What can I do for you?" "Oh, I'm so thrilled. I neglected to mention my purpose for calling. The Grizzlies just completed a trade with the Trailblazers and acquired Lee." As Mark Jaffaroni had just taken on the role of head coach, he was eager to assemble the team according to his vision. Believing that Li Tian would be a suitable fit, "Lee, you've been traded to the Grizzlies." Bill hung up the phone. "Well, it seems the Grizzlies may be stronger than the Trailblazers. There's hope for the playoffs now." "Haha, Lee. It looks like we'll face each other 4 times this season," Li Tian remarked, as the Grizzlies and the Mavericks were in the same division. "Meeting 4 times in a single season." "Yes, Yao, are you not a bit heavier? When you smile, your eyes seem to vanish. If we were to judge by the art of disappearing eyes, you'd be a master magician. I truly worry about your prospects for marriage." Yi Jianlian, who was sipping his drink, inadvertently sprayed Sun Yu with it. Let the laughter linger a little longer. Li Tian possesses a cheerful disposition, making it easy for him to connect with others. Yao Ming reminisced about his own early days in the NBA, feeling a twinge of concern for Yi Jianlian, wondering if his temperament could harmonize with the league's demands. "Brother Yao, perhaps you should shed some weight. Your current mass makes you susceptible to injuries," Li Tian reminded him. "This is the coach's directive. I cannot refuse," Yao Ming replied, maintaining the earnest demeanor characteristic of his homeland. "Bill, I believe you should engage with the management of the Mavericks. If this continues, it will be challenging for Brother Yao to sustain his career. His feet cannot support his frame." Yao Ming's personality is ill-suited for the role of a team leader. He excels as a supportive second-in-command, seldom advocating for himself. "Brother Yao, I hope that as we evolve, you do not suffer injuries. The national team will still need you in 2008. After all, you are the tallest among us." Injuries have continually plagued Yao Ming. While he remains composed off the court, he gives his all when playing, yet his considerable weight relentlessly burdens his feet. "Indeed. I concur with Lee. You must lose weight and reduce your playing time." Bill, motivated by his own interests, also hopes to prevent further injuries to Yao, aware that another setback could spell disaster. "Yao, I will exert pressure on the team. All you need to do is cooperate." Yao Ming had more to express, but paused. "Brother Yao, do you remember my knee injury?" This remark resonated, leading Yao Ming to tacitly accept Bill's approach. "Li Tian, where do you plan to train this summer?" "Perhaps in Los Angeles. The environment there could be more favorable." "Will you be training alone?" At the draft, only his teammates Al Horford and Jeff Green came to congratulate Li Tian, indicating he might indeed train solo. "Yes, my knee injury during college has left me." "Li Tian, shall we train together?" "I plan to start training after the summer league." Yi Jianlian sensed Yao Ming's regard for Li Tian and harbored aspirations of competition. "Indeed. Li Tian, you could invite Yi Jianlian to join your training. Surely there are many exercises you cannot do alone." Yao Ming hoped that Yi Jianlian could train alongside Li Tian, believing that Yi's character could evolve, allowing him to better integrate into the NBA. "I have no objections. Though my training can be monotonous and quite exhausting, can you endure it?" Li Tian is eager to train with someone, yet he firmly prefers not to have an older gentleman join him. "No problem, I can endure." Yi Jianlian similarly refuses to be looked down upon. "Very well. After the summer league concludes, please reach out to me so we can train together." Yao Ming cast a glance at Sun Yu, who was indulging in rich meat, revealing a hint of disappointment. The meal concluded swiftly, and Yao Ming declined Li Tian's invitation to attend the Taylor concert the following day. Sun Yu readily agreed, and Li Tian insisted on bringing Yi Jianlian along. The next day, Li Tian donned a hat and accompanied them to the concert. After the performance ended, the two departed. "Taylor, congratulations on your immensely successful concert. Tens of thousands shouted your name. Your presence alone is the greatest triumph." Fortunately, Yi Jianlian left early. Otherwise, dinner would have been unnecessary, as the abundance of dog food sufficed. Taylor sensed that while Li Tian was not particularly enthusiastic towards her, he no longer maintained the previous distance. "Taylor, I intend to train in Los Angeles after the summer league wraps up. I have already asked Bill to initiate contact." Li Tian informed Taylor of his plans to train in Los Angeles. "Is that so? I have a villa there. Could you please keep an eye on it for me?" "Do not refuse, for I will not compensate you for the oversight." Li Tian did not refuse. "I will contact you when the time comes. However, Yi Jianlian may also be residing there, and I hope you won't mind." Yi Jianlian is quite affluent and can easily bear the cost of training himself. Li Tian is concerned that if Yi Jianlian stays outside, it may affect the training. Would it truly be a bother? Yet, if I were to object, it is likely you would not stay there at all. Taylor understands Li Tian and Lu Lu. She is aware of the underlying sentiments. It is fine. I do not mind, but I do require some private space that he cannot invade, to ensure she can record songs whenever she visits Los Angeles. Taylor has deliberately set up some professional recording equipment there. Very well, that is agreeable. Nevertheless, your concert was an astounding success. Would you be so kind as to send me a few of your signed albums? You are aware that they know I am acquainted with you, and they have been pleading with me to obtain your autograph for them. They desire it. Do you not wish for it as well? Taylor felt a flicker of irritation. No. I have been somewhat greedy for myself and feared you might decline, so I hesitated to ask. It matters not. You may have whatever you desire. Taylor does not care about the quantity Li Tian seeks. What matters is that she desires nothing at all. I wish to have all your songs from your debut until now. You know, some are rather elusive, and I have searched for quite some time without success. A hint of regret graced her features. Very well, I do not have everything here either. Once you arrive in Los Angeles, I shall provide you with all of it. Li Tian departed ahead of schedule, while Taylor's concert still required a conclusion. A week later, Li Tian arrived in Las Vegas, preparing to partake in the Summer League. This year, the Summer League featured a greater number of teams, particularly with the participation of the national team from the Middle Kingdom. Yi Jianlian and Sun Yu did not join the teams that had selected them. Instead, they remained with the national team to train for the 2008 Olympic Games. Li Tian concluded his training with the Grizzlies and arrived at the Summer League training facility for the national team. Most of the players present were those selected for the upcoming Olympic Games: Zhu Fengyu, Yi Jianlian, Lu Xiaoyu, Wang Xipeng, Wang Zhizhi, Sun Yu, Mo Ku, Li Nan, Zhou Peng, Ding Jinhui, Zhang Songtao, Wang Zhongwang, Wang Lei, Qin Jianghua, and Du Feng. Li Tian had only encountered Yi Jianlian and Sun Yu before. What do you think of this year's national team players? Yao Ming inquired of Li Tian. Li Tian surveyed his surroundings, glancing at the players engaged in training. Yao, are you certain this constitutes their regular practice? The intensity seems only marginally greater than my rehabilitation post-knee injury. Yao Ming found no fault in Li Tian's statement. He had invited Li Tian precisely to challenge them. Wang Zhizhi, who had previously participated in the NBA, nodded in agreement. The younger players, Wang Lei and Qin Jianghua, could scarcely contain their reactions. I wondered who it was. Turns out it's someone whose knee has been rendered useless. What gives you the right to speak to us like that? Others gathered around, eager to witness Li Tian's prowess, including Yi Jianlian. Li Tian said nothing, casting a glance at Yao Ming, contemplating that it was indeed the latter who had urged him to disrupt the proceedings. Yao Ming nodded in acknowledgement, and not far away. Wang Zhizhi discerned the implication, understanding Yao's intent. As the elder statesman of the team, he refrained from intervening with the younger players. Qin Jianghua observed Wang Zhizhi without any reaction, assuming that he was expected to regain his composure on his own. What do you think? Shall we have a little competition? Qin Jianghua's tone carried a hint of provocation. Certainly, Li Tian replied decisively, asserting that if the aim was to confront, it must be done with intensity. They commenced their warm-up. What do you wish to compete in? Strength, speed, or one-on-one? As a guard, Qin Jianghua knew he could not match Li Tian in strength. Thus, he opted for a one-on-one challenge. One-on-one it is. No problem. Li Tian passed the ball to Qin Jianghua, urging him to take the initiative. With a direct and relentless pursuit, Qin Jianghua sought to exploit his speed to outmaneuver Li Tian. Suddenly, he accelerated, creating a slight distance between them, and executed a layup after 3 quick steps. Just as the basketball left his fingertips, a formidable hand swooped in from behind, emphatically pinning the ball against the backboard. The crowd erupted in astonished gasps at the spectacular block. Li Tian, with the ball in hand, executed a flawless three-pointer from beyond the arc, the ball swishing through the net. Is this truly how you defend? Li Tian cast a glance at the dazed Qin Jianghua, who had inexplicably relinquished his defensive stance at the three-point line. The others were equally astonished. Instead of driving to the basket, he opted to take the shot from long range. Such prowess exhibited by a rookie in the latter stages of the second round leaves us questioning our own abilities. The younger players couldn't help but ponder. Yao Ming observed the reactions with great satisfaction. The competition continued unabated. Qin Jianghua either missed his shots or faced blocks, with a couple of attempts being outright intercepted. Li Tian consecutively sank 3 three-pointers. Once the match concluded, he remained silent and proceeded directly to the weight room, where he executed 20 bench presses before departing. It is noteworthy that, at this moment, Durant was unable to complete even one. After finishing, Li Tian called out to Yao Ming and they left together, leaving the onlookers in a state of astonishment. Li Tian, that was rather harsh, don't you think? Perhaps a bit excessive? Excessive? Not in the slightest. Just look at them. If they truly possessed skill, it would be one thing, but their abilities are mediocre. And yet they cannot be criticized. The primary disparity between domestic and international athletes lies in the issue of self-discipline. Successful athletes abroad exhibit remarkable self-discipline, whereas, in our country, the situation leaves much to be desired. For athletes to achieve success, they cannot escape the necessity of discipline and hard work. Of course, education is also paramount, as it represents the essence of legacy. Chapter 8. Competing in the Summer League this year. The Las Vegas Summer League features a total of 22 teams. Among the most notable are the San Antonio Spurs, Denver Nuggets, New York Knicks, Memphis Grizzlies, Seattle Supersonics, Cleveland Cavaliers, Dallas Mavericks, and Portland Trail Blazers. Remarkably, the national team of our country is also participating in this year's Las Vegas Summer League, garnering significant attention from fans back home. Li Tian, a player for the Grizzlies during the Summer League, has become familiar with most of his teammates after several days of training. What are your thoughts on facing your compatriots today? Mike Conley quipped, holding a bottle of water as if it were a microphone. I'm quite excited. I hope to join them next year, Li Tian expressed, yearning to don the national flag and represent his country. Collins joined in the banter, teasing Li Tian about passing him the ball more often today, hoping to help him shine and realize his aspirations. Meanwhile, Rudy Gay observed their commotion from a distance, practicing his shots in solitude. In this match, Li Tian was assigned to the bench. The national team's inaugural game was against the Grizzlies. Hello everyone. I am your host Yu Jia. Let us welcome today's commentary guest, Coach Zhang Weiping. Yu Jia delivered his standard opening remarks. Greetings, I am Zhang Weiping, and I am thrilled to watch this game with you all. Zhang Weiping smiled brightly. Coach Zhang, could you share some highlights of this matchup? Yu Jia prompted. As we know, today marks the game between the national team and the Grizzlies. I believe everyone is eager to witness the national team's performance. However, we should also pay attention to the Grizzlies' number 0, who is also a player from our country, Li Tian. Indeed, Li Tian is a highly talented basketball player. His current abilities have been somewhat affected due to a previous knee injury, Zhang Weiping remarked. I heard that Li Tian's knee has completely healed. Is that true? Yu Jia continued. Yes, during draft night, I interviewed him, and he personally confirmed this to me. Speaking of the interview, his mindset is excellent, which greatly aids his swift adaptation to the NBA. Zhang Weiping revealed his first impression of Li Tian. Without further ado, the game commenced. The Summer League players predominantly consist of those lingering in lower-tier leagues such as the NBDL and some rookies from their first or second year, often facing the risk of being cut mid-game. During warm-ups, the coach made a brief strategic outline. The match began. The national team's starting lineup included Wang Zhizhi, Yi Jianlian, Wang Shipeng, Zhu Fengyu, and Lu Wei. The Grizzlies' starting lineup featured Jason Collins, Rudy Gay, Johnson, Kinsey, and Lowry. At the outset, Collins won the tip-off, passing to the fast-breaking Rudy Gay, who was defended by Yi Jianlian in the low post. Gay attempted to drive past Yi Jianlian, but his layup was successfully contested, allowing Yi Jianlian to grab the rebound and pass to the sprinting Lu Wei. Lu Wei quickly returned the ball to Yi Jianlian, who, receiving the pass, leaped for a hook shot. Unfortunately, he missed, but Lu Wei accurately anticipated the ball's descent, leaping to secure the rebound. He immediately shot again, successfully scoring 2 points and earning an additional free throw, which he converted. The national team began with a 3-0 lead. Li Tian sat beside Conley, discussing the dynamics of the game. Conley, are you feeling nervous? Not really, it's just the Summer League. What is there to be anxious about? You're not nervous. Are you, Li? How could I be? I've experienced the intensity of a last-second shot in the NCAA finals. Conley felt envious. After all, one has numerous opportunities to vie for an NBA championship, whereas most players only have 1 or 2 chances to claim the NCAA title. Suddenly, the game took a sharp turn, with the national team suffering a devastating 7-0 run. Coach Zhang, the situation on the court has drastically changed. What do you think the national team should do to reverse this trend? Yu Jia inquired of Coach Zhang. This is a good thing. Anything can happen in a game. Experiencing this early on provides an opportunity for adjustments. If such a shift occurs in the final minutes, that would be troublesome. It's beneficial to go through this. Zhang Weiping articulated succinctly, recognizing the national team's issues. A few plays later, Li Tian and Conley were substituted into the game. Li Tian replaced Guy, setting the stage for a matchup with Yi Jianlian. Zhang Weiping was thrilled to witness another head-to-head contest featuring players from the Celestial Empire. Coach Zhang, have you seen Li Tian play? Could you provide a brief introduction? Yu Jia expressed his curiosity about Li Tian. Li Tian is an exceptionally talented player who has made a commendable return to the court following a knee injury. I am eagerly anticipating his performance today. This will be my first time watching him play post-recovery, Zhang Weiping remarked enthusiastically. Conley, how about we set up a play? Li Tian suggested, enticing Conley. What kind of play? Conley asked, intrigued. Like this, and this. What do you think? Conley nodded in agreement. As they crossed half-court with the ball, Conley constantly monitored Li Tian's movements. Li Tian maneuvered gracefully across the court, consistently weaving and executing off-ball movements. With a sudden halt and change of direction, he left Yi Jianlian trailing by a step. Li Tian seized the opportunity to shoot from beyond the arc. With a leap, he raised his hand and flicked his wrist. The three-point attempt was executed with grace and swish. It found its target flawlessly. As he landed, Li Tian turned and performed a celebratory gesture mimicking the act of drawing a gun. The atmosphere erupted in excitement. Fans from both the Tianqiao team and the Grizzlies cheered for his exuberance. Conley, what do you think? My suggestion was spot on, wasn't he it? Thankfully you made that damn shot. Otherwise, I would have come after you, he said, as Conley and Li Tian exchanged a celebratory high-five. Li Tian swiftly returned to the backcourt, poised for defense. The spectacle was about to unfold. Yi Jianlian had secured the ball and was preparing to match up against Li Tian. Coach Zhang in the commentary booth was nearly leaping with anticipation, eager to witness Li Tian's performance. Yi Jianlian, come on. Unleash your full offensive prowess. Yi Jianlian was equally exhilarated. Yu Ming had consistently praised Li Tian, acknowledging his exceptional talent, and after witnessing yesterday's showdown, he was reluctant to concede that Li Tian surpassed him. Defense, defense. The crowd chanted in unison. The atmosphere surged with intensity. At this moment, the score became irrelevant. Yi Jianlian held the ball high, executing a series of deft crossovers and behind-the-back dribbles. His movements remarkably skillful as he sought an opening to penetrate Li Tian's defense. Li Tian was utterly focused, remaining steadfast in his defensive stance despite Yi Jianlian's dribbling maneuvers. Observe how he was unable to shake off Li's relentless defense. He was poised to initiate a back-to-the-basket play against him. Coach Zhang, it seems that Li Tian is from the Grizzlies. Which side do you support? Yu Jia quipped, amused by Coach Zhang's demeanor. It matters not. We are all on the same team, and supporting anyone is only natural, Zhang Weiping chuckled heartily. Yi Jianlian then turned, preparing to execute his back-to-the-basket move against Li Tian. Li Tian pressed his left hand against Yi Jianlian's back, while his right hand was raised high, poised to disrupt Yi's imminent turnaround shot. The relatively less robust Yi Jianlian skillfully maneuvered his footwork. With only 3 seconds remaining on the shot clock, a sense of urgency began to envelop him. Once more he shifted his steps, yet failed to secure adequate space for a clean shot. Time was slipping away, leaving him no choice but to attempt a desperate shot. As he turned and leaped for the jump shot, the moment the basketball left his hands, a resounding clap echoed through the air. Li Tian executed a remarkable block. Yi Jianlian, training alongside me during the summer, was indeed a commendable choice. Yu Jia, observe how Li Tian's leaping ability has notably improved. Even Yi Jianlian, who surpasses Li Tian in height, was unable to evade his block during a turnaround jump shot. Li Tian has returned to his former glory, still exhibiting formidable prowess. Indeed, he appears to be even stronger than before his injury. I find myself feeling a sense of empathy for Durant, as he is about to face the tempestuous storm that is Li Tian. Li Tian successfully defended against Yi Jianlian, allowing Conley to seize the basketball and execute a swift fast break, scoring effortlessly. Li, your block was magnificent, Conley praised as he completed his layup. Just a little sprinkle. Nothing to worry about, he added nonchalantly. Conley was left perplexed, pondering the meaning behind those words. It's merely a minor burden, no need to dwell on it. Came the response, leaving Conley even more bewildered. Throughout the match, both Yi Jianlian and Wang Zhizhi showcased their extraordinary prowess, collectively amassing 50 points. Yet they were unable to lead the national team to victory. Li Tian only played as a substitute, scoring a modest 9 points, along with 2 blocks and 5 rebounds. His statistics were rather ordinary. The Summer League serves primarily to assess players, and Li Tian's playing time was limited, as he frequently came off the bench behind Gay. Gay is a key player the Grizzlies are focusing on developing, and throughout the summer league, the team has been primarily facilitating training for Gay and Conley. Lee Tion's playing time was limited, averaging merely 11 points per game. Following the conclusion of the summer league, he accompanied E. Jianlian to Los Angeles. Taylor, congratulations. Your recent concert was a tremendous success, Lee Tion remarked as he approached Taylor upon her arrival. Is that so? It's a pity you couldn't attend in person. Whenever you have time, feel free to come visit. I will always reserve a seat for you, she replied, her joy evident, having enjoyed a string of successful performances. Come. Allow me to show you my villa. E. Jianlian felt somewhat awkward as he realized Taylor had driven a sports car, leaving him no choice but to jot down the address and take a taxi. Their initial meeting was filled with affectionate exchanges, and it was clear that Lee Tion had not fully embraced Taylor's presence. E. Jianlian chose to remain silent, opting instead to head to the airport for his own ride. Lee, welcome to my villa, Taylor said, guiding him through the impeccably tidy space, clearly having recently organized it. Take a look at this room. I have set up a professional recording studio here. I need not explain the equipment to you, as you are already familiar with it. Wow, this is incredibly professional, Lee Tion exclaimed, surprised by the extent of the sophisticated recording equipment, though he noted that the room's decor leaned excessively towards a feminine aesthetic. Feel free to use it at your leisure, but regarding your friend, I would prefer he refrain from coming upstairs. This has always been my personal space. Lee Tion understood that people in the beautiful country place great importance on privacy. If it weren't for him, Taylor would not have disclosed the existence of her villa. All right, I will remind him not to touch anything here. The two continued their conversation until E. Jianlian arrived. Taylor, have you prepared any food? I imagine you are both hungry. Taylor's eyes lit up. She recalled the exquisite meal that Lee Tion had once prepared. Indeed, I have arranged for the servants to buy some provisions. They are in the kitchen. I will head to the recording studio now. Call me when it's ready. With that, Taylor turned and made her way to the studio. After their meal, they bid farewell to Taylor, who left her car with Lee Tion, concerned about his convenience for training or outings. Chapter 9. The summer training duo Bill had successfully rented the training facility and hired both a trainer and a nutritionist, all arrangements being meticulously organized. The training center was situated just a few kilometers from Taylor's villa. E. Jianlian, let's just stick with calling you Alien, as we are of similar age, Lee Tion remarked, referring to E. Jianlian's age as per the Basketball Association records. That works, Lee Tion. E. Jianlian was slightly puzzled by Lee Tion's sudden formality. Since you have chosen to train with me, I hope you will not be as lax during training as you were in Las Vegas. If you continue to display such a careless attitude, I will not hesitate to disregard Yao's feelings and ask you to leave. Lee Tion had a distaste for players who lacked discipline. I assure you, Lee Tion, I will not be lax and will train rigorously. E. Jianlian was taken aback by Lee Tion's intensity. The previous encounters during the summer league had left a profound impression on him. Good. I will have the nutritionist and trainer develop a suitable plan for you. All you need to do is follow their guidance. If you have any suggestions, feel free to express them. Understood, Lee Tion. Relax a bit. Alien, we will soon become teammates in the national team. Lee Tion suddenly reverted to his previous demeanor. E. Jianlian had initially intended to train alone, but Yao Ming had privately advised him to train alongside Lee Tion, assuring him that the benefits of joint training would far exceed those of solitary practice. Let us go, Alien. We can jog to the training facility. Before long, the two arrived at the training center. Bill had made thorough preparations, ensuring that trainers and ball boys were well organized, albeit at considerable expense. He had even brought in the renowned NBA figure, Mike Procopio. E. Jianlian, however, found his stamina lacking and was somewhat out of breath. Lee Tion has begun to communicate with his trainer. What aspects of your skills do you wish to enhance this summer? Mike inquired of Lee Tion. This summer, I would like to focus on improving my three-point shooting, off-ball movement, and individual defense, he replied succinctly. All right. Then go ahead and take a few three-point shots for me to observe. Mike gestured toward the three-point line at the edge of the court. Lee Tion has acquired the physique of Jordan and obtained his skills. However, to truly unleash his formidable potential, relentless training and continuous improvement are essential. Lee, your three-point shooting percentage is commendable, and your shooting form is excellent. There is no need for alteration. However, your release speed is somewhat sluggish and requires enhancement. Mike pointed out directly regarding Lee Tion's three-point shooting deficiency. All right, no problem. How should I improve? You need to accelerate your release speed. Avoid any hesitation during your shot. Quicken your ball handling and enhance your shooting preparation speed. I will share with you some videos of my previous training sessions with players. Take a look. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Mike Procopio then turned to present the footage to Li Tian, as the training facility was well-equipped. With a playback machine conveniently positioned at the sidelines, Li Tian took the video to review it. Mike Procopio approached the well-rested Yi Jianlian. Their communication was somewhat halting due to Yi Jianlian's limited proficiency in English. Li Tian did not inquire about the nature of their conversation. After watching the video, he commenced his three-point shooting practice. Mike Procopio observed Li Tian's training while meticulously taking notes. Li Tian received a video of Stephen Curry's shooting. Li, pause for a moment. I would like to share with you my recent shooting records and observations. Please take a look first. Li Tian glanced at the issues recorded by Mike, and he was taken aback. Despite possessing a commendable three-point shooting skill and a high shooting percentage during his training, he was unprepared for the multitude of problems that lay before him. He scrutinized Mike's records one by one. He had heard from Bill that Mike had leveraged numerous connections to agree to assist in training Li Tian for a week. Mike, rather unassuming in appearance, portly, and standing at only 5'7", was not widely known among fans. However, within the realm of NBA players, he was a preferred choice for a trainer. In another dimension, it was under Mike's guidance that Kobe achieved back-to-back championships. Renowned for his humility and loyalty, he was highly respected and welcomed by players alike. Li Tian inquired further about overcoming certain challenges, seeking advice on how best to proceed. They discussed improvements, iterating through trials and training tirelessly. With the assistance of the ball boy, he continued to refine his modified shooting posture. Catch, jump, release, bang, swish, bang. The training was relentless, repeated time and again. The rapid three-point shots were markedly different from Li Tian's releases during his NCAA days. The pace quickened, yet stability diminished, leading to a disheartening drop in shooting percentage. Witnessing his meager success rate left Li Tian alarmed. This exemplifies why many players engage in weight gain, loss, and shooting posture adjustments during the off-season. Attempting such training mid-season would severely impact their shooting percentages. The adjustment of shooting habits and rhythm is not cultivated overnight, and many players have practiced for 1 or 2 seasons only to ultimately abandon their efforts. With his three-point shooting skill, Li Tian's adaptability was notably swifter than that of others. Li, you are truly exceptional. You are the fastest I have ever seen in adapting to a new shooting form. Without exception, Mike exclaimed, impressed by Li Tian's rapid adjustment abilities. However, adapting to the new shooting speed came with a frightful consequence, a mere 40 shooting accuracy, a figure that Li Tian found unacceptable. Typically, during training, he would achieve around 85 in poor conditions and up to 95 when in form. So this significant decline was alarming. Excellent. Li, maintain this shooting speed. Do not fret over your accuracy. It will gradually return as you adjust to your new shooting technique and speed. Mike encouraged the training Li Tian. Occasionally, during the ball boy's feeding, a ball would be unexpectedly thrown at him. In the haste, Li Tian failed to catch Mike's pass or the ball boy's. Li, you must remain vigilant at all times. You never know when a defender may rush towards you for support. A shadow could emerge from behind at any moment. Your task is to ensure that, regardless of the interference, you must release the ball. Understood? Mike continued, sitting back and providing guidance amidst the distractions. Li Tian completed several sets of training, and feeling a slight soreness in his arms, took a moment to rest. Li, our time is limited. We cannot accompany you throughout your training. During these few minutes of respite, allow me to elaborate on off-ball movement. Mike, recognizing Li Tian's talent and dedication, was eager to impart his knowledge. Li, take a look at this video on Hamilton's off-ball movement. Mike retrieved instructional materials from his prepared resources and displayed them for Li Tian. Come over here. This is something you also need to learn. The training Yi Jianlian, clad in a heavy outfit, approached with determination. One could sense the intensity of Yi Jianlian's training. It was no surprise that he emerged as the foremost figure of Chinese men's basketball following Yao Ming, a testament to both his inherent talent and relentless effort. You too must master off-ball movement. While it is true that you are a rookie with the number 6 pick, I do not believe the Bucks will design specific strategies to position you as the team's leader. In order to assist Yi Jianlian in acclimating to the English language, Li Tian communicated exclusively in English. Indeed, I share this sentiment. What Li has articulated is accurate, as the Bucks possess another first-round pick. Mike concurred with Li Tian's perspective on Yi Jianlian. He elaborated on the nuances of off-ball movement, emphasizing the importance of positioning, how to exploit teammates and opponents to evade defenders, and the necessity of releasing the ball promptly upon receiving it. Lee. This is the fundamental reason I urge you to expedite your shooting, he remarked. The NBA is not the NCAA. No one will wait for you to settle into your position before closing in on defense. They may well advance before you even catch the ball. As they absorbed Mike's explanations, the two nodded in understanding. Come, one of you will maneuver while the other pursues defensively. With that, they commenced their training session. Other trainees, following Mike's guidance, intermittently positioned themselves for screens and defensive cover, some obstructing Letion's movements and others hindering Jianlian's pursuit. Be mindful of your directional changes. Minimize your range of motion. Lee, pay attention to your pivots. Increase the abruptness of your shifts. Lee, your ball receiving adjustments are taking too long. You must hasten that process. Yes. Pursue him just like that. Your speed is your advantage. Extend your arms to disrupt him. Accelerate. You need to swiftly navigate around the teammate providing the screen for Lee. Yes, just like that. Maintain your form. After half an hour, the training finally concluded. Lee, come over here. I have identified certain issues through your training. Some I will address based on my observations, while others require me to review your training footage more meticulously to draw conclusions. For now, take a look at these concerns. With that, Mike handed them a list of issues before turning to analyze their recent video footage. Lee, this time, you will switch roles. You will run, and Lee, you will defend from behind. After assigning the task, Mike settled down beside them. You must increase your speed. Envision that a ravenous wolf, starved for 3 days, is chasing you. If you slow down, you will be devoured. Imagine that this wolf has brushed its teeth in years. Upon hearing the mention of neglecting dental hygiene, Jianlian was spurred into action, suddenly elevating his pace significantly. Letion observed Jianlian's sudden acceleration from behind. In a moment of panic, he failed to elevate his own speed in time. Jianlian received the ball and promptly made a successful shot. Lee, what has come over you? Have you perhaps been distracted by some alluring beauty? How could you allow to gain such a significant lead? Stop and run 5 laps over there. He is coming. Letion, feeling helpless, could only run laps while pondering about Jianlian. Have you been using drugs? Even if you have, please remember to remind me. You have just managed to escape from Lee's grasp splendidly. Maintain this pace, but also pay attention to your directional force. Otherwise, you will find yourself in a wheelchair sooner than expected. Hearing the mention of a wheelchair, Jianlian was taken aback. You must alter your approach to changing direction. Here are some videos. Make sure to watch them multiple times and refine your technique. In the following days, the two dedicatedly jogged to the training facility, where they perspired profusely. Chapter 10. Mike's training results. The duo relentlessly sprinted on the training grounds. You're slowing down again. You need to pick up the pace. I understand you're exhausted, but you must persevere. If we can do it, there is no reason you cannot. Mike had become accustomed to using Letion as motivation for Jianlian during training. Whenever he slowed down, made a mistake, or expressed fatigue, Mike would prompt. Look at Lee. At that moment, Letion was undoubtedly the exemplary child. The effectiveness of being the exemplary child was undeniable. Mike had developed quite an affection for Letion. The rookie Jianlian of June 2007 was regarded as the ideal child by countless individuals. However, when faced with Letion, he could only concede his position and become his own child. Jianlian persevered through the training, making significant improvements over the few days. Lee, today marks your final day of training with me. I feel as though time has flown by. However, I am utterly fatigued and in need of rest. Letion gazed at the rotund Mike, his eyes bloodshot, slightly swollen, adorned with dark circles. Letion was aware that in recent days, Mike diligently returned each evening to analyze the training footage of himself and Jianlian from the day before. His purpose was to relay the previous day's issues to the duo at dawn and provide the most scientifically sound solutions. This routine persisted daily, allowing both individuals to continually refine their techniques. Lee, the skills you are to hone this week are already commendable. I have also prepared some additional videos that I believe you should familiarize yourselves with before the onset of the new season. Mike instructed his assistant to bring forth the materials he had meticulously gathered. Li Tianming understood that not everyone can become a universally acclaimed master trainer. But every master trainer is forged through countless accumulations of experience. Li Tian gratefully accepted the materials from Mike, expressing heartfelt thanks for his assistance and expressing a desire to continue training together. No, my child, I must respectfully decline. If we persist in this manner for another month, It might very well be my final opportunity to train you. I fear that God might take me away for having nurtured two prodigies." Mike quipped with his signature American humor. Indeed, if this continued for another month, it could very well be the last, as Mike was exceedingly dedicated, meticulously preparing and organizing much of the material himself. "I cannot thank you enough, Mike." In this week, Yi Jianlian was also captivated by the short, stout Mike. Typically reserved and unable to articulate his feelings, he nonetheless expressed his gratitude. "I have another suggestion for you. You must learn to express your emotions. Do not stifle yourself. This is America, not the Celestial Empire. Humility and deference are unnecessary here. You must learn to assert yourself." Mike continued, "Humility and gentlemanliness on the basketball court will not yield you any advantages. You must conquer them. The same goes for the fans. They will not favor you simply for your gentlemanly demeanor. They will appreciate you only if you excel, even if it means being ruthless." Yi Jianlian nodded. "I will." "Speak louder. You must express yourself. When you're happy, shout it out, and even more so when you're not. Release your emotions." Observing Yi Jianlian grasping this insight, Mike smiled as he departed. My impression of Yi is that among the yellow race, his physical gifts are the most formidable I have encountered, second only to you. However, his communication and interpersonal skills leave much to be desired." "Indeed, Mike. It may well be due to his upbringing. He needs to learn to adapt. We can only assist and remind him, but cannot do the work for him." The two men observed Yi Jianlian, who was training vigorously, with bursts of shouts echoing around them. "Now, let us witness the fruits of your training. You shall go first." With that, they began preparations for Yi Jianlian's three-point shooting. "Receive the ball. Jump. Arm wrestle. Release the three-pointer swiftly. The time is short." The basketball traced a perfect arc through the air. Swish. The three-pointer went in cleanly. Swish. Bang. As the three-pointers continued to be launched, arcs of precision were drawn in the air. Your three-point shooting has made remarkable strides. From a slow release with a low success rate, you have now adapted to the rhythm of rapid shooting, achieving an impressive 40 accuracy. Indeed, Yi Jianlian's unwavering commitment to training over the week had led to a significant improvement, showcasing his gentle touch. What you must now focus on is training in various environments without pause. Mike was thoroughly satisfied, observing the enhancement in their three-point shooting, feeling assured that this upcoming season would astonish all the fans. "Now, let us continue with your off-ball movement drills. Come, let me witness the progress you have made in your defensive skills this week." As a second-round draft pick, particularly one selected at the tail end, your defense will determine whether the coach will place his trust in you. The importance of defense in the upcoming season cannot be overstated. Mike incessantly shouted from the sidelines, urging, "Put in more effort. Do not be too soft." Elevate your hands just a tad. Yes, that's the position. You must learn to adjust your defensive stance according to your opponent's offense, maintaining an ever-present aggressiveness in your defense. Understood? This is the essence of a coach offering critique while guiding. "Well done, but your defense requires enhancement. Lee found it too easy to defend against you." Throughout this week, Yi Jianlian has also engaged in training, focusing on three-point shooting, positioning, and defense, much like Li Tian. Li Tian has elevated his defensive intensity, rendering Yi Jianlian's offensive efforts futile against his formidable defense. Your offensive game requires significant enhancement. Just take a look at Lee. Oh, my apologies. I momentarily forgot that Lee's offensive prowess is even less impressive than yours. It is quite perplexing, as his recent performance has been so remarkable that it led me to mistakenly regard him as a towering Jordan. Yi Jianlian was nearly left in anguish by a remark from Mike. Nonetheless, this is of little consequence. What truly matters is that your offensive capabilities are decidedly lacking. Once again, a piercing insight. Upon hearing Mike's remarks, Li Tian could no longer contain himself and erupted into hearty laughter. "Lee, how can you find the audacity to laugh? Your offensive skills are even worse than Yi's. Are you not aware of this?" Yi Jianlian remarked, raising his thumb in a gesture of mockery. Two players whose offensive abilities were akin to utter incompetence dared to ridicule others. The atmosphere turned somber, and laughter faded from their faces. Suddenly, an incongruous voice broke the silence as Mike, unabashedly, burst into laughter, exclaiming, "You two are simply adorable." Indeed, they had been playfully mocked. However, the truth of their dismal performance remained undeniable. "All right, gentlemen, muster your courage and continue with your training." The two resumed their practice while Mike stepped aside to prepare some materials. Time flew by swiftly, and before long, A day had elapsed. Lee, D. Today's training session is now concluded. I agreed to assist Bill in your training for just 1 week due to certain circumstances, and I am already being urged to return. Lee Tion deeply realized that within just a week, he had experienced substantial personal growth. Lee and E, I have trained numerous athletes. Some possess greater innate talent than you, and others are already renowned superstars. Yet, the training of the two of you truly captivated me. Your clarity in training objectives, the specificity of your approach, your rapid absorption of concepts, and your remarkable progress have been striking. Mike did not hesitate to lavish praise upon you both. I confidently assert that in the coming years, the two of you are destined to become all-stars, and it is not beyond the realm of possibility for you to emerge as the league's most sought-after stars. What Lee Tion remained unaware of was that the training he underwent during that week would irrevocably alter the trajectory of his future NBA career. Initially believing he would languish for several seasons with the Grizzlies, he was taken by surprise when a pivotal moment occurred in his very first season. A few days later, as Mike resumed his work and engaged in casual conversation with Kobe, he mentioned, "Do you know why I arrived late to assist you with your training?" Kobe was aware that Mike had delayed his previous commitment. "Until last week, I had thought you were the most diligent in your training, but due to certain circumstances, I agreed to help Bill train 2 new recruits. I believe they exhibit a similar level of dedication. At times, they even seem to strive harder than you." Kobe inquired about their identities, committing their names to memory. "Lee, what you need to focus on next is to continue training, allowing your movements to become muscle memory while enhancing your shooting accuracy. E, unlikely, you must refine your offensive skills. I recommend you practice your mid-range shots and footwork in the paint." As Mike departed, he imparted distinct advice tailored to each of them. "These are some materials I have prepared. Make sure to review them thoroughly when you find the time," he reminded them. "I eagerly anticipate your performances on the court in the upcoming season." After a day's rest, the duo reached out to Bill, urging him to arrange for a new trainer promptly. Isolating themselves from guidance was ill-suited for these budding rookies. Until the trainer's arrival, they persisted with their training regimen as before, the sole modification being an increased focus on E. Jianlian's offensive drills, with the two engaging in one-on-one matchups. Lee Tion persistently honed his defensive skills, mastering the technique termed death grip. "Alien, I believe you need to gain some appropriate weight. You often contend with predominantly African-American players, whose strength is formidable. If you are too light during defensive plays, they can easily overpower you under the basket." At that time, E. Jianlian was quite slender, and gaining weight was essential, albeit not in a haphazard manner. Following the nutritionist's counsel, both E. Jianlian and Lee Tion embarked on a regimen to increase weight while reducing body fat, consuming sports meals daily, with the nutritionist adjusting their diets based on their daily conditions and progress. After altering his shooting form, Lee Tion's three-point shooting percentage has risen to around 90, albeit in the absence of defensive pressure. Under defensive conditions, his performance hovers around 65 when in good form and dips to 55 when his condition wanes. Both players have significantly improved their positioning and defensive skills. E. Jianlian feels that if he were to face Rudy Gay now, he would not struggle as he did in the Summer League, where Gay easily found opportunities to shoot under the basket. E, how do you feel about training here? Has it been a waste of your time? After a month of training, E. Jianlian is thoroughly impressed by Lee Tion, realizing that apart from offense, he has little to compare with Lee Tion. The most critical aspect is that his offensive prowess has been stymied by Lee Tion, who consistently presents him with challenges during his attempts to score. "Indeed, thank you, Lee Tion. Over these 3 weeks, I have made substantial progress. This training has been immensely worthwhile. However, I find myself beginning to miss Mike's training regimen." Similarly, they express a desire to train together again in the future. During these 3 weeks, the duo engaged solely in offensive and defensive drills, eager to assess the fruits of their labor. Chapter 11. Horford runs to evaluate their training results. Lee Tion immediately thought of his former teammate, Horford. Given Horford's height and physique, he seemed the perfect candidate. "Hi, Horford, do you have any time recently?" "Oh, I'm so glad to hear from you, Lee. Why are you reaching out now?" Horford was surprised that Lee Tion would call him at this moment. "Haha. My friend and I just finished training and immediately thought of you to test our progress. Would you like to come over and have some fun?" Having clinched the NCAA championship and being selected 3rd overall in the NBA draft, Horford had begun to indulge himself, just as he was preparing for his preseason recovery training. "Sure, Lee. Where are you? I can come over anytime. My special training with the Hawks doesn't start for another week." After a day of rest, Horford arrived in Los Angeles. "Wow, Lee, your villa is fantastic, but the decor has a rather feminine touch. It's rather concerning. I'm starting to question your orientation. Horford teased as he walked in. This is a rental from a friend. She prefers not to have strangers upstairs, Letion replied. Okay, no problem. When are we going to test your training results? I'm confident I'll dominate you, Horford declared with confidence. Haha, I'm looking forward to that. The two exchanged smiles, both having made significant strides after a month of training. So, Horford, how do you want to play? Letion inquired of Horford, noting that the daily one-on-one battles with Yi Jianlian had forged a certain camaraderie between them. All right, you two can begin first, while I take on the role of referee. Letion announced, allowing them to commence. Yi Jianlian, observing Horford's physique, recognized that overpowering him directly was unrealistic and resolved instead to leverage his speed to create opportunities. You initiate the attack, he urged. Horford regarded Yi Jianlian's stature with a hint of disdain. With a series of rhythmic dribbles, Yi Jianlian maneuvered outside the three-point line, varying his pace with agility. Suddenly, he accelerated, deftly bypassing Horford near the free-throw line, and executed a seamless dunk beneath the basket. Horford, taken aback by the ease with which he had penetrated, felt a tinge of embarrassment. With the score at 1 o'clock, Horford took possession to attack. Having witnessed Yi Jianlian's prior offensive prowess, Horford understood that Yi's speed surpassed his own. Holding the ball, Horford initiated a back-to-the-basket play, successfully advancing toward the rim. He shifted his weight, attempting to fake out Yi Jianlian. Through a month of rigorous training, Yi Jianlian had become considerably more composed, proving difficult to bait. Horford abruptly pivoted toward the basket, feigning a shot. He was momentarily deceived by Horford's feint, allowing Horford to capitalize on Yi's misjudgment and release his shot. Realizing he had fallen for the ruse, he lunged desperately toward Horford's shooting arc as the ball left Horford's hands. A soft thud echoed as the ball's trajectory altered, and just as Yi Jianlian was about to land, his fingertips grazed the basketball. It veered out of bounds, resulting in a turnover. Staring at the ball resting outside the court, he grappled with the reality of underestimating Horford's height and aerial prowess. The duel continued, with Horford's form improving while he struggled against his persistent pressure, leading to a decline in his shooting accuracy. The score stood at 9-8. With Yi Jianlian maintaining a narrow lead, Horford persisted with his low-post game. Having become acquainted with Horford's offensive strategies, Yi Jianlian adapted his defensive approach, utilizing his remarkable leaping ability and height to contest Horford's advances. He positioned himself firmly to prevent Horford from easily reaching the basket while remaining ready to retreat if necessary. At the moment Horford exerted force to overpower Yi, he lost his balance and nearly fell. Seizing the opportunity while Horford was still regaining his composure, Yi Jianlian executed a precise steal. Without hesitation, he stepped back beyond the three-point line and launched a shot, which found its mark, concluding the contest triumphantly. Well done. Li Tianqing could not help but exclaim. Ah. Yi Jianlian let out a powerful roar, his fists clenched tightly as he fervently waved his arms, releasing his pent-up emotions. It was only upon hearing their shouts that Horford snapped out of his daze. Even at this moment, he found it hard to believe that the person who appeared to be so much leaner than himself had actually triumphed over him in the bullfight. Li Tian handed a towel to Horford, urging him to take a break while he and Yi Jianlian engaged in a match. At this moment, Li Tian recognized that Horford was still unable to accept the reality of his defeat. The duel between Yi Jianlian and Li Tian had extended over a considerable duration. One was proficient in offense yet lacking in defense, while the other excelled in defense but faltered in offensive capabilities. The two of them repeatedly failed to score, without opting to attempt shots beyond the three-point line. Li Tian is focused on honing his offensive skills, while Yi Jianlian is dedicated to refining his own attack. Each has their own objectives. On the sidelines, Horford is taken aback by the performances of the two players on the court. Although their shooting percentages are low, it does not detract from his admiration for the defensive prowess displayed. What astonishes him is the stark contrast in Li Tian's defensive capabilities compared to previous improvements. And he is equally surprised by the sudden decline in Li Tian's offensive performance. What's the score, Horford? Li Tian suddenly inquires. Horford, momentarily bewildered, responds that it appears to be 9-9. He is truly captivated by the defensive efforts of both players, forgetting to keep track of the score, and casually states a number. Well, you are quite the competent referee, Yi Jianlian remarks, teasing Horford. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Horford coughs and replies, All right, let's disregard the score. How about we allow one last offensive play for each of you? Sounds good. Let us begin, Li Tian suggests. Li Tian, with the ball in hand, gradually approached the low post, preparing to launch an offensive against Yi Jianlian. Li Tian currently relies solely on his speed and sharp directional changes for his offensive maneuvers. With a sudden burst of acceleration, he evades his defender, halting abruptly before executing a step-back jump shot, caught off guard by his unexpected retreat. His opponent is left behind as Li Tian sinks a mid-range jumper with certainty. Once more, Yi Jianlian calls out, positioning himself with his back to Li Tian. He gently nudges him aside, creating a sliver of space for his shot, which he releases with finesse, the basketball finding its mark effortlessly. This exchange of offense and defense prompts Horford to regard Yi Jianlian with newfound respect. Both players maintain their defensive stances while successfully making their shots, a testament to their individual prowess. Come on, Horford, let us get started. Don't you need a break? You just had an intense scrimmage, Horford suggested, wishing not to take advantage of Li Tian. Haha, no need. Our tussle was merely a warm-up, Li Tian replied, suppressing his frustration as Horford seemed to imply that he was fatigued while he had just begun to find his rhythm. Under Li Tian's defense, a series of shots go astray. Li Tian's offensive skills leave much to be desired. He struggles to create opportunities. However, when it comes to three-point shooting, he is unparalleled. With consecutive shots made from beyond the arc, Al Horford quickly raised his hands in surrender, overwhelmed by Li's relentless three-point barrage. The match had barely begun. Yet Horford felt as though he was playing against a cheat. Li's accuracy was infuriatingly impeccable. Amidst their spirited duel, Yi Jianlian could no longer contain himself. Li, I must take my leave, he declared. Why are you in such a hurry to depart? Li Tian inquired, perplexed. Horford, contemplating the urgency, thought to himself, what is the rush? Are you worried about your reputation? If you disregard dignity, I still have mine. I must return to training. In the new season, I shall surpass you, he asserted, and with that, Horford turned and walked away. Li Tian had yet to comprehend the situation when Horford had already exited the arena. With a hearty laugh, Li Tian caught a glimpse of Yi Jianlian, who was also observing him. Had he truly been outplayed? Chapter 12. Learning the dreamlike footwork. Yao. You're quite inconsiderate. You knew I was training with Alien in the beautiful country, yet you didn't even mention your wedding. Is it because your bride is too stunning? Li Tian began to tease Yao Ming. Yao Ming, unperturbed, chuckled. I was aware of your training and didn't want to intrude. Indeed, true to his nature, Chairman Yao had likely prepared this excuse well in advance. Yao, it's Alien here. Quickly tell us where you're holding the wedding. We've just arrived at Hangzhou Airport. Yi Jianlian interjected. Wait, weren't you in America for training? Yao Ming paused momentarily. As soon as I learned of your wedding, I rushed back overnight, utterly exhausted. You owe us compensation. Indeed. I concur with Li Tian. Yao Ming provided the address before ending the call, unable to attend as the groom was understandably preoccupied. Son, who is that? You seem rather pleased, Yu Ming's father inquired. It's Yi Jianlian and Li Tian. They traveled overnight from the beautiful country to attend my wedding. The two friends headed straight to the venue. Congratulations, Yo. You finally won the heart of a beauty, Li Tian exclaimed, producing a gift he had meticulously prepared. Sister-in-law. This is for you. I hope you won't mind. Yao Ming quickly recognized the gift's worth, valued at approximately $1 million. This is mine. Yi Jianlian also presented a gift of considerable value, clearly demonstrating the thoughtfulness behind their choices, despite the haste. Yao, we've come merely to extend our blessings. I'll refrain from saying more, but remember that you owe us each a favor. Once you return to the beautiful country, perhaps you could teach us some techniques? That sounds reasonable, right, Alien? I've always wanted to learn Yao's footwork, but I was too shy before. The two had journeyed specifically for this purpose. How could they forget to mention their request? Very well, I won't keep you long. I have a busy day ahead. That is perfectly fine, Yao. We'll take care of ourselves. They laughed heartily once Yao Ming departed. Their scheme had succeeded. The gifts were indeed to be presented. And they were not fatigued at all. On the flight, they had been sound asleep. So, Alien, wasn't my plan splendid? It's a good plan. But it's rather costly, Yi Jianlian replied, donning a frugal expression. Come now, how much did you actually spend? You already covered your return ticket, Li Tian retorted, diving into the food without hesitation. When Li Tian returned, he pondered whether to visit home. Ultimately, he decided against it, realizing that his body had left in a fit of pique. The two spent a night in Shanghai and returned the following day. After their return, they resumed their training. Just as they sensed they were hitting a training plateau, Yao Ming made his reappearance. Yao Gu, how was your honeymoon? We've been waiting so long that the flowers have wilted. It feels as though we've been staring at the horizon for ages, Li Tian chattered on. All right, enough of that. I'm here now. Let us get down to business. What do you wish to learn? Low post footwork and the little hook shot. They replied in unison, as if rehearsed. Very well, let us begin with the footwork. Yao Ming's footwork was the dream shake. Taught by Elijah and refined through his own modifications. He proceeded to explain the essence of both the dream shake and the little hook shot for approximately 10 minutes. Ding! The system has detected that the host has encountered Yao Ming's heartfelt teaching and has been granted the opportunity to learn the skills of the dream shake and the little hook shot. Note, the host may only learn one skill from a single individual within a year. And this applies equally to the use of a replication card. Please select the skill you wish to learn. Heartache ensued, only one skill could be learned. And the choice was agonizing. He felt torn, on the verge of tears, staring skyward for 3 seconds. What is the matter, Li Tian? Is there something you don't understand? It's nothing, Yao Gu. I'm just contemplating whether to learn the dream shake or your little hook shot. After all, learning too much at once can lead to confusion. Li Tian's inner thoughts were filled with the adage of not biting off more than one can chew. He believed that by diligently training every day, he could sidestep concerns about his progress. Improvement in speed would be remarkable. However, the system had other plans. Host, you may acquire multiple skills, but one of your existing skills will randomly disappear. Please confirm whether you wish to learn both the dreamy footwork and the little hook simultaneously. System, no need for that. I'll just choose one, Li Tian replied. If my defensive skill were to vanish, my 3D game would be compromised. Brother Yao, if I were to select only one skill, which would you recommend? Li Tian pondered, uncertain about his choice. I suggest you focus on mastering the footwork first. Without solid footwork, even if you master the little hook, you will encounter difficulties in execution. When attacking under the basket, a lack of footwork will constrict your offensive space. Then I will prioritize learning the footwork, Li Tian agreed. What about you, E? I believe I can learn both. I'll first acquire the skills and then practice diligently. And once I have perfected them, I will apply them in games. Li Tian, filled with envy, admired the ability to learn 2 skills simultaneously, truly delightful. Thus, he decided to commence his practice with the dreamlike footwork. Alien, come defend me. Yes, stay close and guard me. Stand as Yao Ming instructed. Yao Gu, may I not? Li Tian wishes to experience it firsthand. You may, but I cannot employ my footwork against you. Why not? Am I not worthy? Primarily, you are too short. When I attack, footwork is unnecessary, a simple hook shot suffices, and you cannot interfere. That stings, 1,000 daggers to the heart. Yao Gu, perhaps we should sever ties. Unable to contain himself, Yi Jianlian burst into laughter. Alien, after training, I shall defend you to assess your footwork. Li Tian, it is unnecessary. Yi Jianlian managed to suppress his mirth. Yao Ming meticulously explained each movement, akin to a slowed-down version of himself, complete with a voiceover. When utilizing the dreamlike footwork, speed is paramount. Your pivot must be swift to prevent the defender from anticipating your actions. Therefore, you must pivot multiple times and execute feints for shooting. Pay attention. With a swift pivot, Yao Ming effortlessly positioned himself behind Yi Jianlian, executing a layup. Only upon hearing the ball brush the net did Yi Jianlian react, exclaiming, "Heavens! Did you see that?" Speed is essential. If the opponent is unprepared, you can bypass the defender with your first step and go for the layup. Alien, you didn't even touch Yao Gu's hair. How embarrassing. What of your recent training results? I didn't notice. I thought Yao Gu was merely demonstrating. Yi Jianlian scratched his head. All right, let us try again. Alien, you must be attentive, feel my movements and make the corresponding predictions. Yao Ming initiated another pivot, swiftly turning his body. This time, Yi Jianlian successfully defended the first attempt, but Yao Ming continued to pivot repeatedly. At the moment of Yi Jianlian's hesitation, Yao Ming leaped and scored effortlessly. Observe, when pivoting, you must maintain your center of gravity. If you fail to unbalance your opponent while losing your own balance, your attack will falter. If the defender does not get unbalanced on the first attempt, pivot several times. Always be vigilant of the defender's state. Once an opportunity arises, do not hesitate. Shoot immediately and seize the optimal moment for attack. After explaining, Yao Ming had the two defend him, demonstrating repeatedly. How was that? Did you grasp the concepts? The two were still absorbing the recent instruction. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill dreamlike footwork, now at platinum level. Yao Gu, I believe I have learned sufficiently. Shall we put it to the test? You called me short. I seek revenge. Very well, let us proceed. Jianlian, standing nearby, prepared to observe Li Tian's footwork. Still striving to fully comprehend it, Li Tian, with the ball in hand, suddenly pivoted, yet Yao Ming remained utterly unfazed. With a keen eye, Yao discerned that Li Tian's recent maneuver was merely a feint. He would not attempt a shot at this moment. With a resounding slap, Yao executed a formidable block, denying Li Tian's layup. Another resounding slap followed. Yet again, a third. Brother Yao, have you awakened some celestial insight? Li Tian pondered, perplexed, believing he had performed commendably. Haha. There is no divine insight here. Your movements revealed your intentions to me. Your feint lacked authenticity, Yao explained. What you must achieve is the principle of the false appearing true and the true appearing false. Do you comprehend? Shall I elucidate further? No need. It's simply that my feint lacked the deception to outwit your defense, correct? Precisely. Yao exuded an aura of wisdom, a testament to his teachability. I neglected to mention that this skill can only be honed through diligent practice and frequent application during games, with continuous reflection on experiences and lessons learned. Mastery will gradually emerge. The dreamlike footwork is not acquired overnight. Even Yao took considerable time to perfect it. Mastery does not imply innate talent. True talent is demonstrated through effective application. When it comes to footwork reminiscent of the dreamlike style, two individuals come to mind, besides the great Hakeem Olajuwon. There are Yao Ming and Dwight Howard. One serves as an exemplary model, while the other is a cautionary tale that even Olajuwon would refuse to teach again for a fee. Many may grasp the technique, yet few can wield it masterfully. Come now, you two shall solely employ the dreamlike footwork, practice it, and I will observe your challenges. Yao took a seat nearby, continuously scrutinizing the duo's training and offering intermittent corrections. Li Tian, you have grasped the form of the footwork, but the spirit must be cultivated through persistent practice. Alien, you must practice diligently. If you encounter uncertainties, consult Li Tian. Engage in mutual discourse. He has already mastered it well. What I share with you may not be fully comprehensible. Dialogue between you will yield better results. Yao subtly showcased his prowess, leaving no room for retort. The two commenced their training, repeating the movements over and over again. Basketball is precisely this way. On the court, a mere second can prove decisive, while in training, months or even years of refinement are required to achieve such finesse. Note, a person can only learn one skill per year to prevent the pitfalls of overextension and dilution of focus. Chapter 13, Contract Signing with the Grizzlies. Alien. Will your team have you report early for training? Indeed, I received the notification just yesterday. In the upcoming season, excel in your performance. You shall undoubtedly outshine me. As you are the 6th overall pick, Li Tian did not miss the opportunity to encourage Jianlian, genuinely hoping for his success. Aha, absolutely. I even plan to contend for the Rookie of the Year award. At this moment, Jianlian exudes confidence. Haha, keep it up. I also hope you can become the Rookie of the Year, the first of your kind in our great nation. After Jianlian departed from Los Angeles, Li Tian concluded his summer training after a week of solitary practice. The Grizzlies training camp commences on October 1st, and Li Tian has received notice from Memphis to arrive early. Taylor, are you still in New York? He dialed Taylor's number, feeling the need to say farewell after such an extended stay in Los Angeles. No, I've left New York. I'm currently in another country for a concert. Taylor's voice sounded somewhat weary. Why do you sound so exhausted? Are you overly fatigued? Li Tian discerned the fatigue in Taylor's tone. Yes, the back-to-back concerts have deprived me of sufficient rest, which is why I feel quite drained. I intended to ask if you were comfortable during your stay with me, but I've been too busy lately, Taylor replied apologetically. No, Taylor. I should be the one expressing gratitude for staying with you for so long. I plan to leave in the next couple of days and wanted to ask where you are now so I could treat you to a meal. Li Tian initially harbored some aversion towards Taylor, owing to his own injuries, but gradually began to accept him, though an emotional barrier remained entrenched within. Indeed, it is quite regrettable. It has been so long since our last meeting, and I have missed you. Upon hearing Li Tian's invitation to dine, Taylor's weary body was instantly invigorated, dispelling his fatigue. However, it is of no consequence. I shall treat you next time. Very well. I shall reach out to you in advance if I find myself with time on my hands. After conversing for a while, Li Tian urged Taylor to rest early. Upon disembarking from the plane, Li Tian felt a sense of disorientation upon arriving in Memphis, a city he had never previously inhabited. Memphis, nestled in the beautiful state of Tennessee alongside the Mississippi River, boasts a picturesque environment, yet suffers from historical issues that have rendered it chaotic. The Grizzlies have long had a peculiar practice of allowing firearms to be exchanged for tickets, a method employed locally to indirectly curb the circulation of guns. In recent years, the safety of Memphis has gradually improved. Recalling memories of the Grizzlies, Lee Tion could only remember their dismal performance this season, which assuredly excluded them from the playoffs. During the season, the team's leader, Pau Gasol, was traded to the Lakers, whose acquisition enabled the purple and gold team to surge forth, reaching the finals 3 consecutive years and securing 2 championships, propelling Kobe to pursue Michael Jordan and ascend as the league's preeminent player at that time. This year, the Grizzlies had appointed a new head coach, yet the team's leader remained. After reviewing the main roster, the players that surfaced in Lee Tion's memory included Gasol, Conley, Lowry, Miller, Gay, and Malisic. Gay was his primary rival. During the Summer League, Lee Tion had maintained a good rapport with Conley and Malisic, but he had exchanged not a single word with Gay. "Hi, Lee, the trainer mentioned that you have been training all summer." Bill Duffy, in pursuit of Lee Tion's contract, had accompanied him to Memphis. "Indeed, I attended Yao's wedding in between, and since then, I have been training rigorously. I am immensely grateful for your introduction of the trainer. He has been of great assistance to me, although it is a pity he could only stay for a week," Lee Tion expressed regretfully. "Yes, but there will be future opportunities." "How were the gains of the summer?" Bill inquired. "Quite fruitful. I hold hope of becoming an essential rotation player. You are aware of my previous knee injury, which caused me significant losses, necessitating a fresh start." Bill reassured him, "It's all right. Having the chance to restart is far better than having no opportunity at all." Their conversation continued until they disembarked, with Bill providing Lee Tion with a plethora of advice. As Lee Tion gazed out the window, he found himself momentarily stunned. This was the fabled metropolis. Yet it appeared to be less of a city than many ordinary locales in his homeland. "Never mind, complaining is futile. Since I am here, I shall not linger for too long." I glanced at the flights, and to my astonishment, there isn't even a single international route. My goodness. Is this truly a major city? It feels more like a rural area, though the environment is indeed pleasant. I proceeded directly to the arena to check in. "Hi, welcome." Lee and Bill. Mark Yaffaroni greeted Lee Tion and Bill upon their arrival. "Congratulations on becoming the head coach of the Grizzlies, Mark. Let us first discuss Lee's contract." Bill stated forthrightly. "Very well, let us proceed to the office. Mike Heisley is already awaiting us." The 3 of them made their way to the conference room. After a brief communication between Bill and the Grizzlies management, the contract was finalized. The contract for the second-round rookie is quite straightforward, with clear pricing that leaves little room for discrepancies. "Lee, all is in order. You may proceed to sign." Lee Tion has signed his first NBA contract. The agreement with the Memphis Grizzlies is a 2-year rookie contract, with the second year being a team option, totaling $1 million over the 2 years. It is highly likely that he will spend the next 2 years with the Grizzlies, marking the commencement of his NBA journey. "Welcome to the Grizzlies, Lee." Mike Heisley extends a warm welcome to Lee Tion's arrival. "I am also delighted that the Grizzlies have chosen me. It is an honor to become a member of the team," Lee Tion officially responds. "Lee, have you decided which jersey number you will choose?" Yaffaroni inquires. "I think I will go with number 0. I am unsure if anyone on the Grizzlies has taken it." "No one has claimed it, Lee." "Why have you chosen number 0? "I hope to start from 0. "Very well, Lee. Our team's training camp officially begins in 2 days, and I hope you will attend punctually." "No problem. I will be there on time for the team's training." After leaving the arena, considering that he may not stay with the Grizzlies for long, he opted not to purchase a house in Memphis, but instead decided to rent. The 2 of them spent the day busily securing the rental property, and Lee Tion acquired some essential living items. The rented residence is conveniently located not far from the Grizzlies arena, allowing Lee Tion to run there with ease. "Lee, I plan to leave Memphis tomorrow. If you need anything, feel free to reach out to me in advance." Bill cannot remain in Memphis indefinitely to assist Lee Tion with arrangements, so he prepares to depart. "All right, Bill. I have no issues on my end. Should anything arise, I will proactively contact you." Lee Tion bid farewell to Bill. Lee Tion casually conversed with Taylor and inquired about E. Jillian's life in Milwaukee. He expressed some grievances regarding Bogut, yet overall, he seemed to be doing well. Chapter 14. Current state of the Grizzlies arriving at the training facility well ahead of the scheduled time set by the coach. Lee Tion commenced his warm-up exercises and began engaging in some rudimentary shooting practice. Gradually, the other players started to arrive at the gym. "Lee, you're here quite early." remarked Conley, noticing Lee Tion engrossed in his shooting drills. Conley, you made it too. How was your holiday? Lee Tion responded, initiating a friendly exchange. Conley took the opportunity to regale Lee Tion with tales of his vibrant summer adventures. Lee Tion's initial reaction was one of amusement at the playful spirit of the African-American players, who managed to achieve feats beyond imagination. The other players had gathered around. Pau Gasol left a favorable first impression on Lee Tion, with his striking good looks, golden hair, and tall stature, his long arms resting above his knees. Hello, Paul. I am this year's rookie, Lee Tion. Lee Tion was reluctant to pronounce his name with the surname first, as it felt somewhat odd to him. Hello, Lee. I know you. You led your team to victory in the NCAA Finals with a last-second shot. Congratulations on winning the NCAA championship. Paul Gasol and Lee Tion exchanged congratulatory high-fives. Aha, thank you. I believe if you had been there, I wouldn't have had the chance to make that shot. I'm sure you would have blocked me. Lee Tion subtly flattered Gasol. Haha, that is for sure. I've heard you have a passion for music. We should sing together sometime. That sounds perfect. I would love to sing together. Indeed, though regrettably, my friends here lack a professional recording studio. As they chatted, more players had arrived, engaging in conversations about their summer lives. Hello everyone. It's great to see you all arrive at the venue on time, began head coach Mark Giannopoulos. The players were still unfamiliar with the new head coach, and no one responded. The atmosphere was somewhat tense, as last season's sudden decline in performance lingered in their minds, compounded by the change in coaching staff for the new season. I understand that last season's results have affected everyone's spirits. We all care deeply about the team's performance. I am thrilled to be here, and my purpose is to work together with all of you to improve our standing and return to the playoffs. One cannot deny that after so many years as an assistant coach with the Suns, he has certainly gained valuable insights. Following the coach's remarks, players began to murmur among themselves. Those who had underperformed last season, especially those in contract years, were starting to feel restless, hoping for a chance to excel in the new season. In this new season, we will implement some changes. Everything is aimed at achieving victory. The head coach was eager for transformation. The assistant coach, following the head coach's directives, commenced the first day of training. Having all gone through an off-season, they began by assessing everyone's physical fitness. The assistant coach summoned all the players to commence their warm-up activities, signaling the beginning of the standard training session. After completing a set of exercises, the focus shifted to assessing each player's physical condition to prevent unnecessary injuries from intense training right at the outset. The players began their customary laps, with no restrictions on duration or number of laps. As the first lap concluded, everyone appeared to be in good shape. However, after 10 laps, some began to show signs of fatigue. By the time they reached 20 laps, only Lee Tion, Conley, Lowry, Gasol, and Gay remained capable of continuing. Fortunately, Lee Tion had diligently trained throughout the summer, maintaining his physical reserves and avoiding excessive indulgence. The other players, in stark contrast, seemed burdened as if weighed down by lead. Each step a painful endeavor. All right, everyone, let us halt. Those lagging behind must prioritize physical training to regain their fitness. If they fail to meet the required standards, they will find themselves relegated to the bench for the upcoming season. The head coach, newly appointed, wasted no time in addressing the lackluster performance of those who had squandered their summer. Yafaloni, observing the slower runners, felt a surge of frustration, noting that even the two new rookies outperformed them. With no alternatives, he resolved to intensify their conditioning regimen, allowing the time to adapt and regain their form before the season commenced. Witnessing the disheartening performance of the Grizzlies, Yafaloni was enveloped by a shadow of concern. The few players who met the physical standards proceeded with their regular training. Although their fitness was adequate, their overall performance left much to be desired. They began shooting drills, and one rookie stood out. Indeed, this is the player I specifically selected, taking a gamble. He was once a star in the NCAA, nearly seeing his career cut short due to a knee injury. Yafaloni felt pleased as he observed Lee Tion's shooting prowess. However, when it came to passing drills, Lee Tion faltered, having neglected to enhance his passing skills over the summer. Yafaloni shook his head in disappointment as he watched Lee Tion's passing and dribbling exercises, feeling that this was not the prodigious talent he once knew. An assistant coach, sensing the head coach's discontent, reminded him he is merely a second-round pick. If he were exceptional in every aspect, he surely wouldn't have fallen to the second round. This was a valid point, and Yafaloni did not press the matter further. Next came the team scrimmage. The starting lineup consisted of Gasol, Gay, Mike Miller, Stoudemire, and Malisic, while the substitutes included Collins, Lowry, Navarro, Swift, and Jacobson, with Conley and Letion observing from the sidelines. Within the Grizzlies, only Gasol was an all-star caliber player. The rest were merely a collection of role players. In Letion's memory, he could only recall the names of the formidable players, Gasol, Gay, Conley, Lowry, and Malisic from the Grizzlies. The impressions of others had faded away. The scrimmage was lethargic and devoid of any exhilarating fast breaks or impressive dunks. Yafaloni promptly substituted Conley and Letion into the game, hoping that these two rookies would deliver some remarkable performances. Conley, Letion, step it up. Play with some fervor. Do not resemble a bunch of elderly entertainers. Sluggish and uninspired. You are athletes, not a senior leisure team. Yafaloni shouted at Conley and Letion, his gaze shifting back to the court as his frustration simmered. During the Summer League, Letion and Conley had shared some synergy on the court. They exchanged a knowing glance, the chemistry between them still palpable. Letion faced off directly against Guy. Lee, be prepared to receive the ball at any moment. I will keep a vigilant eye on your position. Conley remarked as he approached Letion. Rest assured, as long as you pass the ball to me, I shall not betray your trust, Lee replied. Let us ignite our passion on the court. The bench unit initiated their offense, with Conley advancing the ball past half-court. With Conley on the court, the bench unit finally had a semblance of organization. The dynamics had shifted, and the offense flowed much more smoothly. Conley, exploiting an opportunity, broke through Lowry's defense and entered the paint. Gasol, stationed under the basket, moved to provide support. While maneuvering through the defense, Conley keenly observed Letion's movements. In a split second, as Gasol closed in, he executed a sudden back pass. The basketball landed securely in Letion's hands, having already outmaneuvered Guy. He launched a three-pointer, which swished through the net effortlessly. You did not squander my assist, Conley said, approaching Letion to celebrate with a high five. At last, we have found a glimmer of hope, Yafaloni exclaimed. Back on defense, Guy, having been outpaced by Letion, sought to regain his pride. He called for the ball from Miller, who, upon crossing half-court and spotting Guy in position, passed it to him. Guy signaled for the others to clear out, intent on isolating himself against Letion. Observing the situation, the others instinctively created space, allowing the two to engage in a one-on-one showdown. Letion approached without any fear of Guy's offensive maneuvers, directly launching the death spiral. Guy, undeterred, continued to utilize his speed to evade Letion. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, Guy was intercepted at the very moment he attempted to break through. Yafaloni, seated on the sidelines, exclaimed in delight. The other players on the field were left in astonishment. Yafaloni had been holding back his excitement for far too long. Letion sensed that Guy was persistently targeting him. Armed with a system, Letion's character dictated that he must never back down. Confrontation was the only way forward. Guy's disdain for Letion escalated while Yafaloni cheered him on, intensifying the rivalry. During the subsequent training match, Guy endeavored to breach Letion's defenses, yet his efforts yielded little success, as he faced a barrage of blocks and disruptions from Letion. In contrast, Letion and Conley showcased an exquisite synergy, with Conley comfortably feeding Letion the ball, resulting in nearly every shot finding its mark. As the training match concluded, predictably, the bench squad fell to the starting team. Despite the loss, the brilliance of Conley and Letion's collaboration shone through. Meanwhile, Guy, despite emerging victorious, wore a sullen expression, though he amassed a considerable score. Only once did he successfully outmaneuver Letion. Guy, second only to Gasol, was the most valued player on the Grizzlies, and the organization aimed to cultivate him into a star player. Observing today's game, Yafaloni felt a tinge of disappointment, recognizing that Letion could not replace Guy's significance. It was a vexing dilemma for Yafaloni, encountering such a situation in his inaugural season as head coach. Witnessing the performances of both teams, Yafaloni found it increasingly intolerable. Gasol exhibited an apathetic demeanor, while Guy suffered a dismal display under pressure. Though Yafaloni was frustrated, he lacked the authority to command respect from the veteran players, with Gasol epitomizing this resistance. Look at what the team has accomplished this year. Not a single commendable player has been acquired. Winning necessitates a strong offense. Yet our front court is filled with soft players, Guy vociferously lamented. Malisic and Letion could no longer contain themselves. Once a prodigy, Malisic, despite not having blossomed, still bore an air of arrogance. He stepped forward to argue with Guy, and Letion joined in to support him. The head coach observed as tensions rose among the players, yet he refrained from intervening immediately. Gasol, embodying the role of the peacemaker, maintained his calm demeanor, pulling Malisic and Letion apart after Guy's complaints. The assistant coach, seated on the sidelines, leaned into converse with Yafaloni. Do you all still regard me as your head coach? Look at how you performed in this training match, and yet you have the audacity to bicker, he admonished. Ordering Letion and Malisic to run 10 laps. Yafaloni was thoroughly incensed, but prior to his arrival, the team's management had informed him that Guy was the future of the franchise and that his development was paramount. Upon hearing Yafaloni's words, Letion could hardly muster the energy to retort. With a dismissive chuckle, he called out to Malisic to join him in running laps. The moment Yafaloni caught wind of Letion's sardonic remarks, his composure began to waver. Just as he was about to unleash his ire, he noticed Gasol, Conley, and Lowry also commencing their own laps. Observing several teammates engaged in the same activity, Yafaloni could only stifle his fury. Malisic, I apologize for dragging you into this, Letion expressed contritely. Not at all. Without you, he would likely behave the same way. Thus, this is not your fault, but rather his. A player who performs poorly yet blames others is simply a coward. Malisic's words, though harsh, rang true. While Malisic may not have been at his best, he never complained about his teammates, much like Gasol, who would have requested a trade if he felt otherwise during the summer. Malisic, don't take it to heart. Tonight, I shall treat everyone to dinner. However, should anyone desire special services, they will need to cover their own expenses, Letion proposed, seeking to foster camaraderie among his teammates through this generous invitation. The discord between Letion and Gay was momentarily concealed, akin to the calm before a tempest in ephemeral tranquility. After completing their punishment runs, the players resumed their training on the sidelines, utterly disregarding the presence of Yafaloni. Not a single individual approached him to engage in conversation. His attempt to establish authority had completely unraveled due to this incident, as he witnessed his debut with the Grizzlies teetering on the brink of failure. Yafaloni endeavored to salvage some semblance of dignity. Everyone, gather around. I will outline the tactics for our upcoming training, Yafaloni instructed, prompting his assistant to distribute the tactical manual he had previously devised for the team. Upon receiving the manual, Gasol could no longer contain his frustration. After perusing the tactical arrangements, he was dismayed to find that most strategies revolved around the forwards and perimeter players, drastically diminishing his role within the team and relegating him to a center position. Gasol, a player of finesse, preferred not to engage in physical confrontations beneath the basket, whereas Yafaloni's strategy demanded he battle for rebounds and set screens for the perimeter and forward players to facilitate their offensive plays. Even the usually reticent Lowry could no longer tolerate the situation. Gasol, are you certain this strategy can be effectively executed within our team? Gasol scoffed. What do you think? I feel utterly invisible. This strategy is clearly tailored for Rudy Gay. As Gasol spoke, the other players fell silent. Yafaloni glanced at Gasol, asserting, if you have objections to my tactics, you may voice them openly. Do not whisper behind closed doors. I am the head coach of this team, and you must acknowledge that. Indeed, you are the head coach, but you are an inexperienced one. Do you genuinely believe your tactics will benefit the team? Gasol retorted. How could they not? As long as you in the paint can secure sufficient rebounds and set screens for the forwards and guards to penetrate and distribute, you will create ample shooting opportunities, Yafaloni replied, describing his plan with an air of nonchalance, as if it were all under control. So, is our sole responsibility in the paint to secure rebounds and nothing more? Gasol countered. Letion observed that the man known as Mr. Nice Guy, Gasol, had also begun to display his ire. Indeed, securing rebounds in the paint and initiating fast breaks could significantly enhance shooting percentages. Most interior players need not engage in futile sprints back and forth. Gasol was amused by a remark made by Yafaloni, finding him to be quite the novice coach. He turned and exited the training facility. Yafaloni, with a voice hoarse from shouting, declared that anyone who defied his directives would find themselves relegated to the bench, regardless of their status. It seemed as though he sought to vent all his pent-up anger in that moment. Chapter 16. Letion treats, seeking recommendations. Gasol was the first to depart, thereby diminishing Yafaloni's authority. After a fervent outburst within the training hall, Yafaloni noticed the silence from the players and reluctantly ceased his tirade. Subsequently, the others began to leave in small groups, discarding the head coach's once imposing presence upon the floor. Letion was acutely aware that a direct confrontation with Guy was imminent, their discord laid bare for all to see. Exiting the training facility alongside Conley and others, they found Gasol waiting inconspicuously at the entrance. What on earth is going on with you all? I've been here waiting for quite some time. Yet you only just make your appearance. Can't you learn a thing or two from me? Gasol lamented. The group exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. We would if we could, but it seems our fate is to sit on the cold bench, accompanied only by the water cooler. I cannot compare myself to you. An all-star, while I remain merely a rookie, just like the head coach. Letion complimented Gasol before succumbing to a playful jab at the new head coach. Indeed, I wonder what could possibly be going through his mind to devise such strategies. Gasol enthusiastically critiqued the rookie coach. While Gasol could afford to mock the novice coach, the others could not. Gasol, let us refrain from discussing such vexing matters. Instead, let us strategize on how to thoroughly defeat Letion, Lowry interjected, knowing not when the rant would cease. You speak wisely. Such a splendid opportunity must not be squandered, Conley chimed in, his interest piqued. Right, let's forget the unpleasantness. However, I only arrived in Memphis a couple of days ago and am quite unfamiliar with the area. Gasol and Lowry, perhaps you could recommend a restaurant? Letion entrusted them with the task of selecting a dining establishment. Very well, I suggest a local Spanish restaurant, Gasol proposed, having identified a nearby gem. Lowry, having dined there before, concurred, praising the establishment. Let us go, just follow my car, Gasol said, preparing to drive away. Wow, Letion, your car is so cool, Conley exclaimed upon seeing Letion's sports car, unable to contain his admiration. Indeed, Lee, your vehicle is quite impressive. As a rookie selected 24th overall in the first round, Lowry's salary was only slightly higher than Letion's. To facilitate future travels to the airport for away games, Letion had intentionally purchased a nearly new used Ferrari, planning to run to the training facility most days and use the car sparingly. Before he could finish his reasoning, Conley interjected, Lee, I too wish to own such a car. It must be a delight to drive. Conley's eyes sparkled with envy. But Conley, you possess far more wealth than I do. Being the 4th overall pick surely ensures you earn more than I. Acquiring this vehicle would be a breeze for you. At last, the matter of the car was set aside. Let us depart. Arriving early is prudent to avoid lengthy queues and ensure we secure a table. Upon arriving at the restaurant, a quintessential Spanish eatery, Gasol placed the orders. Paul, you're being ruthless. I'm still just a rookie. How could you order so many dishes at once? As Letion glanced at his wallet, it elicited a hearty laugh from the crowd. While enjoying their meal, the conversation inevitably drifted to the current state of the Grizzlies. Paul, what are your thoughts on this year's Grizzlies? Among the group, Lowry was the one most familiar with Gasol. What can be said? Just look at this year's lineup. There hasn't been much bolstering, and with a rookie head coach. You witnessed the tactical arrangements today. What is there to discuss? Gasol held a considerable disdain for this new head coach. Letion pondered whether these actions were merely a prelude to facilitating Gasol's departure, while simultaneously nurturing Gay's development and acquiring Conley for the perimeter. It seemed as though every move was a calculated preparation for an impending trade. Indeed, it was infuriating to witness Gay's poor performance while he continued to complain, behaving rather petulantly. Malisic, upon mentioning Gay, could hardly contain his frustration. Letion chuckled, addressing his companions, Are you not here to savor the exquisite dishes on the table? Surely, their allure must captivate you. He couldn't help but tease Paul, remarking on the poor choice of dishes. Laughter erupted among the others, and the conversation shifted away from the Memphis Grizzlies. Paul, I hear you have a fondness for music, am I correct? While Letion wouldn't claim to possess a particular passion for music, his proficiency in the art was undeniable. Since his arrival, he had significantly aided Taylor, propelling his fame to new heights in the beautiful country. Indeed, I am quite fond of music, especially classical compositions, Paul replied. The group then found themselves discussing their favorite celebrities. Lowry, do you have a favorite star? Conley inquired of Lowry, seated beside him. Despite their competitive positions, he recognized that he was the team's future. As for me, I admire Avril. Her voice is simply enchanting, Lowry exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. It is said that one's preferences in celebrities can subtly influence one's character. Oh, you adore Avril? I, on the other hand, am a fan of Taylor. Malisic chimed in unexpectedly. Letion was taken aback to discover that Taylor was the favored musician of Malisic. And you, Lee, who do you admire? Gasol inquired, observing Letion with curiosity, sensing his apparent indifference towards celebrities. As for me, I do not have a particular idol. Must we not aspire to become stars admired by others? Letion harbored no objections to fandom, yet he himself did not engage in it. Letion's response was profoundly insightful. Indeed, we are basketball players, the stars of the future. Why should we idolize others? Conley is equally tenacious. I concur. Yet I am already an all-star. Gasol's remark was rather cheeky. Well, Paul, since you are already an all-star, Shouldn't this meal be on you, as we are merely rookies? Li Tian couldn't resist teasing Gasol. Oh, I beg to differ. You promised us a treat, and I certainly do not wish for you to be branded as untrustworthy. I am well aware that individuals from your esteemed nation uphold integrity. Gasol quickly refuted Li Tian's suggestion. Paul, are you being too stingy? Lowry understood Gasol well. No, I am doing this for Li's benefit. This elicited another round of hearty laughter. Paul, you are quite humorous. I must invite you to my homeland someday. I believe you will come to love it there. All right, I accept your invitation. I too feel I will cherish it. Li, I have heard that you have been training throughout the summer. Shouldn't the off-season be a time to relish life? Gasol had also heard of Li Tian's summer training regimen. Relish life? ISNT training a form of enjoying life? I am not strong enough yet. Once I retire, I will consider savoring life. Li Tian deemed himself insufficiently strong. Thus, he felt the need to learn and train further. Li, how about we train together next summer? Lowry also aspired to become stronger. That sounds good. However, my training time next summer may be limited, but if I do train, I will extend an invitation to you. Li Tian agreed to Lowry's proposition. All right. I will be there. The group engaged in light-hearted conversation, and soon the gathering came to a close, with everyone enjoying themselves immensely. Chapter 17. Preseason commences. New book seeking investment. The first day of team training unveiled numerous conflicts. Players divided into factions. One comprised of those who chose not to take sides, another supporting Gay, and then there were Gasol, Li Tian, and Conley. Aside from regular training, few engaged in extensive dialogue with the coaches. However, it was often the case that even after others had departed, Li Tian, Lowry, Conley, and Malisic remained, continuing their training late into the night. The group practiced their coordination and honed their skills. Yafaloni was gradually swayed by Li Tian's perseverance, perceiving him as a person of great determination. The head coach was similarly motivated to safeguard his position. As long as you possess the capability to aid the team in securing victories, he would utilize you. Li, I hope you can alleviate the tensions with Gay. The team requires stability. Yafaloni has long held the belief that the current instability of the team stems from the initial conflict between Li Tian and Gay. In truth, the team's dilemma lies partly in tactical arrangements. It is evident to any discerning observer that the strategy primarily revolves around Gay and Conley, with the other players merely serving to support these two. The transformation of the team as highest-paid player, Gasol, into a blue-collar worker represents the crux of the issue. As for the coach, all I can do is ensure he no longer targets me, and I shall likewise disregard him. Should he provoke me, I will not suffer in silence. Li Tian may not stir up trouble, but he is unafraid of it. Yafaloni can only allow the two to take the court separately. With Gay as the small forward, it is most appropriate to position Li Tian as a substitute, thereby avoiding any complications on the court. This exemplifies a classic case of treating symptoms rather than addressing the root cause. The Grizzlies' first preseason game took place in Spain, and the team arrived early. Upon disembarking from the plane, only Gasol appeared invigorated. Shall we all go out and explore? Gasol proposed, yet not a single player offered their support. They merely shook their heads and trudged along feebly. Well, you all lack a romantic spirit, he remarked, eliciting only laughter from the others. Paul, let us abandon your damned romantic notions, he said, pulling Gasol along. As they walked, Gay lamented that it was indeed a tiresome journey, orchestrated by those devoid of common sense. I'm exhausted, Paul. I'm beginning to dislike Spain. You wouldn't mind, would you? Conley glanced at Gasol. Though I too yearn for romance, this itinerary is utterly draining, he conceded. Gasol shared the sentiment, disliking the arduous schedule. Enough of the complaints. What we need to focus on now is maintaining our health, resting well, and winning this match. Once we secure the victory, we can leave this wretched place. Understood? Yafaloni, who will be referred to as Mark henceforth, reassured the group. Despite feeling fatigued, they all maintained their composure. Li Tian was acutely aware of his current role. Initially, he would surely be on the bench, serving as Gay as substitute. Li, don't you feel tired? Lowry inquired, curious as to how Li Tian could remain composed after such a lengthy journey. The answer was quite simple. He was uncertain of how many minutes he would be granted in the upcoming game. Undeniably, Li Tian exerted great effort during training, and his strength was apparent to all, yet how he would perform in the game remained a mystery. Well, I believe you will astonish everyone. Have faith in yourself. Future All-Star, Conley remarked as he approached from behind. Haha, future All-Stars, let us play this game with our utmost effort. Gasol encouraged everyone. Mark requested that all players return to the hotel to rest and not prepare to go out at night. knowing well that some players, regardless of their fatigue, would not relinquish their pursuits. Before departing for Spain, the Grizzlies management had begun to urge Mark to assess Letion's abilities during the preseason. With Letion's arrival, a portion of sponsors from the Celestial Empire had initiated contact with the Grizzlies management, contingent upon Letion's participation without him on the court. They would not contribute a single penny, even if he were with the Grizzlies. The grievances expressed by the Grizzlies were not isolated. Many teams traveling overseas for the preseason exhibited varying degrees of discontent. Some head coaches openly criticized the league, asserting that such games should not be scheduled as they were a torment for the players. The overseas preseason was a strategic initiative by Stern for the NBA's global promotion. Without his efforts at the gates of CCTV, the popularity of the NBA in the Celestial Empire would not have reached its current heights. Absent Stern's global vision, the NBA would have languished at the bottom of the 4 major leagues in the beautiful country. The league would not continue to increase its revenues annually, and players' salaries would not see substantial growth. From the perspectives of the league, the teams, and the players, overseas games yield benefits across the board. However, teams and players often fail to recognize this, fearing increased injuries that could jeopardize their careers. The Grizzlies' first preseason opponent was Unicaja from the Spanish League, located in Malaga, Spain. Upon returning to the hotel, Mark refrained from requiring any further training from the players. "Everyone, gather around. After a long journey, I know you are all weary. However, there are a few matters I must address regarding tomorrow's tactical arrangements." Mark aimed to organize the plans before the players could rest. "Do not worry. I will only make some simple arrangements. We will not adhere to the initial tactical plan of starting with an inside game. Instead, we will exploit the inside to create opportunities for the outside through a combination of both." After Mark articulated this, the players' enthusiasm was reignited. Such a strategy allowed them to feel a sense of presence within the team, motivating them to engage actively. When Gay heard of Mark's intention to alter the previous tactical arrangements, a subtle shift occurred in his demeanor, revealing his disinterest in the proposed plans. "Well, this concludes our arrangements for tomorrow. I hope everyone can execute the tactics I have laid out. We will identify issues during the upcoming games and address them throughout the preseason." Mark delivered his concluding remarks. "Everyone, return to your rooms, rest well, and adjust to the time difference. I hope you can muster your spirits for an excellent performance tomorrow." Letion and Conley, both rookies, were assigned to share a room. While the other players each enjoyed the privacy of their own quarters, a privilege reserved for veterans. "Lee, what did the coach discuss with you?" Conley inquired, curious about their conversation. He merely expressed a hope that the rift between Guy and me could be resolved, that tensions would not escalate further, Letion replied candidly, aware that the details of their discussion would soon be common knowledge. Well, who can blame him? After all, you are one of the team's key development prospects. You speak as if you aren't also a focal point for the team's nurturing, Letion retorted. The two shared little more conversation before retiring early, preparing themselves for the forthcoming game. Chapter 18. Gasol's resilience in the eyes of many. Gasol epitomized softness, particularly after the loss to the Celtics in the 2008 finals, a label that had since become synonymous with his name. However, witnessing Gasol's performance today, one could sense a marked difference. "Paul, you seem quite different today. Is there someone here who has caught your fancy?" Conley teased, noting the usually genteel Gasol exhibiting an unexpected desire to compete fiercely. Gasol offered little explanation, allowing his actions to speak for themselves. The opposing center, Unikos Sinanovic, stood at an imposing 222 centimeters and weighed 225 pounds, though his movements were sluggish. The power forward, Joel Freeland, possessed notable offensive skills, while the small forward, Carlos Jimenez, measured 205 centimeters. The point guard, Gerald, showcased solid abilities, complemented by shooting guard Roderick. Turning to the Grizzlies' starting lineup, center Malisic, power forward Gasol, small forward Gay, point guard Stoudemire, and shooting guard Miller. Letion did not make an appearance, and it was unexpectedly noted that the Grizzlies' fourth rookie was not included in the starting lineup. However, Letion understood that Conley and Gay were the true future of the Grizzlies. Initially, Mark had no intention of allowing Gasol to play, but Gasol had approached the head coach early in the morning, expressing his desire to participate in the game. At that moment, Gasol took it upon himself to motivate his teammates, declaring, "Gentlemen, this is my hometown, and I hope we can win this game to start our new season on a positive note." Observing Gasol's fervor, Mark refrained from further comment as the game was about to commence. To assert his position as a key player, Gay confidently assured Paul, rest assured. I will lead everyone to victory in this game." With a hint of irony, it was evident that a power struggle was beginning. As the match commenced, Gasol quickly showcased his prowess. Dominating the paint, he exhibited an imposing presence, despite Sinanovic's height advantage. Gasol maneuvered to the low post, backing down Sinanovic, who, while taller and bulkier, was considerably slower. Utilizing his footwork, Gasol executed a sudden pivot, catching Sinanovic off guard and driving past him. He elevated for a layup, scoring the Grizzlies' first points. As the play transitioned, Unicaja's center Sinanovic attempted to overpower Milicic. Despite Milicic's nimble footwork, he failed to thwart Sinanovic's aggressive move, although he did manage to disrupt Sinanovic's final shot. Gasol, meanwhile, deftly maneuvered past the obstructing Forlander. "Well, today, Gasol is different," Letion exclaimed in astonishment from the sidelines. "Indeed, I concur. Did he perhaps take something yesterday?" Conley nodded in agreement with Letion. Gasol secured a rebound and swiftly passed to the fast-breaking Gay, who made an unexpected choice for the era by attempting a three-point shot. The arc was impeccable, yet the result was disappointing as the ball ricocheted off the rim. Witnessing Gay's shot, all the Grizzlies players shielded their eyes, unable to bear the sight. Roderick seized the rebound and initiated a fast break, passing to Jimenez. While Gay was still lagging in the backcourt, Jimenez, unguarded, successfully scored. Throughout the first quarter, Gasol's tenacity captivated the audience, presenting a stark contrast to Gay's performance, which repeatedly dampened the fans' enthusiasm and crushed their hopes mercilessly. Before leaving the court, Gay slammed the ball into the ground in a fit of frustration. His shooting was dismal, with just 1 out of 6 attempts, yielding a mere 2 points. Mark, resigned to the circumstances, opted for a substitution, calling, "Conley, Lee, it's your turn. Remember to work together. Gasol has been dominating the interior, so do not let his efforts go to waste." "Understood," they replied. "Paul, did you secretly indulge in some illicit substances?" As soon as he entered the court, Letion playfully teased Gasol. Gasol clenched his fist, showcasing his impressive biceps. "Haha. Paul still possesses some muscle." The members of the Grizzlies erupted in laughter. Letion and Conley donned the Grizzlies jersey for the first time, feeling a hint of nervousness. "Conley, let us demonstrate to everyone who truly excels in this arena." After exchanging a fist bump with Conley, he prepared to position himself. With the ball in hand, he advanced past the half-court line. Conley initiated a strong drive from the strong side, deftly evading his defender. The defender, Jimenez, who was tasked with guarding Letion, abandoned him to obstruct Conley's path to the basket. Seizing the opportunity of Letion's unguarded position, Conley executed a precise bounce pass, the ball landing securely in Letion's grasp. Having endured rigorous training over the summer, muscle memory kicked in, and with a swift motion, he released the ball. It soared through the air, arcing gracefully towards the hoop. Swish! The basketball nestled perfectly into the net. Letion celebrated by cleaning his gun. Gasol approached him directly and gently ruffled Letion's hair. It felt quite pleasant. This was indeed a delightful moment. Letion felt as though Gasol had given him a glimpse of the sensation of having Kobe pat his head. After Gasol had run his fingers through Letion's hair, Letion reciprocated the gesture, contemplating whether he ought to adopt a different hairstyle to protect his locks from thinning. Indeed, that settled it. He resolved to change his hairstyle. Letion had made his decision. Letion's successful three-pointer has created space for the Grizzlies' interior. The collaboration between Conley and Letion ignited a powerful offensive surge for the Grizzlies, leading to a timeout called by Unicaja. Following the break, Gasol once again exhibited magnificent prowess, relentlessly attacking Unicaja's interior defense. The audience began to rally, fervently cheering for Gasol. With arms outstretched, Gasol reveled in the adoration of the crowd. "Paul, I finally comprehend your electrifying performance today." Gasol reached out, attempting to deliver another playful pat to Letion, who deftly evaded him. Conley's three-point attempt ricocheted off the rim, allowing Gasol to surge from behind Sinanovic for a thunderous follow-up dunk. "Paul, you are incredible. Paul, we adore you. You are magnificent." The fans erupted once more in excitement over Gasol's tenacious display. His follow-up dunk decisively opened the floodgates for the Grizzlies' offense. Both the interior and perimeter of the Grizzlies' game thrived, significantly widening the gap against Unicaja. Letion consistently sank three-pointers from beyond the arc, assisting his team in maintaining a steady 15-point lead throughout the first 3 quarters. As the third quarter concluded, Mark opted to substitute out Gasol and others. "Lee, your shooting is remarkably accurate. What is your secret?" Conley celebrated with a chest bump with Letion before being replaced. Conley played with great ease. As Gasol's tenacious presence inside and Letion's extraordinary long-range shooting allowed for seamless breakthroughs and assists, Gay only found his rhythm in the latter half of the third quarter. But by then, the game was nearing garbage time, offering him little sense of accomplishment. Mark finally secured his first victory as a team leader, even if it was merely a preseason game, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 19. The cold bench of the regular season. The Grizzlies swiftly concluded their preseason matches, with Gasol reducing his playing time following his earlier explosive performances. The remarkable performances of Letion and Conley have earned them increased playing time. Letion's average points per game reached 11, along with 3 rebounds, 2 assists, and 2 steals. Conley's performance was equally impressive, averaging 5 assists with only a single turnover, a ratio typically seen among elite players. And his scoring also peaked at 12 points. As the date turned to October 31st, 2007, the Memphis Grizzlies were set to play their inaugural regular season game at home against the Spurs, who had just received their championship rings in San Antonio. Upon entering the Grizzlies' locker room, a palpable sense of tension enveloped the atmosphere. Mark stepped in and rallied the team. "Come on, guys, let's muster our courage. This is our first performance of the new season in front of our home fans. We cannot disappoint their expectations." Mark's encouragement seemed to resonate, rekindling the team's former spirit. The game commenced. Letion and Conley could only sit on the bench, while Mark hesitated to unleash the rookie in such a crucial match, for he was neither a Zen master nor a Popovich. As the first quarter commenced, the newly crowned champions, Duncan and Parker, once again demonstrated to the world that Duncan may not be aging, yet he could not withstand the determination of Gasol and Gay, who sought to prove themselves. The Grizzlies led the Spurs by 3 points at the end of the first quarter. Gasol scored 8 points, making all 3 of his field goal attempts and converting 2 free throws. This astonished everyone, as it was indeed the Spurs, fresh off their championship victory, who found themselves trailing the Grizzlies. During the intermission, Mark continuously encouraged his team. "I am proud of you for the first quarter. Look at the fans cheering for you. You are their pride." As the second quarter began, the once flowing locks of the Spurs player, who had gradually thinned over the years in San Antonio, evoked the sentiment. "I have lost my hair, but I have grown stronger." It was that very man who stepped up, relentlessly penetrating the basket, while Gasol found himself entangled with Duncan, unable to assist in defending Ginobili. Ginobili rallied the Spurs bench to equalize the score. At halftime, the Grizzlies' locker room was shrouded in silence. Logically, it was commendable for the Grizzlies to be tied 52-52 with the Spurs, yet the players had expended too much energy in the first 2 quarters. The Spurs had secured more rebounds and taken more shots, but their stamina was affected by the back-to-back nature of their away game. Observing the starters struggling with fatigue, Mark still dared not place the rookies on the court. As the second half commenced, Letion and Conley remained seated on the bench, watching the home game without uttering a word, yet their eyes revealed a desire that Mark remained indifferent to. In the second half, the stellar performances of Stoudemire and Gasol could not thwart the onslaught of the formidable Spurs. The Spurs, a unified force, dealt a significant blow to the Grizzlies. Although 4 players scored in double figures, the contributions from the bench were unsatisfactory. The Grizzlies suffered a narrow defeat, losing 104-101 to the Spurs, who had just received their championship rings. It was a heartbreaking start to the Grizzlies season. Days later, the Grizzlies faced another defeat at home against the Indiana Pacers, casting a shadow over the locker room, where communication ceased entirely. Mark felt the mounting pressure as fans began to fervently criticize the new head coach. Tensions erupted in the locker room, with Gay voicing his grievances about his limited playing time, attributing the team's losses to this very issue. "Coach, your decisions are severely flawed. Look at my performance. I played only 19 minutes in the second game. This is the primary reason for our defeat." Gay incessantly lamented in the locker room. "Gay, can you blame me for your limited playing time? It is your failure to control your fouls that has led to this predicament. The responsibility lies solely with you, and you must learn to govern yourself." Mark, in a fit of anger, shouted at Guy. Having suffered 2 consecutive defeats, the pressure on Mark has intensified considerably. The fans' grievances, the management's demands for results, and the players' skepticism have left Mark in a state of trepidation. If he wishes to regain his position of stability, a victory is imperative. However, he has yet to discover the means to achieve this. The management insists that he allocate playing time to the rookies, particularly Letion and Conley, who have demonstrated remarkable prowess during the preseason. Due to complications with the advertisers from Tianchao, Letion has not had any playing time, resulting in a waning interest from the Tryout team sponsors and continuing their support for the Grizzlies, as they fear that without game time, Tryout cannot generate any benefits for them. Consequently, the Grizzlies management has begun to press Mark to ensure the rookies receive playing time, lest it adversely affect their revenue. As Mark contemplates strategies for victory, he reluctantly acquiesces to the management's directives and prepares to grant Tryout and Conley some minutes in the upcoming matches. After the game, Tryout and Conley persist in their training on the court. Despite not having played a single minute, they are brimming with energy, continuously running back and forth in practice. "Lee, your training is exceedingly rigorous," Conley remarked, having grown more familiar with Tryout and unable to suppress his admiration for Tryout's relentless work ethic. "I am merely a second-round rookie, unlikely to garner the team's attention or become a cornerstone for the future. The only path available is through relentless training to enhance my skills. Such is the only way to hasten my journey towards success. Let's continue practicing our three-pointers," Tryout added, having reviewed the team's schedule. "In the next game, we will be challenging Seattle on their home turf." "Indeed, let us strive together," Conley replied. Understanding that Tryout was once a prodigy, projected to be among the top 3 picks in the ESPN draft predictions. However, since the incident with Durant, he has fallen from grace. Conley comprehended that Tryout sought retribution, as Durant was with the Seattle Supersonics. Mark overheard their conversation and observed their dedication and training, concluding that it would be a wise decision to allow them to play. "Conley, Lee, please pause your training. I have something to discuss with you." Conley and Tryout halted their practice, finishing with one last shot. "Coach, what is the matter?" Conley inquired. "Indeed, I come bearing good news. You two will be scheduled to play in the next match." "Lee, that is splendid. Finally, an opportunity to step onto the court," exclaimed Conley, extending his congratulations to Tryout. "Yes, the opportunity has arrived." "Thank you, Coach," Tryout replied with gratitude. After their conversation, the two resumed their training with renewed vigor. Upon the conclusion of their additional practice, they exited the gym. "Lee, tomorrow we are going to astonish the entire NBA," Conley exclaimed, brimming with excitement at the prospect of finally making his debut. "Indeed," Lee replied, sharing in Conley's enthusiasm, as he too eagerly anticipated his inaugural appearance in the NBA. The system reviewed the personal profile, skill rating C, physical attributes A, speed S-, strength B, stamina B, jumping B, shooting rating C, 3-point A, mid-range E, layup E, ball handling E, dribbling E, passing E, penetration F, defensive ability C, on-ball defense A, help defense E, recovery E, rebounding D, basketball IQ B, offense D-, defense B, tactics C. Tryout observed that his physical fitness had undergone no significant change. His three-point shooting had improved from B to A, and his defensive ability had risen from A to A, marking a notable enhancement in his skills, along with corresponding improvements in other areas. To conquer the NBA, he decided to take on Durant, viewing this confrontation as both an act of vengeance and a fresh beginning for himself. Chapter 20. Finally on the court. Congratulations, Conley, Lee. You two have finally been assigned to play. I suppose I can relax a bit now. Gasol expressed his congratulations to the duo. "No, I believe you still cannot relax. They do not play in the same position as you," Melissa coldly retorted, striking a blow to Gasol's spirits. "Haha, thank you for your congratulations. We can finally take the court, but you still won't be at ease," Tryout interjected sharply. "Not quite. With your three-point shooting and Conley's playmaking, the pressure inside will be significantly alleviated. I can finally breathe a little easier. Conley, I have faith in you," Lowry remarked. Although he was in competition with Conley, he recognized that he was not yet strong enough and possessed a clear self-awareness. "You're right, Lowry. But Paul, I feel you would be more suited to be the head coach than the rookie coach." Conley's comment filled the locker room with laughter, lifting the previously somber atmosphere. Noticing the banter, Tryout, positioned near the door, cleared his throat to remind everyone that the coach was about to enter. "Coach," he said. And the locker room fell silent as everyone focused on organizing their gear. Mark, unperturbed by the sudden quiet, having served as an assistant coach, was familiar with such moments. "Hello, everyone. I have an announcement. Conley and Tryout will also be activated for today's lineup. I hope everyone performs well and secures victory in this game." The announcement, which was expected to be met with enthusiasm, received little response from the players. "Coach, we will do our best and strive to contribute to the team." Only Conley and Tryout expressed their determination. Following the news of Tryout potentially being assigned to play, attempts began domestically to live stream a Memphis Grizzlies game. Li Tian had previously garnered considerable attention, especially after his phenomenal performances in the NCAA. I wonder if Li Tian will play today, Yu Jia remarked. Let us analyze the situation. The last two games for the Grizzlies collapsed due to the weaknesses of the bench. The first was against the formidable Clippers, and the second against the well-rounded Pacers. The Grizzlies head coach seeks to alter this trend. The best course of action would be to adjust the bench. In both games, the rookie at position 4 and Li Tian did not see any playtime. The optimal way for the Grizzlies to effect change is to elevate the rookie, both to assess his capabilities and to invigorate the bench players. Zhang Weiping's extensive analysis reveals a palpable anticipation regarding Li Tian's potential to replicate his outstanding preseason performance. Yu Jia has consistently monitored Li Tian's progress. In the first quarter, the two teams engaged in a fiercely competitive match, with the point differential remaining within 5, culminating in a 3-point lead for the Grizzlies at the end of the first quarter. Unfortunately, Li Tian and Conley were still without playing time. While Gay showcased an impressive performance, Yu Jia expressed his sentiments regarding this. As the second quarter commenced, Gay missed his initial 2 attempts, allowing Durant, whom he was tasked to defend, to successfully score twice in succession, enabling Seattle to reclaim the lead. Mark was quite dissatisfied with Gay's defensive efforts. Conley, Lee, prepare to enter the game, Mark instructed, expressing hope that if Li Tian could replicate his preseason form, he would have fulfilled the expectations set before him. Conley, ensure you orchestrate the offense. Lee, your primary objective is to contain Durant. I'm aware of your history with him and how your current situation has been influenced by him. Lock him down, as that is my sole requirement and the benchmark for your future playing opportunities. Mark utilized Durant as a motivational tool for Li Tian. Coach, I will not squander this opportunity, Li Tian asserted with confidence. Zhang, Li Tian is beginning his warm-up, Yu Jia joyfully announced. Indeed, Li Tian was finally granted the chance to play, indicating that the Grizzlies head coach was competent. Had it been me, I would have played Li Tian from the very first game. Zhang Weiping was also pleased, refraining from criticizing Mark, instead offering a light-hearted comment. Li, do you require my assistance? Conley inquired during the warm-up. Haha, no special help needed. Your passing is precise. Just play like you did in the preseason, Li Tian replied. The two were substituted in, exchanging encouraging high-fives with Lowry. Li, I am aware of your history with him. We will support you, provided you can contain him. Go for it, boy, Gasol reassured, noticing Li Tian's nervousness. It's all right. It's just a bit nerve-wracking being on the court for the first time. Barkley, look. That young player from China is on the court, Kenny playfully remarked to Barkley. Indeed, I have always been fond of him. Even during his injuries, I maintain my optimism. I have closely followed his preseason performance. I cannot fathom why his offensive skills seem diminished since returning, yet I firmly believe in his defensive prowess, Barkley stated, demonstrating his long-standing interest in Li Tian's journey. So, you have high hopes for Li? Absolutely, I believe in him. I cannot ascertain his offensive capabilities, but defensively, he will undoubtedly surpass Durant. He will effectively neutralize him, Barkley asserted with conviction. Haha, his injury was indeed caused by Durant, wasn't it? Yes. This is a game of vengeance. I am exceedingly eager to witness his performance. Back on the court, Conley initiated the offense with the ball in hand. Noticing the towering lineup of Seattle, he identified this challenge and called upon Li Tian to set a screen for him during the first attack. Li Tian moved to a high position from the weak side, assisting Conley in blocking Wilkins, who was trailing closely behind. Conley suddenly accelerated, driving straight to the basket. Durant, who was defending Li Tian, rushed towards the basket, intent on stopping Conley, yet at that moment, Durant appeared rather feeble, posing little threat on defense. Wilkins also followed suit. Li Tian skillfully maneuvered beyond the three-point line. As Conley noticed Durant, who was defending Li Tian, shift to double-team him, he realized Li Tian would soon find himself unguarded. In an instant, he turned back and, with a deft pass through Durant's legs, sent the ball directly into Li Tian's hands. Wow, this Grizzlies guard is exceptional. Their rapport must be remarkable, exclaimed a commentator. Indeed, just look at whom he passed to and from whom he made that pass, Kenny remarked, casting a disparaging glance at Barkley. Barkley, however, remained unfazed by Kenny's disdain. Receiving Conley's pass, Li Tian made no adjustments and leapt immediately. He raised his hand, engaged his wrist, and released a three-pointer. Wow, Li Tian's shot is even quicker than in the preseason. I wonder if it will go in. This is his first career attempt, shouted Zhang Weiping excitedly. Yu Jia, sitting nearby, was taken aback. This old fellow has truly lost himself in the moment. Yu Jia, inspired by Coach Zhang's enthusiasm, added, "It's astonishingly fast." I recall Li Jianlian's shooting speed had improved significantly as well. Hey, I know the reason behind this. Zhang Weiping teased. Coach Zhang, do tell us, what is the reason? Yu Jia inquired eagerly. I heard from Yao Ming that when they were selected for the NBA, they trained together consistently. Without a moment's hesitation, Yu Jia exclaimed, "That is fantastic. The ball is getting closer. The three-pointer is in." This marks Li Tian's first career points. In contrast, Zhang Weiping displayed a more composed demeanor. The basketball swished through the net, 3 points scored. Incredible, Li. Conley and Li Tian celebrated with a chest bump. Just as Gasol attempted to pat Li Tian on the head in celebration, he realized Li Tian had changed his hairstyle and instead playfully slapped his backside. You still couldn't escape that. Li Tian couldn't help but complain. Chapter 21. The moment of revenge begins. Conley, you are phenomenal. That was so challenging. How did you manage that pass through someone's legs? It must be a top play of the day, Gasol exclaimed flamboyantly as Durant walked by. Upon hearing about the top plays, Durant nearly stumbled, realizing he would be merely a background figure. Li Tian raised his thumb, exclaiming in excitement as the long-awaited spectacle finally commenced. He was particularly eager to witness the clash between himself and Durant, anticipating the sparks that would undoubtedly fly. Barkley glanced at Kenny, who replied, "Don't look at me. I am equally eager." Kenny, with a playful tone, added a light-hearted jab. The score was once again tied at 33-33. Wilkins dribbled past half-court, while Durant persistently called for the ball. Reluctantly, as Durant was the focal point of the team's development this year, Wilkins passed the ball to him. Upon receiving the pass, Durant gestured for his teammates to spread out, indicating his intent to engage Li Tian in a one-on-one duel. The excitement was palpable. One was a former prodigy, while the other was the current sensation, and intriguingly, the very adversary responsible for the former's knee injury. It was a convoluted situation, and Barkley humorously remarked that it was exhausting just to articulate it. Indeed. I thought you had brought some bandages today, he quipped, dismissing the need for further explanation as they prepared to witness the showdown between the two rising stars. After signaling for his teammates to clear the area, everyone made way for the two players. The Supersonics were compelled to do so, recognizing Durant as the future of their team, while the Grizzlies, in stark contrast, placed their faith in Li Tian's defensive prowess, born of his relentless training and the trust cultivated through daily scrimmages. With bated breath and a sharp gaze, he focused intently on Durant. As Durant began to dribble, his center of gravity was notably elevated, aware that Li Tian had lost his former speed since the knee injury. Durant provocatively eyed Li Tian, ready to ignite the confrontation. Li Tian suddenly accelerated, even before the entanglement with death had begun. With a resounding slap, he swatted the ball from Durant's hands, as its center of gravity was too high. While Durant and the others were still reeling from surprise, Conley had already embarked on a fast break. Li Tian swiftly passed the ball to the fast-breaking Conley, who also accelerated down the court. Conley advanced rapidly towards the paint, glancing back at Li Tian trailing closely behind, and gave a slight nod of acknowledgement. Li Tian understood the cue, as Conley lofted the ball into the air. Suddenly, he sprang up and emphatically slammed the basketball into the hoop. Upon landing, he did not forget to thump his chest with vigor. Remarkable. The former Li Tian has returned. Just look at this speed, and now observe this leap. It is simply exquisite. Next summer, the national team is bound to advance further, with the potential to rewrite the history of men's basketball. Zhang Weiping shouted with exhilaration. Indeed, it is truly astounding, Yu Jia exclaimed, repeatedly slapping his thigh in excitement. Li Tian took the court, making both of his attempts and contributing yet another steal, netting 5 consecutive points. Durant could no longer contain himself, after all. He was the true prodigy, while Li Tian was merely a player whose potential had been marred by injuries. With determination, Durant dribbled the ball from the backcourt, asserting that the previous lapse was merely a momentary oversight, and he was poised to dismantle his opponent. Once again, Durant taunted Li Tian with a dismissive gaze that conveyed scorn rather than words. This provocation ignited Durant's fury, after all. He was still young and brimming with pride. How could he tolerate such affront? He was gearing up for another one-on-one challenge against Li, feeling that the previous play had rendered him foolish, as his opponent had already initiated a fast break by the time he reacted. Barkley, unafraid of offending anyone, voiced his opinions freely. After Durant had been featured twice as a mere backdrop in the top plays, he erupted in frustration, lamenting his youthful impetuosity. It seemed that Li was even slightly younger than him. Fortunately, Durant had not overheard this. But one could only wonder if he would be left fuming upon reviewing the footage after the game. With his center of gravity lowered, Durant prepared to drive past Le'Tion. Just as he accelerated for the breakthrough, Lee executed a tenacious steal, snatching the ball that had just slipped through Durant's legs. Not far away, Conley leaped to seize the ball, landing heavily on the court. Lee, Conley shouted, urging Le'Tion to receive the pass. Le'Tion retrieved the basketball rescued from the floor by Conley and made a vigorous sprint towards the backcourt. Wilkins, having anticipated the play, accelerated from beyond the three-point line in pursuit of Le'Tion. Suddenly, Le'Tion came to an abrupt halt just outside the three-point arc, and Wilkins, unable to decelerate after his momentum, found himself caught off guard. He had not expected Le'Tion to forego a direct drive to the basket in favor of a position beyond the arc. Wilkins, helpless, could only watch as Le'Tion remained poised. What is he doing? Shouldn't he be going for a thunderous dunk? Barkley remarked, perplexed. That's typical of someone lacking a three-point ability. Can't you see how swiftly and steadily Lee releases his shot? He must have put in considerable practice over the summer. For Le'Tion, a fast break dunk merely amounts to 2 points. I reckon a three-pointer is worth an extra point. Le'Tion observed Wilkins sprinting past him and made a slight adjustment. He lifted his hand and released a three-point shot. The basketball traced a flawless arc through the air. Swish. The three-pointer found its mark. After Le'Tion released his shot from beyond the arc, he began to celebrate, executing the classic gun salute gesture, then blowing lightly into his hand. The Grizzlies bench erupted in euphoria, fervently chanting Le'Tion's name. Lee. Le'Tion scored 3 consecutive three-pointers, racking up 8 points and halting the momentum of the Supersonics. Their head coach, Colesimo, rubbed his head contemplatively before opting to call a timeout. Seeking to reassure his new protege, Lee, you are phenomenal. Just look at Durant. He has become your backdrop 3 times in a row, he exclaimed. Gasol discreetly stole a glance at Le'Tion's rear. Buddy, your three-pointers are stunning, especially that shameless celebration of yours. Melissa couldn't resist teasing. Hold on. What do you mean shameless? That was simply spectacular. Le'Tion retorted passionately. Lee, Conley, you both are performing excellently. Keep pushing forward. Mark encouraged the duo while strategizing for the next plays. Sitting nearby, Gay displayed a look of disdain. Le'Tion's remarkable performance has indeed placed pressure on Guy. Despite possessing significantly greater offensive prowess than Le'Tion, Guy's defensive capabilities and skills beyond the arc leave much to be desired. Le'Tion also sensed the unfriendly gaze of Guy, yet he remained utterly unconcerned. At this moment, securing more playing time was of paramount importance. Upon the resumption of play, Durant was substituted and took a seat on the bench to rest. Le'Tion's remarkable performance from beyond the arc indeed sent shivers down the spines of the Supersonics, prompting a substitution for Wilcox. With the Grizzlies lacking a more formidable offensive player to draw defensive attention, Le'Tion found himself deprived of better shooting opportunities, managing only 2 rebounds and 1 assist in the ensuing minutes. On the sidelines, Mark observed that Le'Tion, instead of becoming overly proud from his earlier impressive display, diligently sought to assist his teammates and create opportunities in the absence of his own. The Grizzlies and Supersonics exchanged blows throughout the game, with Conley demonstrating consistent prowess, delivering 4 assists with merely a single turnover. The Grizzlies maintained a steady grip over the Supersonics, consistently holding a lead of approximately 10 points. With 2 minutes remaining in the second quarter, Le'Tion and Conley were substituted out by Mark for a brief respite. Le'Tion made his entrance for 7 minutes, achieving a commendable tally of 8 points, 2 rebounds, 2 steals, and 1 assist. Chapter 22. Yes, just like that. At the beginning of the second half, Durant was once again assigned by Colesimo to start the game. Continuing as a starter, Durant was filled with determination, evidently buoyed by Colesimo's encouragement during the halftime break. Upon his arrival on the court, Durant relentlessly attacked Gay's defense. Gay, overly confident, believed he was undoubtedly superior to the rookie and gestured to his teammates not to assist, opting to defend Durant one-on-one. Although Durant's dribbling was somewhat lacking, he still managed to perform admirably against Gay's defense. With a series of between-the-legs dribbles, albeit slightly unsteady, he succeeded in shaking off Gay. Suddenly accelerating, he swiftly evaded Gay's defense and soared to the basket for a thunderous dunk. Mark, witnessing this spectacle, covered his eyes with his hand, contemplating that the game had just begun and deciding it would be best for Gay to remain on the court. Meanwhile, Gasol on the court grew increasingly frustrated, signaling Gay to pay attention to his defense, yet Gay completely disregarded Gasol's plea. Stoudemire brought the ball past half court, while the Supersonics players had already established their defensive positions. Realizing quick scoring was unfeasible, they resorted to executing a strategy, employing screens to initiate their offense. Stoudemire called for 2 consecutive screens but was unable to shake off his defender. Observing that the screens failed to pose a significant threat, Gay demanded the ball. Stoudemire glanced at Mark, who signaled to pass the ball to Gay. Upon receiving the pass, Gay relentlessly used his body to challenge Durant, exploiting Durant's vulnerability to physicality. Successfully overpowering him, Gay turned and scored a 2-pointer. Clenching his fist, he cast a glance at Letion, as if to assert his prowess. In that moment, Gay felt invincible once more. Letion, taken aback by the provocative gaze of Gay, found himself utterly speechless. Durant once again succeeded in scoring against Gay, narrowing the Supersonics' deficit to 5 points. Both teams experienced a series of missed shots. As the Grizzlies initiated their offense, Gay had just successfully executed a one-on-one against Durant and sought to replicate his success. Requesting the ball, he endeavored to take on Durant once more. But Durant had become much wiser, fully aware that he was at a significant disadvantage in terms of strength. Just as Gay advanced with the dribble, he unexpectedly pulled back. Gay mistakenly believed his mere presence had forced Durant to lose his balance. Determined, he prepared to drive for a layup. In that fleeting moment when Gay leaped for the basket, Robert Swift, who was defending Gasol, had already arrived to provide help. Gasol shouted a warning to Gay, urging him to be cautious of the impending defense. By the time Gay registered the threat, Swift had already launched himself into the fray. In a moment of haste, Gay found himself unable to pass the ball and opted for a forceful layup instead. Disrupted in his shooting rhythm, Gay's attempt veered off course, resulting in a complete miss. "Is this small forward from the Grizzlies here to entertain us?" Barkley scoffed. "So close to the basket yet manages to produce a total airball. If it were me, I would have simply persisted with a strong move underneath." With Gay's shot going out of bounds, the Supersonics prepared for a baseline inbounds pass. And Durant swiftly capitalized on the opportunity to score again, reducing the gap to 3 points. Conley and Lee were poised to enter the game, as Mark shouted in frustration. It was high time for this. Gay has been utterly dreadful today. Letion is far more reliable. What a revelation. Coach Zhang observed Letion warming up on the sidelines, ready to take the court. Letion and Conley were once again assigned to the court, leaving Guy on the bench. After repeatedly scoring against Guy, Durant felt a surge of confidence. He immediately began to isolate Letion, opting for a lower center of gravity this time. Determined to deny Letion any opportunity for an easy steal. "I have told you, I will dismantle you," Durant declared, all the while focusing intently on controlling the ball. "You think you can dismantle me? You, who can't even bench press properly. What a delusion." Letion was far from accommodating to Durant's bravado. Letion realized that Durant was provoked by him. Subtly, he cast a glance at Gasol beneath the basket, who understood the cue. As Durant accelerated to penetrate past Letion executed a maneuver akin to the one he had just used to defend against Gay, sidestepping to allow Durant to pass. True to form, Gasol, waiting beneath the rim, mercilessly delivered a block to Durant. The ball was deflected towards Letion, who soared into the air to seize the rebound. Was Durant playing without a strategy? He had just employed that very tactic against Gay, only to find himself on the receiving end of the same treatment from Letion. Gay ought to express his gratitude to Letion. Suddenly, it seemed that the disparity between Durant and Letion was immense. If it weren't for that wretched Durant, the Lakers would not have relinquished their chance to select Letion. I concur with the previous sentiment, though I am a Spurs fan. My heart aches for James. If he hadn't spoken out, Letion might have had the opportunity to join Cleveland. Haha. In truth, the Cavaliers are not the most unfortunate. The Heat are. The Celtics fans are also weeping in the shadows. Haha. The fans have much to say. Let them regret their choices. We are merely the loyal supporters. Coach Zhang unexpectedly declared himself a fan of Letion. Letion seized the ball, poised to launch a fast break. Wilkins swiftly obstructed his advance, leaving him no choice but to await Conley, who would facilitate the exchange, allowing the ball to be carried past the half-court line. "Oh, you there. Weren't you intent on overwhelming me? Why does your visage appear so swollen?" Letion seized the moment, ardently provoking Durant. Observing the altercation between the two, Conley returned the ball to Letion through a seamless handoff, hoping to empower him to confront Durant alone and uplift the team's morale. "Let's crush this softie." Gasol ruthlessly supported from behind. "Come and defend me. I'm right here, ready to shoot. Do you believe me?" Letion gazed at Durant. "Truly. I am about to take a shot. You should come and defend me." Durant remained unmoved. Letion pointed towards the three-point line. Before his words could fully escape his lips, he directly Durant. Letion's strike was remarkably swift, the entire sequence lasting no more than a fleeting second. Durant truly seemed taken aback. It appears Durant has been outmaneuvered. I find myself no longer a fan of the Supersonics, covering my face in sympathy for Durant. Barkley, does this shot have a chance of making the top 5 plays? Did he just indicate to Durant where to shoot, as I observed him pointing to the floor? Kenny witnessed Letion's three-pointer confound Durant. I doubt it, for if that were the case, he would monopolize the top 5 plays. I concur with your assessment. Barkley promptly dismissed Kenny's notion. Nevertheless, Durant undeniably finds himself in an embarrassing situation. After making a three-point shot, Letion casually remarked, "Are you foolish?" I clearly stated my intention to shoot. He then turned to return to defense. "Lee, what did you just say?" "It seems Durant is eager to confront you," Gasol inquired. His curiosity piqued. "I simply conveyed my intention to shoot from here, yet he remains unconvinced," Letion replied, spreading his hands in a gesture of exasperation. "Ha." Wilkins forcefully penetrated past Conley, successfully executing a mid-range shot. Turning back, Durant, having just suffered a setback, began to closely guard Letion. Without finding an opportunity beyond the three-point line, Letion moved towards the strong side near the paint, with Durant closely shadowing him. Conley, unable to identify a favorable offensive chance, attempted to loft the ball to Letion in the key area. Upon receiving Conley's pass, Letion decided to test his elusive footwork, executing a sudden pivot, yet failing to deceive Durant. Letion, with a series of swift spins and rhythmic changes, deftly left Durant in his wake. He glided along the baseline, soaring to the basket for a thunderous dunk. How splendid it was! Just like that, Letion outmaneuvered him. Showcasing footwork reminiscent of Yao Ming, Zhang Weiping was utterly exhilarated. While Yu Jia noted that today, Coach Zhang appeared distinctly different. Chapter 23. Freezing Durant indeed. Lee performed remarkably today. The league editors are likely tearing their hair out. Barkley resumed his playful jabs at the league's top plays editor. Lee's offensive display evoked memories of Olajuwon, yet still bore traces of Yao Ming's influence. Kenny was intrigued, pondering how Letion had mastered such footwork. "It seems I must impart a lesson to you. Would you care to know?" Barkley provocatively gazed at Kenny. "Don't play coy. Just spill it, you magnificent hefty fellow." Kenny retorted, bringing laughter to Barkley. Their banter had long since become a familiar routine, a highlight of their commentary. "Very well, let me enlighten you. Do you not know that both Lee and Yao Ming hail from the Celestial Empire? They have known each other for quite some time. And Lee even attended Yo's wedding this past summer." Barkley, brimming with pride, continued to boast, asking if he had dazzled Kenny's titanium alloy eyes. "Oh." Kenny feigned understanding. As Durant stood frozen at the baseline, stunned by Letion's maneuver, the crowd erupted in boos. Some shouted encouragement, urging Durant to retaliate, insisting he was more than capable of overcoming Lee. The audience, undeterred by any potential jinx, cheered for their team. The Grizzlies bench was taken aback by Letion's footwork, but quickly recovered, bursting into laughter upon witnessing Durant's expression, even rising to mimic it. Thanks to Letion's successful offensive and defensive plays, the team mounted a 9-0 run, widening the gap to over 10 points. To prevent Durant from losing his confidence in this game, the Supersonics coach assigned Wilcox to defend Letion, allowing Durant to focus solely on the offensive end. Letion's formidable defense rendered Durant scoreless for the remainder of the third quarter, leaving Durant visibly frustrated. He was thoroughly neutralized by Letion, failing to execute a single commendable offensive play. As the third quarter concluded, the Grizzlies held a commanding lead of 15 points. Perhaps sensing Gay's dissatisfaction, Mark opted to field Gay at the start of the fourth quarter. Gay led the team in a relentless back-and-forth with Durant, exchanging baskets in a manner reminiscent of a one-on-one duel, while the other players merely observed, engaging in a tacit form of defense. The spectators speculated whether, given an opportunity for communication, the players might forge an instant bond. Unbeknownst to all, Gay amassed an impressive 25 points, surpassing the team's scoring chart, while Durant also reached a commendable 21 points for the Supersonics. Despite their efforts, the score remained consistently above a 10-point margin, and Letion found himself relegated to the bench by Mark. The game concluded with the Grizzlies triumphing 115-102. The rationale behind the Grizzlies coach's decisions remains a mystery, particularly why Letion and Conley, who had performed admirably, were left benched during the fourth quarter. Coach Zhang had hoped to see Letion return to the court, but Mark opted not to reintroduce him, perhaps due to Letion being a rookie, coupled with the high-intensity demands of the game. There were concerns about his ability to endure prolonged play, especially since the point differential had not narrowed. Yu speculated on this possibility. Nonetheless, we must extend our congratulations to Lee Tion for securing his first victory in the NBA and achieving double-digit scoring in his debut match. In this match, Lee Tion achieved an impressive tally of 15 points, 5 rebounds, 2 assists, and 3 steals. As the game concluded, fervent discussions erupted among netizens. Who was it that proclaimed Durant as the strongest rookie? Step forward, I assure you, no harsh words will be exchanged. Is it not evident? Just observe. Lee Tion scored merely 15 points while Durant amassed 25. Let us be realistic. Durant is merely a stat patter. Has anyone else noticed that Durant failed to score a single point against Lee Tion's defense? Astonishingly, Durant has been rendered ineffective. Lee, your performance today was exceptional. You outshone Durant spectacularly. Conley was the first to congratulate Lee Tion. Haha, Conley, you performed even better than I did, racking up 8 assists with just 1 turnover. The two exchanged mutual compliments. With victory in hand, the issues plaguing the team were temporarily obscured, and everyone celebrated, except for Gay, who remained sullen despite being the team's highest scorer, while his teammates flocked to congratulate Lee Tion. Frustration engulfed him. This encapsulated Gay's mood at that moment. Durant, who do you believe is stronger, you or Lee Tion? The reporter inquired. Is that even a question? Did you not see that I scored 10 points more than him? I attained the highest score on the court. Does that not suffice to prove my superiority? Durant responded emphatically. Yet you scored nothing while he defended you. Do you still believe you are superior? The reporter pressed on. I maintain my stance. No player can sustain a perfect shooting percentage throughout an entire game. Durant, frustrated by the persistent questioning, reiterated his high-scoring achievement. Indeed, you secured the highest score, but the Supersonics lost the game. What are your thoughts on that? The reporter provocatively asked. It's just one game in the lengthy regular season. We will undoubtedly triumph in the next. Without waiting for further questions, Durant concluded his remarks. Are there any more inquiries? If not, this press conference is adjourned, announced Colesimo. While the press conference concluded, discussions about the match continued unabated across the internet. Haha. Durant's deceptive prowess is truly remarkable, one user remarked. Why do you say that? Another queried. He was completely shut down and scored nothing. Yet he claims it was merely a matter of poor shooting. A loss is a loss, and he insists that defeats are part of the season. Let us refrain from speaking. I'm a Supersonics fan, and I still believe Durant is formidable. Just look at his highest score for the team. He is the future of the Supersonics. Him, completely neutralized by Lee Tion, and yet considered the future? But he achieved the highest score in the game. Yet, he lost the match. Nonetheless, he dominated Gay. Indeed, he was overwhelmed by both Guy and Lee Tion, ultimately succumbing to his injuries upstairs. Hey. Lee Tion's voice turned icy. Will you not even utter a word? His tone was somewhat stern. Is there something you need? If not, I shall hang up. Take care of yourself. I have long since learned to look after myself over the years. After Lee Tion finished speaking, he hung up the phone. The following day, reports emerged. The second overall pick, frozen out in the second round, boldly proclaimed himself the best rookie, despite losing the game. He absurdly deemed the defeat as normal. This is what it means to be the second pick? Lee, do you think if Durant were to read such reports, he might contemplate a drastic decision? The flamboyant Gasol approached Lee Tion, who was practicing three-pointers. I believe he would throw his phone in frustration if such situations become frequent. Who knows if the earnings will suffice to replace it? Go ahead and break it. After all, my brother has shares in Apple. In the Supersonics locker room, Durant was scrolling through news articles praising him. Upon encountering the reports of yesterday's game, he clicked on one and felt anger rise within him. He read another and became even more incensed. Finally, he stumbled upon an article that lauded him. The captivating introduction drew him in, but the conclusion shattered his spirits. Reiterating the same refrain, you scored a lot, but you lost. Chapter 24, Mark's overwhelming confidence. Having secured a resounding victory against the struggling Supersonics, Mark brimmed with confidence. Rejuvenated in the locker room, after a day's rest, he arrived at the away game against the Portland Trail Blazers. Lee Tion arrived at the Grizzlies through a trade, and he holds no grievances against the Trail Blazers for parting ways with him. Instead, he feels a profound sense of gratitude for granting him the opportunity to secure an official NBA contract. Otherwise, he might have found himself participating in this year's Summer League, uncertain of even being granted playing time. In Portland, during midday, he had a brief gathering with Talon Green, who still had not gained the trust of the head coach and was relegated to daily training without the chance to step onto the court. Talon Green, too, felt a sense of bewilderment. As the new season commences, both the Grizzlies and the Trailblazers find themselves as struggling counterparts, with the Grizzlies at 1 win and 2 losses, while the Trailblazers sit at 1 win and 3 losses. The performances of both teams suggest a trajectory aimed towards the lottery picks. Both are teams grappling to secure victories, and the Trailblazers' newly drafted first overall pick has been lost for the entire season, further delaying the franchise's revival. What the future holds for them remains uncertain. Following a victory against the Supersonics, Mark attributed the win solely to his astute strategies, asserting that without his tactical acumen, such a resounding victory would have been improbable. Fellows, we can achieve victory. Believe in yourselves. Our sole aim for this new season is to reach the playoffs. This is our only purpose. We absolutely cannot afford to falter, understand? Mark's impassioned speech rallied the team. With the victory, spirits soared, and everyone joyfully cheered for the head coach. To enhance the team's offensive capabilities, Mark suddenly announced a shift in tactical arrangements for the upcoming game. The players exchanged glances, bewildered by their coach's intentions, after winning just one match. He was already stirring the pot with new strategies that they had not even practiced. At this moment, Gasol began to entertain thoughts of departing from the Grizzlies. This year's coach had eroded his confidence and patience with the team. Alone, he meticulously prepared his gear for the evening's game, oblivious to the coach's newly proposed tactics. Reflecting on his career since entering the NBA in 2001, Gasol recalled how he had paid $165 million out of his own pocket to leave Barcelona and join the Grizzlies, embarking on a journey with the franchise as it relocated to Memphis. Over 6 years, Gasol transformed from a youthful, golden-haired boy into a player at his peak. Yet, the current Grizzlies felt foreign to him, despite being an all-star power forward. He found himself relegated to a supporting role for a mere second-year rookie, which he struggled to comprehend. Nevertheless, he knew he must contemplate his path ahead. Having come to the NBA with dreams of helping his team set records, now facing the unsettling signs of being cast aside. Observing Gasol's despondency, I approached and gently placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, offering solace to this elder brother. During the preseason, a profound camaraderie had blossomed between us. However, the recently victorious Grizzlies found themselves shrouded in uncertainty once more. The players were left adrift, lacking a stable strategy and rotation. Each individual was apprehensive about their prospects of participating in the upcoming match. The varying tactical arrangements necessitated distinct player roles. As the first quarter commenced, Gasol dominated the paint with remarkable prowess, scoring 5 out of 6 attempts and netting 1 out of 2 free throws, amassing an impressive total of 11 points, the highest in the game. In the first quarter, Le'Tion and Conley did not step onto the court for even a minute. Mark allowed the starting players to dominate the entirety of the first quarter, showing little regard for Gasol's health. Despite him being a player who had endured a significant injury last season, it was not until the second quarter, when the score had widened to a 10-point gap, that Le'Tion and Conley were both called to the floor. Conley, we cannot simply acquiesce to the coach's directives. We must play our own game. To hell with the coach, Le'Tion whispered to Conley. At that moment, he possessed only 3-point shooting ability. His footwork in the paint was commendable. Yet his layup execution was lacking, with a shooting percentage lower than his 3-point accuracy. All right, my friend, let us relish this game. Conley clapped his hands in self-encouragement, harboring a differing perspective on the coach's strategy. Gasol continued to score in the paint, forcing the Trailblazers to condense their defense, focusing on preventing Gasol from scoring effortlessly. Come on, let us crush them. Gasol joined their small circle. Upon entering the game, Conley meticulously reorganized the Grizzlies' offense, with Gasol anchoring the paint, always ready to set screens for his teammates. Le'Tion sprinted incessantly along the flank, skillfully maneuvering to evade Aldridge and positioning himself beyond the 3-point arc, where he found an unguarded opportunity. Conley swiftly delivered the pass to Le'Tion, who, as anticipated, executed a flawless 3-point shot. The successful basket dealt a severe blow to the faltering Trailblazers, who were already teetering on the brink. With the seamless collaboration of Le'Tion, Gasol, and Conley, they unleashed a rapid offensive surge. Le'Tion's defense reduced Aldridge's shooting percentage to a dismal 20, hitting only 1 out of 5 attempts. The Black Mamba Roy, with a frigid touch, was also rendered ineffective by Conley, failing to score on 3 attempts in the second quarter. As the first half concluded, the Grizzlies, who had unleashed a surge of offense in the latter part of the second quarter, led by 17 points at 66-49. This gave the illusion that the Grizzlies were on the brink of their peak, facing a team that had secured the first overall pick last year. A player who was now sidelined for the season and unable to take the court. In the locker room during halftime, laughter echoed throughout, as a significant lead seemed to guarantee victory. "Paul, what are you doing? Why are you ignoring my directives? Why do you not adhere to my tactical arrangements? What do you intend to accomplish?" Mark shouted, his voice hoarse, believing that mere volume could overshadow all else, oblivious to the fact that he was merely a novice coach, lacking the trust of his players. "Coach, we may not have followed your tactical plan, but we are ahead, aren't we? We want to win the game." Gasol could no longer tolerate Mark's dissatisfaction. "Ahead? What does that matter? I demand adherence to my strategy. You must comply with my tactical arrangements. Do you understand? Anyone who refuses to accept my plans will find themselves on the bench," Mark declared angrily. Mark dismissed Gasol's explanations entirely. Gasol felt helpless. Wasn't winning the sole objective of the team? How could they reach the playoffs without victories? "Lee, you will not see any playing time in the second half." Mark might not be able to exert control over Gasol, but he could easily manipulate the rookie, Lee Tion. "Why?" Lee Tion erupted. Having once faced underestimation due to a knee injury, now presented with an opportunity to showcase his abilities, it was abruptly stripped away by Mark. "Why do you even ask?" "I am the head coach," Mark retorted. "I stated before the game that if you do not heed my arrangements, you will find yourself on the bench." Mark remained unfazed by Lee Tion's words. Just as he was about to rise and counter the argument, Conley pulled him aside, while Gasol shook his head, signaling Lee Tion to refrain from further comments. With an overwhelming sense of confidence, Mark refused to allow anyone to question his decisions at that moment. In the second half, without Lee Tion's presence to stretch the defense, Gasol found himself stifled by the relentless double-teaming from the Trailblazers, failing to score a single point. Rudy Gay charged into the paint like a wild stallion, relentlessly attacking the interior. The Trailblazers capitalized on this, continually allowing Gay to penetrate their defense while the other Grizzlies could only watch from the perimeter, helplessly observing Gay's remarkable performance. The Trailblazers successfully utilized Gay to neutralize the entire Grizzlies team, as one player dominated the ball while four others merely spectated. In the second half, Aldridge amassed 17 points, Brandon Roy contributed 18 points, and even the bench player Jarrett Jack added 16 points, collectively scoring 51 points, surpassing the Grizzlies' entire output for the half. The final outcome was inevitable. Having led by 17 points at halftime, the Grizzlies saw their scoring efficiency plummet as Gay's ferocious attacks on the Trailblazers' basket took their toll. In stark contrast, under Roy's leadership, the Trailblazers extinguished the Grizzlies' hopes of victory in just half a game. In their subsequent away match against the Jazz, the Grizzlies faced another devastating defeat, falling 94-118 to the Jazz, suffering a 24-point loss and enduring yet another consecutive defeat. In this match, Lee Tion was once again deprived of the opportunity to play, relegated to the cold bench. Witnessing his team's defeat, he found himself at a loss, unable to fathom the situation. With the coach's decision to keep him sidelined, he could only cover his eyes with a towel. In the visiting locker room of the Jazz, the Grizzlies players resembled deflated balloons, their spirits deflated. Gasol vehemently threw his towel to the ground, vociferously expressing his disdain for the absurd tactics employed by Mark, a clear manifestation of his discontent with the strategic arrangements. His yearning for victory rendered him utterly intolerant of such outcomes. Repeated failures had led to his complete disillusionment with the newly appointed coach. Witnessing Gasol's outburst, Lee Tion finally comprehended why Gasol had ultimately been sent to Los Angeles. He, like that man, was equally fervent in his desire for triumph. The management of the Grizzlies could no longer remain passive, infuriated by the team's dismal performance. With Gasol now healthy, and the team possessing talented rookies like Gay and Conley, a record of 1 win and 4 losses was simply unacceptable. Upon returning to Memphis, Mark was summoned to the management's office for a lengthy discussion. The management incessantly lamented about Mark, voicing their concerns regarding the team's performance. They emphasized that for the organization to thrive and attract more sponsors, improving attendance was imperative. Otherwise, the team would continue to suffer financial losses, leading to an inevitable grim fate. The Grizzlies gazed enviously at the Milwaukee Bucks, who had selected E.G. Enlian, witnessing an influx of sponsorship and a steadily rising attendance. The Grizzlies had chosen Lee Tion with similar aspirations, as both were players from the Middle Kingdom. Once a prodigious talent, Lee Tion had faced a debilitating knee injury that had granted them the opportunity to draft him in the second round through a trade. One of the primary motives behind selecting Lee Tion was to draw in fans from his homeland, thereby increasing sponsorships. The success of Yao Ming had piqued the interest of many teams, yet there lingered apprehension that Lee Tion's knee injury might once again jeopardize his career. The pressure from the management compelled Mark to redefine his approach. Bound by his contract, he understood that poor performance could lead to his dismissal, and his position was precarious. Chapter 25. Return to the court. Upon returning to Memphis, after discussions with the management, Mark decided to abandon his steadfast adherence to his tactics. This decision stemmed from the dual pressures of management and the realization that his strategies had not brought victory after 2 consecutive losses. As the Grizzlies faced ongoing defeats, the team appeared on the verge of disintegration, with players engulfed in confusion and the rookie coach's erratic decisions exacerbating the situation. Gasol's furious outcry prompted the management of the Grizzlies to initiate change. While Gay represented the future of the team, they could not afford to forsake their present. With the season just beginning, there was no preparation for a playoff push. Instead, they seemed to be heading toward a lottery pick. The already precarious market in Memphis would likely deteriorate further, potentially worse than in Canada, effectively crippling their prospects. Litiani, as per his usual routine, arrived at the training facility to commence a new day of practice. Unencumbered by the weight of competition, he exuded vitality, relentlessly attempting 3-pointers beyond the arc, diligently dedicating himself to the enhancement of his shooting skills each day. "Lee, I have delightful news. Would you care to know?" Litian, lifting his dumbbells, inquired of Gasol. He sensed a profound connection with Litian, perceiving in his eyes an insatiable thirst for victory, which resonated with his own aspirations. Although Litian had only participated in a single regular season game, his consistent training efforts had earned him the respect of his teammates, particularly in the formidable bench unit alongside Conley and Navarro. "What is this good news?" Litian pressed on. He pondered the nature of the news. As he had been relegated to the bench for 2 consecutive games, and it seemed likely that he would remain there. "Haha. You would never guess, Mark has relented and intends to grant you playing time in the next game. You must seize this opportunity," Gasol expressed, hoping that Litian's presence on the court would alleviate the pressure on himself. "That's splendid. Is it truly happening?" Litian exclaimed, exhilarated by the prospect of no longer being sidelined, as it offered him a chance to showcase his abilities and secure a promising future. Indeed, Mark's strategy was flawed. Although Gay performed admirably, he could not lead the team to victory. The management has pressured Mark to revise his tactics, and you will receive ample playing time against the Mavericks, Gasol elucidated. What they had not considered was that the league's management had also begun to exert pressure on the Grizzlies. The much-anticipated Celestial Derby would lose its significance if Litian were not allowed to participate. "At last, I can step onto the court again, Paul. We can fight side by side once more. I can see victory beckoning us," Litian declared. At this juncture, the Grizzlies were not yet the formidable force they aspired to be, as the team still bore some semblance of softness, largely due to Gasol's influence. Litian's formidable defense significantly enhances the toughness of the Memphis Grizzlies' wings, providing a substantial boost to the team's overall defensive capabilities. "Lee, let us together lead the Grizzlies toward victory." Following Litian's arrival, Gasol experienced a notable alleviation of defensive pressure and eagerly anticipates Litian's early debut to help share the burden. "Haha, Paul, you are the all-star of this team. It should be you guiding us to triumph. Regardless of who leads, I abhor failure. I truly despise it. My heart yearns for victory. It is the sole aspiration I possess." Gasol's gaze reflected unwavering determination. "Paul, may I ask you something?" Litian recognizes that every all-star player possesses their own signature skills. Otherwise, they would not attain such esteemed status. The fact that Gasol could enter the all-star realm amidst perceptions of his softness speaks volumes about his uniqueness. "Go ahead." "I am well aware." Gasol harbors a fondness for Litian, thus he willingly shares his insights. "Paul, how can I improve my rebounding skills?" Litian's rebounding ability is lacking, and he yearns to enhance it to garner more second-chance opportunities. "Haha, you have come to the right person." A crucial aspect of rebounding is successfully predicting the descent of the ball. Only then can one gain an advantage when contesting for a rebound. Gasol diligently instructs Litian on how to accurately judge the trajectory of rebounds, explaining when and where to position oneself for optimal rebounding opportunities. After absorbing Gasol's explanations, Litian experiences a sudden epiphany regarding rebound judgment. Suddenly, a voice from the system resonates. "Congratulations, host, you have acquired the bronze-level rebound prediction skill. This skill enhances your ability to assess the landing point of rebounds. Once the skill reaches the divine level, the prediction probability can be elevated to 50. At last, Litian is not disappointed. His relationship with Gasol deepens, and he acquires a skill that augments his judgment of rebound trajectories. Though currently at its most rudimentary level, With persistent practice, it is certain to ascend to the divine tier. Subsequently, the team gathers at the training facility, where Mark organizes a straightforward tactical training session. Letion has been reassigned to the bench alongside Conley and Navarro. Mark has ceased to deploy a lineup centered around Gay, particularly in the tactical arrangements of the second unit, allowing Conley and Letion to adapt based on the dynamics of the game. By leveraging both inside and outside plays, they have been able to create scoring opportunities. During his time with the reserves, Letion has secured an impressive number of rebounds, leaving Mark astounded. At that moment, Mark suddenly realized that, if utilized effectively, the Grizzlies bench would no longer be a liability, and he contemplated that Letion indeed held considerable promise. I hereby announce that Lee will re-enter the rotation for the next game. Mark initiated applause, followed suit by Gasol, who joined in the celebration of Letion's return. Teammates who shared a camaraderie with Lee expressed their congratulations. Lee, you are back in the game. And seeing you on the court fills me with optimism for my assists once more. Conley felt a surge of happiness. In the previous 2 games, he struggled, finding no support on the bench to create space, and whenever he ventured into the paint, he was consistently besieged by opposing players. The most effective strategy to dismantle such defensive fortifications within the paint is to establish a perimeter threat, which would effortlessly disrupt the interior defense and draw more defenders outside. Mark's decision to reinstate Letion was not born out of a belief in his significance, but rather due to the mounting pressure from the league and the cessation of negotiations by sponsors. Stern, in his fervent efforts to globalize the NBA, tirelessly promoted the Chinese Derby, only to find that the Grizzlies had imposed an internal suspension on Letion. Stern was incensed and directly approached the management of the Grizzlies, demanding an explanation. With Stern's friendly admonitions, the Grizzlies management had no choice but to acquiesce, as Stern's influence within the league was unparalleled. Ultimately, the suspension of Letion was lifted, allowing him to return to the court. Meanwhile, the Grizzlies management sought to implement changes. Although they had Gasol, they realized they could not advance further without a clearer vision for the future. Gasol had proven himself with all-star credentials, yet he was not the team's rightful leader. And Letion was merely a pawn to attract Chinese fans. Observing the unexpected gains the Rockets achieved with Yao Ming, the Grizzlies aspired to leverage Letion to garner more Chinese supporters and, consequently, increased revenue. Currently, conflicts loomed large between Letion and the Grizzlies, as he was not seen as part of their future. Only Conley and Gay were regarded as the true harbingers of the Grizzlies' destiny. The management had resolved to abandon the current season, and the most prudent strategy became to enhance the statistics of both Letion and Gasol, thereby acquiring more assets for rebuilding the team. The fates of Gasol and Letion within the Grizzlies had long been predetermined. Chapter 26. The Chinese Derby having concluded his internal suspension, Letion regained the opportunity to play. The first game back in Memphis was against the Rockets, led by Yao and McGrady. The circumstances of the 2 teams were starkly contrasting. The Rockets boasted a record of 6 wins and 1 loss, trailing only the Spurs for the top spot in the West, with their sole defeat coming at the hands of San Antonio. In contrast, the Grizzlies languished with a dismal record of 1 win and 4 losses, a performance that was truly surprising, rendering any comparison moot. Both teams commenced their pregame warm-ups. Letion practiced 3-point shooting in the corner. As he consecutively sank 10 3-pointers, the early arriving spectators began to rise in applause, cheering for him. Conley also took over the role of passer from the trainer, showcasing his passing skills. Whether it was bounce passes, straight-line passes, high lobs, or even some errant attempts, he embraced every challenge with gusto. Letion exerted all his prowess, employing a myriad of catching techniques to receive passes from Conley, swiftly adjusting his stance to take shots. Swish, swish, swish. The 3-pointers continued to find their mark. The audience's astonishment captured the attention of McGrady and Yao Ming, who were training on the other side. Yao, your compatriot is quite extraordinary. How many consecutive 3-pointers do you think he can make? McGrady was captivated by Letion's performance. Letion's 3-point shots are executed with remarkable speed and an impressive accuracy, regardless of how uncomfortable the received pass may be. He swiftly adjusts to attain an optimal shooting stance before releasing the ball. I must admit, I am not entirely sure. I have only witnessed him sink 55 consecutive 3-pointers during his summer training. However, Yao Ming understands that summer training differs significantly from this, as it involves a variety of challenging receptions. Is that so? Then why did you not advocate for the team to select him at that time? I recall we had a higher draft position and the opportunity to secure him. Tracy McGrady has always yearned for a competent backup player, as he finds himself on the court for extended periods, which is quite exhausting. I did recommend him and even urged the management, but the outcome was not favorable, fortunately. He was eventually drafted. Yao Ming wore a mask of disappointment, yet a flicker of excitement danced in his eyes. Li Tian's performance continued as he launched a series of three-point shots. 30, 31, 32. The audience erupted in cheers, counting along for him. Paul, is he even human? Lowry too was astonished by Li Tian's display. Honestly, I couldn't pull this off, let alone three-pointers. Even executing a catch like that, I struggle with free throws. Achieving a high free throw percentage is manageable, but consecutive hits are remarkably challenging. Gasol's touch was undeniably soft, yet his stamina posed a significant issue. 40. At this moment, Li Tian was entirely reliant on sheer willpower to continue shooting. With another attempt, he slightly faltered. The ball ricocheted off the rim, failing to find its mark. The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. Upon noticing Yao Ming approaching, Li Tian paused his practice to catch his breath. Having exerted himself greatly and in need of recuperation to avoid impacting the upcoming match. Li Tian, when did your three-point game become so extraordinary? Yao Ming was unaware of the rigorous training Li Tian had undergone throughout the summer. Had he known, his perception would surely differ. Brother Yao, isn't this simply standard procedure? Opportunities like these are too precious to overlook. You've surpassed my free throw skills. Would you be interested in participating in the three-point contest? Observing Li Tian's confidence, Yao Ming chose not to comment further. Haha, if I join, will anyone else have a chance? At that moment, no one perceived Li Tian as showing off. Today's training had genuinely astonished many. Brother, I have faith in you. I will be keeping an eye on your three-pointers today. McGrady began to focus on Li Tian, which was not a promising sign. McGrady, you are one of my idols. Your jump shot is so stylish. Could I possibly get your autograph? Li Tian instantly transformed into a starstruck admirer. Haha, if you manage to sink three-pointers while matched up against me in this game, I shall exchange jerseys with you after the match. What do you say? McGrady was intrigued by Li Tian, yet respect was reserved for the truly formidable. As long as I have playing time, I don't foresee any issues. Li Tian brimmed with confidence, believing that given today's rhythm, hitting three-pointers would not pose a significant challenge. Li Tian, your playing time is still quite unstable, isn't it? Indeed. I had no opportunity to play in the first two games. After a brief conversation, they began preparing for the day's match. Yao, he is struggling with the Grizzlies. Perhaps the team should trade for him while his value remains low? Upon returning to the locker room, McGrady contemplated the idea of trading for Li Tian. Initially, I considered it, but I believe his future achievements will not fall short of yours. Given the management's foresight, perhaps it's best to let it be. At this moment, Yao Ming does not wish for Li Tian to join the Rockets, for such a move would greatly restrict his development, forcing him to remain in Yao's shadow. He hopes that Li Tian can emerge as the next leading figure in men's basketball. Jianlian is performing well. Yet he has confided to Yao that Li Tian is better suited for the role. Greetings, everyone. Today, the Rockets, led by Yao Ming, face off against the Grizzlies, who feature our compatriot Li Tian, marking yet another China derby on the NBA stage. Coach Zhang is quite exhilarated. He yearns to see more representatives from our homeland in the World's Premier League. Coach Zhang, could you share your insights on today's match? Who do you believe will emerge victorious? Yu Jia and Coach Zhang have resumed their remote commentary format. I believe the Rockets have a greater probability of winning, primarily due to the comparison of star players. Yao Ming will undoubtedly outperform Gasol, and McGrady faces no opponents on the Grizzlies. The only player who might pose a challenge to McGrady is, perhaps, Li Tian. Why Li Tian, and not Gay? We have just received news from the front lines that Li Tian has successfully made 40 consecutive difficult three-point shots. If he can maintain such an exceptional three-point shooting percentage during the game, he could create space for the Grizzlies on the perimeter, which would make it difficult for Yao Ming to defend outside. Li Tian is also a strong defender. If he can limit McGrady's effectiveness, then the Grizzlies may stand a chance of victory. One must admit, Coach Zhang's analysis is indeed astute. As the game commences, both teams take to the court. Upon Yao Ming's entrance, Li Tian observes that the stands are predominantly filled with fans wearing Yao's jerseys, the majority being supporters from our homeland. This is ostensibly his home game, yet scanning the arena, he realizes no one is wearing his jersey, which is rather embarrassing. The Rockets starting lineup: McGrady, Yao Ming, Hayes, Alston, Battier. The Grizzlies starting lineup: Gasol, Malisic, Miller, Gay, Stoudemire. Li Tian glanced at the lineup and noted the stark disparity between Malisic and Yao Ming. There was no comparison. Gasol faced a significant challenge against Hayes, who, though not tall, possessed a remarkably solid lower body. As for Gay, there was no need for elaboration. McGrady could easily overpower him. Alston and Miller each had their strengths and weaknesses. Battier would undoubtedly triumph over Stoudemire. After reviewing the analysis of the main lineup, Leteon felt that victory seemed utterly unattainable. If divine favor were to rest upon the Memphis Grizzlies, there might be a glimmer of hope for triumph. The adage that there are no weak teams in the NBA is not merely a platitude. The occurrence of upsets often arises from a significant disparity in perceived strength. As the game commenced, Leteon remained seated on the bench. Malisic and Yao Ming faced off at center court for the tip-off. Although Yao Ming possessed remarkable height, his success rate in jump balls was not particularly high, as his vertical leap and explosiveness were relatively limited. Malisic leapt swiftly, claiming victory in the jump ball and passing it to Miller. Miller made a mid-range shot, securing the first 2 points for the Grizzlies. Chapter 27, the blocked shot by McGrady. Lee, I intend to break through from your left side. Do you believe I can succeed? McGrady's classic offensive maneuver involved gripping the ball with one hand, his gaze fixed intently on Leteon's left flank, as if poised to penetrate at any moment. This left Leteon momentarily bewildered, prompting him to question how to respond to such a direct declaration of intent. Instinctively, he activated his defensive stance, leveraging his height and jumping ability to maintain a half-step distance from McGrady, thus thwarting any potential breakthrough, regardless of whether McGrady chose to advance left or right. The initial movement would inevitably entail some alteration in his body dynamics. Leteon was completely focused, intently observing every move of McGrady. Just as Leteon anticipated that McGrady would make a breakthrough from the right side, McGrady suddenly sprang into action. Leteon approached, subtly altering Tracy McGrady's path of penetration. McGrady was momentarily taken aback by Leteon's sudden advance. Truly, as one of the 4 great shooting guards, McGrady, seasoned and adept, leaped instantly, swiftly adjusting his form and releasing the ball with remarkable speed. In that fleeting half-second, Leteon mirrored McGrady's ascent. By the time McGrady reached his apex, Leteon had no choice but to extend his hand to obscure McGrady's vision. Yet, despite having his sight compromised, McGrady still managed to sink the shot with poise. Buddy, I told you to drive from your left. Why won't you listen? McGrady couldn't resist taunting Leteon. Leteon felt a profound sense of frustration, having failed to successfully defend against McGrady. His initial attempt merely altered McGrady's trajectory without preventing him from scoring. It was indeed a missed opportunity, nonetheless. Leteon's defense only slightly modified McGrady's path, and one hopes he can muster the fortitude to persevere, as this setback should not tarnish his future performances. Coach Zhang was elated to see Leteon take the court, yet his heart sank upon witnessing the failed defense, leaving him in a state of inner conflict. Lee, do not be disheartened. Few in the entire league can effectively guard against McGrady. You have performed admirably. Keep pushing forward, Zhang reassured him. Gasol approached to offer consolation, saying, Do not worry, next time I will let him pass, and you can take over. Leteon encouraged himself as well. Get lost, Gasol retorted, humorously exasperated. Lee, are you going to take on McGrady? Conley recalled the last instance when Leteon had successfully defended against Durant. Leteon remained silent, activating his off-ball movement skill. He tirelessly darted back and forth among his teammates, exhibiting an unwavering stamina. Conley signaled to Malisic to advance high and set a screen for him. Leteon dashed to the low post to create a driving lane for Conley, with McGrady trailing closely behind in defense. Positioned at the low post, Leteon remained vigilant, monitoring Conley's path of penetration. As Conley made his move, McGrady, intending to pivot for support, found that Conley had already maneuvered past Alston. In that fleeting moment when McGrady turned to assist, Conley seized the opportunity, swiftly delivering the ball to Leteon, who was stationed in the corner. In a rush, McGrady was compelled to pivot back to guard Leteon. Leteon received the ball and leapt into the air to take his shot. In the instant that McGrady began to defend, Leteon had already released the ball. McGrady was momentarily stunned. He had always believed his release was swift enough. Yet he was taken aback by Leteon's even quicker execution. Witnessing Lee's rapid shot, McGrady began to regard him with increased seriousness, silently reminding himself to deny him even the slightest opportunity to shoot. Swish. The three-pointer found its mark. Yes, Mark on the sidelines exclaimed with fervor, McGrady, you just let one in. Leteon moved closer to McGrady, and with that three-pointer, the countless hours of practice in the summer bore fruit, rekindling Leteon's confidence. The arena DJ announced loudly, 3 points. Let us chant his name. Leteon. The crowd's enthusiasm surged as Conley retreated. He gave Letion a thumbs up, marking another assist for himself. McGrady dribbled into the front court and, noticing Letion had already established a solid defensive position, signaled his teammates to clear out, indicating he would take Letion one-on-one. Alston, upon seeing McGrady's gesture, also moved away from Conley to the weak side. At this moment, the Rockets primarily relied on McGrady and Yao Ming to score through isolation plays, with minimal tactical variation, mostly Yao setting high screens for McGrady or Alston. McGrady executed a series of dazzling dribble moves, his fluidity mesmerizing the onlookers. However, Letion remained undeterred, fixated intently on McGrady. Just then, McGrady launched into a sudden drive, his first step as swift as ever. Few could match his speed on that initial move. This time, despite being beaten, Letion remained composed, pivoting swiftly to catch up to McGrady, who had already penetrated past him. After outmaneuvering Letion, McGrady went for the layup. In that fleeting moment as the ball left McGrady's hand, he sensed a figure rushing in from behind. In the moment when Letion was breached, he accelerated towards the basket, leaping into the air with fervor to thwart McGrady's layup. As the basketball reached its zenith, Letion forcefully swung his arm. Crack! A resounding block echoed through the arena. A wave of excitement surged through the crowd as everyone found it utterly astonishing. The spectators were left in awe of Letion's formidable rejection, and the arena erupted in jubilant cheers. Mark, seated on the sidelines, was utterly astounded. The bench players of the Grizzlies were equally taken aback. All present had their mouths agape, wearing expressions of disbelief. Mark, sitting courtside, no longer concerned with his image, fervently waved his arms and shouted, "Incredible, Lee!" Letion simultaneously secured the rebound and launched a fast break once more. With a powerful throw, he passed the ball to Conley, who swiftly advanced. Realizing the situation, McGrady sprinted frantically towards the backcourt. Miller obstructed McGrady's defensive effort, allowing Conley to score off the backboard. The Grizzlies orchestrated a brief surge of 5-0, equalizing the score. This offensive display reignited the fans' fervor, as they united in spirited support for their home team. After Letion took to the court, his continuous displays captivated all the fans, who shouted hoarsely in fervor. First, he faced McGrady's defense and successfully sank a three-pointer, followed by a remarkable block that showcased his prowess. Adelman furrowed his brow, beginning to feel a twinge of concern. He could not allow the Grizzlies to maintain this momentum. If their spirits were lifted, this match would become exceedingly challenging. That damn fellow, how could he leap so high? McGrady, who had once participated in a dunk contest, was also feeling the pressure. Adelman hoped McGrady would adjust on his own and refrain from calling a timeout. McGrady chose to continue his offensive assault. Amidst a chorus of boos, he had long since transformed the jeers into cheers, remaining entirely unfazed by the crowd's disapproval. With unwavering focus, he prepared to attack. Adelman clapped vigorously to encourage McGrady. As McGrady dribbled between his legs, spectators felt a sense of enjoyment. The basketball seemed to adhere to his hand, flowing effortlessly according to his will. McGrady thought to himself, "You blocked me once. I shall retaliate." Just when everyone anticipated a drive from McGrady, he suddenly gathered the ball, preparing for a jump shot. In a flash, Letion discerned McGrady's intention. He was not aiming to drive past him, but rather to execute a pull-up jumper. Given their similar heights, Letion knew he could not effectively contest the shot. At the very moment McGrady launched into a shot, Letion sprang into action with astonishing speed, as if he had fully anticipated McGrady's movement. Bang! Letion successfully intercepted the basketball from McGrady's grasp. Miller leapt into the air, cradling the ball in his embrace. Letion Chung received a pass from Miller and swiftly accelerated into a fast break. In just a few strides, he reached beyond the three-point line. With a flick of his wrist, he released the ball for a three-pointer. Swish! Once again, he found the net. In the next moment, under the gaze of the audience, Letion performed a celebratory gesture, mimicking the act of cocking a gun, with his hands raised in triumph. He reveled in the cheers of the ecstatic fans. Chapter 28, The Steal That Sealed the Game. "Damn it," Adelman shouted, venting his dissatisfaction with McGrady's performance. After Letion successfully hit another three-pointer, he led the team ahead of the Mavericks by 3 points. Adelman called for a timeout, unable to tolerate the team's abysmal performance, which lacked cohesion. It appeared as though McGrady was the sole player attempting to orchestrate the offense. "Yao, elevate your positioning to set screens for McGrady. Hayes, you must hold your ground against Gasol to prevent him from dominating the boards. McGrady, you need to drive more aggressively to the basket. Lee is in exceptional form today, but I have faith in you to penetrate his defense." However, remember to utilize your teammates. You are not alone on the court, do you understand? Edelman's words left no room for dissent regarding his decisions. He was unperturbed by McGrady's struggles to surpass Letion, attributing the responsibility to his teammates. He demanded synergy among all players rather than a relentless individual offensive display from McGrady. Lee, your performance has been commendable, but I anticipate McGrady will continue his fervent assaults. A rampaging McGrady is formidable. I do not expect you to completely neutralize him. Your task is to disrupt him and lower his shooting percentage, understood? Mark spoke sternly to Letion. Everyone else must also be vigilant in their defensive support. Is that clear? During offense, we must adhere to the tactical arrangements. Does everyone comprehend? Mark reiterated the significance of strategy. Meanwhile, the online forums and live broadcasts erupted in excitement. McGrady symbolized the youthful memories of an entire generation, now finding himself thwarted repeatedly by his compatriot, leaving him at a loss. Wow, Letion is incredible. He has swiftly discerned the key to defending against McGrady within just a few possessions, showcasing formidable defensive prowess. Director Zhang celebrated animatedly in the studio. Should we celebrate Letion's successful defense or hope for McGrady to dominate him? I choose Letion. Supporters began to rally, with many backing both players. McGrady is the strongest. No, it's Letion who reigns supreme. Did you not see that incredible block? He belongs to me. I adore Letion because he is a fellow countryman. My support is unwavering. As the timeout concluded, McGrady opted to alter his offensive approach, shifting from relentless drives against Letion's defense to a strategy of penetrating and distributing the ball, utilizing Yao Ming's dominance in the paint. McGrady scored consistently with powerful drives. The Mavericks' offensive strategy underwent a transformation, and similarly, the Grizzlies' offense began to evolve. Letion once again confronted McGrady's defense and successfully sank a three-pointer. At that moment, the offensive momentum of both teams surged anew. Mark, noticing that the Rockets had substituted their key players, also decided to rest Gasol and Letion, allowing his main players a moment of respite. After the match, Letion gasped for breath. Defending against Durant and defending against McGrady are entirely different endeavors. Guarding Durant is relatively less exhausting, whereas contending with McGrady is undeniably taxing. The two players are simply not comparable in terms of caliber. McGrady's attacks possess a suddenness that demands full engagement, requiring constant vigilance to adapt to his movements. The disparity in strength is even more pronounced. It is akin to the difference between a child and an adult. Durant's physicality pales in comparison, although McGrady appears slender. His strength is formidable. As he was substituted, the crowd erupted in a fervor, showering Letion with thunderous applause. Letion opened his arms, reveling in the adulation of the fans. The match remained intensely competitive, with the maximum point differential between the two teams never exceeding 5. It wasn't until the onset of the fourth quarter that McGrady took the court early, capitalizing on consecutive defensive lapses from Gay, who allowed McGrady to net 2 mid-range shots, narrowing the gap to a mere point. Mark decided to replace Gay, whose stamina was still not fully restored, with Letion. In this game, Gay nearly succumbed to the shadow cast by McGrady. He trudged off the court, utterly disregarding his teammates' attempts to greet him with high fives, and sat alone, enveloped in an overwhelming sense of desolation. As Letion entered the court, the Memphis Grizzlies' defense evidently intensified. McGrady's attempts to penetrate were effectively curtailed by Letion. While the opportunities for McGrady to wreak havoc in the paint were diminished, Yao Ming continued to exhibit an explosive performance inside, consistently leveraging his presence beneath the basket to distribute the ball to his teammates, who then scored from beyond the arc. The score oscillated between both teams, with Letion dedicating all his energy to defensive efforts. As the clock approached the final minute, the Rockets held a slender lead of 99-98 over the Grizzlies. As the decisive moment approached, Mark called for a timeout. Let us strategize for this offensive play. Conley, you will initiate the attack. Malisic, be prepared to seize any rebounds. Gasol, position yourself high to support Conley's efforts and be ready to receive the ball. Once you have it, initiate your offense. Lee, maintain your movement to seek opportunities for an open three-point shot, while Conley remains poised to distribute the ball, regardless of the success of our offensive play. In the next defensive possession, Lee, you must contain McGrady's penetration. Malisic and Gasol should be ready to double-team Yao Ming. The rest of you must keep a vigilant eye on your respective assignments and be prepared to assist on defense. Do you understand? Mark's voice resonated, reminding everyone to adhere strictly to the tactical plan. Upon returning from the timeout, Letion inbounded the ball to Conley, who deftly evaded Alston's pursuit. Receiving Letion's pass, Conley positioned himself at the top of the arc. Under pressure from Alston, Conley used his robust physique to shield Alston behind him, attentively observing his teammates' movements. Gasol effectively blocked Scola from getting in the way, creating space for himself to receive the ball. Meanwhile, McGrady relentlessly pursued Letion in the corner, leaving him without sufficient shooting space. Conley lofted the ball to Gasol, who pivoted continuously but struggled to find an opportunity to shoot. Suddenly, he exaggerated his turn, causing Scola to stumble. In that fleeting moment, as Scola was caught off balance, McGrady rushed in to provide support. Noticing McGrady's approach, Letion seized a brief opportunity to break free. Gasol delivered the ball to Letion, albeit with a slight miscalculation in its trajectory. Letion could only position himself sideways to receive the ball. The moment he caught it, McGrady swiftly returned to defense, having spent the entire summer honing his three-point shooting. And with mere seconds left on the shot clock, Letion was already guided by muscle memory. With no time to adjust to his optimal state, he had no choice but to shoot. Otherwise, the Mosaics would force a 24-second violation. The shot was taken under duress, and time was not on his side. It was a formidable attempt. Coach Sean clenched his fists, deeply concerned for Letion. Although his form was compromised, reminiscent of a memory, he still chose to leap. He raised his hand, quickly flicked his wrist, and released the ball. As it soared through the air, it traced a perfect arc. The audience held their breath. Children covered their eyes, fearing Letion's shot would ricochet off the rim. A profound silence enveloped the FedEx Forum, an eerie stillness. Swish. The basketball nestled securely within the net. 3 points. The fans erupted in jubilant cheers. Incredible! Gasol rushed over to pat his head. But as soon as he felt the hair, he recoiled, finding it somewhat prickly, which elicited laughter from the Grizzlies players. The crowd shouted, "Defense! Defense! Defense!" Fans rose to their feet, the entire arena now standing, fully engaged in the game. The atmosphere reached a fever pitch, voices raised to disrupt the Mosaics' attack. With only one timeout remaining, it was not yet the critical moment to call for a pause. The players had to resolve the situation themselves. McGrady dribbled past half-court, adjusting the tempo as the Mosaics prepared their offensive strategy. Yao Ming called for the ball from the high post, while Scola and Alston shielded him from defenders attempting to close in. McGrady lofted the ball high to Yao Ming. As Yao caught the pass, the crowd roared, "Defense! Defense! Defense!" What do I see? Yao Ming began to employ his dreamlike footwork. This is perfect. Yao has pushed Malisic into the paint. Once again, Yao pivoted to the left, effectively shielding Malisic behind him. Yao's little hook shot. Coach Zhang was overwhelmed with excitement. Both of the Chinese players were performing exceptionally well today, emotion spilling over. Yao's hook shot is unstoppable in the NBA. The ball went in. Yu Jia exclaimed loudly. Regardless of the outcome, this match was a triumph for the Chinese national team. I eagerly anticipate their performance next year. Coach Zhang was utterly exhilarated. The two teams were tied at 101 to 101. Mark called a timeout. Everyone, listen closely. This offensive play must be executed flawlessly. We have 28 seconds remaining. We must reduce the shot clock to 24 seconds. If we succeed, the victory in this match will be ours. Let me outline the plan. Lee, you will move beyond the three-point line to draw the defense of the Mavericks. Do you understand? Paul, be prepared to make the decisive shot, as they will likely shift their defense away from you. Conley, ensure the offensive strategy is well organized, and Malisic, be ready to secure the rebounds. We can opt for a two-point shot. Let us not get caught up in three-pointers, understood? After we score, we must be vigilant on defense. Got it? Mark shouted passionately, energizing his teammates. Go, go, go. Let us do this. The five of them cheered together. Letion executed a baseline serve, while Conley dribbled outside the three-point line. As the offensive play dwindled to 8 seconds, Conley prepared to initiate his move. With a sudden burst of speed, he evaded Alston's defense and drove towards the basket. Scola, anticipating the play, quickly moved to guard Gasol upon seeing Conley's advance. In response to the impending defense, Conley delivered a precise bounce pass that landed perfectly in Gasol's hands. Malisic worked diligently to keep Yao Ming behind him. Gasol then took a clean mid-range shot, and the basketball swished through the net with confidence. The Grizzlies regained a 2-point lead. Defense, defense, defense. The fans chanted loudly, with only 8 seconds remaining for the Rockets. The Grizzlies applied full-court pressure, aiming to delay the Rockets' advance. Alston moved forward to receive the ball from McGrady, crossing half-court with just 4 seconds left on the clock. Yao Ming successfully established position once more, and McGrady, recognizing Yao's advantageous stance, aimed for another lofty pass. Nearby, Li Tian also perceived McGrady's intent as he prepared for the delivery to Yao. Li Tian accelerated towards Yao Ming, positioning himself in the trajectory of McGrady's pass. Bang! Li Tian intercepted the ball, which fell into the hands of Conley at the corner. Seizing the opportunity, Conley sprinted towards the backcourt. Upon noticing the Mavericks player charging in to commit a foul, he lofted the ball high into the air. Beep! The final whistle sounded, signaling the end of the game, as Li Tian's decisive steal led to the Mavericks' defeat. Chapter 29. Jersey Exchange. All the Grizzlies players rushed over to celebrate with Li Tian, as his interception proved to be the clincher. The home crowd erupted into a frenzy, vociferously cheering and unabashedly celebrating, with some even removing their shirts in joyous exultation of this hard-fought victory. Security personnel turned a blind eye to the exuberant displays, with some even joining in the revelry. The home fans finally experienced the thrill of witnessing their team triumph on their own turf, expressing their emotions freely. Lee, you were phenomenal. Your three-pointer. And especially that invaluable steal, Gasol exclaimed, extending his hand only to retract it moments later. Paul, I can't thank you enough. If it weren't for your pass, I wouldn't have sunk that damn three-pointer. Thankfully, I made it. Otherwise, I fear you might have taken my life. Li Tian was filled with excitement as more and more fans began to chant his name, and he started to be remembered by them. Hi, Lee, you were incredible. That steal was just too cool. Players continuously approached Li Tian to offer their congratulations. Haha, Paul, thank you for your game-winning shot. The Grizzlies players continued to lift Li Tian into the air, reveling in the jubilation. As the match concluded, both teams exchanged respectful gestures. Yo, I'm truly sorry for your loss, Li Tian admitted, feeling a hint of pride. After all, Yao Ming was his idol from youth, and triumphing over him brought a small sense of fulfillment. Haha, no worries. We've only lost 2 games, and you've merely won 2 as well. Don't get too cocky. Well, the record isn't what matters. Winning the game is what counts, Li Tian retorted, his confidence unwavering. Haha. Tracy McGrady approached, and Li Tian stepped forward eagerly. McGrady, you are phenomenal. I still feel sore from the game. Li Tian had primarily focused on defending against McGrady, having been knocked around countless times. He could only imagine the bruises he must have acquired. Haha, but you did manage to defend me a few times, especially during that last pass. I was ready to give you a good hit, just like Yao. Despite the loss, McGrady was thrilled to finally encounter a player who posed a challenge to his offensive and defensive skills. Is that so? Well, if I tell you that it's because of watching your games that I went to the basketball court near my home to play with a group of older guys. That was my first encounter with basketball. Meeting you was just amazing, McGrady. Li Tian held a deep admiration for the 4 great shooting guards. Really? McGrady's style certainly attracts fans. Yes, your pull-up jumper is so cool. I've been trying to replicate it, but alas, I've never succeeded. Such a pity. Could I get your autograph? I would be overjoyed. Li Tian handed over his jersey. Although they had previously agreed that if he made 3 three-pointers, they would exchange jerseys, McGrady, despite losing, was willing to sign instead. That's all right. I promised you before the game that if you made 3 three-pointers against my defense, I would exchange jerseys with you. I will keep my word, McGrady replied, as he began to take off his jersey, revealing a genuine, scent-laden piece of apparel. This is truly fantastic. I've always dreamed of owning one of your jerseys. This scent, I'll have to wash it thoroughly when I get home. Li Tian and Tracy McGrady simultaneously removed their jerseys, each inscribing their names upon them. Lee, although you have only participated in 2 games, I am confident that you will excel in the future, McGrady remarked, offering encouragement and inspiration to the younger player. Haha, McGrady, I feel the same way. This is the very first signed jersey I have received, and I will treasure it dearly. Li Tian carefully folded McGrady's jersey, treating it as a precious gem. Little did they know that many years later, these 2 jerseys would fetch a staggering price at a charity auction. The 2 of them posed for a photograph, holding their jerseys. Yao, I apologize for not being able to take you out for dinner this time. We have a back-to-back game tomorrow. This dreadful scheduling. Li Tian expressed his regrets to Yao Ming. No worries, let us gather again when I visit Houston next time, Yao replied. Li Tian achieved an impressive tally of 16 points, 5 rebounds, and 3 steals throughout the match, with a remarkable shooting accuracy of 66.7 from beyond the arc, sinking 4 out of 6 attempts. Journalists sought to interview him post-game. Lee, first and foremost, congratulations on securing victory in this match, a reporter began, extending his felicitations. "Thank you," Lee replied. "As a second-round pick, 23rd overall, do you believe this ranking is a true reflection of your capabilities? Given your performance, one might argue you possess the talent of a top-3 selection," the reporter inquired. It's merely 2 games. They do not signify much. Let's wait until the season concludes before making such judgments," Lee remarked, having been forewarned by Beal early on. "In your last game, you effectively contained Durant. And in this match, you managed to lower McGrady's shooting percentage to below 35. Do you not feel that your defensive prowess has surpassed that of the majority of defenders in the league?" The reporter seemed intent on stirring the pot. "Oh, it's not quite like that. I just managed to check Durant, while McGrady had an off night. I don't think I've surpassed most defenders in the league." "I still consider myself a novice," Lee countered, unfazed. The reporter appeared taken aback, pondering whether this was indeed a rookie. He seemed rather seasoned. Just as the journalist prepared to continue, a player from the Grizzlies dashed over and doused Lee with a bottle of water. Observing his teammates' excitement, Lee took their antics in stride and expressed gratitude for their support, as it alleviated his discomfort. He offered an apology to the reporter before stepping away. Inside the locker room, the atmosphere turned somber. "Lee, you performed admirably today. In the next game, I will ensure you receive an appropriate amount of playing time." Mark acknowledged Lee's performance, though he remained cautious, recognizing that 1 or 2 games could not reveal the full picture and that continued observation was necessary. "Understood, Coach. I will diligently cherish every minute on the court," Lee responded, confident in his ability to navigate these situations, having undergone 9 years of compulsory education. As players began to depart, Conley exclaimed, "Wow, Lee, you exchanged jerseys with McGrady. That's so cool." He picked up McGrady's jersey, admiring it. "Conley, be careful with that. It's my first prized possession. Please handle it with care," Lee cautioned. "My apologies. I got a bit carried away," Conley admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Conley, you must believe in yourself. In the future, you too shall become a star, perhaps even an all-star," Lee encouraged him. Letion struck Conley with his fist. "Buddy, let us become all-stars together. Let us give it our all." Conley's competitive spirit was once again ignited by Letion's words. The following day, at Stern's behest, the media eagerly reported on the match. The second-round draft pick boldly proclaimed himself superior to Durant. Letion had already garnered recognition from McGrady, who believed that this rising star from China would soon become an all-star. In the Seattle locker room, the sound of objects being thrown echoed once more. Each day, through the public network, he encountered news about Letion, only to sigh in resignation over missing out on the best ally. "Lee, congratulations on your decisive victory over your compatriots team." Taylor sent a congratulatory text to Letion. "Thank you for your kind words. Do remember to rest and not overexert yourself," Letion replied. "I wish I could rest. Why don't you support me?" Taylor responded playfully. "I was just joking. But still, congratulations." After a brief pause, Taylor sent another message, knowing that Letion had yet to fully accept her. "Get some rest and take care of yourself." Chapter 30. Egelian's gratitude. After the Grizzlies concluded their game against the Mavericks, they traveled to Milwaukee for a back-to-back match against the Bucks. Upon arriving in Milwaukee, Egelian promptly reached out to Letion, as they had not been in contact for quite some time due to the busyness of the new season. Letion requested leave from Mark. Egelian drove to the hotel where Letion was staying. "Welcome to Milwaukee, Letion," Egelian said, embracing him. Throughout the summer, Letion had a significant influence on Egelian, who became much more cheerful and improved his skills considerably, even altering some aspects of his gameplay. The media coverage of Egelian in his homeland was no longer filled with derision, but rather resounded with applause, as he was now seen as the successor to Yao Ming, the second most important player on the national team. Together with Yao Ming, he was expected to make history in the 2008 Olympics, and the accolades were plentiful. Now, not only could he shoot three-pointers from beyond the arc, but he could also utilize his speed and footwork to penetrate the paint. Having mastered the little hook shot, he was frequently scoring inside as well. On the defensive end, after a summer of rigorous training with Letion, he elevated his game to a level comparable to some of the league's key players, resulting in increased playing time. Statistically, he had made significant strides, averaging 14 3 points, 7 rebounds, 1.2 blocks, and 1 steal per game, thus becoming a hot rookie. This achievement was remarkable, especially considering he was just beginning to adapt to the NBA's pace and had yet to be fully utilized in the team's low post. Having undergone this summer's training, Egelian held great admiration for Letion, genuinely appreciating his guidance. "Haha, alien, it's great to see you again. Are you adjusting well to life in Milwaukee? Li Tian asked. The only ones who could still call him alien were Yao Ming and Li Tian. If anyone else on the Bucks dared to use that name, he would certainly take offense. Very well, Yi Jianlian replied. I really must thank you. If you hadn't insisted on training with me over the summer, I wouldn't be performing this well now. He expressed his gratitude sincerely. Alien, there is no need to thank me. Your success is solely the result of your hard work, and I had little to do with it, Li Tian said, acknowledging Yi Jianlian's dedication, which had shattered the preconceived notions he held from a past life. Yet, upon reflection, it was clear that without talent and effort, Yi Jianlian would not have risen to become the foremost player following Yao Ming. No, I must thank you again. I'm already looking forward to continuing our summer training next year. Shall we train together again next summer? Yi Jianlian eagerly proposed, hoping to solidify their training plans for the next off-season. Sorry, alien, but next season, I may not have as much time to train together, Li Tian said, stifling a laugh, trying his best to maintain composure. Why not? Is it because you haven't played in the recent games this season? If it comes to that, I can pressure the management to trade you over here. What do you think? Yi Jianlian was perplexed by Li Tian's remarks and began to feel anxious. Haha, alien. Next year will be 2008. Do you think you'll have time to train together? Li Tian couldn't contain his laughter. All right. I got a bit too excited and forgot about that. Nevertheless, we can still train together. Yi Jianlian scratched his head. Okay, alien. Let's strive together next year and aim for the podium. What do you think? Do you have confidence? I do have confidence, but my only concern is about Yao. He tends to get injured easily. Yi Jianlian and Yao Ming had spent a week learning techniques together, which significantly improved their relationship. And Yi Jianlian held great respect for Yao's commitment to the nation. That's not a problem. I saw him yesterday, and he looked much better than before. Not as heavy. He should be fine. Li Tian shared the same concerns. He had forgotten to inquire due to being in a rush yesterday. Li Tian, it seems you still have issues with your playing time. What is going on? Your abilities shouldn't be reflected like this, Yi Jianlian remarked, puzzled. There is some disorder within the team. The new head coach prefers to focus on Gay and Conley, while Gasol has his dissent. Plus, I sometimes don't adhere to his tactics, so Li Tian was also contemplating whether to compromise or continue to endure the situation. Well, it seems you won't yield easily, Yi Jianlian observed after 2 months of interaction with Li Tian. Haha, you're starting to understand me. All right, let us change the topic. Tell me more about yourself, Li Tian suggested. Currently, my situation in the team is quite favorable. I'm the starting power forward, and my playing time is very stable. My recent performance has been commendable, and the team intends to continue developing me, valuing me no less than Bogut. Yi Jianlian felt elated, having established his footing in the NBA. That's great. It seems the team considers you a future cornerstone. Li Tian was also pleased to see another compatriot thrive in the NBA. That's good, but you might have a tough time tonight. Paul is quite formidable. So don't be misled by those scouts and experts. He is not soft. After their in-depth conversation, Li Tian reminded Yi Jianlian to regard Gasol with caution and not to underestimate him. I will. Initially thinking Gasol was soft, Yi Jianlian began to take Li Tian's caution seriously, recognizing that Li Tian would not deceive him. Li Tian was also eagerly anticipating the sparks that would fly from the collision between Yi Jianlian and Pau Gasol tonight. Alien, I must take my leave now. The team has requested my return for some matters. We shall have to gather another time. With that, Li Tian requested Yi Jianlian to drive him back to the hotel. Upon his arrival, Gasol greeted him warmly. Ah, Li, you finally returned. Were you out on a secret date? Having developed a familiarity with each other, Gasol felt comfortable teasing Li Tian. Apologies for any disappointment. I merely met with my compatriot, a promising rookie, Li Tian replied. Ah, you mean the power forward selected 6th overall this year? Gasol inquired, intrigued by the individual who had managed to divert Li Tian from training. Indeed, that's the one. We trained together for over 2 months during the summer. He is quite formidable now, far from the rumored player who merely excels at chair drills. Don't say I didn't warn you. You might find yourself at a disadvantage otherwise, Li Tian cautioned Gasol. He believed that the training would be most effective when both parties held each other in high regard. Li Tian secretly drew a cross on his chest, saying, Ah. Yi Jianlian, do not blame me. I do this for your own good. Meanwhile, Yi Jianlian, still driving on the road, sneezed and wondered, is someone thinking of me? Gasol began to take this match seriously, yearning for a confrontation with a formidable opponent. Could someone enlighten me on Yi's weaknesses? Gasol inquired, his gaze fixed eagerly upon Li Tian. Letion glanced at Gasol with a roll of his eyes, thinking, what nonsense is this? You want me to betray Jianlian? Not a chance. This is merely a regular season game, not the finals. Ha ha ha, Paul, you're just asking for trouble. You know Lee won't betray his friends. The Grizzlies quintet often joked with one another, accustomed to the banter. Well, one must try after all. I am a determined chubby fellow, right? Lowry interjected before Gasol could finish his thought. Gasol was momentarily taken aback by Lowry's remark. He looked at himself in the mirror, convinced he wasn't overweight. Lowry took off running, and Gasol turned to chase after him. Chapter 31. The Derby. Jianlian's outburst in an effort to support Stern's initiative for globalizing the league. TNT has increasingly prioritized games featuring players from the Celestial Empire, dispatching their finest commentary duo. In the TNT studio, Barkley and Kenny made a joint appearance. Barkley, which team do you favor for victory today? Kenny began, digging for trouble. Kenny, don't try to trick me into betting. I want to fall for it. Barkley replied with a knowing expression. Haha, Barkley, you finally wised up. But I still need your prediction on which team will triumph. Kenny chuckled at Barkley's demeanor. I believe both teams have a chance to win. I want to be fooled. You're trying to set me up. What is up with you today, Barkley? I genuinely think the Grizzlies have a shot at winning this match. Noticing that Barkley was not easily deceived, Kenny relented. Why do you believe it's the Grizzlies? I'm too clever for that. Let us dig a little deeper. Let us consider this. The Grizzlies executed a stunning steal against the Mavericks yesterday. Their two rookies performed exceptionally well, with Conley's playmaking and scoring and Lee's three-point shooting and defense. Plus, there's the all-star power forward, Gasol. The Bucks have some promising rookies, but none at the all-star level. Kenny didn't mind Barkley's antics. No, haven't you seen the league's #1 center from the Bucks? Barkley is someone who dares to speak his mind. He is even better than Duncan. Shaquille is past his prime, and Yao Ming is no match for him. Perhaps we should just forget about it. Melissa could teach him a lesson. This year, the Milwaukee United Center has witnessed a notable increase in attendance. With a significant number of spectators of Asian descent, the arrival of Jianlian has attracted many fans from the Middle Kingdom to watch the games in person. When he steps onto the court, the cheers and shouts of the fans resonate, and with a glance at the audience clad in number 9 jerseys, Letion realizes that Yi's words ring true. Jianlian has now become a harbinger of the Bucks' future, shedding his previous moniker of Space E as the game commenced. The Bucks entrusted their first offensive play to E. D, you are faring much better than I am. Such is the disparity of draft positions, Letion mused contentedly. Jianlian advanced to the high post, signaling his teammates to assume their positions. Bogut readied himself under the basket for a potential pass. Mason positioned himself near the free throw line for a screen. Reed prepared to receive at the arc, and Mo lay in wait at the weak side corner. With the ball in hand, he drove towards Gasol, Letion's earlier advice prompting E to regard Gasol's defense with heightened vigilance. He initiated with a probing step. Poised to launch his attack, Gasol, stepping lightly, extended his left arm to impede Yi's advance, while his right hand waved in anticipation of a steal. The crowd erupted with chants of E, fueling Yi's determination. Sensing the encouragement from the audience, he suddenly accelerated, halting with a retreating step. The move caught Gasol off guard, who retreated a step without the opportunity to defend, while Gay, ready to assist from the other side, was obstructed by Mason near the free throw line. E, calm and composed, released a jump shot, successfully scoring the opening 2 points for the Bucks. Reed approached E for a celebratory high five. During summer training, Letion had shared insights into the cultural nuances of the United States, which E absorbed with great interest. The camaraderie within the Bucks has flourished, transcending the notion that excelling in basketball was the sole requirement. After his mid-range shot, E swiftly reverted to a defensive stance. Gasol attempted to use his strength to push E into the paint, but to his surprise, E, while appearing slender, matched his strength. After several attempts, he remained steadfast. Upon noticing Gay in an open position, he swiftly passed the ball to him. Realizing Gasol could not intercept, he turned, positioning himself for a rebound. Gay's shot clanged off the rim, and the rebound caromed towards E, who leapt to secure the ball. Reed, seeing Gay's miss, surged forward to initiate a fast break. E, ever present, delivered a long pass to Reed, who completed the fast break with a layup. Goodness, when did he improve his passing skills? It seems he has not relaxed his training since joining the team, Letion marveled. What am I witnessing? Not only did he successfully outplay Paul, but he also thwarted his attack, secured the rebound, and initiated a fast break. His presence is undeniably formidable. Kenny could not help but express his thoughts. No. I believe there is still much to be desired. Back in our day, who would have attempted a step-back jumper? It was all about bulldozing straight to the basket. He remarked, acknowledging the softer nature of the current game. Barkley began reminiscing about his past. Haha, those days are long gone. Such moves would easily draw a foul. Who possesses a backside as formidable as yours? Kenny playfully teased Barkley. Gasol successfully executed a one-on-one against Bogut, breaking the scoring drought for the Grizzlies. Both teams exchanged baskets, with the score oscillating between a narrow 3 to 5 points. Reed's layup bounced off the rim, and Ejiofor soared toward the basket, shoving Milicic aside to snatch the rebound and executed a thunderous dunk, securing another 2 points. The crowd erupted in exuberance, their cheers reaching a crescendo. Lee, your compatriot's leap is astonishing, exclaimed Conley, marveling at Ejiofor's aerial prowess, which contradicted the earlier draft reports. Indeed, Ejiofor had captivated the Bucks audience over several games. He is impressive, yet there remains a gap when compared to me, Letion declared unabashedly. During their conversation, Letion cast a glance at Mark, who wore a serious expression, seemingly deep in thought. He gestured for Gasol and Gay to switch defensive assignments, curious if Gay could hinder Ejiofor's progress. After changing his defensive assignment, Gasol effortlessly evaded Ejiofor, finding his rhythm and scoring twice against Mason, igniting momentum for the Grizzlies. Meanwhile, Bucks head coach Chris Kwiatkowski altered the initiation of their offense, signaling for the ball to be placed in Ejiofor's hands. With the new strategy, Ejiofor forcefully pushed Gay back beyond the three-point arc, employing a V-shaped maneuver. Just as everyone anticipated Ejiofor to drive past Gay, he instead launched a swift three-pointer from beyond the arc. Gay, caught off guard, could hardly react in time to defend against the rapid release. The Grizzlies players were equally astonished. When had a big man begun shooting from the three-point line? This style of play seemed reminiscent of the veteran sharpshooter. Letion had long discerned that the Bucks were deliberately crafting strategies centered around Ejiofor. The three-point shot found its mark. DJ exuberantly shouted 3 points, and the audience, swept up by the DJ's enthusiasm, erupted in waves of cheers. Wow, what a spectacle! Gay is left utterly astonished. That three-pointer was exquisite. Kenny, witnessing Ejiofor's graceful release, began to develop an admiration for him. What on earth is happening? He is a big guy. How can he shoot three-pointers from the perimeter? Barkley continued his critique. Barkley, you can hardly make a three-pointer yourself. How dare you criticize others? Kenny shot a disdainful glance at Barkley, though Barkley was thick-skinned. He indeed had a dismal three-point shooting record. As Ejiofor suddenly launched a three-pointer, Mark contemplated calling a timeout but restrained himself, hoping Gay would adjust his defense in the next play. Frustrated, Gay, now irate, abandoned the tactical execution, disregarding his teammates' positioning, and demanded the ball to take on Ejiofor one-on-one. Gay aimed to penetrate directly against E, and after a swift change of direction, he accelerated towards the basket. This sudden shift granted him ample space to break through, while Ejiofor pivoted to chase Gay's advance. At this moment, he had yet to gain weight. Yet his speed surpassed Gay's, propelling him towards the basket. With a slight edge and speed and towering height over Gay, Ejiofor closed in. As Gay appeared to have evaded Yee's defense and was set to lay up, a figure emerged from behind him. Slap. What? Gay's mind was flooded with questions. Hadn't he already bypassed him? How could he still catch up and block my shot? In that fleeting moment, Ejiofor not only thwarted Gay's attempt but also secured the rebound, shouting, Reed. Reed seized the rebound from E, pivoted, and accelerated to initiate a fast break. The Bucks executed another swift counterattack. This quarter felt like a showcase for Ejiofor, with contributions in offense, defense, mid-range shots, three-pointers, steals, and blocks, filling the stat sheet as he led the Bucks to an 8-point advantage before the first quarter concluded. E, your defense was phenomenal. That chase-down block was so impressive. I'm starting to idolize you, exclaimed Little Mo, rushing to Ejiofor. It's not difficult. If you train diligently during the summer, you too can achieve this. I've dedicated the entire summer to training, he replied, aware that his teammates' admiration stemmed from his prowess rather than his draft position. Reed and E exchanged high fives in celebration. Thank you for creating that scoring opportunity for me. But my assist is gone. You dribbled a bit too much, he jested, eliciting laughter from his teammates. Barkley, wasn't that block magnificent? I can see you're envious because you could never replicate it. Kenny was unperturbed by the prospect of offending Barkley. With just 1 minute remaining in the first quarter, Mark restrained himself, refraining from calling a timeout or substituting out Gay. Ejiofor received the ball at the baseline. with Gay closely defending him. The other members of the Bucks spread out, creating space for Jianlian's offensive maneuver. Bogut and Mason effectively obstructed their defenders. Jianlian executed a dreamlike footwork technique learned from Yao Ming. Suddenly pivoting, he feigned a shot, but Gay, having witnessed Li Tian employ this very footwork and studied it, was not deceived by Jianlian's swift turn. As Jianlian continued to pivot, he noticed that Gay remained unfazed, prompting him to abruptly reduce his turning speed. This momentary hesitation caught Gay off guard. Jianlian then pressed his body against Gay, causing him to retreat slightly. With sufficient space to shoot, he executed a delicate hook shot. The league now had yet another practitioner of the dreamlike footwork, although somewhat unrefined. He had grasped the essence of it and incorporated Yao's hook shot. The combination proved formidable. Barkley once again marveled at Yao's technique. The hook shot found its mark flawlessly. By the end of the first quarter, the score stood at 23-33, with the Grizzlies trailing by 10 points. Chapter 32. Narrow defeat to the Bucks. The first quarter was essentially a showcase for Jianlian, who tallied 12 points, 4 rebounds, 2 blocks, and 2 steals. Each offensive move by the Bucks seemed intricately linked to Jianlian's performance. "Lee, you were not mistaken. Your compatriot is indeed quite formidable," Gasol remarked during a timeout. Exchanging thoughts with Li Tian. "Indeed, he possesses speed comparable to that of a small forward, though he lacks the strength of a power forward, which makes him challenging to defend." Li Tian reaffirmed Gasol's observations. Meanwhile, Mark was visibly frustrated during the break. "Gay, what are you doing out there? Why aren't you adhering to my tactical arrangements?" Tactics, do you even understand what that means?" Mark yelled at Gay. Overwhelmed with exasperation and feeling the urge to hurl the tactical board, he shot a disapproving glance at Gay, feeling a profound disappointment. "Lee, in the next quarter, you and Conley must work in tandem. It is imperative that you coordinate well. Understand? Do not act recklessly, or you too will find yourself on the bench." Mark continued outlining his strategy. As the second quarter commenced, Li Tian and Conley quickly made their mark, with Lee receiving a pass from Conley and sinking a three-pointer, thus igniting the Grizzlies' bench's pursuit of points. Conley faced off against Small Mo without any trepidation, confronting him head-on. Small Mo, known for his moniker Mo Doesn't T-Pass, was not merely a man of reputation. Observing a rookie daring to challenge him directly incited Small Mo's competitive spirit, and he disregarded his teammates, focusing solely on how to breach Conley's defense. Small Mo executed a series of behind-the-back dribbles, entirely oblivious to Li Tian approaching from the side to double-team him. Li Tian suddenly approached to double-team, disrupting Xiao Mo's dribbling rhythm. Crack! Li Tian swiftly seized the ball from Xiao Mo's hands. With a successful steal, he embarked on a dazzling solo run, culminating in a thunderous dunk that added 2 points to the scoreboard. At the onset of the second quarter, the Grizzlies unleashed an offensive surge, scoring 5-0 against the Bucks, narrowing the gap to a mere 5 points. Chris Koviak, unable to sit idly by, promptly requested a substitution, bringing Villanueva in for Xiao Mo. Once Villanueva took the court, the Bucks' offense began to flow with newfound fluidity. In a display of perfect synergy, Li Tian and Conley executed a series of flawless plays, consistently sinking three-pointers. The Bucks, undeterred, retaliated with a series of successful offensive drives. The two teams remained locked in a closely contested battle, with the Grizzlies striving to close the gap, yet always falling just short of bringing the deficit within a single possession. As the intense exchanges continued, the Bucks intensified their defensive efforts against Li Tian, while the Grizzlies struggled to find a new player to spark a scoring spree. Thus, following Li Tian's departure from the game, the teams continued to alternate in scoring. As the decisive moment approached, the fourth quarter was set to commence. Li Tian, Conley, and Gasol all took to the court. "Paul, we must elevate our shooting accuracy and defend against them. Do you understand? We need to execute a solid defense and counterattack. Only then can we secure this victory." Mark, nearing the age of senescence, incessantly admonished the players. "Let us go, Grizzlies. To maintain our lead, Jianlian must play through the entirety of the third quarter. As the fourth quarter commences, it is imperative that he receives ample rest on the sidelines." The Bucks deployed their other key players. The decisive battle began. Gasol set a screen for Conley, who then passed the ball to the corner for Li Tian. The three-pointer swished through the net, narrowing the deficit to 2 points. Conley shouted, "Defense, defense, defense. If we can stop this next play, we can take the lead." He clapped continuously, rallying his teammates with encouragement. Li Tian hastily returned to his defensive position, barely taking the time to celebrate with his teammates. The Grizzlies set up a 2-3 zone defense, With Lee Tian and calmly positioned at the top, the composed Little Mo was once again called to the court, dribbling the ball at the arc. Little Mo opted for a mismatch, choosing to isolate against Lee Tian, with a series of swift crossovers and a behind-the-back maneuver. It appeared as if the basketball were glued to Little Mo's hands, seamlessly following the rhythm of his deft movements. Lee Tian was fully focused, his attention unwavering as he fixed his gaze upon Xiao Mo. Suddenly, Xiao Mo accelerated, attempting to break past Lee Tian. In that fleeting moment when Xiao Mo dribbled the ball past Lee Tian, the basketball hung in midair. A sharp sound erupted. Crack. Lee Tian executed a flawless steal from Xiao Mo during his drive. The interception was pristine and swift, leaving no room for critique. The arena buzzed with excitement as instant replays showcased Lee Tian's remarkable steal, with the referee unable to find any semblance of a foul. As there had been no contact between the two players whatsoever, it was astonishingly fast. The crowd erupted in a frenzy. What a magnificent display! How did Lee achieve such a feat? My goodness! Barkley, completely oblivious to his own demeanor, exclaimed loudly. Barkley, do mind your surroundings. Your ample frame has collided with me. Kenny retorted, rolling his eyes at Barkley. Following the steal, Lee Tian shouted without hesitation, fast break. He swiftly passed the ball to Stoudemire, who, upon receiving Lee Tian's assist, accelerated down the court. Xiao Mo, relentlessly pursuing from behind Stoudemire, was poised to commit a foul as he prepared to bring Stoudemire down. Lee Tian has arrived beyond the three-point line. Stoudemire promptly passed the ball back to Lee Tian. Lee Tian swiftly took his shot, and with no defender in sight, the basketball found its mark with unwavering precision. The Grizzlies surged ahead by a single point, bringing the score to 95-94. Lee, you are incredible! We have taken the lead, exclaimed Stoudemire, as he and Lee Tian celebrated with a high five. I must extend my gratitude for your timely assist, he added, as they joyfully bumped chests with their teammates. The Bucks players appeared somewhat disheartened, particularly Little Mo, who looked utterly defeated, incredulous that he was so swiftly intercepted despite his speed. Chris Koviak glanced at the clock, noting that only 4 minutes had elapsed in the fourth quarter. He then turned to Yi Jianlian, who responded with an encouraging nod. Koviak called for a timeout once more. You're in for Williams. Everyone, be aware that he is definitely being brought in early. Paul, you must ensure he is closely guarded. Gay, you will substitute for Lee. He deserves a moment to recuperate. Mark orchestrated the player rotations. Just as Lee Tian prepared to voice his dissent, Gasol intercepted him, shaking his head in a gesture that implored him not to challenge the head coach at this critical juncture. Lee Tian could only sit helplessly on the bench. As the timeout concluded, Yi Jianlian re-entered the game. My goodness, what is Mark thinking? Is he surrendering? How could he choose to rest Lee? Is he a spy for the Bucks? Barkley jested at Mark. Well, what a pity. I must congratulate the Bucks in advance, Kenny lamented, burying his head in his hands. Guys, our opportunity has arrived. Lee has been substituted. I feel sorry for your compatriot, Reed remarked to Yi Jianlian. Indeed, let us unite and secure victory. Yi Jianlian proclaimed loudly. Come on, time to take the court. Sitting on the sidelines, Lee Tian remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the game. Lowry noticed the seriousness etched on Lee Tian's face and refrained from disturbing him further. With a stat line of 14 points, 6 rebounds, 2 assists, 2 steals, and 2 blocks, Lee Tian could only wait on the bench. Mark's decision stemmed from his own rationale, on one hand. He sought to assert his authority as the true head coach, demonstrating his control over Lee Tian's playing time, on the other. The management aimed to provide more opportunities for Gay, a combination of factors that compelled him to act thus. Back on the court, Yi Jianlian and Gasol executed successive offensive plays as the score fluctuated between the two teams. The fervent cheers of the fans encapsulated the intensity of the match, with the crowd continuously chanting, defense, defense, defense. Both teams intensified their defenses to the utmost, yet without the presence of Lee Tian. The quality of the Grizzlies' defense remained inferior to that of the Bucks. However, as the game reached its climax, tension gripped both sides, and with the heightened defensive efforts, a series of missed shots ensued. In the final minute, the Grizzlies held a slender lead of 98-97 over the Bucks. Possession belonged to the Bucks. Yi Jianlian, positioned at the arc, orchestrated the play as the Bucks employed their V-shaped strategy, assessing the positioning of his teammates. Suddenly, he accelerated, deftly maneuvering past the defender, Gay, leaving him behind, and charged toward the basket. In response, Gasol, stationed under the rim, moved to intercept Yi's path. Just as Gasol was about to complete his defensive rotation, he delivered a pass to the unmarked Mason. Mason cut to the basket, and executed a layup, reclaiming the lead for the Bucks at 98-99. A one-point advantage over the Grizzlies. The Grizzlies initiated their offensive strategy, striving to conserve time. Gasol received the ball at a high position, preparing to launch an attack. But his passing route was thwarted by the defense of Jianlian and the ever-ready Reed. Unable to pass, Gasol resorted to initiating the offense himself, skillfully employing footwork and fakes to exploit any defensive lapses by E. Yet, he remained unfazed by Gasol's feints. As the timer dwindled, Gasol was compelled to force a drive. Leaning into E, he managed to create a sliver of offensive space. With the shot clock nearing 24 seconds, Gasol took a contested shot. His touch was soft, and he successfully sank the mid-range jumper, allowing the Grizzlies to take the lead. The Bucks head coach called a timeout to devise a strategy, instructing his players to set screens for Jianlian and Bogut, who positioned themselves high and low. With time running out, he initiated his attack with only 10 seconds remaining. He delivered the ball to Bogut in the paint, who, without hesitation, gently tapped it back toward Ye's path for an alley-oop. Securing the ball, he executed a powerful dunk as just 5 seconds remained. Mark called for one final timeout, yet Tion remained on the bench, and after the timeout, Mark did not mention his name. Amidst the cacophony of the crowd, Mark exerted all his strength to orchestrate the final play. Paul, you will receive the ball. And after you get it, set up Gay for the concluding offense. Pau Gasol did not refute the situation, understanding that in the final moments he would undoubtedly face double teaming. With little time left to execute more complex plays, Lowry passed the ball to Gasol at the baseline, who, upon receiving it, executed a handoff to Gay. Jianlian, in pursuit of Gay, maintained his position effectively. As the clock wound down, Gay took his shot under the immense pressure from Ye's defense. At the moment Gay released the ball, he made physical contact. In the dying seconds, referees typically refrained from making any calls, entrusting the outcome to the players. Gay's shot went awry, the ball ricocheted off the rim. Beep. The final buzzer sounded, signaling the end of the game. The Grizzlies narrowly lost to the Bucks by a single point. Chapter 33. Home match against the Hornets after the heartbreaking one-point defeat to the Bucks. The Grizzlies returned to Memphis overnight. The players exchanged thoughts privately, expressing their frustrations regarding the loss. Lee, I understand your anger at being benched in those critical moments, but you must not confront the head coach in such a manner, Gasol reassured Tion, drawing from his own extensive experience. If you were to clash with Mark, the following day's headlines would inevitably turn against you, and the Grizzlies would likely cast you aside. No team would dare to take a chance on you afterward. Having once been young himself, Gasol empathized with Tion's sentiments. Everything will improve in due course. Without favorable results, attendance will dwindle, and the fervent fans will demand Mark's resignation. At that point, the Grizzlies might either choose to tank for the future, resulting in Mark's dismissal, allowing the fans to vent their frustrations, or they could trade away players misaligned with the team's future in exchange for additional draft picks, thereby amassing sufficient talent for the years to come. Tion has experienced significant ups and downs, yet he has gradually managed to adjust, regardless of the circumstances. He understands the necessity of becoming stronger, ensuring that he will no longer be at the mercy of his coach. Upon returning to Memphis, he, as usual, jogged to the training facility, diligently pursuing his training regimen. He began by practicing his three-point shots, with basketballs soaring from his hands at various positions, steadily finding their mark in the hoop. Tion's three-point shooting percentage has reached an astonishing 93 during training. Currently, his three-point skill is only at the platinum level. But Tion feels that he is on the cusp of an upgrade. However, he is just a fraction away from achieving it. Tion continued his rigorous three-point training. Lee, your dedication is truly remarkable. You are incessantly immersed in your practice. When I arrived, you were already at the training facility, and when I departed, you were still there. Lowry noticed that Tion had commenced his training early. At last, a teammate has arrived. I am utterly thrilled. A slow bird must learn to fly first, and I am eager to witness the Memphis at 4 in the morning. Tion cast a smiling glance at Lowry. What did you see? Lowry chuckled. It's utterly absurd. At 4 in the morning in Memphis, there isn't even a bird in sight, aside from encountering ghosts. There's nothing to behold. Tion responded with a touch of American humor. Upon hearing this, Lowry pointed at Tion and burst into laughter. All right. I'm laughing so hard my stomach hurts. You are too amusing, Lee. But next time you train, remember to call me. I wish to grow stronger too. So don't leave me behind. Lowry was inspired by Tion's unwavering effort. Very well, we shall train together. Tomorrow at 3 in the morning, I shall awaken you. Tion jested. Oh, Are you a demon? To rouse me at such an early hour? By then, I reckon you won't even see a ghost. Lowry replied earnestly. Ghosts? Were there ghosts? What have you all done to conjure them? That is quite terrifying. Gasol, clutching his head, approached Letion from behind. Their laughter grew even louder. Ignoring Gasol, the two continued their training. The game between the New Orleans Hornets and the Memphis Grizzlies commenced in earnest. In the first quarter, under Chris Paul's strategic guidance, the Hornets executed a frenzied performance, utterly dominating the Grizzlies throughout the opening period. Paul delivered 5 assists, and the Hornets achieved an astonishing shooting percentage of 67. It was simply unimaginable. Even more alarming was their ability to restrict the Grizzlies' shooting percentage to a mere 38, resulting in a complete rout. At the end of the first quarter, the Hornets led the Grizzlies by 9 points, 32-23. Malisic exited the game due to an injury sustained while attempting to secure a rebound. Mark, exasperated, repeatedly sat down only to rise again, nearly losing his composure. Lee, you're substituting for Gay, Mark instructed, casting a glance at Gay. Though Gay's offensive skills were adequate, his defensive lapses were intolerable for Mark. As the second quarter commenced, Letion took to the court, greeted by cheers and shouts from the fans. Letion suddenly felt that he was beginning to enjoy this sound. It was truly magnificent. Intoxicating. Letion and Navarro took to the court, their synergy unleashing a formidable offensive surge. Under Letion's protective cover, Navarro consistently found success with mid-range shots. Meanwhile, David West's shooting percentage plummeted under Letion's defense, dropping from 4 of 6 in the first quarter to a mere 2 of 7 in the second. As Letion effectively contained him. After Letion sank a three-pointer, the FedEx Forum erupted in fervor, with the crowd chanting his name. The collaboration between Navarro and Letion narrowed the deficit to a mere 3 points. As the third quarter commenced, it seemed as if fortune was equally bestowed upon both the Hornets and the Grizzlies. The first quarter favored the Hornets, while the third embraced the Grizzlies, who suddenly found their rhythm, contrasting sharply with the Hornets' frigid shooting. In this quarter, Gasol exhibited an extraordinary performance, hitting all 5 of his attempts. By the end of the third quarter, the Grizzlies held a slim lead of 84-81 over the Hornets. With the fourth quarter underway, both Navarro and Lowry entered the fray, relentlessly attacking the Hornets' interior defense and finding success. It must be noted that Paul, in the final moments, displayed remarkable tenacity, repeatedly challenging Lowry and drawing fouls, ultimately leveling the score and even taking the lead at 97-95, with the Hornets ahead by 2 points. Mark called a timeout with 6 minutes remaining, signaling the onset of a crucial juncture in the game. This time, Mark refrained from relegating Letion to the bench, had he done so again. One could imagine the home crowd vociferously demanding his dismissal. Letion and Guy made their entrance simultaneously, while Gasol referenced the center position. To ensure the strength of rebounding and defense, Mark opted for a strategic adjustment at a pivotal moment in the game. This initial alteration proved to be remarkably effective, catching the Hornets off guard. Lee assisted Gasol, who executed a powerful dunk beneath the basket, leveling the score once more. Under intense defensive pressure, the connection between Paul and his teammates was severed by the double team of Navarro and Lee, leading the Hornets to commit a 24-second shot clock violation. In response, Gay attempted to isolate and drive, only to be met with a solid block from West, resulting in a failed offensive sequence for the Grizzlies. The two teams seemed to engage in a silent agreement, exchanging points in a rhythmic pattern. You score one, I'll follow suit. You miss a shot, I shall reciprocate. At a crucial moment, Lee was called upon. We need your three-pointer now. What do you say? Navarro inquired of Lee. No problem, Lee replied confidently. You can trust me at all times. I will not betray your pass. If an opportunity to shoot arises, I will pass to those in a better position. Letion could only muster a response, fully aware of his poor passing skills. However, when he receives the ball, he typically opts for a direct shot, seldom assisting, as he fears the consequences of a turnover. Navarro advanced the ball past half-court, and the Hornets, unable to identify a favorable double-team opportunity, refrained from pressuring Navarro, leaving Paul to defend him alone. Navarro possessed a slight height advantage over Paul, rendering Paul's defense ineffective and obstructing Navarro's passing vision. Letion, utilizing his adept positioning, found himself in a clear space amidst the consecutive pick-and-rolls executed by Gasol and Gay. Navarro swiftly delivered the ball to Letion. Letion received the pass and promptly launched a three-pointer, which he effortlessly sank. The fans sensed victory beckoning them and erupted into a frenzy. Chapter 34, Defeat in Overtime. Lee hit a three-pointer, leaving the Hornets with merely 8 seconds on the clock for their offensive play. The fans were convinced that victory was within the grasp of the Grizzlies. Coach Byron Scott of the Hornets called for the final timeout. Paul, he instructed, "The impending possession is crucial, and it is your responsibility to initiate our last attack. Tyson, be poised beneath the basket to secure the rebound. Prepared for a potential missed three-pointer from your teammates. The rest of you, position yourselves beyond the arc. Seize any opportunity to shoot a three-pointer and do so swiftly. Understood?" Scott meticulously orchestrated the final offensive maneuver. Meanwhile, the Grizzlies strategized their last defensive stand. "Paul," he directed, "ensure you box out their center beneath the basket, denying him any chance to grab the rebound. Gay and Lee, you must remain vigilant beyond the three-point line to thwart their attempts at shooting from distance. Navarro, your task is to disrupt Paul, preventing him from receiving the ball. Stoudemire, focus on interfering with their inbound pass. Ideally, we want to force a 5-second violation. Are we clear? Grizzlies, let's prevail." With a fierce roar, several players took to the court. Following Mark's strategy, the Grizzlies players each fulfilled their designated roles. Paul incessantly dashed across the court, skillfully utilizing screens set by his teammates in an attempt to evade Navarro's relentless defense. West stepped in to assist Paul once more, his towering figure effectively obstructing Navarro's pursuit. Gay, tasked with defending West, failed to provide timely help to Paul. Stoudemire waved his arms frantically, striving to thwart Stojakovic's inbounds pass from the midcourt. Mark had not anticipated Stojakovic's midcourt throw. By the time Stojakovic received the ball, Letion was unable to switch defensive assignments with Stoudemire. Observing Paul had maneuvered into position, Stojakovic delivered the ball to him. Paul received the pass, made a slight adjustment, and signaled his teammates to reposition, just as Gay arrived to provide defensive pressure. The art of playing small against a larger opponent was Paul's specialty. His teammates created ample space, denying the Grizzlies any chance to assist defensively. The other Hornets players prepared to receive the ball for a forceful shot at a moment's notice. Paul, dribbling with finesse, executed a crossover. Gay's height made it challenging to defend against Paul, and coupled with Gay's weight, his speed could not match Paul's agility. After the crossover, Paul left Gay off balance. With only 3 seconds remaining, Paul, having created shooting space, could no longer hesitate. He unleashed a shot from beyond the arc. At the moment he released the three-pointer, Gay failed to execute the block in time. The FedEx Forum fell into a hushed silence, as spectators fixated on the trajectory of Paul's shot. Some fans drew crosses upon their chests, evidently praying for Paul's three-point attempt to miss. Yet, contrary to their hopes, Paul's shot swished through the net with certainty. His final basket leveled the score at 114-114. With merely 1 second left, the Grizzlies, devoid of timeouts, prepared for an inbounds play. Without time for communication among teammates, Gasol signaled for everyone to be ready to shoot immediately upon receiving the ball. As he inbound from the baseline, noticing Letion had effectively blocked Gay's defender, Gay found himself with an unexpected opportunity. Gasol launched a powerful long pass towards Gay, who momentarily hesitated, taken aback by Letion's help. Almost fumbling the catch, Paul squeezed past Navarro, sprinting towards Gay. Realizing he had missed the optimal moment, Gay understood that passing would eliminate others' chances to shoot. He took the shot directly, a three-pointer that ricocheted off the backboard and found its mark. The FedEx Forum erupted in jubilant chaos, as all believed Gay had delivered a game-winning shot against the Hornets. The arena transformed into a jubilant sea of celebration, with everyone dancing in elation. The Grizzlies players joined in the revelry. Paul vociferously protested that his shot had exceeded the time limit. The head coach of the Hornets approached the referees, requesting a review of the footage. The FedEx Forum fell into a hushed silence once more. The officials scrutinized the replay with utmost concentration, frame by frame, eagerly awaiting updates from the replay center. All eyes were fixated on the grand screen within the arena. Moments later, the referees approached the technical table, engaged in conversation with the staff. Upon witnessing the referees signal a no call, despair engulfed the fans, who erupted in chants of corrupt officiating. Yet, the referees upheld their decision. The players of the Grizzlies also fell silent. Do not lose heart. We merely missed a buzzer beater. We still have the opportunity to seize victory in this game. Let us rally our spirits and claim this match, for it is our home court. Mark rallied the morale of the Grizzlies players. Letion has once again been relegated to the sidelines. Lee, you are too fatigued. Take a break during the overtime to prevent any injuries. Letion was bewildered. After merely 20 minutes, he felt exhausted, his face etched with confusion and resignation. The Hornets' overtime lineup remained unchanged from the starting roster. while the Grizzlies altered theirs, featuring Gasol, Gay, Miller, Navarro, and Stoudemire. During the overtime, West thrived under Gay's defense, achieving a commendable 3 out of 5 shooting performance, once again asserting dominance. In contrast, the Grizzlies' Gasol managed only 1 out of 2, and Miller 1 out of 1. Most perplexing was Gay, who nearly executed a game-winning shot, but ended with an unfortunate 0 for 3 shooting percentage, leaving fans in disbelief. The overtime was marked by a dismal score of 6-4 for both teams. The visiting Hornets triumphed over the Grizzlies with a narrow score of 120-118, marking the Hornets' record at 8 wins and 2 losses, firmly positioned in second place in the Western Conference, trailing only the Spurs. Meanwhile, the Grizzlies, with 2 wins and 6 losses, found themselves languishing at the bottom of the Western standings, facing the prospect of vying for lottery selections once more. Fans, unwilling to accept the team's defeat, erupted in boos at home. The Grizzlies players, equally disheartened, walked dejectedly towards the locker room, heads bowed. Frustrated fans hurled trash and shouted expletives, lamenting yet another loss as the Grizzlies continued their streak of defeats. The team's schedule was particularly grueling, marked by consecutive back-to-back games, having already played 8 matches. The Grizzlies were on the verge of facing a 3rd consecutive away game. Following this loss, the players had no time to recuperate, hastily driving to the airport for their flight to Dallas. Exhausted after the overtime, the key players dragged their weary bodies through the airport, with Gasol struggling to carry his luggage into the waiting area. Only Le'Tion appeared somewhat animated. The others merely longed for the conclusion of this tiresome away stretch so they could return to Memphis. Le'Tion assisted Gasol in carrying the luggage, preparing to embark on their journey. Once the plane ascended, everyone reclined their seats and promptly succumbed to slumber. Le'Tion was no exception, although he felt no fatigue. He recognized the necessity of rest to maintain optimal performance for the upcoming match. Observing the others, he felt a sense of helplessness as he realized he had unknowingly drifted off to sleep. Chapter 35, back-to-back against the Cowboys. It was only when everyone was roused from slumber that they became aware the plane had landed. How annoying. I detest back-to-back games. They are utterly exhausting, Gasol lamented first. Such a schedule is intolerable. I can hardly fathom what these league officials are thinking, Navarro chimed in. I share your sentiments. This is nothing short of a grueling ordeal. This match marks our 9th, and it is our 3rd consecutive away game, truly exhausting. The group took turns expressing their grievances about the abominable schedule. Compounding their fatigue was Coach Mark's decision to limit player rotations, leaving some without any playing time, which left the primary players utterly drained. As they walked, they continued their complaints. At times, even Mark found it difficult to resist joining in their chorus of discontent. However, he refrained. If the head coach were to partake in the complaints, the team would surely be in disarray. Everyone, quiet down. It seems yesterday's overtime was insufficient to tire you out, as you still have the energy to complain. Listen carefully. Upon arrival at the hotel, do not venture outside. I will be conducting room checks, he declared before departing. The players were undeniably fatigued, yet this did not deter them from seeking opportunities for romance. Le'Tion and Conley assisted everyone in carrying their luggage to each room before returning to their own quarters. Lee, do you feel that the coach is targeting you? Conley inquired, feeling invigorated after not having played in the last match. Not really, I think it's fine. He isn't singling me out. I'm merely a 2nd-round pick. And nearly averaging 20 minutes on the court is quite considerable, Lee replied. Conley's expression shifted as he absorbed this. Indeed. As a 1st-round pick in the 4th overall selection, his playing time was even less than that of Le'Tion, which seemed rather illogical. Conley was in turmoil. Just as he intended to say something to Le'Tion, he realized that Lee had already succumbed to slumber. Resigned, he too drifted off to sleep. The Dallas Mavericks boast a rather eccentric owner. While he may not be the wealthiest among NBA team proprietors, his passion for basketball undoubtedly places him at the pinnacle. At every home game for the Mavericks, one can spot a rotund figure on the sidelines fervently cheering for the players. Prior to Mark Cuban's acquisition of the Mavericks, the team languished at the bottom of the Western Conference, with no hope of playoff contention. Upon taking the helm, Cuban resolved to transform the Mavericks into a championship-contending powerhouse. Constructing the team around Dirk Nowitzki, Michael Finley, and Steve Nash, successfully rebuilding the franchise in a short span. He is a proprietor but also an ardent fan, often facing fines from the NBA due to his unrestrained remarks. Even with the continual penalties, Cuban cannot restrain his tongue. Unfazed by the fines, he speaks his mind, declaring, I have the means. Upon entering the American Airlines Center, he is greeted by a chorus of boos, Even during warm-ups, the jeers and whistles from the fans are prevalent. Each time Rudy Gay practices his dunks, the cacophony of boos reaches its zenith. As Lee Tion concluded his warm-up and returned to the locker room, a sense of bewilderment enveloped him. "Paul, why is it that the crowd's jeers are so pronounced whenever Gay dunks or scores?" he inquired. "Lee, have you not delved into the history of the Mavericks?" Gasol whispered to him. "No, my passion lies solely with basketball. I have not invested much interest in the team itself. None of the stars I admired in my previous life ever played for the Mavericks, so I never took the time to understand their history. Have you not noticed? The Mavericks have rarely had black stars," Gasol reminded him. "Indeed, Nowitzki, Nash, and Doncic all seem to be Caucasian," Lee Tion recollected. It was true that the franchise had not been graced by any renowned black players. In Dallas, racial discrimination is notably pronounced. Although the league prohibits such biases, certain cities still grapple with lingering prejudices. Upon hearing Gasol's explanation, Lee Tion experienced a moment of clarity. As the first quarter commenced, the Grizzlies' starting lineup underwent a transformation due to Melisic's injury in the previous game. Miller, Gasol, Navarro, Gay, and Stoudemire took to the court, with Gasol elevated to the center position. The Mavericks' starting lineup consisted of Josh Howard, Dirk Nowitzki, Devin Harris, Desagana Diop, and Morris Ager. Lee Tion discerned that Gasol was quite displeased with being mentioned in the context of the center position. As the first quarter drew to a close, the Grizzlies held a slender lead of 2 points over the Mavericks, with a score of 29-27. The starting player, Navarro, had an impressive shooting performance of 4 out of 5 attempts, while Gasol contributed with 4 rebounds, barely securing the lead. Both Gay and Stoudemire failed to score, either missing entirely or shooting short, indicating that yesterday's game had indeed affected the performance of the key players. Competing in a back-to-back away game, the players found their stamina severely depleted, particularly after having played an overtime match. They were struggling to keep up. As the second quarter commenced, Lee Tion and Conley took to the court simultaneously. Mark surveyed the entire team and noted that only Lee Tion and Conley still exhibited vigor, while the starters bore expressions of fatigue and lethargy. "Come on, guys, let us carry the game," Conley exclaimed with enthusiasm. Just after entering the game, Lee Tion received a pass from Conley at the corner and successfully made a 3-point shot. In an instant, the crowd erupted with boos. Lee Tion was certainly experiencing the sensation of being booed upon scoring. The game resumed after the break. Following several screens, Lee Tion found himself matched up against Dampier. "Oh, so you are the second-best center in the league," Lee Tion remarked with disdain. "Rookie, you have quite the audacity to provoke me. Just wait. I shall thoroughly dismantle you," Dampier declared loudly. "You, a player who cannot even touch the ball, think you can overpower me? Don't you find that amusing?" As soon as Lee Tion's voice faded, Dampier shouted at his teammates, "Pass me the ball. Look, they won't pass it to you. My block was in vain. What a pity." Dampier disregarded him. Jason Terry's shot missed, and Lee Tion soared to snatch the rebound, noticing that the Mavericks players had already begun their swift retreat on defense. Lee Tion passed the ball to Conley. Is this truly the second center of the league? His teammates 1T even pass him the ball. My goodness. Does he believe he's the only one who sees himself as the second center in the world? After speaking, Lee Tion swiftly sprinted back. Dan Peel was genuinely provoked by Lee Tion's remarks. Conley brought the ball back, signaling for everyone to execute the number 3 play. Lee Tion swiftly descended to the weak side corner. Strohmeyer Swift advanced to the high post to assist Conley with a pick and roll, creating a localized 3-on-2 advantage. Conley promptly passed the ball to Warwick on the opposite side. Warwick executed a direct mid-range shot, successfully scoring 2 points. Lee Tion and Conley, accompanied by the substitutes, ignited a brief surge, extending their lead to 7 points. Your precision today is remarkable. Dampier passed the ball to Terry. Unfortunately, Dampier found himself standing before Lee Tion once more. I finally comprehend that your presence on the court is solely for serving, a role that seems disproportionately significant for a secondary center. Dampier, affronted by such mockery from a rookie, demanded the ball from Terry again. Terry glanced at Dampier before passing the ball. Dampier received it and initiated a 1-on-1 against Lee Tion. After several attempts to pivot past Lee Tion, each was thwarted. Upon trying to turn again, he lightly pushed Lee Tion with his arm, causing Lee Tion to fall. The referee, witnessing Lee Tion's tumble and Dampier's pushing motion, blew the whistle. The referee signaled a foul for Dampier's push. Upon hearing the whistle, Conley approached to assist Lee Tion to his feet. Chapter 36, a third consecutive loss on the road. After Letion was lifted by Conley, he sprinted back as if nothing had happened. "Lee, you are quite the rascal to feign a fall. If the referee catches you, it could cost you dearly," Conley remarked intentionally as they passed by Dan Pierre, having noticed that Letion was deliberately provoking him. "How could that be? I am a model player. He pushed me. He is the center, and my strength pales in comparison. Hence I was knocked over," Letion shrugged, expressing his feigned helplessness, attributing the mishap to his lack of power. Conley burst into laughter as he dribbled past half-court. Dan Pierre volunteered to defend Letion, forcefully pushing aside the already positioned Howard. "I'll take him." Dan Pierre disregarded Howard's reaction. Conley, ever the strategist, seamlessly passed the ball to Letion. "Remember to dominate him," Conley shouted loudly at Dan Pierre, creating space for the defender. "Huh, look, even your teammate wants me to overpower you," Dan Pierre called out to Letion. Letion felt as though he were on the verge of being drenched in spittle. "Are you out of your mind? He wants me to annihilate you. After all, the mind is a precious asset." Letion finished speaking, and without waiting for Dan Pierre to respond, he accelerated towards the basket. Dan Pierre could not keep up with Letion's speed and was instantly left behind. Letion leaped into the air, executing a thunderous dunk that secured his team a point. "My friend, that slam was nothing short of spectacular. You truly outperformed him." The passing Dan Pierre was nearly infuriated to the point of injury. In the ensuing exchanges, both teams managed to score, and Terry's successive mid-range shots narrowed the gap to 7 points. "This offense must succeed. We cannot falter now." Conley crossed half-court and approached Letion. "No problem. We simply need to execute a pick-and-roll to switch Dan Pierre onto me," Letion responded with a grin. "All right." After 2 successful screens, Conley effectively brought Dan Pierre to guard Letion. "Hey, my friend, you're defending me again," Letion continued to taunt Dan Pierre. The latter was filled with frustration. Yet he could not afford to commit a foul, lest he find himself relegated to the bench. After provoking Dan Pierre, Letion prepared to make his move. He executed a series of deceptive shooting feints, and Dan Pierre was once again fooled by Letion. At the moment of his leap, Dan Pierre lunged forward. As Letion released the ball, he added a slight backward lean. Dan Pierre could only exert himself to disrupt Letion's shot, regrettably failing to complete the block. However, as his arm descended, it struck Letion, who was in the process of shooting. Although Dan Pierre's contact caused some distortion in Letion's shooting form, the latter's shot had already been ingrained in muscle memory, leaving the trajectory of the basketball unchanged. Beep. The referee's whistle pierced the air. Swish. The three-pointer swished through the net. The referee ruled. Dan Pierre committed a foul, and Letion was awarded an additional free throw. Enraged, Dan Pierre pushed Letion. The referee, positioned nearby, immediately intervened, stepping between the two to separate them. Letion raised his hands, signaling to the referee that he had not instigated any conflict nor resorted to violence, presenting himself as an innocent victim. The referee's whistle sounded once more, issuing a technical foul against Dan Pierre. Letion was awarded an additional free throw. The fans, filled with discontent, vociferously chanted accusations of biased officiating. Observing the referee's expression revealed a man accustomed to such outcries. On the sidelines, the Mavericks head coach vocally expressed his dissatisfaction with the calls, only to be restrained by Nowitzki. This was merely a tactic to exert pressure on the officiating crew. Avery Johnson, the Mavericks head coach, called for a timeout. Dan Pierre remained composed. He is merely a novice. How could you allow a rookie to provoke you into neglecting your responsibilities? Johnson shouted angrily at Dan Pierre. Tyson, Nowitzki, you two take the court early. Dan Pierre, sit down and reflect, he added, his frustration palpable. Letion successfully made 2 free throws, narrowing the gap back to 12 points. Observing Nowitzki entering the court earlier than anticipated, Mark promptly substituted in Gasol and Gay. Letion cast a glance at the Memphis Grizzlies starting lineup, feeling an undeniable sense of foreboding. Although Tyson's offensive skills were mediocre, his defensive prowess was exceptional, particularly against Gasol. Meanwhile, Nowitzki floated around the perimeter, and Gay found himself out of position, unable to match the pace. As both team starters took the court, the Grizzlies gradually found themselves at a disadvantage. Gasol, having expended too much energy in the previous game, began to show signs of fatigue by the second quarter. Gay struggled with his mid-range shots, while Nowitzki capitalized on this, consistently scoring against him. The deficit began to diminish, with the Mavericks narrowing the gap to 7 points. On the sidelines, Mark could no longer remain composed and called a timeout. We need to adjust our defense. Lee, you will guard Nowitzki, and Gay. Be ready to provide help at any moment. Gasol, you are too exhausted. Conserve your energy and scale back on offense to preserve your strength for the crucial fourth quarter. Mark did not delve deeply into tactical arrangements. He merely altered the defensive strategy. The Grizzlies' offense had lost its previous efficiency, as the key players were fatigued. Nowitzki, noticing that his defender had switched to a newcomer from the east, prepared to isolate Letion at the high post. With his back to the basket, Nowitzki attempted to overpower Letion, who countered with an unyielding defense. Despite several attempts to pivot and break past him, Nowitzki found himself thwarted, resorting to his signature move. The Golden Rooster stands on one leg. He executed a turnaround jumper. Letion, well aware of the veteran's renowned technique, remained vigilant against Nowitzki's signature shot. At the moment Nowitzki turned and launched the ball, Letion responded with lightning speed. With a resounding slap, he swatted the ball away. In that instant, Howard and Gay, witnessing Letion's steal from Nowitzki, rushed over to contest possession of the ball. Letion also joined the fray. A group of players became entangled, vying for the rebound, resulting in a chaotic scene beneath the basket. None were able to exert effective control over the ball. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a 24-second violation against the Mavericks. The Grizzlies seized possession. Gasol attempted another shot, but it veered off course, continuing a streak of missed opportunities. Such scenarios persisted throughout the ensuing match, and by the fourth quarter, the Mavericks had narrowed the deficit to a mere 2 points. Observing the Grizzlies starters, now utterly fatigued, Mark had no choice but to deploy Letion and Conley alongside Warwick, who was temporarily assigned the role of center, while Stromeyer-Swift took Gay's place as power forward. At this juncture, the Grizzlies lineup appeared quite peculiar, featuring 3 players standing at 206 centimeters on the wings, with Lowry and Conley, both at 185 centimeters, positioned on the perimeter. Letion gazed at the peculiar lineup, rendered speechless by its absurdity. Milicic's injury inflicted considerable harm on the Memphis Grizzlies. The deficiencies in the Grizzlies roster gradually became evident. They were utterly outmatched in rebounding against the Mavericks, and without securing rebounds, possession of the ball eluded them. By the time Gasol took the court, the Grizzlies were already trailing by 7 points. Even though Letion and Conley executed several plays, the combination of Nowitzki's defense and considerable fatigue led to a decline in their shooting accuracy. Throughout the fourth quarter, the Mavericks maintained their lead over the Grizzlies, resulting in yet another defeat for the team. The Mavericks triumphed with a score of 100-108, handing the visiting Memphis Grizzlies an 8-point loss, marking their 3rd consecutive defeat. Following the match, the press conference was hastily concluded. On the flight back to Memphis, a cloud of gloom enveloped the entire team. Each individual absorbed in their own thoughts, silence prevailing. Chapter 37. Disputes in the training facility. Upon returning to Memphis, Mark granted all players a day off. Insufficient rest would only lead to more injuries if the Grizzlies continued their high-intensity training. Losing Milicic had already put the Grizzlies' interior defense in a precarious situation. Should Gasol sustain an injury as well, the team would be left with no choice but to embrace failure and focus on securing next year's Beasley. In the previous match, Letion had logged 33 minutes on the court, pushing his stamina to its limits, necessitating a day of rest to avoid the risk of injury from excessive fatigue. It was essential to enhance his physical training thereafter. Having received no response from Taylor's messages recently, Letion decided to call her. "Taylor, how have you been lately? I apologize for my recent busyness. It's quite late now." "Not to worry. I've been well, finally able to take a break. I've been utterly exhausted." "That's good to hear. You must take care to rest adequately. Excessive fatigue can greatly affect your skin," Letion cautioned her, urging her to avoid overexertion. Taylor, interpreting his concern as a comment on her skin's condition, hurried to check her reflection in the mirror. "Lee, I will certainly take better care of my skin moving forward." "Taylor, that wasn't my intention. I merely hope you rest well. It was just an excuse to encourage you to take a break, not a critique of your appearance." Letion quickly clarified. "Oh, I'm relieved to hear that. I will heed your advice and rest well. You should do the same," Taylor reminded him. "I will. The recent games have left me quite fatigued, so today's rest is much appreciated." Conversing with Taylor brought Letion a sense of relaxation. "That's wonderful. I checked. And your next game is at home. May I come to watch?" Letion pondered for a moment. Despite the high likelihood of Taylor attending his match even if he declined her invitation, he understood her well enough to realize it would be better to allow her to come, as he could keep an eye on her. "Very well. I shall arrange tickets for you, but do make sure to dress up. You know how the media tends to fabricate stories if you are caught unprepared." Taylor possessed remarkable makeup skills. All right, I shall come over tomorrow. If that is acceptable, Taylor replied, her excitement evident. However, should you arrive tomorrow, I may not have the time to pick you up, as I will undoubtedly be occupied with training throughout the day. Perhaps it would be better for you to come the day after. I can fetch you then, and on the following day, I would be able to accompany you for a stroll. Does that sound agreeable? Letion and Taylor conferred, reaching a consensus. That settles it then. I still have to go record some songs. See you the day after tomorrow. With that, Taylor hung up. Alice, I won't be able to attend the event the day after tomorrow. Please handle it for me. I wish to take a couple of days off to rest. Taylor informed her assistant. Sure, I will reschedule the event, but won't it be unsafe for you to go out alone? Allow me to arrange for a bodyguard, Alice suggested. Taylor pondered for a moment, realizing she would not usually venture outside alone. Even when she did, she would be adorned and accompanied by Letion, which should ensure her safety. No need, I can manage by myself. If anything arises, I will contact you. Once arrangements were made, Taylor proceeded to her recording session. Lowry, rise and shine. Aren't you supposed to practice basketball with me? Letion called Lowry early in the morning, urging him to get up for their practice. My goodness. Is it really that early? Damn it, Lowry muttered curses under his breath. However, after hanging up, he obediently got out of bed and drove towards the gym. Letion arrived at the training facility, as was his custom, with a brisk jog. Lowry, I've already completed my warm-up. You're rather tardy. Make sure to arrive earlier next time, he remarked, not missing the opportunity to tease Lowry. He resumed his practice of shooting three-pointers. One by one, players from the Grizzlies trickled into the training center. Paul, what were you up to yesterday? You still look half asleep, teased calmly. I bet you were out on a romantic escapade. Just look at how you're swaying as you walk, right, Paul? Get lost, calmly. The games have been exhausting lately. I haven't sung in ages, and I stayed up a bit late singing yesterday, Gasol explained, eyes closed, seizing every moment to recuperate. I suspect you weren't singing alone. The group erupted in laughter. At that moment, Mark approached, clutching a stack of documents. Everyone, gather around. Due to Melisic's injury, there will be some changes to our roster. The Grizzlies remained silent, the shadow of a 3-game losing streak looming over them, and the prospect of positional adjustments left them muted. First, with Melisic injured, Gasol will take the center position. Gay will shift to power forward. Swift, you will step in as the starting small forward for Gay. Lee, you will see increased playing time, alternating between small forward and power forward, and Conley, you two will have more minutes. Mark briefly outlined his plan. Gasol began to voice his objections, but Letion discreetly interjected, signaling that Gay would likely oppose the arrangement. Coach, I cannot accept your proposal. I refuse to play power forward, Gay asserted, having always identified as a small forward. Playing power forward would pit him against larger opponents, heightening his risk of injury. Why, Gay? The team is shorthanded, and we need you to step up. Your weight gives you an advantage against opposing power forwards, Mark insisted, standing firm on his strategy. An argument ensued between Gay and Mark, while the others observed in silence, unwilling to intercede on either side. Ultimately, the discord left everyone in a sour mood. Gay's outburst was not impulsive. It had been brewing since the season commenced, as Mark had already begun to shift away from relying solely on him as the primary offensive option. After leaving the gym, Gasol called out to Letion. Lee, why didn't you let me speak? Paul, do you really think there is anyone else on the team who can play center besides you? Letion offered his perspective. Gasol hesitated for a moment. It seems there aren't any others. The height disparity among the rest is too significant. At this time, the small ball era had not yet arrived. Traditional centers were still prevalent, and a lack of height in a center made competing against any team exceedingly difficult. It is settled then. If you brought it up, Mark would have no alternative, rendering the discussion futile. Nonetheless, I appreciate your reminder. Otherwise, I would still be embroiled in an argument with him. How about this? Once the match concludes tomorrow, I shall treat you to dinner. Gasol expressed his gratitude to Letion. I apologize, but I shall be unavailable tomorrow as a friend is visiting to watch the game, so I cannot accept your invitation. Letion shrugged, exuding a sense of helplessness. Such a shame. I had hoped to create something romantic for you. Gasol chuckled lewdly. Haha. That won't be necessary. I am not fond of your notion of romance. It does not suit me, and I would decline regardless. Letion, inherently conservative, naturally rejected Gasol's proposition. Very well, I respect your choice. With that, they each drove away, casting another shadow over the Grizzlies, though fortunately, Their next match would be against their old rivals, the Seattle Supersonics. Chapter 38. The arrival of Taylor. The next morning, I took a leave of absence. Lee. I have boarded the plane. I will arrive in Memphis in approximately 3 hours. After informing Lee Tion of the time, Taylor ended the call. Calculating the time. Lee Tion hurriedly made his way to the airport to await Taylor's arrival. Taylor, with a large suitcase in tow, spotted Lee Tion from a distance. His tall stature made him easily visible. Lee, over here. Taylor waved at Lee Tion. Lee Tion paused momentarily, then scrutinized carefully before realizing it was Taylor. Taylor, are you planning to stay here for an extended period with all this luggage? He reached out to take Taylor's bags, which felt surprisingly heavy. How could a girl carry so much? Well, I want to divulge everything. These items are quite useful, Taylor replied, maintaining an air of mystery. Hee. Let me share a secret with you. Do I look unrecognizable at first glance? Taylor said with a hint of pride. Yes. I was lost in thought for quite a while before recognizing you. Thankfully, I'm familiar with your face. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared to acknowledge you, Lee Tion admitted. This transformation is thanks to the contents of my suitcase. Remember, you were concerned about being photographed by reporters during the competition, so I decided to present myself this way. What do you think? Quite a remarkable skill, isn't it? Were you taken aback? Not just remarkable, it's absolutely stunning, as if you are an entirely different person. Lee Tion realized. Where to next? Shall I take you to a hotel? Lee Tion inquired further. I haven't booked a hotel. How about staying at your place? Surely, there's enough room? Taylor tentatively suggested. I only rented a small villa, so accommodation isn't an issue. But I worry you might find it uncomfortable. I don't have many belongings, and I fear it may be somewhat inconvenient. Lee Tion instinctively wanted to decline. Not to worry. I have enough essentials with me and nothing particularly special, Taylor quickly responded, anxious that Lee Tion might refuse her. All right then. But be prepared for some inconveniences, Lee Tion noted, sensing Taylor's reluctance. Is it because you have others living with you that it would be inconvenient? Taylor asked. No. No one else is here. I just lack some daily necessities, and I'm concerned you might not adjust well, Lee Tion hurriedly clarified. Not at all. Let us go. We can drop off my things at your place first. Taylor, this is the small villa I rented. It surely pales in comparison to your mansion. Lee Tion said as he showed her his rented abode. Why rent such a small villa? Why not choose a larger one? She questioned. Knowing full well that Lee Tion was not short on funds, and the rent here was quite reasonable. The primary reason is its proximity to the training facility. And since it's just me, the size is of little consequence. I initially intended to rent an apartment, but later realized that exercising would be quite inconvenient. Which is why I had Bill assist me in securing this place. Make yourself comfortable and feel free to look around. What shall we have for lunch? Lee Tion gestured toward the sofa. All right, where should we go for a meal? Taylor, weary from a long flight, felt both hungry and exhausted. Let us see what you feel like eating. If you don't have any specific cravings, we can prepare something simple at home. That way, you can rest a bit. Lee Tion suggested, as he typically preferred staying in and was not very familiar with the area. Then just prepare something casual, Taylor replied. Taylor wandered around the villa, noticing with some surprise how impeccably tidy Lee Tion's residence was. It was a rarity to encounter such meticulous organization in a home. Were it not for the frequent assistance of others in maintaining her own abode, she could only imagine how chaotic it might become under her sole care. As she gazed into Lee Tion's room, memories flooded back to the first time she entered after his departure from her Los Angeles villa. It had been pristine and methodically arranged. Only now did she comprehend that it was not the result of hired help, but rather Lee Tion's own diligent efforts. If Lee Tion were to discover this, he would undoubtedly scoff. They spent a full 2 days tidying up the vast house, particularly the recording studio, which he dedicated an entire day to organizing, exhausting indeed. Taylor, dinner is ready. After preparing the meal, Lee Tion called Taylor down. Let us make do with what we have. I didn't specifically prepare anything else. I initially thought you would be staying at a hotel, so I only have the usual fare for athletes. Later, I will go buy some of your favorite dishes. Taylor glanced at the table laden with protein, vegetables, and beef, nothing else. The two swiftly finished their lunch. Lee, did you tidy up this entire room by yourself? Taylor's curiosity compelled her to verify. Indeed, the house is not as large as yours. It took me and Lee 2 days to finish yours. I was utterly exhausted. Why not hire someone to clean? It would be much easier. In Taylor's perspective, such chores could simply be outsourced as long as the place was clean. Having stayed here for free for so long, I was afraid that hiring someone might damage the belongings inside, so Lien and I did it ourselves. It also counts as paying rent, Li Tian explained slowly. Where will you rest tonight? I feel a bit tired and wish to take a break. Upstairs, let me fetch some things for you. These were just washed when I bought them and haven't been used since. I'll be downstairs. Once everything was arranged. Taylor rested for a while Li Tian began a simple strength training session in the gym. How long has she slept? Taylor tapped her head and found Li Tian in the gym. With his upper body bare, he trained under the bright lights, his bronze skin glowing. His well-defined abs were evenly arranged, showcasing impressive lines. Let me quickly grab my clothes. Taylor couldn't help but chuckle at Li Tian's actions. Sorry. I'm just used to training this way, he quickly explained. Haha. No need to apologize. It's fine. But you truly look fantastic. I can't resist the urge to touch. Are you heading to the gym now, or would you prefer to wait until I finish and then return for you? He swiftly changed the subject, wiping away sweat. Since meeting Li Tian, Taylor had been plagued by a knee injury and had never seen him train. Once she recovered, she had been busy with concerts. I'll go with you. I feel rested now. After reapplying her makeup, Taylor felt as if Li Tian had transformed into a different person. Upon arriving at the training facility, Li Tian briefly explained things to Taylor before commencing his training. As Taylor watched him, she gradually became mesmerized, discovering new aspects of Li Tian each time. It was captivating, and the more she learned, the deeper she fell into the intrigue. Taylor could not help but exclaim, "What is the matter? The training has concluded. Let me take you to the gym." Lost in contemplation, Taylor was roused by Li Tian's voice. Has your training finished already? How swiftly time has passed. Taylor felt as though time had flown by. How can that be? It has been at least an hour or two, Li Tian replied, stretching his limbs. Taylor realized his entire body felt stiff and particularly fatigued. Li Tian procured an assortment of snacks typically favored by sports enthusiasts. Taylor, uncertain of your culinary preferences, decided to acquire these delicacies for you. As Taylor beheld Li Tian cradling a towering pile of treats, astonishment washed over him. Allow me to assist you in carrying these. The adjacent seat can serve as a convenient space for your snacks. Even until Li Tian's departure, Taylor remained ensnared in a state of disbelief. Chapter 39. The premier arrives abruptly. Li Tian made his way from the sidelines of the arena to the locker room. Li, do tell. Who is that individual here to observe your training today? Came Gasol's teasing voice from behind. A friend, just taking a break recently to watch the game. Li Tian replied with a hint of resignation. No wonder Paul often takes you out for romantic escapades, yet you never join him. TSK. Your physique is truly impressive, though your face is a bit. Conley chimed in, drawing nearer. Come now, cease your nonsensical remarks. He glanced around, noting that the coach and Gay had yet to arrive. Paul, did the coach say anything today? Li Tian inquired, eager to learn the outcome of yesterday's argument. It's all your fault. I completely forgot what I was supposed to tell you. Conley, why don't you take over? This is what an older brother does. The younger sibling is merely a scapegoat. Suddenly called out by Gasol, Conley paused momentarily before understanding. Gasol was attempting to shift the blame, hoping to trick Li Tian into footing the bill, yet inadvertently redirected it towards himself. Li Tian, according to whispers, you are set to start. Li Tian believed that the two were merely jesting with him. Stop fooling around. This is utter nonsense. Where did you hear such unfounded gossip? You are spreading rumors. Although Li Tian was uncertain of the truth, he resolutely refused to fall into the trap, given the duo's dubious past. Li Tian busied himself with organizing his equipment. Observing his reaction, the two realized that he was still unaware of the news. Li, if you truly are starting, remember to treat us to a meal, said Conley. A hint of envy in his voice. They were all rookies, yet Li Tian had only played a few games before being named a starter, while Conley had barely seen any playing time. The disparity between a first-round pick and a second-round pick had become glaringly apparent. Well, it's just a meal, Li Tian thought, firmly believing that he would not be starting, especially given his strained relationship with Mark. Just wait for the treat, Gasol concluded with a summary remark. Upon hearing their confident assertions, Li's first instinct was disbelief. Could it really be true? Are these two just trying to make me pay? Nevertheless, he shrugged it off. Treating them was no great burden financially. Mark arrived punctually at the locker room. Today's starting lineup will undergo some adjustments. Gay remains the starting small forward. Wally will be the starting power forward. Is there a problem with you, Li Tian? Mark glanced at him. All right, no problem. But what is going on? Why the sudden promotion to starter? Li Tian gazed at Gasol and Conley, who were smiling at him. He was now a starter. Li, congratulations. You are officially a starter now. Several voices chimed in to celebrate this milestone. Paul, is what just happened true? Conley questioned, sensing Li Tian's disbelief. Should I give him a slap to bring him back to reality? Conley reached out his hand, gesturing to give Li Tian a playful smack. Li Tian quickly retreated, still somewhat incredulous, declaring, I'm awake now. Laughter erupted in the locker room. Just received the news. Li Tian has been granted a starting position in this match. Coach Zhang announced it live at the first opportunity. This is indeed a positive development. And we hope Li Tian can seize this chance, remarked Yujia. Haha, I must treat the Grizzlies head coach to a chicken leg. Another chimed in. Upstairs is a bit stingy. With Li Tian starting, he could at least add a chicken wing. As the game commenced, the supersonic starting lineup included Wilcox, Jeff Green, Wilkins, Durant, and Watson, while the Grizzlies started with Gasol, Li Tian, Gay, Miller, and Stoudemire. Gasol and Wilcox prepared for the tip-off. The agile Gasol leapt to claim the ball and passed it to Stoudemire. Stoudemire signaled for the team to execute their strategy, with Li Tian and Gay positioned in the corners while Gasol orchestrated from the center. He beckoned to Li Tian to set a screen, and Li Tian swiftly complied. By blocking Watson, who was defending him, Li Tian pivoted and dashed beyond the three-point line. Noticing Watson's lapse in defense, Durant abandoned his pursuit of Li Tian to assist Stoudemire, spotting an open opportunity for Li Tian. Stoudemire passed the ball back to him before the double team could close in. Li Tian opened the scoring for the Grizzlies with a successful three-pointer. The Grizzlies' strategy was straightforward. Utilize drives to create open shots for teammates. Li Tian secured the team as first point. Coach Zhang, I just checked the stats. Li Tian has a three-point shooting percentage of 53, averaging over 5 attempts per game. Does he possess the potential to become a quality three-point shooter? Yu Jia inquired. It's not a question of whether he has the potential. From what we see, he already possesses those qualities. However, whether he can withstand the trials ahead remains to be seen. The new season has just begun, and many teams have yet to adjust to him, which is why he finds it easier to get open shots. As the season progresses, that will mark the true test of his capabilities. This is what people refer to as the rookie wall, right? Yu Jia is also gradually maturing. Zhang Wei-ping spoke earnestly. Every rookie may encounter this challenge, but whether they can endure it depends on their own resilience. Li Tian, the true test has only just begun. The DJ loudly shouted, 3 minutes, Li Tian. The atmosphere among the fans surged as the Memphis Grizzlies have suffered numerous defeats. Witnessing the team's spirited performance, the fans were filled with exhilaration. Li Tian raised his hands high, reveling in the cheers of the fans, and turned to glance at Taylor seated beside the bench. Taylor too became part of the jubilant celebration. Mark, on the sidelines, gestured for an all-court press. Watson delivered the ball from the baseline to Durant. And as soon as it reached Durant's hands, Stoudemire and Li Tian swiftly closed in to double-team him. Caught off guard, Durant found himself in a moment of panic. Li Tian seized the opportunity and snatched the ball from the flustered Durant. After securing possession, he accelerated towards the basket and executed a thunderous dunk. With a resounding roar, he vented the frustration from their recent string of defeats. Paul, we must triumph in this game. I want to prove to Durant that I am superior to him. Indeed. Let us secure this victory. Gasol nodded emphatically, invigorating the spirits of the Grizzlies players. After Li Tian's thunderous dunk, he cast a glance at the ball-losing Durant. The quest for vengeance began anew. As the game resumed, Li Tian approached Durant with intent. The stage was set for a riveting confrontation. Every encounter between Li Tian and Durant promised to be exhilarating. Zhang Weiping was brimming with excitement, declaring that if one were to engage, they must challenge the genius. Within the confines of a university in the Celestial Empire, the two had once again skipped class. Hurry up, third. Get the small stool and fetch the delightful soda. The show is about to commence. Second, stop yelling. Speak a bit louder. We can hardly hear you, came the retort. Shoo, keep your voice down. We're skipping class to watch the game. Here, take these headphones. There's an undeniable thrill in watching a match while avoiding lectures. Another cup of delightful soda, please. Quickly, quickly. I adore Li Tian. I was heartbroken for ages when he injured his knee. Finally, I can watch him play again. Wow, he is so handsome. Let us take this clown apart. He is utterly ridiculous. Brother Tian is truly captivating. Durant approached Watson, demanding the ball. Be cautious now. If you lose the ball again, it would be quite the embarrassment, especially for a second overall pick. Letion incessantly taunted Durant with banter. Chapter 40. A renewed assault on Durant. The rivalry between Durant and Letion had its roots in the NCAA and continued to flourish in the NBA. In response to Letion's provocation, Durant refused to back down. "I am the rookie of the year. Prepare to be overwhelmed," he shot back, glaring at Letion. "Surely, that's not just idle talk. It seems rather futile. Didn't he say something similar in the last game?" Yet the outcome was. One must strategically undermine Durant, yet tactically, one must not underestimate the adversary. "Go for it, Letion," shouted Tyler, rising to energize Letion with fervor. Letion assumed a defensive stance, arms outstretched, effectively obstructing Durant's path to the basket. Continuously altering his dribbling direction and lowering his center of gravity, he executed several slow, deliberate changes of pace before suddenly shifting tempo. Adjusting his footwork, Durant appeared poised for a feigned drive followed by a genuine shot. In that fleeting moment when Durant gathered the ball, his motion was insufficiently discreet. It was precisely then that Letion decisively made his move. A splendid steal. The speed of Letion's interception was astonishing, leaving Durant no time to react before the ball was snatched away. The swiftness of the steal was simply remarkable. Observing the play, Coach Zhang remarked upon witnessing Letion's theft. Following the interception, Letion swiftly passed the ball to the advancing Stoudemire. "You've been stolen from again," he quipped, sprinting ahead. Upon reaching the paint, he glanced back to assess the position of the defending players, noticing Letion signaling towards the backboard. In an instant, Stoudemire came to a sudden halt, lofting the ball high towards the backboard. Letion leaped into the air, delivering a thunderous dunk that sent waves of excitement coursing through the crowd. "What a spectacular dunk! It truly ignites my passion," exclaimed Yujia. "Do you think Brother Tian has a chance to participate in the dunk contest?" Perhaps the dunk contest is a stretch, but the three-point contest holds great promise. Following the electrifying dunk, the fans erupted into cheers once more. Meanwhile, Durant, with an impassive expression, received the inbounds pass. He advanced the ball to the front court, where Letion's relentless defense clung closely to him. Aware of Durant's sharpshooting prowess, Letion dared not afford him any space to shoot. The Supersonics forward, Wilcox, observing the fierce struggle between the two, moved to the high post to set a screen for Durant. With his teammates' assistance, Durant finally shook off Letion's tight coverage and sank a mid-range jumper. "Wow, Durant finally scored. This back and forth is what makes it thrilling," Yujia exclaimed with excitement. "I'm going to obliterate you, do you understand?" Durant taunted Letion after scoring. In response to the exuberant Durant, Letion smiled, sensing that the rhythm of the game would continue. Stoudemire once again carried the ball past half-court, while Wilcox and Gasol engaged in a fierce battle in the paint. Vying for position, Wilkins, defending Gay, stayed closely attached to him, denying Gay any opportunity to receive the ball. Letion understood that Durant's provocation was a ploy to incite him into making an aggressive move, yet he remained composed and did not easily take the bait. He advanced to the front court to assist Stoudemire in executing a pick and roll. Having successfully shed his defender, Stoudemire finally penetrated to the basket. Watson, apprehensive about Letion being left unguarded again, hesitated to pursue Stoudemire, who executed a layup with precision. "Your pick was exceptional," Letion exclaimed, celebrating with a high five. "Your drive was equally impressive." Durant, who had just sunk a mid-range jumper, felt his confidence returning. The Supersonics players, recognizing Durant's resurgence, spread the floor to create offensive opportunities for him. Wilkins on the strong side drew away his defender, setting a screen for Green at the high post to facilitate a pick-and-roll for Durant. Green effectively blocked Letion's path, allowing Durant to drive toward the basket. After turning to evade Green, Letion swiftly charged towards Durant, who was poised for a layup. Timing his leap perfectly, Letion soared from behind Durant, emphatically pinning the layup against the backboard. "Wow, that was spectacular. I declare myself a fan of Letion," exclaimed Taylor, her excitement reminiscent of a starstruck admirer. The speed and leaping ability displayed echoed the prowess of Jordan. "Lee, you are remarkable." With the rebound secured, the Supersonics players quickly retreated on defense. Receiving a pass from Letion, Stoudemire, realizing the fast break opportunity had slipped away, gradually advanced the ball while waiting for Letion to return. Letion positioned himself at a 45-degree angle on the right side, while Wilkins guarded him frontally. Gay lay in ambush at the right corner, with Wilcox maneuvering to defend Gasol beneath the left basket. Miller deftly evaded his defender, swiftly moving to the top of the key to set a screen for Stoudemire. Concurrently, Gay elevated from the corner, obstructing Letion's defender. As Stoudemire penetrated towards the basket, Letion also surged into the paint. Durant, observing both players' aggressive incursions, hesitated, uncertain whom to assist. However, the recent memory of being blocked loomed large in his mind. He could not afford to grant Letion an opportunity to score. In that fleeting moment of indecision, Stoudemire launched the basketball high into the air. With the leaping ability and explosiveness reminiscent of Jordan, coupled with his own height, he ascended abruptly. Durant's momentary hesitation cost him the ideal chance to provide defensive support. As Letion leapt, Durant had yet to reach the necessary position to assist. Wilcox remained impeded by Gasol's screen, unable to advance. Letion received the ball with his right hand, immediately adopting the posture of a battle-axe dunk, while his left hand shielded against Durant's jump. With all his might, Letion soared into the air, executing a magnificent rim-rattling dunk. Once again, Durant found himself relegated to the role of a mere backdrop. The spectators, who had just finished celebrating Letion's block, had not yet settled back into their seats. Many fans, having just grasped their drinks, were left agape, eyes wide with astonishment, struggling to believe what they had witnessed. In the next moment, a more intense wave of gasps erupted from the audience, with individuals jubilantly dancing and fervently waving their hands in celebration. The referee in the corner blew his whistle, signaling a blocking foul on Durant and indicating an additional free throw. Observing the chaos around the court, the referee reluctantly blew his whistle once more. He pointed towards the sidelines, calling for a timeout. The cheering crowd gradually quieted down, only to realize that most of those who had just picked up their drinks had spilled them, apologizing to those around them. Letion's dunk was nothing short of spectacular. He had dunked over Durant. The exhilarated Coach Zhang suddenly leaped up, abandoning his usual composure. "Calm down, Coach Zhang," he reminded himself. "Such moments will become more frequent." But this dunk was simply extraordinary, causing the game to be momentarily halted. Spectators at the sidelines had inadvertently splashed their beverages onto the court. Yujia gestured for Coach Zhang to regain his composure. To the individual who previously asserted that Letion should not participate in the dunk contest, "We guarantee no disrespect will be shown. I feel as though I have fallen in love. I somewhat sympathize with Durant. Could he be a divine envoy sent to aid Letion? Just look at him. He's assisted Tiangu with steals, blocks, and now, a thunderous dunk." After a brief interruption, the game resumed. "Lee, you need to be cautious. Watch out for their underhanded tactics," Gasol reminded Letion. "I will," Letion acknowledged, aware that he needed to temper his exuberance. He successfully converted the free throw, bringing the score to 12-30, as Letion's offensive surge widened the gap. During the remaining time in the first quarter, with the help of his teammates, Durant managed to elevate his score. However, he was unable to assist his team in closing the gap. As the first quarter concluded, the score stood at 20-37. In the aftermath, a more restrained Letion had accumulated 13 points for rebounds, 2 steals, and 2 blocks. Meanwhile, Durant had filled his stats sheet but only managed to score 8 points. Accompanied by 6 turnovers, 3 steals, 2 blocks, and a shot clock violation, Durant once again became the backdrop for Letion. After replacing a substitute, the relentless bombardment from Conley and Navarra exacerbated the Supersonics' plight, leading to an ever-widening point gap. Upon the return of the starters in the third quarter, Letion facilitated screens for Gay and Gasol, who consistently sank mid-range shots. The game devolved into mere garbage time. In the fourth quarter, as the substitutes took the court, the Supersonics managed to gradually close the gap. When the final buzzer sounded, Letion concluded the game with an impressive tally of 25 points, 9 rebounds, 4 steals, and 2 blocks, marking his first foray into the realm of 20 points. Congratulations to the host. You have achieved your first single-game score of 20, earning a reward of 100 points. Upon hearing the system's notification, he almost forgot about its existence, having been solely focused on training for so long. Gasol, with his usual banter, and Conley, once again emphasizing the need to celebrate, gathered around him. The Grizzlies finally savored a long-awaited home victory, and the audience was treated to a resounding triumph. "Buddy, your performance today was simply outstanding, perfection itself," Gasol remarked, reaching out towards Letion's head. "Paul, keep your hands to yourself. I'd rather not end up like Gin Billy." "Gin Billy? What's wrong with him?" Gasol's hand hovered in the air. Conley muttered Gin Billy's name under his breath. "Ha ha ha. Paul, Lee doesn't he want to resemble Gin Billy, losing his hair at such a young age?" With the victory, the atmosphere within the team was vibrant, a stark contrast to the previous gloom. This was until a beautiful female reporter approached. "Hello, Lee, may I interview you? She stated directly. I would be delighted to accept your interview, he responded, making a gentlemanly gesture. Just as Taylor was about to celebrate with Lee Tion, he paused. All right. The first question, who do you believe has the best chance of winning Rookie of the Year this year? The reporter was clearly stirring the pot. I believe Horford has a strong chance of becoming this year's Rookie of the Year, as well as E. Jianlian from the Bucks. They both have potential, he replied, opting for familiar names. What about yourself? Do you not have a chance at Rookie of the Year? If you want to mention yourself, I will. The beautiful reporter pressed on. I'm merely a late second-round pick. Where do I stand in the competition for Rookie of the Year? This led to an awkward moment. He was just a second-round draft pick, lacking the credentials to be in the running for the award. But you averaged 16 points, which is better than most rookies this year. Doesn't that qualify you for Rookie of the Year? The reporter continued to inquire. Indeed, as you mentioned, I am merely better than most rookies. It seems in your eyes, there are players more deserving than I. Thus, I certainly cannot be the Rookie of the Year. The reporter was exasperated. This was not a novice, but rather a seasoned player. Do you think Durant has a chance to become Rookie of the Year? Before addressing your inquiry, might you clarify whether Durant is among the majority of players you mentioned? The reporter seemed momentarily bewildered, as if answering his own question. After hastily posing a few more inquiries, he departed. As the reporter exited, Taylor approached Lee Tion and enveloped him in an embrace. Lee, congratulations on securing victory in this match. Your performance was truly dominant. Lee Tion's explosive start undeniably set the tone for the game. Without the cooperation of my teammates, I hardly believe I would have had such opportunities. Upon seeing Taylor approach, the Grizzlies players instinctively created ample space for the two. Lee, I have never witnessed such a spectacular game. I believe I must attend your matches more frequently in the future. Taylor felt utterly relaxed, unencumbered by the need to maintain a FAA. Is that so? However, not every game is this thrilling. Most matches lack such excitement. After conversing for a while, Lee asked Taylor to wait momentarily. Lee, your performance today seems remarkably different. Players flocked to extend their congratulations. Even Gay, who typically shared a strained relationship with Lee Tion, approached him. Today, Lee Tion had assisted Gay significantly with screens and defensive plays, resulting in a brief thaw in their rapport. I concur. Having a romantic interest indeed alters one's demeanor. Yes, indeed, you are correct. I had always assumed Lee had feelings for Paul, which led me to keep my distance from him. Paul, I apologize for my misunderstanding. Ha. What a ridiculous notion, you bunch of eager souls. Ahem. What am I to say to you all? Can't you behave normally? Lee Tion cast a disdainful glance at the group, observing their ongoing discussion. He prepared to exit the locker room. Lee, you cannot abandon us. You promised to treat us tonight, Conley said with a mischievous grin as he approached Lee Tion. Today is a bit inconvenient. My friend is still waiting for me outside. Perhaps another time? Lee Tion felt concerned about keeping Taylor waiting. You mean your friend? You could invite her along. The more, the merrier. Why not ask her? Lee Tion observed that Taylor was still holding on to the snacks he had purchased. Taylor, why are you still carrying those? If you haven't finished them, just discard them. They are quite heavy. He reached out to take the items from Taylor's grasp. Don't. We shouldn't waste them. We'll just place them in the car shortly, Taylor replied, pulling the snacks back slightly. I'll put them in the car first, as a few teammates want to dine together. Do you find that convenient? If not, I will decline their invitation and treat them another day. Lee Tion felt a tinge of concern about whether Taylor would be willing. It's perfectly fine. We are merely having a meal together. With that, the group made their way to a nearby specialty restaurant. Taylor listened attentively as they discussed recent events concerning Lee Tion. From daily training and matches to the teammates' suspicions about Lee Tion's orientation, frequently shifting topics. The central theme remained constant, revolving around Lee Tion. Taylor quietly absorbed the conversation and felt a hint of regret upon hearing that Lee Tion might return to the bench following Melisic's comeback. It's all right, Paul. The pressure of being a substitute is significantly lighter. You are quite hefty. You should handle those big guys yourself. My frame cannot endure it. Lee, I challenge you. You cannot say such things about me. I am not fat at all. After this exchange, the two engaged in playful banter, reminiscent of children. Following their victory, it felt as though an immense burden had been lifted from everyone, leaving them in a state of utter relaxation. The following day, within the Seattle training facility, Durant was scrolling through the news from the previous day. Recently hailed by the media as a strong contender for Rookie of the Year, he had developed a habit of checking the news after each training session. Best rookie dunked on by a second-round pick? Rookie of the Year contender becomes a backdrop. Letion obliterates Durant. Durant schooled again by that second-round pick. Durant? Rookie of the Year? You don't deserve it. The biggest oversight of 2007. Moments later, the sound of commotion echoed through as Wilkins, leaving the gym, muttered, "Is this what being wealthy allows one to do?" Chapter 42. Roundtable Conference. Rookie reevaluation. After a night of silence, Letion had yet to ascend to the second floor of the villa. It was not until the latter part of the night that Taylor fell into a drowsy slumber, unaware of when she had drifted off. The concerns that had occupied her thoughts had not materialized, further solidifying her determination. While Taylor remained in deep sleep, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, and her body, ever honest, signaled her hunger. "Taylor, it's time for breakfast," came Letion's magnetic voice from downstairs. Quickly washing up, Taylor descended to find the table laid out with a breakfast selection distinct from the day prior. "You can enjoy breakfast now. I wasn't sure of your preferences, so I prepared a variety, including American style and other flavors. Feel free to choose whatever you like." Gazing at the array of breakfast options, her taste buds awakened in anticipation. Unbeknownst to Letion, while he was dining and shopping with a beautiful woman, several media personalities from TNT alongside esteemed basketball veterans gathered together. TNT assembled a formidable lineup of renowned commentators: Barkley, Kenny Smith, Stephen Smith, Miller, and Kerr. The primary purpose of today's meeting, as everyone was aware, was to re-rank the top 5 rookies and discuss the competition for the Rookie of the Year award. This year, the first overall pick, Odin, had unfortunately been sidelined for the season, and his return would not be until next year, thereby excluding him from this discussion. Thus, the focus shifted to the top 5 rookies and the potential contenders for the coveted title of Rookie of the Year. Kenny presided over the meeting. After an extensive discussion, the panel ultimately arrived at the list of the top 5 rookies: Letion, Ejenian, Durant, Horford, and Noah. Barkley was the first to voice his agreement with this re-ranking. "Hey, chubby guy, who do you think stands the best chance of becoming Rookie of the Year?" Kenny inquired, directing his gaze towards Stephen. "The likelihood of Durant claiming the title of Rookie of the Year is the highest. Firstly, let us consider his average statistics, which stand at an impressive 19 points per game. Can such a rookie not be deemed worthy of the accolade? Historically, how many rookies have managed such figures?" Stephen articulated his perspective. "Stephen, you genuinely believe it will be Durant? If Durant can become Rookie of the Year, then I assert that Letion is the true candidate for the title. Durant has consistently been outperformed by Letion. Yesterday's performance was ample evidence of this. Moreover, let us examine the statistics. An average of 16 points, 7 rebounds, 5 assists, 3 steals, and 2 blocks. Is this not superior to someone like Durant, who seems to focus solely on scoring?" Barkley interjected passionately. "Look at Durant's numbers: 19 points, 4 rebounds, 2 assists, and 9 blocks. My goodness. He lacks even a single block from an interior player." Barkley continued, "Are you aware of Ejenian's statistics? He too has averaged 19 points, along with 8 rebounds and 6 assists. Kerr concurred with Barkley's assertion, stating that Letion had a greater chance of becoming Rookie of the Year. "Letion cannot possibly be Rookie of the Year. I believe he has the potential to become an elite 3 and D player. I shall refrain from discussing his 3-point shooting percentage, but he excels in defense against both Durant and McGrady. However, winning the Rookie of the Year title is beyond reach," Miller remarked, already holding Letion in high regard. "Have you not noticed that Ejenian has a stronger case for Rookie of the Year? His defensive skills are on par with Letion's, and his offensive talents rival those of Durant. Currently, the Bucks boast a significantly better record than both the Sonics and the Grizzlies. Today, he managed to limit LeBron's scoring to below 25 points while securing 27 points himself, leading the Bucks to victory over last season's Eastern Conference champions, the Cavaliers." Kenny discerned the potential within Ejenian to emerge as a burgeoning star in the league. Let us not overlook that our discussion includes Al Horford and Joakim Noah. Should they overhear your discourse, they might take umbrage. Charles Barkley was quick to remind everyone that the focus should not solely be on these 3, but rather consider the fates of the other 2. I share the consensus that Horford and Noah stand little chance of clinching the Rookie of the Year title, though they may yet vie for All-NBA honors. Stephen addressed Barkley's query with a chuckle, affirming their shared perspective. The two exchanged celebratory high fives. All 3 players boasted scoring averages exceeding 15 points per game, qualifying them for Rookie of the Year consideration. Thus, it would be prudent to examine other statistical facets. Kenny, embodying the qualities of a negotiator, initiated the discussion on points of consensus. Indeed, in terms of scoring, their statistics are commendable. Letion's scoring is impressive, however. Has anyone noticed that most of Letion's points come from catch-and-shoot three-pointers or dunks? The numbers may be appealing. But can a player lacking offensive versatility truly contend for Rookie of the Year? The former three-point sharpshooter, Miller, raised his skepticism. This is a valid point. For Letion to be considered for Rookie of the Year, his ability to create opportunities is significantly lacking when compared to Jianlian and Kevin Durant, who exhibit far superior prowess. Coach Kerr also excluded Letion from the discussion. Beyond offense, when assessing defense, Jianlian's capabilities surpass those of the current Durant. Durant's defensive play leaves much to be desired, often appearing as a liability. Barkley has little patience for players devoid of defensive skills. After several rounds of debate, the five engaged in a protracted discussion over whether Durant or Jianlian should be regarded as the top rookie, yet no one managed to sway the others. After an entire day of deliberation, they failed to reach a consensus on the Rookie of the Year, ultimately placing Jianlian and Durant in first and second respectively, followed by Letion, Horford, and Noah. Typically, at this juncture in the season, discussions regarding Rookie of the Year candidates are premature, yet this year, the performances of Durant, Jianlian, and Letion have been so formidable that they have distanced themselves from the subsequent rookies. Letion finally came to understand why women are often regarded as the most formidable beings. After spending an entire day shopping with Taylor, the athlete found himself utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the sofa, devoid of the energy even to prepare a meal. The duo resorted to ordering takeout to resolve their dinner dilemma. As Letion gazed at the plethora of items Taylor had purchased, he was left astonished by the sheer quantity amassed in less than a day. Although Memphis pales in comparison to larger cities, the volume of purchases was nonetheless staggering. "Taylor, how on earth do you plan to carry all these things?" he asked. "It feels exhilarating to spend money, but the aftermath is a different story." "I never said I intended to take it all home," she replied. "I'm leaving a lot of it here. Many of these clothes are for you. You've tried them on, haven't you?" Indeed. Letion recalled trying on several outfits during their shopping spree, having acquired quite a few items for himself. Surveying the amassed belongings, he realized he would soon embark on the daunting task of organizing them. "Thank you, Taylor. However, I now face a monumental endeavor to tidy everything up. It feels quite disconcerting to have it all strewn about like this." The two continued their organizing late into the night. For Taylor, who had come for a vacation, the experience hardly felt like a holiday, yet she found joy in the process. The following morning, after escorting Taylor to the airport, Letion returned to the training facility. Chapter 43. A New Opportunity. Lee, did you catch the news yesterday? The latest rookie power rankings have placed you in the top 5, Gasol remarked, somewhat astonished by the significant leap in Letion's standing. Letion's role on the Grizzlies is primarily as a three-point shooter and a forward defender, which ostensibly suggests he should not be a top 5 pick. Gasol reviewed the 2007 rookie class and noted that, upon careful examination, only a handful could be deemed quality prospects. Comparing statistics, Letion's position in the top 5 is not entirely implausible. Reflecting on Letion's performance over his first 10 games, the results are indeed commendable. Without meticulous scrutiny, one might overlook his impressive statistics, as he ranks among the top 3 scorers on the team. Paul, this is hardly advantageous. It will inevitably lead opposing teams to intensify their defensive focus on me, making it increasingly challenging to take shots. For Letion, this report is not particularly favorable. Is this not a cause for concern? You are now the team's third scoring option, and thus will naturally attract more attention. Gasol believes that an increase in scoring will result in heightened scrutiny from the team. Paul, the reality is quite different. I lack the ability to create opportunities, and can only score through positioning or second-chance efforts. The team does not possess a player capable of drawing double teams from the perimeter, making it even more difficult to seize opportunities. Letion gently massaged his temples. Indeed, the team lacked a proficient organizer and a player capable of drawing attention, which was a fundamental flaw. Gasol recalled the years when he single-handedly bore the burden of the Grizzlies, a poignant memory filled with hardship. He was not the type of player who could dominate the paint or exert control over the key. He simply could not uphold the weight of this team. "What is the matter, Paul? Your expression seems rather grim," he noted, sensing Gasol's unease. "It's nothing. Let us continue with our training." As Gasol departed, filled with heartfelt congratulations for Letion, his mind was awash with concerns. Letion discerned the peculiar behavior of Gasol and simultaneously grasped the reasons behind Gasol's sudden preoccupation. It all stemmed from the duality of victory and disappointment. That evening, as they faced off against the Toronto Raptors led by Bosh, the Grizzlies suffered yet another defeat. On the bench, only Lowry managed to score 11 points, while Conley remained sidelined. The team's most frequent shooter, Gay, had a dismal performance, hitting only 5 out of 17 attempts, resulting in an abysmal shooting percentage of less than 30. In stark contrast, the highest performer, Gasol, was afforded a mere 11 opportunities to shoot. Letion successfully contained Bosh on the court, limiting him to a mere 15 points. Once again, the absence of external support left Gasol under immense pressure, resulting in the team committing 5 more turnovers than the Raptors. Under the focused defense of the Raptors, Letion managed only 8 points, making 2 out of 6 three-point attempts. The shortcomings of the Grizzlies, lacking aggressive players, became evident as Letion found himself besieged by the Raptors' inside and outside players, failing to create sufficient offensive space in the paint. Following the loss to the Raptors, the team departed for San Antonio. On the plane, Letion recalled his first game against the Supersonics, where he scored over 20 points in a single match, earning himself a reward of 100 points. Engrossed in relentless training, he almost forgot that he was a system user, if not for the prompt that reminded him. System. Checkpoint balance. Host. After the match earnings and the previous reward of 100 points, you have a total of 385 points remaining. Would you like to participate in the lottery? The items in the store have been refreshed. The exchange price for store items is randomly set in points. Letion first cast a glance at the items refreshed in the marketplace. Goodness, there were indeed numerous splendid items. At the forefront was the Jordan fadeaway jump shot priced at 50,000 points. The Kobe fadeaway jump shot at 40,000 points. The Tracy McGrady pull-up shot at 35,000 points. The Varejao flopping technique at 5,000 points. Masterful aesthetic sensibility at 3,000 points. Well, there were plenty of items, all of considerable value, yet the cheapest among them still demanded 3,000 points. It would be best to close the marketplace. System. Shut down the marketplace and open the lottery panel. Host. The lottery panel has been activated. System. Execute a triple draw. Congratulations. Host. The results of the 3 draws are as follows. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. And Bruce Lee's Tai Chi Level 1. Aside from basketball skills, which are categorized into 4 levels, all other skills range from levels 1 to 9. With the initial level being 1. Letion felt a tinge of disappointment. Lacking any basketball skills, the quality of the beginner lottery was rather inadequate. He resolved to accumulate points for future advanced lotteries. System. How may I learn this Tai Chi from Bruce Lee? He inquired. Host. This skill will be transmitted to your mind within 24 hours. Diligent practice is essential to enhance its level, the system replied, glancing at the remaining 85 points, which afforded him no further actions. Letion closed the system. Letion cast a glance at his teammates, each engrossed in their own tasks. He picked up the game footage of Duncan edited by the team's video analyst and began to watch the recent matches featuring Duncan. Observing Duncan's movements, it became evident that he rarely appeared fatigued during the regular season, a testament to his exceptional stamina and meticulous physical conditioning after a decade in the league, especially as a rookie who had spent 4 years in college. No wonder he was able to secure a championship with his team even as he neared retirement in his previous life, posting impressive statistics along the way. The ageless rookie Duncan demonstrated no flaws in his performance. While his stats each game may not rank among the elite in the league, his contribution to the team was no less significant than that of Shaquille O'Neal during his tenure with the Lakers. Possessing a soft shooting touch, an unguardable mid-range game, remarkable footwork, and an astonishing bank shot, his only shortcoming lay in his vertical leap. How does one defend against such a Duncan? Letion pondered. Duncan's vulnerabilities were his defensive coverage, speed, and jumping ability. He was formidable in protecting the paint, yet if drawn out to the perimeter, he became considerably weaker. Although he possessed a certain playmaking ability, his exterior game was lacking and required assistance in defense to better contain him. When it came to low-post defense, one needed to withstand Duncan's backing down, necessitating a defender with considerable strength. Due to Malisic's absence, Letion found himself with an opportunity, albeit one accompanied by challenges. Facing the starting defense would put him up against historically significant players, potentially diminishing his own statistics, yet accelerating his experience and skill development. One must gain some and sacrifice others. Lee, you're taking this too seriously, remarked Gasol, who had just awakened and noticed Letion repeatedly reviewing Duncan's game footage. I must. For I am to contend with a player of historical caliber, Li Tian replied. Defending him, my height becomes a disadvantage. Thus I must compensate with greater technique. I'm relying on you. You've faced him quite a bit. Any tips? Your strength exceeds mine. Your speed is commendable, and your footwork is quite good, Gasol began. On offense, utilize your movement to continuously wear down his stamina. Drawing him out to the perimeter, it should yield positive results. As for defense, he poses no threat beyond the three-point line. His main weapons are the mid-range shot, post-ups, and hooks. His leaping ability is poor, so when closely guarding him, try to create space for your jump. You may find unexpected success. Gasol meticulously shared his insights on defending against Duncan. Chapter 44. Facing the 21st rookie upon landing and arriving at the hotel, Li Tian engaged in some basic strength training before returning to review Duncan's game footage. While watching the matchup between Yao Ming and Duncan, he noted that Yao's defense against Duncan had been quite effective. The last game had seen both players showcasing their skills in an explosive manner. Brother Yao, have you had a chance to rest? Li Tian called Yao Ming. Li Tian, why are you calling at this hour? Shouldn't you be preparing for rest? Won't it affect your performance in tomorrow's game? Yao Ming remains deeply concerned about the match between Li Tian and Yi Jianlian. Indeed, it is precisely because of tomorrow's game that I find myself awake so late. The task of defending against Duncan weighs heavily on my mind. I just watched the replay of your match against him and would like to seek your advice on the best strategies for defending Duncan. Li Tian directly stated his intention. Let me think for a moment. After a brief pause, I contemplated both your strengths and weaknesses in comparison to him. Offensively, it would be most advantageous to draw him out to the perimeter, utilizing your speed to evade him. Defensively, it is crucial to maintain a slight distance, allowing ample space for your jump, while being vigilant of his mid-range shooting and footwork. Thank you, Brother Yu. I will be mindful of your advice. Please take care and rest well. After Li Tian hung up the phone, he realized that what Yao Ming and Gasol had said was quite similar. Utilizing his leaping ability, speed, strength, and footwork, he found himself lacking in technical prowess compared to Duncan. After pondering for a while, Li Tian decided to take a rest. Sighing, he lamented his envy, feeling that he still could not take the court. Conley began to voice his grievances to Li Tian. What are you envious of? Would you like to switch places? You can defend Duncan. Li Tian remained lost in thought about how to guard Duncan. I would gladly do so, but Mark won't allow it. For this game, I am still relegated to the sidelines. Conley's eyes were devoid of spirit. Li Tian felt a twinge of sympathy for Conley. As the fourth overall pick in the first round of the 2007 draft, Conley had barely seen the court in nearly a month of play. In stark contrast, players like Durant and Horford, selected before him, had already become cornerstones of their respective teams. Moreover, several players drafted after him enjoyed significantly more playing time. Yi Jianlian, for instance, seemed poised to outshine him, while Li Tian himself garnered far more minutes on the floor. Conley, do not despair. I firmly believe that you will secure a lucrative contract in the future. Though your current playing time is limited, seize this opportunity to hone your skills. When the moment arrives for you to take the court, astound them with your performance and dazzle their titanium-coated eyes, Li Tian encouraged Conley, recognizing the unfairness of their comparisons. As he absorbed Li Tian's words of motivation, a spark ignited in Conley's eyes. The coach's personnel decisions are truly enigmatic. I find it difficult to fathom his choices. After Conley departed, Gasol commenced his usual complaints. Whether it is enigmatic or not, I cannot say, but what I do know is that today, we must defend against Duncan. And I am still quite anxious about it. Li Tian currently possesses limited experience in defending against Duncan, a man who may very well become the greatest power forward in history. Haha, seeing you like this lightens my mood today. I am relieved that I do not have to match up against Duncan. Just the thought of it is delightful. Gasol chuckled heartily. You must assist me in defense. There is no escaping this responsibility. This is your chance to secure some blocks. Li Tian would not allow Gasol to retort and strode away with purpose. Left behind, Gasol was bewildered. It seemed he had unwittingly been burdened with half the responsibility. Li, do not leave. I have yet to agree. I protest. Li Tianli paid no heed and continued to stride forward. Coach Zhang, who do you believe will emerge victorious in today's match? Yu Jia posed a question that required no deliberation. The answer was evident, regardless of the perspective. The Spurs were the clear frontrunners for victory. Were it not for the cavalry, the Grizzlies might have found themselves defeated by halftime. Coach Zhang perceived that the Grizzlies possessed no chance whatsoever. Very well, then for this match, we shall merely hope for a commendable performance from Letion. Mark, observing the player's expressions and demeanor, discerned that hope for victory had all but evaporated. The continuous losses, coupled with unresolved internal issues, rendered the situation exceedingly challenging. As the game commenced, the Spurs secured the jump ball. Letion swiftly approached Duncan, engaging in close defense. Parker controlled the ball while Bowen stepped forward to assist him with a screen. Duncan maneuvered Letion into his favorite shooting zone, thereby creating space for Parker's drive while positioning himself in an area with a high shooting percentage. Instead of penetrating the lane, Parker circled in front of Duncan and deftly passed the ball into his hands. Duncan, possessing the ball, did not underestimate Letion simply because he was a rookie. Letion was completely focused, his eyes fixed intently on every move made by Duncan. He maintained a slight distance from Duncan, a distance that effectively prevented Duncan from driving to the basket while also allowing him to disrupt Duncan's sudden jump shots. As Duncan made several hesitant steps, Letion remained unfazed. Abandoning the idea of breaking past Letion, Duncan prepared to back down for a one-on-one confrontation. Letion braced himself against Duncan's back with his left hand, thwarting Duncan's attempts to push him toward the basket. Duncan relentlessly employed feints, skillfully combining them with shifts and footwork, yet Letion fell prey to Duncan's deceptive tactics. In the fleeting moment when Letion's balance was disrupted, Duncan seized the opportunity to strike. Letion, unable to stabilize his form in time, leaped with all his might towards the direction of Duncan's shot. Just as the basketball reached its apex, his fingertips grazed the surface, altering its trajectory. Letion's reaction was astonishingly swift, despite his center of gravity being disrupted. He utilized his remarkable leaping ability to successfully block Duncan's attempt. Yu applauded fervently, and the entire live stream resonated with his cheers. Although this moment marked a successful block against Duncan, it was evident that Letion's experience was still lacking, with numerous areas in need of refinement and ample room for growth. Coach Zhang discerned Letion's inexperience as well. Gasol exerted himself to secure the rebound, while the Spurs players had already commenced their defensive retreat. Realizing a fast break was futile, Gasol passed the ball to Navarro. The half-court offense and defense were the Spurs' forte, and the Grizzlies lacked a player capable of penetrating their defensive line. With the ball in hand, Navarro's sole strategy was to create space for Letion, thereby opening the court. Gasol stationed himself at the baseline, while Duncan closely shadowed Letion. Employing his agility, Letion continually varied his running direction and speed, causing Duncan to struggle to keep pace, yet he managed to barely stay with Letion. Suddenly, Gay came forth to set a screen for Letion, effectively blocking Duncan from behind. Receiving Navarro's pass, Letion launched a three-point shot, which found its mark. The Spurs continued to rely heavily on Duncan. However, when Duncan leapt unexpectedly, Letion discreetly made contact, altering Duncan's shooting posture. The shot was disrupted, causing the basketball to ricochet off the rim. Letion, without jumping, skillfully positioned himself to obstruct Duncan's shot, allowing Gasol to seize the rebound. The Grizzlies successfully launched a swift counterattack, with Navarro executing a layup. The game commenced with the Grizzlies establishing a 5-0 lead, delivering a striking blow to the Spurs. Beep. Popovich called a timeout. Nearly a minute into the game, the Spurs had already requested a pause, a testament to Letion's prowess in halting their momentum. Coach Zhang could hardly believe it. It seemed only Popovich would resort to such an early timeout. Chapter 45, a stalemate in the first 3 quarters. Duncan, what is the matter? You are merely facing a rookie, yet you have been blocked once and disrupted another time during your 2 attempts. Step off the court and contemplate your performance, Popovich admonished, his frustration palpable as he replaced Duncan. Elson, you take Duncan's place. Bowen, you will defend Letion. Do not underestimate his off-ball movement, and certainly do not disregard his 3-point shooting. Is that clear? Popovich regarded Bowen with unwavering intensity. Bowen nodded vigorously, understanding the weight of Popovich's emphasis on Letion. He could not afford to overlook any detail. Parker, it's your turn to lead the offense. Popovich orchestrated the team with precision. To everyone's astonishment, Duncan was benched. Such a decision was unprecedented. The veteran had only played for a minute before being replaced. The entire ATT Center was engulfed in shock, witnessing Duncan's swift exit. The audience sat in stunned silence, their expressions reflecting disbelief towards Popovich's audacious move. A wave of commotion swept through the crowd. Lee, you're impressive. You've even sent Duncan to the bench, Stoudemire exclaimed, giving Letion a thumbs up. A storm was brewing. It was time to rally. Did you not see Popovich's expression? Letion gestured towards the coach. "Let us pray that divine favor is with us," Stoudemire proclaimed as he traced a cross over his chest. "Brothers, let us fight on. We are all NBA players, so who fears whom?" Letion rallied their spirits. "Let us do this." Before taking the court, Gasol let out a resounding shout. As the timeout concluded, Parker held the ball at the arc, while Watson positioned himself behind Gasol, poised to receive a pass. Oberto hovered near the free throw line, and Finley stepped forward to set a screen for Parker, with Bowen lurking in the corner. Suddenly, Parker launched his attack, Stoudemire lagged behind, and Lee approached to provide help defense. Parker deftly passed the ball to Oberto, who stood near the free throw line. The Grizzlies exhibited a lack of a cohesive defensive strategy, coupled with poor communication, leading to noticeable gaps in their defense. Navarro, tasked with baseline defense, was compelled to step up, and Oberto returned the ball to Finley, who had set the screen. The Grizzlies' defense was in utter disarray, with players struggling to identify their assignments, while Gay charged forward. Finley, seizing the moment, passed the ball to Bowen, who was unguarded in the corner, and Bowen sank a three-pointer without hesitation. Upon resuming play, the Spurs capitalized on their continuous passing to create opportunities. Navarro advanced past half-court, while the Grizzlies lacked an effective offensive structure, relying instead on a series of screens and individual efforts. Letion advanced to set a screen for Navarro, effectively positioning Oberto behind him. Bowen closely guarded Letion, refusing to switch even during the pick. Navarro was unable to execute a handoff with Letion and once again circled back to the perimeter. Letion maneuvered Bowen to the right side of the 45-degree three-point line, allowing Navarro to exploit a screen set by Gay and penetrate towards the basket. Navarro successfully completed the layup. This offensive play by the Grizzlies seemed to foreshadow the challenges they would face in their upcoming attacks, as it was executed with remarkable difficulty. Letion found himself in utter despair against Bowing's relentless defense. The two teams engaged in a grueling battle of offense and defense, each exchange becoming increasingly arduous. Witnessing this match evokes memories of that fateful NBA Finals between the Spurs and the Pistons. Each possession seemed to stretch until the final 15 seconds before a genuine scoring opportunity emerged. As the game progressed, the initial vigor of the Grizzlies gradually diminished. After the starters were substituted, Letion observed his teammates' spirits plummet as the score began to close in. The tally stood at 22-18, with the Grizzlies clinging to a slender 4-point lead. "Paul, Gay, when we take the court again, we must revamp our offensive strategy. Otherwise, we will struggle to endure even until halftime." Letion called over Gasol and Gay. "The Spurs are incredibly challenging to face. Their level of synergy and defensive system surpasses ours. We must resort to unconventional tactics and maintain constant movement on the court, never allowing ourselves a moment's pause." Letion offered his insights, while the other two consciously disregarded Mark's presence. His performance with the Grizzlies allowed him to gradually establish his footing. "We will play this way. Everyone will move without the ball, then seize opportunities for pick-and-rolls, after squeezing through the middle and receiving the ball. Regardless of the quality of the opportunity, we must take the shot. Once we defend successfully, we will immediately initiate a fast break. We cannot engage in a half-court battle, for we are no match for the Spurs in that regard. Let's give it our all," Gay exclaimed. With the return of the starters, the Grizzlies transformed their previous half-court strategy. Each possession was executed within 10 seconds, regardless of whether the shot found its mark, leaving only Gasol and Letion to contend for rebounds, while the others swiftly retreated on defense. The Grizzlies, now in full stride, began to stabilize the situation. Duncan opted to forego matching up with Letion, while Bowen commenced his full-court defense against him, leaving Letion with fewer opportunities to shoot. Navarro dribbled to the top of the arc, positioning Parker, who was defending him, behind himself. Letion sprinted from the baseline towards Navarro, while Gay, near the free-throw line, stepped up to effectively block Bowen, who was chasing after Letion. Letion dashed to the three-point line, and Navarro passed the ball into his hands. Upon receiving the pass, Letion immediately took the shot. Letion's release time has been continually decreasing, now taking approximately 0.7 seconds to shoot. Whoosh. The three-pointer lands with unwavering precision, extending the lead to 10 points once more. "Lee, your strategy is exceptional. However, our coordination remains somewhat unrefined," nearly allowing Parker to slip by. Navarro approached to high-five Letion in celebration. The San Antonio Spurs tactics flow so seamlessly due to the consistency of their core players over recent years. "With more practice, we shall surely improve." Letion swiftly approached Duncan. For Letion, a successful defense was paramount in this offensive encounter. Rather than launching an immediate attack, Duncan adeptly employed variations in his footwork, continually altering Letion's defensive stance. As the most seasoned rookie, Duncan demonstrated his prowess. Letion hesitated but for a moment before Duncan executed a precise 45-degree bank shot, effortlessly sinking the basket. Letion was once again chastised by Duncan. The players of the Grizzlies tirelessly maneuvered, diligently defending and denying the Spurs any easy shots. As the first half concluded, the Grizzlies maintained a modest lead of 6 points, with a score of 49-43. The starting players of the Grizzlies, upon entering the locker room, sprawled out to recuperate their energy. Meanwhile, Mark animatedly expounded on the strategies for the second half, but no one paid his plans any heed. It was the same old routine, an endless series of isolation plays. As the third quarter commenced, the stamina of the Grizzlies starters still held firm. Parker and Duncan executed a series of successful combinations, steadily narrowing the score gap. However, the shooting percentage of the Grizzlies plummeted significantly. In one instance, Duncan passed from the baseline to the three-point line, where Parker made a successful three-pointer, leveling the score at 55-55. Mark, seated on the sidelines, incessantly shouted for them to keep up, to stay tight on defense, and to be mindful of their positioning. The players on the court appeared to slow down considerably, as if weighed down by lead. Chapter 46. A regrettable defeat as the Spurs celebrate 2 consecutive victories, observing the evident fatigue among the Grizzlies' key players. Mark had no choice but to substitute them out. Gasol, Gay, and Letion were pulled from the game. Gasol and Gay appeared relatively unscathed. Yet it was evident to any astute observer that the Grizzlies had no chance of victory if the game continued in this manner. In preparation for the next match, Mark was compelled to substitute all of his starters, effectively conceding defeat. Letion arrived at the sidelines and took a seat on the bench, gasping for breath. His complexion somewhat pale, beads of sweat cascading down his face. Observing the situation on the court, the momentum shifted dramatically after the main players exited. Ginobili, accompanied by the Spurs bench players, unleashed a relentless 10-0 scoring spree, widening the gap on the scoreboard. The Grizzlies succumbed to yet another defeat against the Spurs. Gasol secured 15 points, Navarro achieved 18 points. Letion contributed 12 points, and Gay tallied 16 points. All 4 players scored in double digits, yet still fell short of victory, and the Grizzlies seemed to have lost their direction entirely. After enduring a second consecutive loss, the players initially wore expressions of regret and disappointment. However, as losses accumulated, they began to adopt a nonchalant attitude towards defeat. Only Letion and Gasol shook their heads in dismay. Alas, another loss. When will we ever achieve victory again? Letion gazed upward at the sky. His vulnerabilities were becoming increasingly pronounced, and another flaw in his performance emerged during this match. Stamina remained a significant issue. After Letion left the court, Coach Zhang pointed out this deficiency. Having engaged in high-intensity defense against Duncan while continuously moving without the ball on offense, he was hounded by Bowen, depleting his energy reserves. Despite only playing for 22 minutes, Letion's stamina could not sustain him further in the game. Indeed, he was still a rookie, and as the season progressed, his endurance would undoubtedly improve. Yu Jia believed that Letion's stamina was currently a weakness but would gradually enhance over time. Nevertheless, the upcoming summer games next year should not be overly impacted, as Letion's stamina would show considerable progress with the season's advancement. Coupled with a relative reduction in game time during the summer, Coach Zhang continually contemplated Letion's prospects for next summer's games. In our home games, I firmly believe we have a chance to break our historical best record. Yu Jia firmly believes. Back-to-back, the Grizzlies hosted the Wizards. The players of the Grizzlies, having been shrouded in gloom the previous night, entered the game today with a newfound vigor, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. Only Letion's performance was less than satisfactory. He committed uncharacteristic errors and appeared distracted on defense. His offensive efficiency was dismal, hitting only 1 out of 5 attempts, akin to a natural disaster. Observing Letion's despondency, his teammates rallied to encourage him, yet encouragement could not substitute for stamina. The previous night's grueling battle had left Letion still recuperating. Concerned for Letion's well-being, Mark opted to substitute him early in the game. Ultimately, Letion managed a mere 5 points, 2 of which came from a fast break dunk. This match was undeniably a disheartening experience for him. Fortunately, the other players on the Grizzlies performed exceptionally, leading the team to a resounding victory. When the final whistle blew, The Wizards succumbed to the Grizzlies with a score of 118 to 124. Navarro led the team with 28 points, followed closely by Gay with 27 and Gasol with 25. While the substitute Lowry contributed 17 points. Stoudemire fared even worse than Letion, going 0 for 6, sharing in the misfortune. On the flight to New Jersey, the Grizzlies began to engage in conversation. Winning the game helped to mask the team's negative emotions, gradually alleviating the prevailing gloom. After arriving in New Jersey and taking 2 days to recuperate, they slowly began to recover. Through BLS assistance, Letion secured a personal trainer to devise a comprehensive fitness regimen. Observing his own physical condition, Letion found himself envious of LeBron's stamina. Without fitness, completing an entire game was a futile endeavor. "Lee, why have you stopped practicing your three-pointers?" Gasol inquired as he noticed Letion shifting his training focus. "Paul, that's rather unkind of you. Surely you know why. In the game against the Spurs, I could only play for 3 quarters before my stamina waned. I must enhance my conditioning." Letion rolled his eyes at Gasol, sensing the intentional provocation. Letion has engaged a physical trainer, which has raised questions from Gasol. He had not heard of any endorsement contracts signed by Letion, and with such a modest salary, it seemed perplexing how he could afford to hire a trainer. "Where do you get the funds to hire a trainer?" he inquired. "That's a secret. Acquiring the Grizzlies is not out of the question for me now. After all, money is merely paper," Letion replied. "Over the course of more than a year, he has amassed sufficient capital." Letion is no longer troubled by financial concerns. He is also brewing some new plans, though it is not yet time for their execution. Gasol has always thought that Letion was merely posturing and has thus paid little heed to it. The Grizzlies faced off against the New Jersey Nets on their home turf. Despite the outstanding performances of the Nets' 2 main players, Jason Kidd achieving a triple-double and Carter scoring a remarkable 32 points, the Nets bench was underwhelming, contributing less than the recovering Letion. Letion scored 19 points, while Gasol achieved the highest score of the team with 22 points. The Memphis Grizzlies had 6 players scoring in double digits, culminating in an impressive total of 110 points. The Grizzlies triumphed over their opponents with a final score of 110 to 103, securing a victory by a margin of 7 points. As the game concluded, had it not been for the Grizzlies' immediate flight to Toronto, all players would have eagerly sought to celebrate at a nearby bar. Fortunately, Mark intervened just in time to restrain the exuberance of his teammates. "It is truly unfortunate, Lee. We had everything arranged, but in the end, it was Mark who thwarted our plans," Gasol lamented on the plane. "Perhaps it is best not to go. If you become a soft-shell shrimp in tomorrow's game, it would be utterly humiliating. I certainly would not want to see you next time and have to call you soft-shell shrimp." After Letion spoke, the entire aircraft erupted in laughter. Yet, constrained by Gasol's imposing presence, everyone stifled their mirth. Though their laughter was silenced, they concealed their amusement behind cupped hands, sharing secret smiles. Gasol, choosing to disregard the commotion, buried himself in preparation for sleep, feigning slumber. "Conley, do not fret. The team has chosen you as its future. You will surely take to the court and receive diligent guidance," Letion reassured Conley, who appeared increasingly despondent at the prospect of remaining benched for the upcoming match. Conley was suppressing his emotions, unaware of when he might suddenly erupt. The Grizzlies were brewing another series of challenges. Their consecutive victories merely masked the underlying issues, lacking only a catalyst to ignite them. Chapter 47. The long-awaited Memphis. In the final game of November, the Grizzlies suffered yet another defeat at the hands of the Raptors, led by Bosh. This marked the conclusion of the first month of competition, culminating in a record of 5 wins and 10 losses, including a game from October, a mere 1/3 of victories. If this trend persisted, a guaranteed spot in the lottery was inevitable. However, a glimmer of hope emerged as the team prepared for 2 home games, a welcome respite for the Grizzlies teetering on the brink of collapse. "Finally, we can return and rest properly. It has been exhausting," Gasol sighed. "Exhausted? Not at all. You sleep on the plane and at the hotel. Where is the fatigue?" Conley cheekily interjected. "Conley, are you seeking trouble? You benefit yet feign ignorance. The team genuinely cares for you. While you are indeed a rookie, the attention you receive is exceptional." Though Conley had been on the road with the team, his participation in games had been sporadic. For a newcomer, this was a fortunate circumstance. As he gradually acclimatized to the NBA, failing to adapt could lead him to encounter the infamous rookie wall. "I yearn to compete, yet opportunities elude me," Conley lamented inwardly, struggling with the reality that he could not know what others were thinking. He had grown weary of watching his teammates from the sidelines. Only by stepping onto the court could he validate his worth. The latest rookie rankings had already placed him out of contention for the top 5, and if he remained sidelined, even the top 10 seemed precarious. "Lee, are you still adjusting?" Gasol inquired, demonstrating genuine concern for Le'Tion's well-being. "I am well, though my recent performance has been less than stellar. My stamina issues have become quite apparent. On the court, I have started to attract targeted defenses, sometimes facing not just one opponent, but 2 or more closing in. Le'Tion's recent performance has seen a decline, as the team lacks a breakthrough player to draw defensive attention. His off-the-ball movements often face double-teaming. It is evident that he is grappling with his performance. Therefore, he must intensify his movements and enhance his shooting speed to better navigate his current challenges. Indeed, I must continuously learn and train. Could this lead to the possibility of transcending the realm of the divine? Le'Tion's singular ambition is to transcend divinity and become a new deity. In the future, a god. Therefore, I should request your autograph now. It may fetch a handsome price later." Lowry produced a pen and extended it towards Le'Tion. "My friend, why is there no jersey of mine? I must decline your signature." Lowry's hand, holding the pen, hovered in the air, uncertain of where to place it. "Lee, you may choose to sign on my jersey, however. I must charge for it. We can return to our home ground. The next few days are all home games, and the schedule isn't too demanding, allowing ample time for rest." At that moment, I found myself unexpectedly fond of Memphis. Gay joined in. "I, too, have a fondness for Memphis. But that sentiment will only blossom once the plane lands." Upon returning to Memphis, everyone pondered what to do. Gasol sought companionship for an activity. "I will head to the training facility to refine my weaknesses." Le'Tion offered an answer that left everyone astounded. "Oh my. You are the most diligent player I have ever encountered. Do take a break. Over time, your body will succumb to fatigue." Gasol gazed at Le'Tion in astonishment. "No. I am far too distant from divinity. I must learn and train." Le'Tion remained undeterred. Gasol then inquired of Conley and Lowry. "I, too, require training, after all. My recent playing time and opportunities have been scarce." Conley declined as well. "I am in the same boat. I am not strong enough." Lowry echoed the sentiment. "Very well. Your lives are exceedingly dull. How did I come to know such a tedious bunch? You truly do not understand how to savor life." Gasol lamented as he took a seat. "Ha. Lowry, shall we continue with that schedule?" Le'Tion mischievously glanced at Lowry. "Can I refuse? It is far too early. Persisting is exhausting. I suggest you also delay. It would be better for you." Lowry sincerely advised. "At most, I will call you a bit later." "Do not be like that. With that expression, one might think you've been wronged without recompense." Lowry felt a wave of misfortune wash over him, regretting his engagement with Le'Tion. "Ha. Lowry, that metaphor seems quite apartment. Do not be upset, my friend. Cheer up. We are soon to arrive in Memphis, and you can return to your cozy bed." Amused by Le'Tion, a rejuvenated Gasol patted Lowry on the shoulder. "I have made a decision. I cannot allow you to train alone. Your training requires my presence. I hereby announce my participation in your training," Gasol declared, reveling in his own grandeur. "We could engage in a 2v2 match. It is far more enjoyable than solitary training, truly. You do not realize that only Lee and I train early in the morning." "It is dreadfully monotonous," Lowry complained about the tediousness of training. "Very well, it is settled then." Throughout the entire journey, the head coach of the Grizzlies uttered not a single word. The consecutive defeats have rendered his position precarious, prompting the management to initiate yet another round of pressure. The Memphis management is now contemplating what direction to take this year. Should they replace the head coach in pursuit of playoff aspirations, or should they trade away Gasol? Gasol, having missed nearly the entire season due to injuries sustained while participating in national team competitions, now faces a similar predicament with Le'Tion, who, based on current performance, is also likely to join the national team during the offseason. The prospects for this Grizzlies team in the playoffs appear bleak. The squad lacks a coherent strategy and does not possess a star player akin to Kobe who can bear the weight of leadership. Gasol's character has consistently hindered him from emerging as a true leader for the team. It is time to make a decision. The management must consider 2 paths: to trade Gasol and Lee for valuable offers, or to trade away Gay and Conley in exchange for immediate contributors. Le'Tion gazed out of the window as the airplane began its descent. "Gentlemen, Memphis, we are home," he declared, as the familiar surroundings drew closer. The players of the Grizzlies became increasingly exhilarated. Tonight, I shall finally rest upon the bed I have yearned for incessantly, calmly exclaimed the moment he disembarked the aircraft. Let us not lament any longer, my friends. We have suffered through numerous defeats, and the spectators will surely mock us, Li Tian interjected, curbing Conley's exuberant outburst. Damn it. I got so carried away that I forgot, Conley murmured, silenced. Remember, fellows, we have practice tomorrow, he reminded them, directing a final note to Lowry. I shall be calling you bright and early. Oh, no, that is utterly dreadful, Lowry retorted, hastily departing the airport. Chapter 48, Endorsement Contract Bill. I am utterly delighted. Upon returning to my residence, your call came through, Li Tian said as he answered the phone call from Bill Duffy. Li, I deliberately reviewed your schedule in advance, knowing you would have returned to Memphis by now. As a seasoned agent, I pay great attention to such details. Thank you immensely, Bill. Your thoughtfulness is greatly appreciated. I presume your call bears good news for me. Li Tian understood that agents typically would not choose to call an employer at such a late hour unless there was something of significant importance. Li, you are correct, indeed. There is good news to share with you. The endorsement contract with Nike has been negotiated in accordance with your stipulations, and we are merely awaiting your convenience to finalize the signing, Bill stated straightforwardly. This was indeed splendid news. He had some free time in the coming days. Li Tian was quite affluent, yet no one would ever turn down the prospect of more wealth. Yes, as per your request, let's aim for a shorter contract duration. And I would also be amenable to a lesser financial arrangement. Li Tian is aware that his skills will continue to improve over time. If he signs an endorsement contract for an extended period now, it may not be advantageous for him. The endorsement deal with Guzzi is for 2 years at $8 million, with a base endorsement fee of $2 million per year. The additional $2 million is contingent upon certain incentive clauses. Indeed, Bill, your negotiation skills are truly remarkable. I am confident that I can secure the funds associated with those incentive clauses. Li Tian has proposed a remarkable achievement, the first team all-rookie and all-defense selections, alongside championships in 3 major tournaments and a dunk contest victory. Most astonishingly, he has claimed the title of first-team all-rookie and the championship for the season. During the contract period, should he secure a championship in any given year, he is entitled to the entirety of the bonus if he achieves this consecutively for 2 years. The reward will be doubled. Such assertions may sound fantastical, prompting the agents to speculate that Li Tian is merely embellishing the contract for the sake of vanity, presenting no real detriment to them. If he were to actually attain such accolades, what harm could come from a substantial financial reward? Will we be able to finalize the contract tomorrow? The agents inquired, eager to expedite the signing. They assured him they would sponsor all his game shoes and post-contract. He would receive commemorative footwear they hoped he would wear during matches. Additionally, during the off-season, there would be events akin to Tianzhou activities, with corresponding fees covered. Bill reminded Li Tian not to forget such details. Certainly, I am available tomorrow, Li Tian replied. There are also other endorsement contracts I will discuss with you. All local endorsements in Memphis, which merely require the use of your likeness. I have already filtered through these offers and declined those that might adversely affect your image. Bill's perspective on player representation was commendable. He did not wish for his signed athletes to compromise their reputations for immediate gains, as such actions could hinder future endorsements. Li, why have you yet to arrive at the gym? I have been waiting for nearly half an hour, Lowry exclaimed upon reaching the training facility, only to find Li Tian absent. I apologize, Lowry. I regret to disappoint you. My agent contacted me yesterday, and he will be here today to finalize endorsement contracts, which will cause a slight delay in my arrival. Listening to Li Tian's words, Lowry felt as though a dagger pierced his already wounded spirit. Though no longer a rookie, he had yet to receive many endorsement offers, while Li Tian, merely a rookie, had already secured one. All right, when can you make it here? Gasol and the others urged Lowry for updates. I'm uncertain of the exact time, but I will definitely be there today, without a doubt. Lee, congratulations. It seems dinner plans are set for today, is it not with Conley? Lowry and Conley exchanged glances, realizing that their most profound discomfort was not merely Li Tian's endorsement, but rather the unspoken jabs from Gasol, which inflicted the deepest wounds. Dismissing Gasol, the two moved to another part of the court to engage in a friendly competition, leaving Gasol isolated. Li, these documents require your signature, Bill stated, presenting a stack of contracts. Li Tian also summoned the relevant legal personnel, who conducted a meticulous examination and found no issues, after which he affixed his signature. The signatory of the contract expressed heartfelt joy towards Li Tian, warmly welcoming him aboard. Following the signing of several contracts, Li Tian, through Bill, utilized legitimate tax avoidance strategies and ultimately secured a total of $2 million. Li Tian deposited all the earnings from his endorsement contracts into a designated account. How has life been for you in Memphis, Li? Ever since Bill departed from Memphis, he has only maintained contact with Li Tian via phone and has not returned. Life has been quite pleasant. One must acknowledge that Paul is an exceptional teammate. Li, you should treat us to dinner tonight. Gasol noticed that Li Tian arrived at the training facility only in the afternoon and promptly approached him. No problem, brother. I even bought gifts for you all. On his way to the training facility, Li Tian deliberately purchased a few gifts, all in anticipation of this moment. Upon receiving the presents from Li Tian, the group ceased to impose further challenges upon him. Li, I truly adore this gift. It resonates perfectly with my passion for music. Your thoughtfulness is remarkable. Thank you. Gasol suddenly patted Li Tian's head. Ah, that feels rather pleasant. After achieving his playful objective, Gasol swiftly darted away from Li Tian. Li, I genuinely appreciate your gift. Both Conley and Lowry conveyed their gratitude. Li Tian skillfully utilized gifts to cultivate a closer bond with his teammates. Li, come over and start training. You have been late for quite some time. You must make up for the training you have missed. All right, everyone. Let us keep a watchful eye on Li's practice. Though they had shown leniency towards Li Tian, it did not imply a lack of accountability. Thus began the rigorous training, mercilessly testing Li Tian's resolve. For instance, a ball would be unexpectedly hurled at him during his shooting practice, or his attempts would be abruptly thwarted from behind. In short, there were no limits to their mischievous tactics. If one could imagine it, they executed it. Paul, you cannot treat me this way. Li Tian's protests fell on deaf ears as they persisted in their relentless defense. Prepare yourself for a tempestuous onslaught. You must quicken your shooting speed. Even when faced with malicious fouls, you must maintain your shooting form and ensure the ball finds its mark. Lowry and the others ceased their own training, merely observing Li's efforts, occasionally springing forth to disrupt his shots. Come on, you can do it. Damn, you missed again. You need to be quicker. Your ability to withstand interference requires enhancement. Li Tian endured rigorous training and hardship at the hands of several individuals. However, it undeniably proved to be beneficial for his development. Initially, he struggled against Gasol's relentless blocks, but eventually, his success rate improved to nearly 50%. His ability to resist interference also saw significant enhancement, as he consistently sank the ball into the hoop. Li, I assure you, your progress will be remarkable. You ought to express your gratitude to us. I believe you should treat us to breakfast tomorrow, Gasol declared, bursting into laughter as he sat on the ground. The training persisted, and Li Tian grit his teeth in determination. Chapter 49. A return to the bench after several games as a starter, Li Tian's performance exhibited fluctuations, lacking the explosive prowess he demonstrated while coming off the bench. Li, I hope my return from injury won't cause you any distress. Malisic was the first to voice his support for Li Tian, their camaraderie evident. He sincerely wished that his comeback would not force Li Tian back to the bench, jeopardizing their rapport. Malisic, fret not. If you treat us to a grand feast, that should suffice, right, Paul? Li Tian remained unfazed by the prospect of returning to the bench due to Malisic's return. Absolutely, but we must secure a victory in tonight's match, Malisic stated, a surprising desire to win surfacing in his typically unambitious character. Do not worry, we shall triumph in this game. The old Wolf King has departed, and the new one has yet to arrive. This is our opportunity. With renewed confidence, Gasol, back in the familiar power forward position, was relieved to no longer face Garnett. The current Timberwolves lacked any players who could effectively restrain him, and with Li Tian aiding and bolstering the interior defense, his forthcoming days promised to be considerably improved. Returning to the bench did not deter Li Tian. The few games as a starter had been immensely rewarding, particularly in the face of the Spurs. In recent training sessions, Li Tian showed further improvement, and from the bench, he could experiment during games to assess his training outcomes. Only Conley remained troubled, unable to participate in this match. As time passed, Conley's confidence gradually waned. Conley, do not despair. You will have your chance, Li Tian reassured him before resuming his training. Incorporating strength training into his regimen, Li Tian dedicated himself to relentless practice from dawn until dusk, often returning home late, weary from the day's exertions. The entire Grizzlies team, inspired by Li Tian's fervent training, exhibited a newfound enthusiasm, their practice sessions markedly more vigorous than before. Li, you are familiar with Corey Brewer, I presume? Miller approached to inquire about Brewer's background. Brewer and I are not particularly acquainted. As you know, my time at the University of Florida was rather challenging. Letion replied. After Letion sustained his injury, the entire team seemed to rally only around Horford, who continued to offer him comfort and support. While the other players shunned him, they resented him for occupying a position on the team despite his inability to compete, which inevitably affected their dynamics. I apologize for bringing up that chapter of your memory again. With time, everyone became aware of the incidents that transpired during Letion's college days. Nevertheless, he possesses a formidable mid-range shot, although his long-range shooting leaves much to be desired, allowing defenders to sag off him. His physical condition is relatively good, and he demonstrates a certain capacity for penetration, which necessitates heightened vigilance during defensive play. Letion expressed his understanding of Brewer with a hint of frustration. Since the end of the championship, the two had not crossed paths again. Miller, fret not. I shall assist you in fortifying our defense. Haha, there's no need for that. Lee, although both of you are novices, he pales in comparison to you. I merely wish to familiarize myself in advance. Defending against him will pose no challenge. As training concluded, preparations for the evening's match commenced. Having been elevated from the bench to the starting lineup, yet experiencing only a handful of matches before being reassigned to the bench, he felt an undeniable sense of discomfort. Letion has finally grasped the reason why certain players, despite possessing the talent to continue competing in the NBA, opt for retirement. For a player who has achieved great success, it is indeed difficult to accept a role as a substitute for newcomers, unless they have never won a championship and are presented with a genuine opportunity to do so upon joining a team. Otherwise, retiring seems a more prudent choice. As the first quarter concluded, while Gasol and Milicic struggled to perform, Stoudemire shone brilliantly, leading the Grizzlies to a 26-21 advantage over the Timberwolves. Letion and Lowry made their simultaneous appearances, with Letion facing off against his former college teammate. Lee, do you need assistance? I am aware that there have been some past grievances between you two, and I believe it is best to resolve them on the court. Lowry, familiar with Letion, recognized his amiable nature towards friends. However, he was less cordial with those with whom he had conflicts. Just look at Durant. For every encounter with him seemed to culminate in a thorough beating, leaving Durant questioning his very existence. Haha, Lowry, you truly understand me. After the game, let us train together. Upon hearing the word training, Lowry nearly collapsed onto the floor. The thought of training after the game was simply unbearable. As Lowry dribbled past half-court, the Timberwolves did not exhibit the same cohesive defense as the Spurs, nor did they employ a double screen. Letion swiftly advanced from the baseline to the high post, where Lowry had already positioned himself early along Letion's trajectory. Brewer followed closely behind, seamlessly passing the ball to Letion. Letion struck the ball with precision, releasing a swift three-point shot. Swish! The three-pointer found its mark with unwavering accuracy. The arena erupted with the jubilant whistles and cheers of the fans. His recent training had yielded fruitful results, and his shooting speed had notably accelerated. It was evident that he had indeed made a full recovery. However, there seemed to be an added strength to his three-point shooting compared to before. Brewer, observing Letion's action, murmured something under his breath. Corey, what is the matter? That last shot by Lee was not your fault. It's nothing, Brewer replied, shaking his head. Lee, you become quicker, Lowry praised. Lowry, you're the one who is quick. If we're talking about strength, I've improved even more. Lee, this isn't good, one must be honest. You're still a rookie, so refrain from making unfounded claims. With laughter, he dashed away. As the game resumed, the Timberwolves were focused on nurturing their rookies and deliberately losing to secure better draft picks for the upcoming year. Brewer held the ball at the arc, intent on driving past Letion. He doubted that Letion's knee had fully healed. The notion that Letion could outpace him was utterly preposterous. Before his injury, Letion had only been slightly faster than himself, and Brewer was confident he could outmaneuver him now, with a series of behind-the-back dribbles. Brewer suddenly took a lateral step to the left, accelerating toward the basket. His long strides convinced him he could shake off Letion's defense. While Milicic was firmly blocked by a teammate behind him, Brewer surged forward for a layup, charging toward the hoop, but in that split second before his shot, he was taken aback to see Letion not only catch up to him, but also leap just as he released the ball. Oh my goodness. What did I just witness? Letion successfully blocked Brewer's shot. What a satisfying moment. Haha, brother Tion is formidable. No words needed, just a block without compromise. This class is truly worth it. As the spectators erupted in cheers for Le'Tion's block, in the blink of an eye, Lowry and Le'Tion had crossed half-court. Just as the fans gasped in astonishment, the Grizzlies initiated a fast break. Lowry drove to the basket, drawing defenders, while Le'Tion had already positioned himself at the corner beyond the three-point line. The Timberwolves' defense was chaotic, failing to notice Le'Tion lurking at the corner. Lowry executed a behind-the-back bounce pass, and Le'Tion received the ball, making a quick adjustment. He leapt for a three-point shot. DJ shouted, urging everyone to cheer once more for Le'Tion. 3 points. Le'Tion successfully made a three-pointer, leading the Grizzlies to a commanding 11-point advantage over the Timberwolves. Chapter 50. The upgrade of off-ball movement. The game continues, and with consecutive three-pointers, the team's morale has significantly soared, and the players of the Grizzlies are becoming increasingly emboldened. The Timberwolves find themselves at a loss against Le'Tion's shooting. If they defend him one-on-one, his off-ball movement will outpace them, and a single defender cannot contain him. Conversely, if they attempt to double-team, other players will find themselves open, leaving the Timberwolves in a difficult predicament, lacking a comprehensive defensive system. The Timberwolves frequently struggle to locate their assigned defenders upon transition, a scenario that has arisen numerous times. Both teams are underperformers, and Timberwolves coach Whitman called a timeout to disrupt the Grizzlies' rhythm. Lee, your three-point shooting is becoming remarkably accurate, yet why is your mid-range shooting so lackluster? Not a single one has gone in. Conley praised Le'Tion while also taking a jab at him. Conley, it's not a matter of accuracy. Are you unaware that a three-pointer is worth 1 point more than a two-pointer? Le'Tion's audacity is growing. Haha, I've never encountered such shamelessness. Do you know what is the thickest in the world? Gasol remarked, maintaining his characteristic flair. I know, it must be the skin of your old dog, Lowry interjected. Lowry, your response is quite close, Gasol said, casting a glance at Le'Tion. The bench erupted in laughter. Lowry gave Gasol a thumbs up. With the lead, Mark allowed the players some latitude. Everyone was performing admirably, and maintaining this momentum was key. Conley, you and Lee should collaborate more. As the timeout concluded, play resumed. Lee. Brewer is coming on, Conley nudged Le'Tion's arm. All right, let us continue our performance, Lee replied, settling into a defensive stance and giving Brewer a light clap. Although Brewer and Le'Tion had not clashed directly, some tension lingered due to competition for positions on the team. Lee, are you certain you wish to provoke me? Brewer asked confidently, knowing that since Lee's injury, he had gained the upper hand in various aspects. Provoke you? I merely wish to conclude this game swiftly. Ignored. Brewer grew frustrated. Without further words, he demanded the ball, signaling his teammates to spread out. After a series of crossovers, Le'Tion discreetly gestured to Gasol for support under the basket. Having frequently collaborated, he indicated to Gasol that he would force Brewer into his area. Preparing for a defensive block, Gasol understood and gradually moved to the position Lee indicated. Brewer suddenly accelerated, and Le'Tion stepped forward, guiding him into Gasol's path for assistance. After evading Le'Tion, Brewer relaxed his guard, assuming his teammates would shield him from Gasol and Malisic. Accustomed to the screens set by Horford and Noah during their NCAA days, he lowered his head and continued his assault toward the basket. Beep. With the sound of the referee's whistle, Brewer prepared to take his free throw. The referee called a foul for an offensive charge, eliciting a chorus of boos from the fans at the FedEx Forum. Blushing, Brewer tossed the ball to the referee. Man, your foul drawing skills are impressive. When will you teach me? Le'Tion remarked, casting a serious glance at Gasol. What foul drawing? That guy is just reckless, charging in without regard for others. It hurts too much, Gasol replied, rubbing his chest. Conley, I must admit, Paul has some serious talent, Le'Tion winked. Haha, indeed, Paul, I believe of you. Gasol, frustrated, thought to himself. Just wait until this game ends. I will deal with you, Le'Tion. The Timberwolves did not disrupt Gasol's free throw, but a group of inept teammates certainly did. Thud. The first attempt fell short, ricocheting off the rim. Teammates approached, patting Gasol on the back, encouraging him. After a glance at Gasol's chest, which made Gasol tense up. Taking a deep breath, Gasol steadied himself. The second attempt was successful. Subsequently, Conley, Le'Tion, and Gasol executed a series of plays without any external support, with Le'Tion frequently finding open spots beyond the arc. He scored 4 three-pointers out of 6 attempts, contributing to a 15-7 scoring surge, extending the lead to 20 points. During halftime, Lowry circled around Gasol, muttering something under his breath while observing him closely. But does he have an issue with his orientation? Last time Taylor attended a game, The teammates had altered their views on Letion's orientation, yet it now seemed to have shifted again. Lowry, what are you mumbling about? Gasol felt a chill run down his back. Ahem, nothing. I was just saying that Lee has always had orientation issues. You seem to observe him quite intently, Lowry said before hastily departing. Upon hearing this, Gasol also sensed something off about Letion. Lowry, you better watch out. I'll make you pay after the game. In the locker room, the group was happily discussing something, but fell silent when Mark entered. Gasol shot a fierce glare at Lowry. In the second half, neither Gasol nor Letion was sent onto the court. As Gay entered the third quarter, he showcased his skills, successfully isolating and scoring against Brewer. The score difference remained around 20 points throughout. The Grizzlies decisively defeated the Timberwolves 109-80 at home, winning by 29 points. Letion made his entrance for 20 minutes, accumulating 15 points, 4 rebounds, 1 assist, and 2 steals. Lee, shall we engage in extra practice? Gasol inquired with a mischievous grin directed at Letion. Indeed, I shall. Today was merely a warm-up. My passion for training is unwavering. Let us proceed, Letion responded, making his way to the training court. Hey guys, Lee is heading for extra practice, Gasol whispered to a few individuals lurking nearby. Haha. We must assist Lee with his off-ball movement, Malisic remarked slyly. As they conspired, Letion had already commenced his three-point shooting drills. Lee, we believe your shooting accuracy is commendable. However, your movement off the ball requires refinement. We are here to help you improve, one of his friends stated. All right, let us begin, he added. With that, the group armed themselves with defensive training equipment and chased Letion around the gym. Lee, pick up the pace. I need to rest for a moment. You three take the lead, Gasol declared before seating himself on the sidelines. You lot are utterly shameless. This feels like an act of murder, Letion protested loudly while running. Calmly, if you could just accelerate a bit more, you'd catch up to Lee. As a guard, you should be able to keep pace with a small forward. It seems you two might require extra practice. I must voice my concerns to Mark. Gasol exclaimed from his position on the bench. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Hamilton's off-ball movement skill has ascended to gold level. Letion suddenly came to a halt, having finally leveled up. Ha ha ha. A fit of infectious laughter erupted. Just as he laughed aloud, a few individuals began to pelt him with sponge cushions. Gasol rushed over as well. After enduring more than 10 hits, Letion finally emerged from his excitement over the upgrade. In an instant, he accelerated once more. Haha. You can't catch me now, can you? I've grown stronger. Wait, he seems to be running even faster. Should we continue chasing? Conley glanced at Lowry. Let us block him at the entrance instead. He is running so fast. We want to keep up, especially since they've all played for over 30 minutes. Lee, stop. I'm starting to suspect you've taken something, Malisic puffed, catching his breath. You're the one who has taken something. This is the result of my training. By the way, what brings you all here? Still caught up in the thrill of his upgrade, Letion slowly calmed down and finally realized the purpose of their visit. Lee, if it weren't for us helping you train, would you have improved this quickly? Now tell us, how will you show your gratitude? Gasol said with utmost seriousness. Not quite right, Paul. Others may have some credibility, but you should refrain from speaking, Conley interjected, not believing Gasol's words. Gasol shot a glare at Conley to silence him. It's not about your stamina being lacking. It's merely adding a bit of conditioning. Since we've already lost our dignity, let us just persevere, Gasol insisted. Fine, I'll reluctantly believe you. But it still feels off. How can you be reluctant? First, tell us how you'll thank us. They all knew that Letion had just signed a new endorsement deal, and it appeared that financial sacrifice was unavoidable. Let us head to the usual place. It's on me. Paul will cover the bill, and no one should object. Letion proclaimed loudly. All right. They all agreed in unison. Lee, you can't do this. Why should I pay? Gasol protested vehemently. It was your suggestion. Besides, you've never treated us as an all-star. This time, you've agreed to pay, and none of us objected, so just give in, Letion continued to persuade. With that, he took Conley and the others, escorting Gasol out. As they reached the payment counter, Gasol shouted, lamenting his misfortune. How could I have been so hasty to agree? From now on, I must keep my distance from Lee. He is toxic. Gasol complained as he departed. Paul, I agree with what you said, but the money is still on you, Conley said sympathetically, glancing at Gasol. Make sure to keep your distance from Lee. He has always been fixated on your chest, and your suggestion was spot on, Lowry nodded vigorously. My heart aches. How did I end up with this group? Gasol lamented dramatically as he turned to leave. Conley, what on earth is going on today? Under Letion's coercion, Conley recounted the events truthfully. Conley, how did you end up being his teammate? Turning away, he left, leaving Conley and the others in a state of bewilderment. Li Tian, welcome to Houston. Isn't it splendid here? Yao Ming introduced the city. Brother Yao, how have you been feeling lately? Li Tian, preoccupied with thoughts about Yao Ming's weight, expressed little interest in Houston itself, sensing that he had gained more. I'm doing well, Yao Ming replied casually. Brother Yao, I was inquiring about your weight, not anything else. It seems you have put on some pounds. Li Tian voiced his concerns, fearing that you might suffer a serious injury as in his previous life. I find myself in a difficult position. The coaching staff insists that I gain weight so that I can hold my own against O'Neal in the future. Yao Ming responded earnestly. Nonsense about O'Neal. Can't they consider your health? Li Tian retorted, his words somewhat harsh but filled with genuine concern. In a year, how many times will the Rockets face O'Neal? If you continue to gain weight, in 2008, you might just be sitting on the sidelines watching the game. Li Tian's remark was indeed severe, yet he felt helpless. Observing Yao Ming, he was at a loss for how to proceed. Brother Yao, if you encounter health issues, I believe I would forego participating in the 2008 Olympics. I have no desire to partake in a futile competition. Li Tian gazed at Yao Ming, choosing to remain silent thereafter. De Yao, I believe you should heed Li Tian's counsel. Hasn't the medical team already warned you? Yao's father interjected as he noticed the impasse in their conversation. Brother Yao, your health is paramount. You and your wife have just married. Consult your team's doctor. If this continues, you might find yourself relying on a wheelchair to get around. His words bore weight. Brother Yao, you are a star. If the Rockets persist in forcing you to gain weight, it would be better to leave. There is no need to deplete yourself like this. I refuse to believe that you can't find a new team without gaining weight. Li Tian understood that if Yao Ming sought a trade at this moment, the Lakers and Cavaliers would certainly be options, allowing him to choose any star player as long as a trade could be executed. Li Tian expressed his gratitude. And after listening to his words, Yao Ming realized that while basketball was his greatest passion, his health and family were paramount. He resolved to cease gaining weight and instead focus on shedding excess pounds. Readers might think that Yao Ming's change of heart was too easily influenced by just a few words from Li Tian, but that is not the case. Yao had frequently battled injuries, compounded by the counsel of his family and the analyses provided by his management team and various doctors, which ultimately solidified his decision. Li Tian merely served as the final catalyst. Brother Yao, I hope to play alongside a healthy version of you. Isn't it a privilege to raise the national flag? Li Tian remarked before indulging in a hearty meal. Li Tian, I'm going to call Bill, Yao Ming said as he dialed. Bill, moving forward, I will refuse to gain weight and further reduce my playing time. I hope you can facilitate communication on this matter, if possible. Yao wished to negotiate with the team through Bill first, not yet ready to take the final step. Yao, no problem. I will assist you in contacting the Rockets management. However, have you considered what the worst-case scenario might entail? Bill Duffy shared his concern for Yao's health. The worst. Yao fell into contemplation, his thoughts swirling around themes of gratitude and loyalty that echoed in his mind. Let us aim to make it happen. I have not yet contemplated leaving the Rockets. The effectiveness of such negotiations seemed uncertain, and Bill urged Yao to prepare for the worst. These discussions were undoubtedly challenging, yet Bill chose to proceed with the negotiations. Recognizing that Yao's willingness to engage was already a significant shift, Bill could only hope for a gradual process. If Yao were to move to a larger city, he would likely reap greater rewards. Such matters could not be resolved overnight. You needed to transition slowly. This was already a monumental change. As he had previously shied away from making demands, adhering strictly to the coach's directives. Brother Yao, what is there to fear? If the Rockets management disagrees, we can simply leave Houston. There are other opportunities. Li Tian continued to encourage him. Li Tian, I can't shake the feeling that you're trying to instigate discord within the Rockets, hoping to seize victory in this game. Yao, with his high emotional intelligence, replied. Haha, Brother Yao, you've seen through me. Winning or losing doesn't matter. The Grizzlies are already aiming for the lottery. Right now, the outcome holds little significance for the Grizzlies. As long as I can play, I have no other demands. If I can take the court, I can produce numbers. And once my rookie contract concludes, I needn't worry about finding a new team. Enough of that. What are your thoughts on joining the national team? You cannot evade this question. I yearn to join the national team, provided there are no convoluted contracts involved. I hope to train independently. As you know, my training differs from theirs. I will hire a specialized training team, but I will participate in collective practices. Patriotism is deeply ingrained in Li Tian's very essence. Well, I shall do my utmost to advocate for you. At this moment, Yao Ming feels more resigned than disappointed. Brother Yao, rest assured, I shall prove my worth through my abilities. Li Tian would not unconditionally acquiesce to every demand, as such would be detrimental to his future development. Shall I take you for a stroll around Houston? Brother Yao, no need. I must return to the team shortly. There will be ample opportunities in the future. With that, Li Tian departed from Yao Ming's residence in Houston. Watching Li Tian's retreating figure, Yao Ming let out a sigh. Chapter 52. Taught a lesson by McGrady on December 5, 2007, local time in the United States, the Grizzlies visited Houston to challenge the Rockets. Lee, you seem quite exhilarated today. Besides Paul, is there anything else that could possibly excite you? Conley, who had long since lost interest in the match, could only attempt to enliven the atmosphere in the locker room. Conley, I'll give you a chance to repeat that, Gasol said through clenched teeth, casting a glare at Conley. Paul, just joking, don't take it to heart. Conley quickly retracted. Conley felt no shame in his quick concession. It was far more embarrassing to remain defiant after being bested. Observing the irate Gasol, Li Tian applauded Conley's prudent choice. Lee, this is all your fault. I have been unjustly implicated, Gasol lamented, his face filled with grievance. What does that have to do with me? Li Tian replied, puzzled. Was it you who claimed I had connections? Every time the game concludes, beautiful women hand you notes, yet you never respond, right? Gasol retorted indignantly. It's all my doing. Does that have any bearing on your predicament? Li Tian appreciated the allure of beautiful women, but upheld a degree of decorum typical of his culture, refraining from frivolous pursuits. Because of this, they assume you prefer men. And that man happens to be me. Would you not agree that I am quite unjustly accused? Li Tian was bewildered, gazing up at the ceiling. He pondered 3 questions. Am I truly on Earth? Who are they? What are they doing? The logic of these individuals was utterly perplexing. Conley, it seems I ought to take you to witness the ghosts of Memphis at 3 in the morning during a home game. Once, in a fit of revenge against Paul and his friends, he consumed half a month's salary on a meal, and around 3 in the morning, he frantically called them, urging them to practice. Lee, I was wrong. Please don't call me at 3 in the morning again. That is too terrifying. The others quickly capitulated, recalling the dread of that hour. At 3 in the morning, Memphis was a realm inhabited solely by phantoms. Creak. Mark pushed the door open, and all noise ceased. Today, there was but one objective, to secure victory in the match. Noticing the silence, Mark paused. Conley, you still have no playing time today. Continue to learn. Understood, coach, Conley replied weakly. If one were to closely observe Conley's expression, it would be evident that he resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption, seemingly calm, yet brimming with latent energy, just a spark away from igniting. Conley's tone was frigid, and everyone sensed his disappointment. Mark, ignoring Conley, continued, Paul, Melisic, you two must tightly mark Yao Ming, restraining the Rockets' interior. Lee, keep a close watch on McGrady, and we shall secure this victory. The 3 singled out were momentarily stunned. They exchanged glances, saying nothing, yet nodding in agreement. Let us play well today and win this game, Mark's soliloquy continued. Before the game commenced, Li Tian approached Gasol and Melisic. Paul, what do you think Mark intends to do? Does he consider us to be divine? Li Tian was not lacking in confidence. Rather, he was utterly perplexed. Don't mention yourself. I too cannot comprehend where Mark derives his confidence that we can contain Yao Ming and McGrady. Gasol himself did not believe in his ability to restrain Yao Ming alongside Melisic. I certainly don't think I can accomplish it. Yao is a monster. Mark must be dreaming, Melisic remarked, finding the notion absurd. You two should be content. I am facing McGrady alone. Have you considered my feelings? Li Tian lamented, his face a picture of despair, feeling he had embarked without consulting the calendar. All right, I admit, it's tough for you, but Paul, I suddenly sense that our challenges are not insurmountable. With a bit of effort, there may still be a glimmer of hope. Look at Lee. Do you still feel the pain? Melisic patted Gasol on the shoulder. Hearing you say that, I feel considerably uplifted. With that, the two shared a smile and departed. Li Tian stood alone in the player tunnel, lost in thought. What use your teammates, anyway? Hurry up, Lee. You must contain McGrady soon. I believe in you, said Lowry, making a gesture of encouragement. Lowry, don't run off, Li Tian called as he hurried to catch up with him. Lee, I feel a bit sorry for you. Mark places too much emphasis on your ability to stop McGrady. Li Tian cast a scornful glance at Lowry as his teammates gradually approached to offer their encouragement. Good evening. Dear audience, Today, we bring you a live broadcast of the match between the Memphis Grizzlies and the Houston Mavericks. Each team features a player from our homeland, with Letion of the Grizzlies wearing number 0 and Yao Ming of the Mavericks. Before the game commenced, Zhang Weiping began to elaborate on the situations of both teams. Teacher Zhang, what is your assessment of Letion's recent performance? It seems rather inconsistent. Could you provide a detailed analysis? Yu Jia posed a question on behalf of the eager fans. The Grizzlies, under the guidance of a novice coach lacking in experience, have struggled in player arrangement and development. Letion's playing time has been erratic, and his shifting positions on the court have contributed to his inconsistent performance. However, if he receives stable playing time in the future, his performance is likely to improve significantly. Zhang meticulously analyzed the reasons for Letion's inconsistency. Indeed, without a regular playing schedule, it is challenging to achieve effective teamwork. In the previous game, Lee successfully contained McGrady. Will he have another opportunity to defend against him in this match? Yu Jia awaited Zhang's response. It will be difficult. Zhang Weiping replied with a hint of reluctance. The game was about to commence. Although Letion was assigned by Mark to defend against McGrady, he remained on the bench today. There were no significant changes in the starting lineups of both teams. Malisic won the jump ball against Yao Ming, and Stoudemire secured the ball, assisting Gay for a successful three-point shot. As the match commenced, the Grizzlies established an advantage on the court, consistently suppressing the Mavericks. Near the end of the first quarter, Gay was intercepted by McGrady. Bonzi Wells received an assist from McGrady and scored with a layup, allowing the Mavericks to take the lead. Immediately following, Gay missed a shot, McGrady grabbed the rebound, and assisted Alston for another three-pointer. The first quarter concluded with the score at 20-24, leaving the Grizzlies trailing the Mavericks by 4 points. McGrady's performance has been disappointing. He missed several shots and committed turnovers. This year, Gasol has also struggled, making only 1 out of 4 attempts for a meager 2 points. McGrady's shooting percentage is alarmingly low, largely due to his poor touch. Gay has failed to mount any effective defense against McGrady, Zhang Weiping commented. As of now, Letion has yet to enter the game, leaving one to wonder when the Grizzlies coach will decide to bring him in. With Gay's lackluster performance, anticipation for Letion's entrance grows. Yu Jia eagerly awaits Letion's appearance. Haha, Yu Jia, you really do get what you wish for. Letion has already begun warming up on the sidelines, Zhang exclaimed excitedly. Finally, seeing brother Tion about to take the court is thrilling. It's a dilemma, whether to support Letion or McGrady, truly a conflict of emotions. Letion was aware that McGrady was experiencing a subpar shooting performance today, yet he dared not exhibit the slightest hint of relaxation. A player of McGrady's caliber could find his rhythm at any moment. Lee, it seems you're not enjoying your time with the Grizzlies. Would you consider joining the Rockets? McGrady dribbled the ball while engaging in conversation with Letion. Hey, McGrady, you can't do that. Aren't you supposed to be trash-talking? How can you invite others to join the play on the court? Perhaps let me block your shot, and I might contemplate it. Or how about you coming to the Grizzlies? Letion suddenly felt a rather comical sensation as the two individuals, who were in a competitive relationship, were not exchanging banter, but rather attempting to draw each other in. Without further ado, it was time to shoot. Are you still going to defend me? McGrady suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. Come on, I won't give you any opportunity. Now that's the spirit. McGrady accelerated at the top of the arc while executing a dribble between his legs, aware of his poor shooting touch and prepared to alter his strategy. His drive attracted Gasol, who was ready to provide help defense, while Letion closely guarded him, denying McGrady any chance to penetrate. Even a series of feints failed to shake off Letion's defense. As time dwindled, Letion assumed McGrady would surely take a fourth shot. In that fleeting moment, McGrady unexpectedly passed the ball to Alston, who was positioned near the three-point line. Alston swiftly accelerated, escaping from Lowry's defense, and executed a sudden jump shot that found the net. Witnessing Alston's successful shot, Letion realized he had been deceived. McGrady had no intention of attempting a layup. His plan had always been to pass. Too young, still in need of experience, don't you think, Yao? McGrady glanced at Yao Ming. Letion fixed his gaze intently on McGrady. Lowry, we must retaliate. He nudged Lowry with his shoulder. Let's go. Lowry, ball in hand, faced off against Battier, while McGrady positioned himself not far from Letion, ready to provide support at a moment's notice. As he attempted a direct drive past Alston, it was evident that Lowry, not known for his speed, was a power player. Letion stepped forward, obstructing Alston, while Lowry maneuvered past Alston. Malisic was unable to impede Yao Ming beneath the basket and could only pass the ball back to Letion. Just as he was about to receive the pass, In that fleeting moment when the ball was descending towards his hands, McGrady surged in and executed a direct steal of the pass. Lee Tian-du was taken aback, as McGrady seemed intent on dedicating all his energy to defense. He managed to limit Gay to a mere 2 out of 8 shooting, showcasing the efficacy of his defensive strategy. With unwavering confidence, Lee Tian-du entered the game, only to be thoroughly outmatched by McGrady in both offense and defense. McGrady executed a thunderous dunk, and upon landing, cast a glance at Lee Tian-du. Alston briefly obstructed Lee Tian-du, preventing him from catching up with McGrady. Throughout the entirety of the second quarter, Lee Tian was afforded merely 3 shooting opportunities, managing to score only a solitary 3-pointer. He was consecutively intercepted by McGrady twice during his passes, as the Grizzlies failed to attract any defensive attention, particularly from the bench players. Initially reliant on others to create opportunities for him, the situation has now reversed, with Lee Tian expected to generate chances for them instead. The predicament is quite challenging. His vulnerabilities have been starkly magnified. While he had the support of Paul to draw defensive focus during the starting lineup, the bench appears utterly ineffective. Lee Tian felt a profound sense of helplessness. Throughout the second quarter, the matchup between Lee Tian and McGrady resembled a lesson in humility. Despite McGrady's lackluster shooting form, he consistently leveraged his inherent threat to draw defenders, facilitating assists for his teammates, all while Lee Tian's formidable defense seemed to have little impact. As if striking against soft cotton, Lee Tian struggled to keep pace with the Mavericks, while McGrady severed the connection between Lowry and Lee Tian. He intercepted several of Lowry's passes, converting them into fast breaks. As the second quarter concluded, the Mavericks led the Grizzlies by 15 points. Chapter 53. Mark's fury. Once the second quarter ended and the team returned to the visitors' locker room, an eerie silence enveloped the space. Mark, with reddened eyes and a countenance filled with rage, stormed into the locker room. "What are you all playing at? This is disgraceful," he vociferated, his voice echoing with frustration. "Are you all in a daze? I explicitly instructed you to suffocate Yao Ming. Malisic, you constantly find yourself behind Yao, allowing him to seize multiple offensive rebounds. You must position yourself firmly behind him. Do you understand?" Mark directed his ire towards Malisic. Malisic, absorbing Mark's tirade, remained unresponsive, choosing instead to recline with a towel draped over his face. Noticing Malisic's silence, Mark pivoted his attention to Gasol. "Paul, where is your help defense? You consistently let Hayes slip behind you. You have a significant height advantage. Use your strength to keep him at bay. Be more assertive." The locker room reverberated with Mark's booming voice. "Coach, please call me Gasol," Gasol retorted, enunciating each word, his anger palpable. His response incited Mark to shout, "Do you not wish to play? If that's the case, I can accommodate your request." Ignoring Mark, Gasol mirrored Malisic, covering his face with a towel and lying down to rest. Mark, on the verge of exploding with fury, was fortunately restrained by an assistant coach, averting an escalation. He then turned his ire towards Lee Tian, who was engrossed in a video of McGrady's performance. "Lee, what has happened to you today? Your 3-point shooting percentage is dismal. McGrady is orchestrating the entire Mavericks team. How are you defending him? This is the responsibility I entrusted to you, and this is the result." Mark also attributed Gay's struggles in guarding McGrady to Lee Tian. In truth, Lee Tian had performed admirably in the first half, managing to limit McGrady's shooting percentage to below 25 during his defensive assignments, creating space on the court, setting screens for teammates, and generating numerous offensive opportunities. "Coach, is there an issue with my defense? Review my defense against McGrady and consider how many screens I set for the team's offense. Find a player who has a higher 3-point shooting percentage than I do in this game." Lee Tian had long ceased to indulge Mark, harboring a growing dissatisfaction towards him. More often than not, he attributed Guy's faults to Lee Tian. Initially reluctant to stir up trouble, he was not one to passively endure. "Is this how you address the head coach?" Mark exclaimed, forcefully slamming the tactical board onto the ground. Lee Tian chose to ignore Mark, lying down to rest just like Gasol and the others, although he had not spent much time on the court during the first half. His responsibility of guarding McGrady required him to thwart his offensive attempts while also severing his connections with teammates. On the offensive end, he needed to create movement without the ball and set screens for his fellow players. Despite the short duration, the workload was substantial, leaving Lee Tian feeling fatigued. Within the locker room, only Gay and Conley were not concealing their faces with towels. Conley wore a playful smirk, while Gay appeared indifferent. It seemed they held little regard for me as their head coach. "Lee Tian, for the remainder of this game, I expect you to sit out and reflect thoroughly." Mark, simmering with anger, still clung to a sliver of rationality. His reasoning told him that while he could bench Le'Tion, he could not afford to sideline both Malisic and Gasol. If he did so, it wouldn't take long for the furious fans to drive him out of Memphis. As he contemplated saying more, Gasol nudged Le'Tion. In the player tunnel, Le'Tion hastily followed Gasol. "Paul, why are you stopping me? I've had enough of Mark." Le'Tion was suppressing his emotions, hoping that this confrontation would lead to a trade, as he saw no glimmer of hope remaining with the Grizzlies. Perhaps being traded would be more beneficial for him. He believed that Bill still possessed the capability to orchestrate a trade to another team, where he could at least secure consistent playing time. He regarded himself as a valuable asset, but if the Grizzlies continued to falter, other teams might diminish his trade value, making it increasingly difficult for the Grizzlies to part with him. "Lee, I understand your desire to argue with Mark in hopes of facilitating your trade, but such an outcome is quite challenging." Le'Tion was perplexed. In his previous life, he had witnessed such transactions occur frequently, so why could he not be an exception? "You are merely a role player, and in order to uphold the authority of the head coach, the team might very well choose to set you aside. Your annual salary is quite modest, a loss the team can easily absorb. Unless, of course, the team decides to dismiss Mark for your sake, which, at present, seems utterly implausible." Le'Tion is passionate about basketball, yet he remains oblivious to the internal workings of the team, including trades and other dynamics. "Well, thank you, Paul." Le'Tion mused, gradually relaxing his furrowed brow. "I apologize, Lee. It is my failure to properly connect with the team. Several of my passes were intercepted by McGrady, causing you to bear the brunt of it." Lowry expressed his regrets. "It's all right, Lowry. Even without your passing errors, I suspect the outcome would have been the same. Just look at the three players Mark mentioned. He only preys on the weak," Le'Tion replied. "Indeed, that is no longer my concern. I had intended to present you with a gift as an apology, but it seems that will not be necessary now," Lowry remarked, patting the place where his wallet resided. "Lowry, do not skimp on the gift. Otherwise, I'll be sure to summon you for early morning training." "You know what to do," Le'Tion insisted, unwilling to let Lowry off the hook regarding the present. "All right, it appears my wallet will remain empty this time," Lowry lamented, his eyes devoid of spirit, as if he had lost everything. "Well, Lowry, as long as there is a gift, let the 3 a.m. Memphis be damned," Le'Tion consoled Lowry, who was destined to part with his money. Lowry patted his chest, looking as if he had narrowly escaped a dire fate. Their exchange, though comical, did not elicit any discernible reaction from the Grizzlies players. Only Mark, noticing the laughter between Le'Tion and Lowry, grew increasingly irate. He resolved to ensure that Le'Tion spent more time on the sidelines, eager to test his compliance. As a rookie coach, he needed to assert his authority, and Le'Tion was the most suitable candidate for that purpose. Had Le'Tion been privy to Mark's thoughts, he would have swiftly covered Lowry's mouth to prevent a single sound from escaping. As the game commenced, Le'Tion and Conley sat on the bench, engaged in conversation. The game on the court unfolded in a lopsided manner. Under Gay's defense, McGrady regained his rhythm, executing a series of dunks. In the broadcast booth, Director Zhang could no longer bear to watch. What is the Grizzlies head coach doing? Can he not see that Gay is being thoroughly outplayed by McGrady? Now would be the ideal moment to substitute Le'Tion in to defend McGrady. Otherwise, the Grizzlies will return from Houston with nothing but defeat, Zhang lamented, continuously critiquing Mark. McGrady scored again against Gay, successfully converting a fast break as Gay only reached midcourt at that moment. "This game is simply unbearable." Yu Jia chimed in with his own critique. "Perhaps something transpired in the locker room," Zhang sighed, articulating his unspoken frustrations. "Look at this. I told you." "McGrady is indeed the strongest," Zhang declared. Although McGrady is formidable, his shooting percentage drops significantly under Le'Tion's defense. However, regarding Gay, Zhang found himself at a loss for words. Why hasn't Le'Tion been substituted in? Is the Grizzlies head coach out of his mind? Zhang exclaimed. Exactly. At this point, how can they still deny Le'Tion a chance to play? As the conversation unfolded, the score had reached 55-75, with the Mavericks leading the Grizzlies by 20 points. "You see, I told you Le'Tion is inadequate. Even the head coach refuses to let him play. Durant, on the other hand, is exceptional." From above, a voice chimed in. "Are you a spy sent by the monkeys? Le'Tion is not up to par. Why don't you take a look at how Durant performed? Steals, dunks, blocks, his statistics are impeccable." The discussion continued with fervor. Mark cast a glance at Le'Tion and Conley on the sidelines, feeling utterly helpless. "What must we do to secure a victory?" Mark lamented, as he struggled to maintain control over the team, let alone achieve a win. The game was still in progress. By the fourth quarter, the Mavericks decided to leave Yao Ming and McGrady on the bench for rest, not bringing them back into the game. Observing the Grizzlies' collapse, Mark also substituted his key players. The Grizzlies succumbed to a significant defeat, losing 89-110 to the Mavericks, trailing by 21 points. Coach, what is your perspective on this overwhelming loss? A TNT reporter inquired of Mark. Hello, this reporter. The team's performance will always have its ups and downs. We will reclaim victory in the next match, Mark responded, deflecting responsibility. Then may I ask, why did you not have Lee play in the second half to defend McGrady? Did you not see how Guy was overwhelmed by McGrady? The reporter's words were incisive. Every star player requires gradual development. No one can excel in all aspects from the outset. Michael Jordan did not win a championship in his first year. Mark's response hinted at the notion that he believed Guy had the potential to become a player of Jordan's caliber. Is something significant about to occur? No. Is it not every player's dream to become a player like Jordan? Guy has been striving toward that direction, Mark hastily clarified. Gasol, do you concur with Mark's statement? The reporter inquired, passing the microphone to Gasol. He is the head coach. I do not possess the ability to predict the future, Gasol replied, neither affirming nor denying Mark's assertion. Do you think it is reasonable for Lee to have not played a single minute in the second half? The reporter was aware of the friendship between Lee and Gasol, having spotted them dining together on several occasions. This is something you would need to verify with the head coach. I am merely a player and lack the gift of becoming a head coach. Gasol redirected the issue back to the head coach, hastily concluding the post-match interview. Lee had yet to exchange greetings with Yao Ming. Mark arranged for the players to fly to New Orleans early, as they were set to face Chris Paul's Hornets once more. In their previous encounter against the Hornets, they had suffered a heartbreaking defeat in overtime. Mark envisioned securing a victory in this match to solidify his position as head coach, while simultaneously sending a subtle warning to Lee. The team would perform even better in your absence. Throughout the flight, Mark diligently analyzed the Hornets players, meticulously crafting a detailed strategy. Observing Mark's relentless contemplation of tactics was a testament to his unwavering dedication. Lee began to feel a twinge of sympathy for Mark. He had been thrust into a challenging situation, having struggled for over a month without even grasping the dynamics of his own team, merely fixated on incessantly shouting about winning. While he felt pity for Mark, he also believed that he was reaping the consequences of his negligence. As a head coach, failing to understand his own players thoroughly rendered any attempt to strategize against opponents meaningless. As the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will never lose a battle. Mark had yet to comprehend the strengths and weaknesses of his players, nor had he discerned the tactics best suited for his team, focusing instead on analyzing the rival team. Even if he understood the opponent's players, it would serve little purpose if he could not implement targeted defenses. Chapter 54. Whispers in the wind. Shortly after arriving in New Orleans, Lee received a call from Yao Ming. Lee, why did you leave so abruptly without even saying goodbye? Is it just because you lost the game? Surely, you don't harbor any grievances about my victory over you? Yao Ming teased, aware that Lee departure must have been prompted by other reasons, but he merely sought to lighten the mood. Yao Ge, I am equally at a loss. The head coach insisted on leaving in the middle of the night. What could I possibly say? Even if I did, it would be futile. I am still just a novice. I plan to rest well in Charlotte, and then focus on conquering the Hornets, Lee explained, finally feeling a sense of relief after clarifying his situation. I knew it. You're not the type to be so petty. But tell me, how does it feel to lose? Once Yao Ming grasped the full context, he refrained from further commentary. How could it be otherwise? You won because I was not on the court. Otherwise, you wouldn't have had the chance. Lee, adhering to the principle of not backing down, attempted to maintain a facade of bravado. And you? What difference would it have made if you had played? You wouldn't even dare to venture into the paint. How can you still claim to be a small forward when you've embarrassed the position? Yao Ming disregarded Lee bravado. Well, there will be opportunities in the future. I've only just entered the league and am gradually learning. Lee continued to defend himself. I almost forgot. Were you injured? Why didn't you play in the second half? Yao Ming inquired, perplexed. Although Lee lacked offensive prowess, he excelled in creating space, and his defensive performance was commendable. I had a minor disagreement with the head coach in the locker room, Lee stammered, choosing not to divulge the details as he deemed it pointless. Haha, you're quite something, already clashing with the head coach after just a few games. Yao Ming, aware that Lee typically avoided conflicts, did not press for reasons behind his reticence. Yao Ge, how are discussions with the team progressing? Li Tian felt that further elaboration was unnecessary and diverted the conversation. We're currently in talks, and there has been a bit of progress. I was concerned about your injury, but I'm glad to hear you're all right. All is well. No worries, Li Tian assured him. Li Tian smiled as he returned. That's wonderful. I will communicate with the management to see if I can facilitate your trade. McGrady is also keen on having you on board, Yao Ming added, not forgetting to mention. There's no need for that. It could hinder your negotiations. I can handle it myself. The two engaged in a brief, casual conversation. Li Tian diligently adhered to his training schedule, never procrastinating. Li. This time you were just like me. Conley remained on the bench, seemingly idle. Conley, you have too much free time. Let us engage in extra practice tonight. Mark was strategizing for the game while the two were engrossed in their own conversation, occasionally responding to Mark's instructions. Let us go, Conley. Let us occupy the VIP seats and observe these players diligently. If their performance falters, we shall demand additional practice, Li Tian remarked playfully. You should be quiet. Look at how you startled Lowry, he nearly stumbled, Conley noted as he watched Lowry almost lose his balance. Lowry silently prayed not to be called for extra training with Li Tian, as it was exhausting, struggling to breach the defense while lacking the reach. He was beginning to feel a sense of dread. With Lowry being promoted to the starting lineup, the already fragile bench was further weakened with Li Tian and Conley. The two primary substitutes seated on the sidelines, leaving the Grizzlies in a precarious situation when they had capable players at hand, yet Mark chose not to utilize them. Mark initiated player rotations, and each time a player was substituted, they emerged gasping for breath, lacking even the energy to boast and jest with Li Tian. Lowry. Keep it up. You're a starter today, Conley teased, subtly indicating to Mark that he was still on the bench, harboring a hint of dissatisfaction with Mark's decisions. Lowry remained silent, rolling his eyes at Conley. The teams ended regular time tied at 107-107, proceeding to overtime. In the extra period, the Grizzlies fell short at 9-11. With the number of player substitutions reduced, significantly increasing each player's time on the court. Ultimately, the Grizzlies lost the match with a score of 116-118. The main players performed exceptionally, with the entire starting lineup scoring in double digits. Mike Miller, with the least playing time, logged a full 41 minutes, while Lowry astonishingly played for 50 minutes. The Grizzlies managed 55 successful shots, but fell short of the Hornets by a full 21 attempts, with Chris Paul scoring an impressive 43 points. Hello, Mr. Mark, why did Li Tian and Conley, from your bench, not play a single minute in this game? Do you have an explanation? A reporter pressed Mark, who was clearly reluctant to confront this issue. This is our team's arrangement. I have no further comments, Mark replied officially. Are they no longer part of the Grizzlies' future plans? Have they been put on the trading block? The reporter sought to uncover sensational news, indifferent to Mark's willingness to respond. They are both integral to our team's future. They are very young, and we have never sought a trade. Mark hastily concluded the press conference. They had to depart overnight for Atlanta, where they were scheduled for a back-to-back game the following day. That very night, several teams reached out to the Grizzlies management, eager to negotiate a trade. The first to call was Mavs GM, Donnie Nelson. Are you interested in making a trade? He inquired directly. Nelson, what scheme are you concocting this time? Wallace questioned, skeptical about the feasibility of a mutually beneficial arrangement with Nelson. The Chinese player on your roster has already been sidelined. Wouldn't it be wiser to exchange him for a more valuable player? He disparaged the trade value of Li Tian right from the outset. Wallace, not easily fooled, retorted. Are you suggesting a swap involving McGrady? We can offer any player besides Gasol. What do you think? Frustrated by Nelson's persistent attempts to swindle, Wallace expertly turned the tables. McGrady is out of the question. We acquired Lee precisely to serve as a backup. Let us discuss alternative terms. Nelson flatly refused. Then there's nothing to discuss. We currently have no plans for a trade. Wallace still hoped to leverage Li Tian to secure additional sponsorships. The Grizzlies' performance had been dismal, compounded by the frequent fluctuations in Li Tian's playing time, leading to a scoring drop below an average of 15 points per game. What is the verdict? Did the Grizzlies agree? A staff member from the Mavs inquired. They didn't agree. Their demands were exorbitant. However, the fact that he answered the phone indicates he is indeed seeking a trade. Let us wait and see. McGrady left feeling somewhat dejected. GM. Our priority now is negotiating with Yao. There may be no opportunity for a trade, but we must conclude negotiations with Yao promptly. If he refuses to play and seeks a trade later, it would be catastrophic for us, the assistant reminded Nelson, emphasizing Yao Ming's paramount importance to the team. How could this be happening? Why is Yo making such demands? He used to follow the coach's directives without question, Nelson pondered. Now troubled by how to communicate effectively with Yo Ming. Wallace, I suspect you Haven T received the first call. Let us not beat around the bush and discuss matters directly, Larry Harris stated candidly, avoiding any unnecessary delay. No problem, Harris, Wallace replied. Having received several calls regarding a trade for the 2 rookies on the Grizzlies roster. We're interested in those 2 rookies. What is your stance on a trade? Harris expressed his intent without hesitation. Harris, you must understand that they are our most prized assets. Are you proposing to trade them for E or Bogut? Wallace eagerly hopes that E Jianlian will come to Memphis, as it would undoubtedly attract considerable sponsorship from the homeland. However, that seems implausible. They are the future of our team. If you were to include Gasol in the discussion, I might entertain the notion of trading Bogut. Initially, when negotiations began regarding the 2 players, both parties were reluctant to disclose their true intentions. They continuously altered their trade targets, yet ultimately failed to reach an agreement. The discussions were temporarily suspended, but Wallace remained unperturbed, understanding that trades take time. If necessary, he could involve another team to facilitate a deal. What mattered most was the completion of a trade. On the flight from Memphis to Atlanta, trade rumors concerning the Grizzlies began to circulate, reported by several prominent journalists. It was rumored that the Grizzlies players from the homeland were on the trading block. Letion was reportedly sold off for a mere second-round draft pick, while Conley appeared to be on the trading shelf. Multiple teams were engaged in discussions with Memphis regarding potential trades. The Bucks expressed interest in acquiring Letion to bolster their defense. Before the Grizzlies' plane even touched down, the trade speculation was already rampant. Exhausted, they arrived at the hotel that had been pre-booked. Lee, it seems we are to be traded, Conley remarked, having seen a news article stating that both he and Letion were on the trading block. He also noted that various teams were beginning to place bids for Letion, with offers varying widely. The media likewise proposed numerous trade scenarios for the Grizzlies. Come on, being on the trading block is no joke. If I had any credibility, perhaps, but it's unlikely. The team recognized your talent. You haven't even had the chance to showcase your skills yet. They wouldn't trade you, Letion retorted, skeptical that the Grizzlies would actually consider trading Conley. Conley, however, felt disappointed with the Grizzlies. If he could find a team that would offer him more playing time, he would not mind being traded. Indeed, it seems I should start packing my things. I might be traded by the next game. Letion was already weary of Mark's arrangements and would welcome a trade. Lee, let it go. Don't dwell on it. It's best to wash up and get some rest, Conley advised, opting not to elaborate further. As the long flight had taken its toll. Meanwhile, various teams continued to communicate with the Grizzlies, seeking potential trades. Many teams reached out, but none presented substantial offers, all hoping to acquire Letion without fair compensation. Letion paid no heed to such matters. The following day, he rose early to attend the training ground arranged by the team. As per usual, he began with 3-point shooting drills, followed by positioning exercises and strength training. Today, he also incorporated mid-range shooting practice, hoping to augment his offensive repertoire. It was not until noon that Gasol and a few others arrived, somewhat tardily. Paul? Surely you didn't indulge in something last night, did you? Arriving for practice at this hour? He remarked, glancing towards Gasol's approaching figure. Don't be ridiculous. Last night's overtime left me utterly drained. Damn it, they even made us fly to Atlanta in the dead of night. I barely rested on the plane. And I'm still trying to recover, Gasol lamented, clearly overwhelmed by the relentless back-to-back games and the exhausting travel schedule. Letion cast a glance over the crowd, his eyes accentuated by prominent dark circles, exclaiming, "You are all national treasures." He shared a hearty laugh with Conley. You all have been tirelessly engaged. A break is truly well-deserved. Gasol envied the two, pondering when he might be afforded a respite. As they trained, laughter erupted intermittently amidst their conversations. Lee, I saw in the news that you might be traded. What happened? Did you request a trade from the team? Gasol inquired during a moment of respite, approaching Letion. I am uncertain, Lee replied. You must understand, when it comes to trades, especially for someone like me, a second-round pick, I am undoubtedly the last to know about any developments. What could I possibly know? I am merely a second-round rookie. What authority do I have to request a trade? He shrugged, conveying his ignorance of the situation. Chapter 55. The cold bench and consecutive losses. The players, upon seeing the rumors of Letion and Conley being traded, offered a few words of consolation, albeit with varying degrees of sincerity. Only Gay secretly relished the pressure that Lee Tion had inadvertently placed upon him. Recently, Lee Tion's performance has been quite remarkable, while my own contributions can only be described as mediocre. In comparison to Lee Tion, my defensive capabilities appear significantly lacking, and my offensive consistency remains elusive, failing to provide the team with reliable output. Lee, are you truly going to be traded? Lowry, having rested for a night, still felt somewhat powerless, yet he couldn't help but inquire about the possibility of Lee Tion's trade. He found it hard to believe. Lee Tion's prowess is evident to all. Poised to become a premier 3 and D player. Even with the impact of his knee injury, his modest salary makes him a low-risk asset. And even if he were sidelined for the season, the loss would be negligible. I'm uncertain. We shall await the news. Trades are commonplace, after all. I was traded here to the Grizzlies. I have grown accustomed to this. In turn, Lee Tion reassured Lowry, reminding him that this is not his first time being traded. He, too, hopes for a trade, confident that any team acquiring him would ensure he sees playing time, affording him the opportunity to demonstrate his worth to all. In the previous game, Lowry logged the most minutes, yet his statistics were unimpressive. A restless night left him in poor form. With rumors circulating about Conley's potential trade, Lowry began to contemplate his own prospects. The team's preference for Conley intensified his sense of competition, given his recent starting role and lackluster performance. He realized that if Conley were traded, he might still have a chance, but if Conley remained, it was likely that he himself would be the one dealt. The ongoing losing streak with the Grizzlies weighed heavily on Lowry, who detested defeat just as much. The match against the Hawks commenced. Lee Tion and Conley, both clad in casual attire, sat near the bench, foregoing even their training uniforms. Conley, influenced by Lee Tion, who had previously adhered to wearing training gear, finally succumbed to the allure of casual wear. Conley, I truly cannot fathom why you persist in donning training attire each day despite your inability to take the court. What purpose does it serve to be on the sidelines dressed as such? Have you not spent ample time training in your gear? The reason for Conley's choices eluded me. Conley himself had not pondered this dilemma, simply desiring to align himself with his teammates. What else should I wear? Apart from my training apparel, I possess little else. He gestured towards his own outfit. Look at me. I should change. It would be far more stylish. Lee Tion successfully deceived Conley, leading to a scene where the two donned casual attire, catching the attention of several blonde beauties who handed them notes. What was most bewildering was that while Lee Tion appeared quite normal, Conley, dressed in Lee Tion's clothing, looked somewhat ludicrous. In the player tunnel, Conley incessantly complained about Lee Tion, feeling as though he resembled a clown in the outfit. He gritted his teeth, vowing never to be swayed by Lee Tion's guile again. The Grizzlies initially boasted the presence of Gasol and Malisic in the paint, bestowing them a distinct advantage, particularly in terms of height, despite Malisic having been rendered ineffective and unrefined previously. Unfortunately, in the last match, the Grizzlies starters played over 40 minutes each, utterly fatigued, unable to keep pace, and struggling to secure rebounds, even facing instances of being stripped of the ball. By the end of the first quarter, the Hawks had stretched their lead to 15 points, with the Grizzlies' entire team suffering from a frigid shooting touch, managing only 10 points. Mark, seated on the sidelines, looked ashen, calling several timeouts, yet failing to halt the downward spiral. The once jovial Lee Tion and Conley were now silent, fearful that uttering a single misstep might cost them their opportunity to play this season. As the game progressed, the Grizzlies gradually regained their shooting rhythm. Yet their lack of stamina remained their greatest hindrance, compounded by the Hawks' own poor shooting. Ultimately, the game concluded with a score of 78-86, marking a defeat for the Grizzlies against the Hawks. The team's season record now stood at 6 wins and 14 losses, firmly placing them at the bottom of the Western Conference. Following the game, during the press conference, Mark found himself exhausted by the reporters' inquiries. Hello. May I ask if the Grizzlies rookies, Conley and Lee Tion, have truly been placed on the trading block? The reporter's question was sharp, posed immediately after the recent loss, with players privately speculating about potential trades and some even reaching out to their agents. I'm sorry. I've already stated yesterday that our team has no intentions of making any trades, Mark reiterated, a sentiment that any head coach or management would refrain from publicly expressing regarding potential trades. However, recent reports indicated that numerous teams had reached out to Memphis's management, seeking to trade for Lee and Conley. What is your perspective on that? The persistent reporter pressed. I'm afraid I have not received any notification from management. You must understand that we've been on the road these past few days, Mark responded, genuinely unaware of any communication from management, though even if he had been informed, he would not disclose it. Could you explain why Li Tian has not played in the past 2 games? We have not seen any injury reports. A reporter from the Celestial Empire inquired, intending to inform Mark that he should arrange for Li Tian to take the field, as this would be beneficial for the team. Due to some discomfort in his knee that Li had experienced in recent matches, considerations for his health necessitated confirmation. A corresponding report would be forthcoming. Mark, unsure of how to respond to the reporter, vaguely recalled that Li Tian had a history of knee injuries and muttered a remark to placate the journalist. Unbeknownst to Mark, this statement would significantly impact Li Tian's trade value. The reporter, taken aback by Mark's mention of Li's knee issues, reflected on how Li's outstanding performance at the start of the season had led many to believe that the former Li Tian was making a comeback, only for Mark to suggest a potential recurrence of knee troubles. Upon receiving this news, the reporter felt as if he had plunged into an abyss. He decided it prudent to await definitive information before reporting back home, as many fans devoted to Li Tian had already endured enough disappointment. Once this news broke, numerous reporters, having obtained the information they sought, promptly departed. The press conference, having barely begun, concluded swiftly, and Mark, relieved to escape the incessant inquiries, made his exit. Following the conference, Mark instructed the players to return to Memphis that very night. The players grumbled in discontent. Thankfully, they were heading back to Memphis. For had they been en route to another city, one could only speculate whether they might have revolted against Mark's tyranny. Given the lack of respite and the exhausting overnight flight, on the plane, the players fell asleep almost instantly, save for Li Tian and Conley, who engaged in conversation. The two trained together daily and shared accommodations on the road, fostering a strong bond devoid of positional competition, allowing them to mutually enhance their tactical understanding on the court. The more Conley interacted with Li Tian, the more he recognized Li's formidable potential. Each day, Conley observed Li's improvement, from his three-point shooting accuracy to his defense, and especially noted the significant enhancement in his movement. Initially, Conley could leverage his strength to contend with Li Tian, but now he found himself unable to withstand even a single encounter, attributing it to Li's initially poor fundamentals. Otherwise, Li would have already developed his offensive skills. Li Tian's most significant shortcoming has seen a remarkable improvement in his stamina. Conley mused that having a player like Li on the court was indeed advantageous. He bolstered the defense, possessed a commendable mentality, and was easy to get along with, never one to voice complaints. He truly epitomized the ideal teammate in the NBA. If there were a Best Teammate award, Conley would undoubtedly cast his vote for Li Tian. It baffled him why Mark seemed to target Li, and even Gay had been similarly fixated on him. Here was a player who contributed to the defense without demanding the ball, and when his own performance faltered, he could easily deflect blame. Why then was he subjected to such scrutiny? The only possible explanation was that Gay and Li Tian occupied the same position. Yet Mark found this difficult to comprehend. After a prolonged journey, they finally arrived in Memphis. Alas, Memphis at this hour was far from picturesque. It was a veritable haunt, filled with phantoms. Gay, roused from slumber, began to grumble. "Lowry, you can once again accompany Li on his ghostly adventures. There's no need to return. You can head straight to the training facility," Gasol kindly reminded. "No, I believe Li Tian is the true specter, the most terrifying of them all. I must return to my slumber. My bed has been beckoning me," Lowry replied, not looking back as he hastened out of the aircraft, eager to escape this eerie locale. Conley, the first to exit, noticed Lowry hastening past him, bewildered by his urgency. "Li, let us train together this afternoon," he called out to Li Tian, who had just approached. "Why wait until afternoon? Surely now is the perfect time. It's 3 in the morning. We've endured worse. We could head straight to training. It wouldn't be too exhausting since we aren't in a game. I saw you sleeping on the plane. You must be well rested by now." Li Tian resolved to head directly to the training facility. The security guard at the Grizzlies training center had grown accustomed to Li Tian's early arrivals and would sometimes assist by opening the training grounds ahead of time. Having worked there for many years, the guard harbored hopes for the Grizzlies' ascendance, which fueled Li Tian's dedication and joy in trainings. As he was also a fervent fan of the team. "Not a chance, you devil. I'm not joining you for training. I'm going back to sleep," Conley exclaimed, hastening away. Finally understanding why Lowry had squeezed past him in a hurry, Lowry glanced back at the fleeing Conley, seemingly conveying a silent message. "Now you comprehend my urgency. Lowry, why didn't you inform me? I nearly fell into Li's clutches and would have to endure his torment." "He is a demon more fearsome than the devil," Conley remarked. quickening his pace, feeling that lingering even a moment longer would invite peril. I assumed you were aware of our conversation. I didn't realize you were engrossed in music and missed what we were discussing. My apologies for not dragging you along, Lowry chuckled, finding amusement in Conley's predicament. He had nearly dug his own grave. All right, Lowry, let us conserve our energy and leave swiftly. Otherwise, if Letion catches us, we'll be compelled to train with him. I still believe returning for a brief rest is the wiser course. Upon uttering this, the two disregarded Letion's calls from behind and hurried toward the parking lot, with Conley fixated solely on the desire to escape the wretched airport. Chapter 56. A friend's concern before disembarking, Mark announced a day of rest, with regular training to commence the following day. Conley, don't run off. Come on. Let us go train. Letion shouted towards Conley, who had already exited the plane. Training? Let it go to hell. I'm going back to sleep. Goodbye. Conley replied, not looking back as he swiftly departed. Casting a glance at the others, Letion dismissed the idea of training. If Conley was unwilling to join him, the rest would surely not entertain the thought. Alone, he left the airport and made his way straight to the training facility. Letion did not summon the training personnel he had hired. Instead, he embarked on his training alone. He began with 3-point shots, activating his passing machine. The repetition was relentless, for training is often a monotonous endeavor. Catch, jump, shoot. Only when he heard the sound of the basketball striking the rim did Letion glance at the hoop. He then engaged in continuous movement, receiving passes and shooting from various positions, repeating the process time and again. After more than an hour of training, Letion paused to review the video of his recent shooting practice. He analyzed the reasons for his missed shots and contemplated how to improve. Several hours of training passed before the staff at the training facility began to arrive. His personal trainer also made an appearance. After a brief discussion with the trainer, he resumed his practice according to the trainer's specifications. Lee, you haven't been training nonstop since you got off the plane, have you? Conley arrived at the gym in the afternoon, prepared to carry out his usual training regimen. Yes, just a bit longer before I leave, Letion replied. He had been training since the morning and was now ready to conclude his session. You must not have seen the news? Conley observed, puzzled by Letion's apparent ignorance of the situation. No, I've been training, Letion said as he picked up his phone, only to discover it was out of battery. Goodness, I've been so focused on training, Conley mused quietly. He gave Letion a thumbs up, genuinely impressed. At the beginning of his training, he had noticed that his phone still had plenty of charge. How could it have shut down unexpectedly? He dismissed the thought and continued his practice, undeterred by this minor inconvenience. However, when Letion finished his training and prepared to leave, Conley could no longer hold back. Lee, you've been placed on the team's injury list. You will be under daily observation, and your return date is uncertain. The team's official website has already announced this news. Conley realized that if he did not inform Letion, he would inevitably find out soon enough, so it was better to tell him sooner rather than later. What? Letion was momentarily stunned, unable to process the information. Conley watched him anxiously, fearing for Letion's reaction. Conley, you must be joking. Today is not April Fool's Day. Do I look like someone who is injured? Letion was bewildered by the sudden news of his inclusion on the injury list. Lee, please calm down. I'm not sure why this happened. If I had to guess, it might be due to that confrontation you had with the head coach. I don't know how he managed to persuade the management to release this information, Conley speculated, though his guess was indeed correct. Fine, but I still cannot accept this. Damn it, Letion exclaimed as he strode towards the team manager's office. Conley, sensing the situation was escalating, quickly intervened, grabbing Letion's arm. Please, don't act impulsively. Confronting the head coach has already caused enough trouble. If you venture into the general manager's office once more, there is a significant likelihood that you may face termination. While being dismissed is one concern, being sidelined would indeed pose a greater predicament. It is imperative that you remain composed. Letion dragged Conley forward, feeling increasingly desperate as he realized he could not restrain Letion. Regret washed over Conley for his earlier words. Conley, what are you two doing? What has transpired? Gasol, having seen the news regarding Letion's injury, was concerned about a potential outburst from him and hastily drove to the arena. In Conley's eyes, Gasol appeared to be a savior in that moment. Paul, please help me hold on to Lee. He knows he is on the injury list and needs to go to the general manager's office. I can barely keep him from leaving, Conley shouted, imploring Gasol to assist him in restraining Letion. With Gasol's intervention, Conley found it considerably easier to hold Letion back. Lee, please sit down. Do not act so impulsively. We will help you apply pressure on the team. Do not create further issues, or it will become truly irreparable. Gasol's words calmed Tion significantly. Paul, I am genuinely furious. There is little meaning in remaining with a team like this. I wish to be traded. Tion had never desired a trade more fervently. Lee, I understand that this may be difficult for you to accept, but any trade must be approached gradually. Gasol and calmly comforted Tion for an extended period until his anger gradually subsided. He assured them that he would absolutely refrain from storming into the general manager's office. At which point Conley finally released his grip on Tion. Tion felt the concern of his teammates, yet he found himself somewhat perplexed at that moment. Without even taking a shower, he drove away from the training facility. After charging his phone, he went to freshen up. Once he was ready, he opened his phone and was taken aback by the multitude of missed calls and messages. There were calls from Taylor, Bill, Yao Ming, Yi Jianlian, Al Horford, and even from the person he had been reluctant to confront. He first dialed Taylor's number, noticing that Taylor had repeatedly attempted to reach him every few minutes, sending texts inquiring about his well-being. Upon calling Taylor, he was met with a busy signal, indicating that the line was temporarily unavailable. He promptly sent a text to Taylor, reassuring him not to worry. Next, he called Yao Ming. As soon as the call connected, Yao Ming's voice came through, filled with concern. Tion, is your knee injury severe? Why have you never mentioned that your knee was injured again? Was it from the last match against the Mavericks? Yao Ming was eager to ascertain the condition of Tion's knee and felt a twinge of regret, fearing that if it was indeed the result of that game, there could be significant implications. Brother Yao, why have you placed so many calls? After returning from Atlanta yesterday, I went straight to practice and just got back to my place. My phone was drained from your incessant calls. I just managed to charge it, Tion replied, feeling a hint of annoyance. I told you, but you still haven't explained what happened with your knee injury. Yao Ming pressed on, eager for clarity. Brother Yao, if I said I'm perfectly healthy, would you believe me? Tion responded, exasperated, feeling the need to clarify that his injury was not as serious as it seemed. Without an injury, how do you explain your presence on the team's injury list, stating discomfort in your knee? Yao Ming was understandably alarmed by Tion's knee situation. It's simply because during the last game, I had a clash with Mark, and after that, I wasn't allowed to play. When reporters asked why I wasn't in the game, Mark claimed I had knee discomfort, likely to cover up the truth, Tion explained, convinced that this was the sole reason for his inclusion on the injury report. After considerable effort, he managed to convince Yao Ming that he was indeed in perfect health, though it felt as if he might as well fly to Houston overnight for Yao to assess him. After hanging up with Yao Ming, Tion proceeded to call the others, reiterating his explanations, affirming that he was genuinely uninjured and in good health. Unfortunately, he was unable to connect with Bill. Tion made another attempt to call Taylor, yet the line remained unreachable. A wave of concern washed over him, as Taylor typically was not one to have an inaccessible phone. Glancing at Taylor's schedule, he noted that there were no ongoing concerts, making the disconnection all the more perplexing. Tion wrestled with his thoughts for quite some time before reluctantly replying to that individual with a text message. His knee was fine. It was merely the internal discord within the team that had led to such concerns. After sending the message, Tion let out a long sigh, as if he had shed an immense burden from his shoulders. Yet, he remained anxious about Taylor, having been unable to connect through phone calls. Chapter 57. Taylor's return to Memphis. He had dialed Taylor's number numerous times, but to no avail. He pondered whether he should acquire the number of Taylor's assistant, for in case of emergencies, it would be prudent to have another contact. As he prepared for sleep, he still could not reach Taylor. Just as he was on the brink of slumber, the phone rang. He quickly rose to answer the call. Lee, I have arrived in Memphis. I am currently at the airport. Taylor's voice resonated through the line. Tion was truly bewildered this time. How could Taylor possibly be in Memphis? Was she not in another city? It perplexed him beyond comprehension. Tion was filled with confusion as he asked Taylor, how come you're in Memphis? Especially at this late hour? It can be quite chaotic here at night. As he spoke, he hurriedly dressed and made his way to the garage. I was worried something might have happened to you when you didn't answer my calls. I feared it might be like last time. Taylor's voice trembled slightly. I'm heading to the airport to pick you up right now. Please find a CAF to wait in and do not leave the airport. I will be there shortly. With that, he drove straight to the airport. Taylor had not applied much makeup to disguise herself. She merely wore a hat with the brim pulled low. Why did you arrive in Memphis so late? I called you numerous times, but your phone was off. Tion immediately recognized Taylor. From his voice, she sensed his concern. which brought her a small sense of happiness. "Lee, I was worried about you. Seeing your knee injured again, I feared you might be in the same predicament as before." Taylor's eyes were filled with dread as she could hardly bear to imagine the toll another injury would take on Lee. She was also anxious about whether he might feel despondent, as he had not answered any of her calls or responded to her messages individually. His phone had been turned off. Unable to wait any longer, Taylor set aside all her work, briefed her assistant, and arranged for a helicopter to fly directly to Memphis. Throughout the journey, Taylor was consumed with worry for Lee, pacing back and forth on the plane, contemplating whether she should invest in a helicopter for greater convenience in the future. "Taylor, I apologize. I was training all morning and didn't check my phone. You called too many times, and my phone automatically shut off." Observing Taylor's anxious expression, Lee felt an indescribable emotion swell within him. "I'm just relieved to see you safe. I would have regretted it for a lifetime if something had happened to you." The color returned to Taylor's face slightly. "What's wrong? Are you hoping something might be wrong with me?" Lee, though concerned for Taylor, maintained a sense of emotional distance. Yet, this time, he was genuinely touched by her feelings. No, I don't wish for even the slightest misfortune to befall you. I truly don't want that." As she spoke, Taylor felt a lump in her throat, nearly on the verge of tears. "All right, Taylor, now that you see I'm fine, please don't worry. Those rumors may not even be true," Lee reassured her, noting that Taylor was now easily recognizable. "Let us head back. It's a bit chilly here. And I'm sure you haven't had anything to eat. Let us dine first, and then talk." With that, he took Taylor back to the villa he was renting. After some bustling about, he prepared a late-night snack for her. "Taylor, eat up quickly, and then get some rest. You've been on a plane for quite a while." At that moment, Lee's gaze towards Taylor softened. She kept her head down as she ate, still sniffling slightly. Lee found himself at a loss for words to offer comfort. If Taylor were to witness his expression and demeanor at that moment, she would undoubtedly leap with joy, convinced that all her efforts had been worthwhile. "Lee, what on earth is happening? I came across the news about your knee injury and grew concerned. Yet your phone was perpetually unanswered, and eventually it was switched off." Taylor expressed her worries. "During the day, when you were training, you were on the phone quite frequently. And it must have automatically shut down," Lee patiently clarified to Taylor. "But you haven't explained how your knee injury occurred. I fear it may be akin to the last time, and I'm anxious about your well-being," Taylor continued, still deeply concerned for Lee. She was acutely aware of the significance of basketball in his life and the critical role his knees played in his athletic career. The last time Lee suffered a knee injury, it nearly jeopardized his professional journey, leaving a profound impact on him. He was uncertain if he could withstand another setback, prompting him to come directly to Memphis. "Taylor, there's nothing to worry about. My knee is perfectly fine. It's merely a result of a verbal confrontation with the coach in the locker room," Lee reiterated, having said it numerous times before. However, witnessing Taylor's expression, he felt no trace of impatience. "I'm so relieved to hear that you're okay." Taylor's focus was not on the altercation with the coach, but rather on Lee's well-being. Perhaps she only registered that single statement, disregarding everything else. "Yes, there's no need for concern. Could you provide me with your assistant's phone number? Since I couldn't reach you, I feel a bit anxious. It would be easier to contact your assistant directly if I need to get in touch with you." Lee requested Taylor's assistant's number. Aware that Taylor might overthink the situation, he was uncertain if she would come again, but he decided that having the number would be beneficial for ease of communication. All right, here you go." Taylor quickly retrieved her phone and provided Lee with the number. Seeing him save her assistant's contact brought her a sense of secret delight. She would definitely remind her assistant to keep the phone on unless in exceptional circumstances. "How about I give you 2 numbers? That way, there will be no issue if one happens to be switched off," she suggested as she took Lee's phone again to jot down another number. Observing Taylor's actions, Lee felt a mix of exasperation yet went along with it. Having an extra number wouldn't hurt. "Taylor, you shouldn't head back today. The room you stayed in last time has just been cleaned, so you can settle in there. You look exhausted," he said, leading her upstairs. He fetched some personal items for Taylor and helped tidy up the room. At that moment, Taylor stood quietly behind Lee, watching him assist her with the room, saying nothing, merely observing his every move. "Get some rest. I'll let you sleep in tomorrow," he added gently. Taylor had not yet emerged from her recent trance when she heard Lee suggesting that she retire early. Mechanically, she responded with a simple okay. "You should rest early too." Although she had many thoughts to share with Lee, her mind suddenly went blank, leaving her at a loss for words. Complying obediently, she lay down, intending to indulge in her wandering thoughts. However, fatigue soon overwhelmed her, and she gradually drifted into a deep slumber. When Taylor awoke once more, Leetion had already prepared breakfast and was about to ascend the stairs to rouse her for the meal. "Taylor, why are you up so early?" Upon noticing that Taylor had tidied herself, Leetion paused on the stairs, captivated by her beauty. Leetion urged, "Let us dine first, and we shall discuss other matters afterward." Taylor remained silent, obediently partaking in breakfast. "Lee, may I return tomorrow?" Taylor inquired. "No problem. I shall request a day off from the team shortly," Leetion responded before proceeding to make the request. Chapter 58. The Failed Transaction. Taylor, given your current state, it seems somewhat inconvenient for you to venture out shopping today, Leetion pondered, recalling that Taylor had brought no luggage the previous day, rendering her attempts at makeup futile. Taylor glanced down at her attire from yesterday, realizing she had not even applied makeup that morning. "Perhaps you should change your clothes. I had the servants procure something for you," he suggested, extending a hand with the garments. Upon seeing that Leetion had thoughtfully prepared clothing in advance, Taylor's cheeks flushed slightly, and she hastily retreated upstairs to refresh herself. "Lee, this outfit is utterly unattractive," Taylor lamented, finding the attire purchased by the servant to be quite unappealing, resolutely declaring she would not wear it, even if she remained indoors. Leetion, feeling helpless, was compelled to retrieve the clothes he had purchased last time. "Taylor, these are the garments I bought previously. They remain unworn, along with some training attire. Please choose what you find convenient." He opened his wardrobe, revealing neatly arranged clothing. The room was not particularly cold, so Taylor donned Leetion's training outfit, which appeared somewhat comical as it was slightly oversized. "Well, it seems I truly cannot go outside. I would surely be recognized," Taylor thought with a hint of glee. "So, what do you plan to do today?" Leetion felt the atmosphere was awkward for both of them and thought it prudent to engage in some activity, lest unforeseen circumstances arise. "How about this? Why don't you compose a song for me?" Leetion had previously offered Taylor numerous singing suggestions, as well as a few lyrics. After all, being a time traveler, he was quite familiar with the nuances of the beautiful nation. I really don't have many lyrics left." "You're about to deplete my lyrical reservoir," Leetion exclaimed with a pained expression, ultimately unable to escape Taylor's insistence. He reluctantly penned a catchy lyric. "It's been a long day without you, my friend, and I'll tell you all about it when I see you again. This is truly the only lyric I possess. With daily training, I have no time to write more. I was even considering putting down my pen." Leetion admitted with a tinge of guilt, hoping Taylor would remember this few songs. "Hee, it's all right. I'll try not to ask you for more in the future. This song is simply exquisite. Shall we sing it together and feature it in my latest album? What do you think?" At that moment, Taylor seemed to forget Leetion's presence, her gaze fixed upon the lyrics before her. "Lee, I'm going to savor these lyrics now, but you must sing this song with me. I will use it as the cover for one of my future albums." Ignoring Leetion's reaction, Taylor dashed upstairs. To accompany Taylor, Leetion skipped training, unaware that chaos had erupted in the office of the general manager of the Grizzlies. "Hello, Mo. About that trade you mentioned earlier. I think we can discuss it," Wallace said as he dialed Mo. "Oh, Wallace, are you referring to the Conley and Gasol trade? That is fine. Aside from McGrady and Yao Ming, feel free to choose any player from the Rockets. There's no issue with any of them." After learning that Leetion's knee had once again shown signs of discomfort, Mo decisively abandoned the idea of trading Leetion without consulting Yao Ming or McGrady. "We will not trade Conley and Gasol. Conley is the future of our team, and Gasol is our sole all-star. It is out of the question. I was referring to the trade concerning Leetion. What do you think, Mo?" Wallace was acutely aware of the rift that had developed between Leetion and the team. Although Lee was still performing reasonably well and retained some trade value, for the sake of preserving Coach Mark's dignity, the team had publicly announced that Lee was experiencing knee discomfort, which only exacerbated the existing discord. It was evident that the team would not reach the playoffs this year, and with Lee not being part of their long-term plans, a trade would be preferable. Otherwise, if Lee's performance were to decline further, trading him would become increasingly challenging. The revelation of his knee issues had resulted in a conspicuous absence of interest from other teams since the news broke. Not a single franchise had reached out to Wallace regarding Lee's trade. "Wallace, if we're discussing trading Lee, there's no need for further conversation. The risk is simply too great," Mo stated. He was not one to take losses lightly. Trading for Leetion was out of the question, for if he were to become a liability, it would be a burden to carry. "Mo, the injury is fabricated. It was Mark who deliberately spread this rumor to bench Lee. Wallace, feeling wronged, exclaimed, "Why announce the knee discomfort then? Indeed, he has always had injury concerns. However, if you are willing to trade him alongside Conley, I might consider offering a first-round and a second-round pick. What do you think?" Mogo understood that Conley's trade value far exceeded that. Wallace was hopeful that Lee could fetch a future first-round pick, but such a trade was unlikely to be approved. Mogo, that is impossible. Conley's value alone is considerably higher, and we certainly will not trade him. Wallace's voice grew increasingly agitated, leading him to terminate the call with Mogo abruptly. He reached out to teams he had previously contacted, only to receive the same response. They were not currently in need of trades as they were still in a phase of team cohesion. Damn Mark. Why did he have to leak this information? Lee now possesses no trade value whatsoever. In a fit of anger, Wallace swept everything off his desk, cursing vehemently. The Grizzlies' efforts to trade Lee Tion were effectively stalled, leaving Wallace with no choice but to wait. "Bill, it's a pleasure to hear from you. Is there another endorsement opportunity?" Lee Tion answered Bill's call, his voice laced with urgency for financial relief. "I'm afraid this news may not be favorable," Bill replied, disappointment evident in his tone. "Don't be disheartened. I'm currently suspended and not overly worried." Lee Tion surmised that the conversation likely related to his impending trade. "Lee, I cannot share your optimism. The Grizzlies management intends to trade you." "Trade me? To where?" "That would be splendid." Lee Tion was eager for a change of scenery. Though he maintained good relations with Gasol and Conley in Memphis, the growing tensions with the team made a trade the most prudent option. Just 2 days prior, his trade value had plummeted, and no teams were willing to accept him. Consequently, the Grizzlies had to suspend his trade discussions. This was the unfortunate news Bill had to convey. "All right, it is indeed unfortunate. However, let us still pursue a trade. I believe your influence could be instrumental." Lee Tion still hopes that Bill can facilitate his trade, as remaining with the Grizzlies holds little significance for him. Due to your knee injury, no team is willing to take on your contract, even though it is merely a rookie contract. Bill's greatest concern remains Lee Tion's knee injury. Yesterday, he received only a brief text from Lee Tion explaining the situation. "Bill, my knee is perfectly fine. Those are merely false rumors propagated by Mark to impose a suspension on me within the team." The mention of this infuriated Lee Tion, who felt an overwhelming urge to confront Mark. "Very well, you'd better provide me with an authoritative medical report, and I will assist you in the process." Upon receiving Lee Tion's response, Bill's mood lightened somewhat. At that moment, Lee Tion pondered whether to borrow some money to acquire a team, opting not to engage in their games any longer. After ending the call with Bill, the specifics of the operation would be left to him. Lee Tion only needed to demonstrate his capabilities on the court. Taylor sensed Lee Tion's anger. "Lee, what is the matter?" "It's nothing. Just my trade has been put on hold." Hearing about Lee Tion's potential trade, Taylor felt a rush of excitement, especially if it led to a major city. "Where are you being traded to?" "I don't know. Everything is on hold now. I'm contemplating whether to purchase a team and play on my own." Taylor was astonished by Lee Tion's ambition. How wealthy must he be? Chapter 59, a turning point amidst consecutive losses the next morning as the curtains were drawn open. Sunlight poured onto the floor, reflecting brightly and creating a somewhat dazzling effect. Lee Tion basked in the warmth of the sun, reveling in a moment of tranquility he had not experienced in a long time. Previously, his days were consumed by early morning training sessions. Yet now he embraced the serenity of the moment. At this instant, Lee Tion felt a sense of liberation, as if he were transcending the mundane. "Lee, have you risen?" Taylor's voice disrupted his contemplative state. "Yes, I'm up. Just give me a moment to tidy up," Lee Tion replied, hastily changing his attire and organizing his room. "I apologize. Taylor, it's been ages since I've enjoyed such a restful time that I forgot to prepare breakfast for you," he added. Taylor gazed at Lee Tion, captivated by his handsome visage illuminated by the sunlight. "No worries, Lee. I've already ordered takeout, but you'll need to pick it up." Taylor's days had been blissfully relaxed, allowing her to extricate herself from the demands of work and savor a couple of delightful days. "What time is your flight today?" Lee Tion inquired. Knowing Taylor's phone had been off for 2 days, likely accumulating a plethora of tasks awaiting her attention. "I really don't want to leave. Living here has been so joyous. Especially with you around," Taylor confessed with a hint of reluctance. "Oh, come on, Taylor. There's no need to sound as though we are parting forever. Once you have some free time, I shall treat you to a game," Lee Tion responded, feeling a touch of awkwardness at Taylor's affectionate demeanor. After bidding farewell to Taylor, Lee Tion embarked on another round of training. When Conley saw Tion, it was as if he had encountered a long-lost relative. "Brother, you finally made it." "Yesterday, during training, you were the subject of everyone's disdain," Conley exclaimed, dashing towards Tion with eyes alight. "Conley, please keep your distance. I have no desire for further misunderstandings." Tion retorted, gently pushing Conley away. "You can't abandon me now. We're both sidelined and ought to enjoy the game from the VIP section together." Unexpectedly, Conley felt a tinge of sympathy for Tion, recalling how he had once resented Tion's disdain when he himself had been unable to participate. "Conley, I truly understand you now. I'm suspended from the team, so why are you so cheerful? Don't even claim to know me. Keep your distance," Tion replied, evading Conley as if he were a source of contagion. After the others completed their routine training, Tion opted to intensify his own regimen. With a game against the Pistons on the horizon, he chose to attend and observe. Watching Hamilton's off-ball movements in person might aid in refining his own skills. "Make sure to appreciate me from the sidelines," Guy remarked inexplicably in front of Tion, clearly exhilarated by Tion's suspension. Tion has been suspended from the team, and Guy emerges as the primary beneficiary, not only enjoying increased playing time, but also subtly becoming a focal point of the team's offense. "Very well. I shall appreciate this opportunity fully." Tion is acutely aware of Guy's current mindset. Disregard him. He lacks the prowess of a star player, yet possesses more flaws than even the stars themselves. Gasol disapproves of Guy's performance. "It's all right, Paul," he gestures, indicating that Gasol need not worry. The Pistons players are generally shorter, which stands as the sole advantage for the Grizzlies. As the game commences, it comes as no surprise that the Grizzlies gain possession of the ball. From the outset, Tion fixates intently on Hamilton, hardly glancing at any other players. "He is truly remarkable," Tion muses, observing Hamilton's movement. "Who are you referring to?" The Grizzlies are consistently pressured by the Pistons. "Hamilton, Conley. You must keenly observe his movement. If it were your duty to defend against him, could you manage it?" Hamilton performs admirably, achieving a shooting percentage of 4 out of 6 in the first quarter. "That is an immense challenge. I find it difficult to keep up with you, let alone Hamilton." Conley admits, "By the way, your off-ball movement resembles his quite a bit. Have you been learning from him?" Conley has harbored this question for quite a while, but has restrained himself from asking. "Indeed, during summer training, the coach instructed me and provided numerous videos of him. I dedicated the entire summer to mastering it." Tion spent his summer honing only a few specific skills. "Well, I would like to observe it as well, should the chance arise." Conley doubts his ability to replicate it. I truly wish to match up against him. I wonder if it would be beneficial for my own development." A flicker of longing appears in Tion's eyes. Damn the suspension. "There will surely be opportunities in the future," Conley reassures Tion. Witnessing Hamilton's off-ball movements firsthand proves immensely beneficial for Tion, allowing him to recognize his own shortcomings while also gaining fresh insights into movement. Undoubtedly, the Pistons remain a formidable team. Had it not been for the scoring prowess of the bench players Lowry and Warwick, each surpassing the entire bench score of the Pistons, the Grizzlies would have been thoroughly overwhelmed. The Pistons dealt the Grizzlies yet another defeat on their home court. "Lowry, your performance today has been commendable." Tion calls out to him as Guy storms past on his way to the locker room, occasionally kicking at objects in his path. Your words are rather harsh." "Just look at Guy. He has played abysmally," Lowry remarks, covering his mouth. "Paul, you are treading on dangerous ground. Be mindful of maintaining good relations with your teammates, or you may find yourself in a predicament similar to mine." Tion points towards the water cooler. "Go on, that is your territory. Rest assured, I shall not encroach upon it." Gasol is indifferent to Gay, and he is certainly not concerned about the possibility of being suspended by the coach. If he were to be suspended, fans might trap Mark in the arena, leaving him uncertain if he could even escape. Shortly thereafter, the Grizzlies suffered a defeat at home against the Clippers, followed by a back-to-back victory over the Magic, only to falter again against the Warriors. A series of losses ensued, and the Grizzlies' management found themselves restless. Witnessing the team's continuous defeats, lackluster play, and dismal home attendance was disheartening. "Mark, can you explain why the team is experiencing this string of losses? The attendance is alarmingly low, and potential sponsors have withdrawn from negotiations. What is happening?" Wallace was beside himself. "Losing is not frightening. What is truly daunting is losing without gaining anything in return." Conley, whom he had pinned his hopes on, had not even been granted a chance to play, leaving no opportunity for development. Initially, there were plans to utilize Tion to attract sponsors from the Middle Kingdom. But due to the conflict between Mark and Tion, And now, with Lee facing an internal ban, sponsors were withdrawing from negotiations. Attempting to facilitate a trade was also thwarted when Mark casually mentioned discomfort in his knee, causing potential trading teams to back away. Wallace, you must understand that this is my first season coaching the Grizzlies. The team's chemistry has yet to be established, and Gay still needs refinement. Mark could only muster excuses to mask the issues. What about Conley? Gasol is an all-star. Look at the team's current record. Wallace hoped that Le'Tion could take the court, as this would enhance his trade value and draw fans from the Middle Kingdom. Originally, there were intentions to leverage Yao Ming and Yi Jianlian to see if they could acquire Le'Tion in exchange for more assets. However, Stern had subtly indicated that he did not wish for Le'Tion to be traded to those two teams. Wallace felt overwhelmed. Let us not discuss it further. I believe it's time for Lee to recover, otherwise he holds no trade value. Without waiting for Mark's response, Wallace stormed out. Alas, we must arrange for Lee to play. I sincerely hope he can be traded soon, or where will the coach's authority lie? Mark sighed. Little did he know. Within the Grizzlies, his authority had long since dissipated. Chapter 60. Returned to the court during the games of suspension, the Grizzlies managed to secure victory only against the Magic, where Gay scored the highest points on the team. After achieving the highest score for 2 consecutive games, Gay began to exhibit an air of arrogance. During practice, he paraded around as if he were the team's leader. The good-natured Gasol, witnessing Gay's attitude, found it hard to restrain himself from giving him a good punch. Fortunately, a few teammates held Gasol back. Paul, don't stoop to his level. It's not like the coach is forcing him to take shots. Otherwise, he wouldn't score so many points. Le'Tion soothed Gasol. Indeed, Paul, in the next game, let us refrain from passing to him. After all, the rebounds are in our hands. Malisic also spoke on behalf of Gasol. Gasol glanced at a few individuals who held both the rebounds and possession, and did not wish to pass to Gay, which could be accomplished in an instant. Well, it seems I shall take a respite in the next match. Gasol sighed. The others shielded their eyes. Can we still enjoy ourselves? Lee, I sense an opportunity has arisen for you. Perhaps a word of gratitude is in order. Were it not for my rest, you would undoubtedly continue to guard the water cooler. Paul, what troubles you? I suspect I shall remain alongside Conley in the water cooler watch. Le'Tion's eyes reflected a sense of helplessness, tinged with a hint of disappointment. He felt somewhat unwell. Thus the team physician advised a day of rest. Since his serious injury, Gasol occasionally experiences physical discomfort, resulting in regular rests of 1 to 2 games, provided it is not during the playoffs. Very well, I shall continue my training, as there will be no changes tonight. After the pregame warm-up concluded, Mark entered the locker room. Lee, you are filling in for Gasol in this match. Is that acceptable? Mark still seemed reluctant to face Le'Tion. No problem, coach. Le'Tion replied, lowering his gaze. Suddenly thrust into the spotlight, Le'Tion felt a twinge of delight, though unaware of the precise reasons. He was grateful to once again take the court. This match was against the reigning champions, the Spurs, yet it was not scheduled for national broadcast. Given the significant disparity between the two teams and the absence of live coverage due to Le'Tion's consecutive suspensions, Le'Tion made his entrance and began to warm up. How enviable it is. However, I am grateful to have you by my side, Paul. With that, he moved to embrace Gasol. Conley, you must understand that I am only resting for this game. In the next match, it will be just you. Cherish this opportunity while you still have my company. Gasol evaded Conley's embrace. Paul, you fell onto the bench, startling Gasol and causing him to break into a cold sweat. Only after watching Conley depart did he finally find solace. Tim, this game will be challenging for you. There have been persistent rumors suggesting that Lee's suspension is due to internal team issues. It seems there is some truth to that, Ginobili remarked, shaking his hair. I have a brilliant idea. Why don't we have the old man trade for him? Duncan suddenly proposed. On the sidelines, Popovich's eyes lit up momentarily, but then dimmed again. Le'Tion's knee injury had always been a concern. Rumors are often hard to believe, yet one cannot dismiss them entirely. If he were to be traded and continued to have intermittent play, it would disrupt the team's chemistry, and Popovich was unwilling to take that gamble. Their goal this season was to defend their championship title. All right, Tim, focus on how to counter his defense and aim to take him down. Popovich interrupted their discussion. Bowen, the responsibility of defending Lee lies with you, he said, looking at Bowen, who still had some fuel in the tank. No problem, coach, Bowen replied, knowing that defending Lee could not involve Duncan. Otherwise, they might as well surrender without playing. Lowry grinned mischievously at Gasol and Lee. We must win this game to show someone that we can triumph without him. Haha, Paul, they are plotting a rebellion, calmly interjected before Li Tian could speak. Lowry, it seems you need to intensify your training. I believe you possess all-star potential. After Li's game, let us assist Lowry in his growth, Gasol said, turning to Li Tian, leaving Lowry astonished. Enough talk. The game is about to begin. Li, your task is to defend Duncan and create space for your teammates, Mark interjected, halting the chatter. The group nodded in acknowledgement of Mark's directive. As the game commenced, Milicic leaped for possession of the ball. Li, let us do this. It has been a while since we collaborated. Let us ignite the arena, Navarro expressed, reminiscing about their previous on-court partnership. All right, let us win this game. Navarro received Milicic's pass and dribbled to the high post. Milicic positioned himself beneath the basket, securing space against the Spurs center to create opportunities for his teammates. Gay and Miller lay in wait at the strong side corner and weak side 45-degree position, respectively. Li Tian continuously altered his positioning under the basket, occasionally leveraging his teammate screens in an attempt to shake off Bowen, who was closely trailing him, perhaps due to Bowen's advanced age. He was unable to keep pace with Li Tian's sudden change of direction and found himself outmaneuvered. Li Tian found himself in a prime position at the weak side corner, having created space. As Li Tian darted back and forth, Navarro initiated an offensive move, using his physicality to push Parker aside and carve out room for a shot. At the moment he prepared to shoot, he noticed Li Tian had successfully distanced himself from Bowen. In that instant, Navarro altered the trajectory of the basketball, delivering a pass to Li Tian in the corner. Without hesitation, Li Tian leapt and released the ball, following the three-pointer. He performed the classic gesture of cleaning his imaginary gun in celebration. Look at that. Li Tian launched the three-pointer and began his celebration the moment the ball left his hands. Is he that confident? The commentary team seemed somewhat taken aback, questioning his audacity. But don't be surprised. This is not the first time he has done so, as they had witnessed it on numerous occasions. Before the words could fully escape their lips, the basketball swished through the net. The crowd erupted into enthusiastic applause, with some fans even chanting Li Tian's name. The atmosphere was electric. He celebrated by chest-bumping Navarro, exuberantly shouting. Turning his attention back to defense against Duncan, Li Tian, having honed his skills through recent training and prior matchups, no longer appeared as inexperienced. Likewise, Duncan did not underestimate Li Tian. Both players were fully committed to the duel. Duncan's sudden pivot and acceleration caught Li Tian off guard. However, with his superior speed and leaping ability, Li Tian successfully contested Duncan's shot, which clanged off the rim. Aware of the shot's misdirection, Duncan forcefully sealed Li Tian behind him, preparing to seize the rebound and initiate a second attack. Behind Duncan, Li Tian exerted himself to tip the rebound, redirecting the ball to Milicic. Milicic received the ball and passed it to Navarro, who gradually brought it across half-court. Bowen remained tightly glued to Li Tian, only to be surprised when Li Tian took a sudden step to block Miller's defender, allowing Miller to receive the ball and sink a mid-range jumper. The Grizzlies opened the game with a 5-0 run against the Spurs. The Spurs once again entrusted the ball to Duncan, hoping he could unlock the offense from the low post. Li Tian exhibited unwavering resolve, immediately confronting Duncan with formidable physicality and an aggressive defensive stance. In the first encounter, Duncan was caught off guard by Li Tian's relentless defense, abandoning his initial intention to leverage his strength for a layup. Duncan opted instead for a 45-degree angle fadeaway bank shot. Just as Duncan lifted the ball, Li Tian intercepted it. The commentator exclaimed with exhilaration. Navarro soared to seize the basketball, passing it to the fast-breaking Miller, who scored with a thunderous dunk. The Grizzlies executed a decisive 7-0 run against the Spurs. Chapter 61. Duncan's smile left everyone dumbfounded once again. Popovich, witnessing the Grizzlies' increasingly fluid play, decisively called for a timeout, reminiscent of their previous encounter. Duncan, your performance is akin to a disaster, do you realize? Throughout the entirety of the timeout, Popovich stood beside Duncan, incessantly imparting his thoughts without pause. It was only when the referee's whistle signaled the end of the timeout that Popovich ceased his discourse. There were no substitutions made. Instead, he focused on educating and guiding Duncan from the sidelines. During Popovich's instructive moment with Duncan, the audience was left in awe. Aware that the veteran coach often diverged from conventional tactics, yet this felt excessively unconventional. As the timeout concluded, Duncan halted his offensive maneuvers, shifting his focus to setting screens and creating opportunities for his teammates. This pattern continued through several possessions, and Duncan began to take a breather on the court. Li, your defense is truly relentless. Li Tiandu was taken aback, The situation was unexpected. Wasn't Duncan known for his stoic demeanor? Yet here he was, engaging in conversation, and not even resorting to playful banter. Nevertheless, Lee Tian remained cautious, for he was in the presence of Duncan, renowned as the greatest power forward in history. Tim, could you possibly impart your mid-range shooting technique to me? Lee Tian disregarded Duncan's compliments and directly sought to learn his unanswerable 45-degree bank shot, a hallmark of Duncan's illustrious career. Any opportunity, no matter how slight, would not be overlooked by Lee Tian. Thus, the two embarked on a unique basketball journey. All right. Duncan's response sent a chill down Lee Tian's spine. This was tantamount to collusion. Really? When can you teach me? Lee Tian was brimming with enthusiasm, eager to drag Duncan onto the court for a lesson at that very moment. You'll need to come to the Spurs. Only then will I have the time to teach you. Duncan was being somewhat evasive. Sure, I'll go to the Spurs, Lee Tian replied without hesitation. Lee Tian contemplated that it was best to first deceive them and then proceed, for as long as the system indicated he had learned something, all would be well. Upon hearing Lee Tian's response, Duncan broke into a joyous laugh. Indeed, Crawford harbored a profound disdain for Duncan. His objections were exceedingly pronounced. Lee Tian and Duncan appeared utterly bewildered, caught in a state of confusion. What had transpired? Crawford signaled a foul against Duncan, leading to Lee Tian's free throws. What did Duncan do to you, Lee? How could a foul be called? Lowry pondered, perplexed by the Spurs' inexplicable loss of possession, while Lee Tian was granted 2 free throws. Lee Tian spread his hands, not only to convey to Lowry, but also to Duncan that he truly had done nothing wrong. He merely wished to learn from Duncan's mid-range shooting, yet the old man had called a foul on him. With a bewildered expression, Lee Tian ambled toward the free throw line. On the sidelines, Popovich was nearly beside himself with frustration, rushing to the referee's table to voice his grievances incessantly. Crawford, unyielding to Popovich's complaints, issued a direct warning that further protest would result in a technical foul. Standing proudly at the center court, he disregarded Popovich's objections. It was Duncan who stepped forward to guide Popovich back to the bench. Meanwhile, Lee Tian waited anxiously for the system's prompt, only to falter on his first free throw. Lee, what is wrong? You need to realize you're at the free throw line. Make that damned shot, Lowry admonished, slapping Lee Tian on the back. It took a moment for Lee Tian to regain his focus after the painful reminder. He adjusted his emotions and confidently sank his second free throw. As the free throws concluded, the spectators continued to speculate about why Duncan had been called for a foul. Duncan himself found the situation rather absurd. Turning back, Parker held the ball. Duncan, I apologize for causing you to be called for a foul. What do you think? Will you teach me? Lee Tian was eager to exit the game immediately for a lesson from Duncan. Are you truly considering joining the Spurs? Duncan dared not smile any longer. Another smile might lead to further fouls. Can the Spurs even trade for me? Lee Tian was curious about how the Spurs would manage to acquire him. Just as he engaged in conversation with Lee Tian, Parker passed the ball to Duncan. Lee Tianguang was so engrossed in having Duncan teach him mid-range shooting that he completely overlooked Parker. Seizing the opportunity while conversing with Lee, Duncan swiftly turned and executed a mid-range shot, catching Lee completely off guard. Duncan, that's rather underhanded. I've made up my mind not to join the Spurs, Lee thought, realizing he had fallen victim to Duncan's trickery. Duncan, you're playing me. How cunning of you. He couldn't help but continue to lament. Duncan, however, paid no heed to Lee's complaints. Lowry, I intend to retaliate. Set me a screen. As I planned to confront Duncan head-on, Lee passed the ball to Lowry. Are you certain you wish to challenge Duncan? Lowry sensed something was amiss today, a strange air surrounding the atmosphere. He whispered something to Lowry as they walked, prompting Lowry to chuckle, feeling that Lee was indeed rather mischievous. Bowen closely guarded Lee. Lee Tian suddenly accelerated towards the basket, employing Melisic's screen in the paint. He deftly maneuvered past Bowen, leaving him behind. Duncan, with no choice, moved to provide assistance against Lee Tian. Shouting out to Lowry, he called his name. Upon hearing Lee Tian's call, Lowry noticed that Lee Tian had successfully drawn Duncan out to the perimeter. Utilizing his own strength, Lowry pushed off Parker, who was defending him. With a quick handoff, he passed the ball to Lee Tian. Lowry flashed a smile at Lee Tian before leading Parker to the baseline. Eager to witness how Lee Tian would confront Duncan. Duncan, you just played me. Now it's my turn for retribution. Lee Tian was a man who never forgot a slight. And having been outmaneuvered by Duncan, he was quick to seek vengeance. Duncan remained expressionless. Lee Tian's dribbling appeared somewhat rigid, lacking in speed. With a notably low center of gravity, Duncan hesitated to lower his own stance, wary of Lee Tian's sudden acceleration. Duncan was somewhat perplexed by Letion's intentions. Having reviewed footage of Letion's games, he had never witnessed him successfully drive past an opponent, and his mid-range shots were also scarce. As he dribbled, he retreated towards the three-point line, suddenly executing a feigned drive. Despite this, Duncan remained in close defensive proximity, unconvinced that Letion would actually attempt a breakthrough against him. Observing Duncan's unwavering defense, Letion remained poised. Letion skillfully transformed a feigned breakthrough into a genuine one. As the art of war suggests, the interplay of the false and the real, the genuine and the deceptive, is a profound strategy. Letion suddenly accelerated. Due to his remarkable speed and Duncan's close defense, he deftly shook Duncan off, leaving him trailing behind. Duncan exerted every effort to catch up from behind. Just as he was nearing Letion, the latter abruptly came to a halt, prompting the Spurs players to shift their focus towards the basket. Seizing the moment, he observed the Spurs players converging towards the paint. Letion's sudden stop shattered Duncan's defensive strategy, allowing him to break free from Duncan's grasp. Observing that there were no Spurs defenders beyond the three-point line, Letion passed the ball to Lowry at the top of the arc. As he turned and sprinted beyond the three-point line, Lowry received the ball without hesitation and deftly flicked it back to Letion, who had already positioned himself outside the arc. Upon receiving the pass, he took an immediate three-point shot. In that fleeting moment of landing, "Duncan, your defense is lacking. I felt no presence contesting me." With his eyes fixed intently on Duncan, Lowry observed Letion's shot, opting not to pursue the rebound but instead retreating on defense. The players of the Grizzlies held unwavering confidence in Letion's three-point ability, particularly in such open situations. Letion responded directly to Duncan's isolation play, celebrating even before the basketball had touched the ground. What an extraordinary moment. He skillfully evaded Duncan, opting not for a mid-range jumper but instead retreating to the three-point line. After releasing the shot, he astonishingly turned to celebrate, an act of sheer audacity. The commentators were left utterly bewildered by Letion's flamboyant maneuver. Truly, our brother Tion is the most dashing, effortlessly surpassing Duncan in a single stride. He is unparalleled. Is brother Tion destined for greatness? A rookie facing another rookie. What is this? Not even daring to attempt a mid-range shot? To the person above. Are you out of your mind? A three-point shot yields one more point than a two-pointer. Do you not comprehend this? The three-pointer landed with precision, igniting the crowd into a frenzy. They erupted in chants of Letion, 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 as he spread his arms wide, basking in the adoration of the fans. After Letion successfully made a three-point shot, the score stood at 40-55, widening the gap to 15 points. Popovich paced back and forth along the sidelines, repeatedly tapping his head with his hand. He ultimately called for a timeout. After the match, Letion celebrated with his teammates. "Lee, you played remarkably. Ever since you stepped onto the court, Duncan has been unable to score," Gasol remarked, playfully ruffling Letion's hair. "Paul, look at how smoothly we're performing without you. It truly is joyous to win, but it's rather awkward without someone," he added. Gasol, finally enjoying a well-deserved rest, watched as the Grizzlies led the reigning champions, the Spurs, by 15 points. "Lee, I believe you are absolutely correct," he continued, as Conley suddenly reappeared. "Conley, do you still wish to remain on the bench?" Gasol's position within the team remained unassailable. Curiosity piqued within Lee. What exactly did Duncan do to warrant a foul against him? Gasol shared his intrigue, as they both struggled to comprehend Crawford's officiating signals. He did nothing, merely exchanged a few words, and then Duncan smiled, prompting the referee to call a foul. "I can't quite grasp the reasoning," he shrugged, signaling his own confusion. The entire Grizzlies team was collectively bewildered, staring at Letion, as if he had summoned an enigmatic Eastern power that had caused Duncan to be penalized. "Lee, are you certain you didn't employ some sort of magic?" Gasol mused. "Oh, wait, perhaps it's not magic, but rather an Eastern mystical force?" The admiration for Letion began to blossom among his teammates, all clamoring to learn the secrets of his supposed mystical abilities. Letion was revered by Gasol and his companions, regarded as a figure of divine prowess. They sought his mentorship. As the timeout concluded and words were exchanged, he turned to make his entrance. Gasol, with a sense of resignation, could only defer any discussions until the conclusion of the match. The Grizzlies unleashed their momentum, exemplifying the adage that once one is on a roll, everything else follows suit. After Letion consecutively sank several three-pointers, Bowen from the Spurs marked him closely, while Duncan occasionally came to double-team. The Spurs' defense against Letion was intensely oppressive, making it exceedingly difficult for him to find scoring opportunities. He appeared unstoppable, a force to be reckoned with. Miller, who replaced Gay, also exhibited remarkable prowess. As Lee Tion drew the Spurs' defense, he swiftly made several mid-range shots, thoroughly dismantling their defensive efforts. In the third quarter, Lee Tion and Miller launched another offensive on the Spurs, extending their lead to an impressive 25 points. The score reached 55-80, with the entire Spurs starting lineup losing their shooting accuracy. Under the relentless pressure from Lee Tion, Duncan managed only 8 points, with a staggering shooting percentage of 30, hitting just 3 out of 10 attempts. Duncan appeared somewhat lost in the face of Lee Tion's defense. "You all played remarkably well today. We've opened up a 25-point gap, and we can finally enjoy a bit of rest," Lowry remarked, reflecting on the numerous injuries plaguing the Grizzlies' backcourt. With increased playing time, Lowry felt the weight of pressure, sometimes yearning for Conley to step in and share the burden, a true contradiction. "Lowry, I believe our success in this match stems from 2 key reasons," Lee Tion said with a hint of cheekiness. "What are those 2 reasons?" Lowry inquired, intrigued. Lee Tion glanced at Gasol, noting that Paul was absent from the game while he was present. After speaking, he plopped down onto the bench. Chapter 62. Gasol seeks a mentor curiously. Despite Lee Tion's jabs at Gasol, the latter refrained from retaliating, leaving everyone puzzled. The match continued, with both team substitutes taking to the court. Jin Billy relentlessly attacked the Grizzlies' interior, striving for a final push. At one point, he managed to narrow the deficit to 10 points. Concerned about the possibility of another loss, Mark had no choice but to deploy his starters. Observing Mark's actions, Gasol felt a sense of helplessness. Despite a significant lead, they were being caught up, nearly overtaken. This was not merely a player issue, but rather a significant reflection of the head coach's strategic decisions. Once the starters entered the game, stability was restored, and ultimately, the Grizzlies triumphed in a nail-biting finish, with the final score reading 85-93. As the game concluded, both teams exchanged mutual respect. "Duncan, now that the game has ended, will you fulfill your promise?" Lee Tion reminded him, as they embraced, not forgetting their earlier agreement. Lee Tion has not given up on mastering the mid-range shot. "Lee, it seems you have yet to arrive at the Spurs. Mastering the mid-range is no simple task. It requires considerable time," Duncan remarked, seemingly teasing Lee Tion. "Duncan, you are being rather disingenuous. This feels like a trap," Lee Tion thought. He now eagerly awaited the system's notification. Otherwise, he would not have been so accommodating. However, even after Duncan and all the players of the Grizzlies had paid their respects and concluded, there was still no sound from the system. Lee Tion's last glimmer of hope had been extinguished. Perhaps relying on a lottery was the way to go. Gasol and Conley were huddled together, conspiring about something. Upon noticing Lee Tion's approach, they ceased their discussion, falling into silence. "Paul, what are you all up to?" Lee Tion inquired as he stepped closer. It's nothing much. We were just discussing whether we should gather at your place for a meal. But rest assured, we'll bring our own food. Does everyone agree?" Gasol glanced around at the group. "Absolutely, Paul. Your suggestion is splendid. We are in full agreement. We will bring food, so you need not prepare anything." Conley echoed Gasol's sentiment. Lowry and Malisic also raised their hands in approval. Lee Tion initially believed it was merely a prank aimed at him, harboring a sense of skepticism. Nevertheless, he graciously acquiesced. The following morning, he engaged in a telephone conversation with Taylor, exchanging heartfelt congratulations. "Lee, when will you find the time to record that new song with me?" Taylor, despite his typically busy schedule, had not forgotten to extend the invitation to Lee Tion. Taylor, I've been rather occupied lately. Let us wait until I have some free time," Lee Tion responded, unwilling to allow singing to distract him from his true passion, basketball. He hastily ended the call. After hanging up, he sensed a subtle transformation within himself. Venturing into the courtyard, he began to practice. Although he seldom engaged in Bruce Lee's Tai Chi, having only recently progressed to the second level, as he practiced the opening movements of Tai Chi, he sought to cultivate a sense of inner tranquility. Gradually, he entered a state of self-forgetfulness. Each movement appeared slow and deliberate, yet at times, it would suddenly accelerate. The motions fluid and seemingly devoid of lethality. Lee Tion gracefully extended his left leg, commencing his practice in a seamless rhythm. His entire body swayed with a blend of softness and strength, each joint moving in harmonious coordination, leading to a profound sense of relaxation. His hands danced like clouds, embodying a gentle fluidity interspersed with moments of firmness. Clenching his fists, he retreated and then slowly advanced, pushing forward with both fists and palms, completely immersed in the experience. Li Tian appeared tranquil, yet within that tranquility lay an undercurrent of movement. What seemed to be motion was imbued with a sense of stillness. The interplay of movement and stillness was foundational to his essence. Suddenly, the ringing of the doorbell shattered the serene atmosphere of Li Tian's world. Instead of rushing to the door, he completed a few final movements, tidied himself, and then proceeded towards the entrance. Gasol and his companions observed Li Tian practicing something. Though they were utterly perplexed by its subtleties, only perceiving his swift yet graceful motions. "Li, what were you just doing?" Gasol inquired, his curiosity piqued. Particularly due to their close rapport. "Paul, I was practicing martial arts. You know, the martial arts of the Celestial Empire." Li Tian placed particular emphasis on the term martial arts. However, he mused internally, thinking that this group of foreigners surely would not comprehend it. How wonderful it would be to have a devoted admirer of Tai Chi. Is that the legendary martial art of Bruce Lee? Conley pressed on. "Ah." Lowry mimicked Bruce Lee's movements with great enthusiasm. Upon witnessing Lowry's antics, Li Tian could not contain his laughter. He resembled a clumsy monkey. "Lowry, you are utterly mistaken. That is not how it should be done." Li Tian demonstrated the correct form. "However, Li, what can your soft and feeble movements accomplish?" "I could easily overpower you with a single punch," Gasol scoffed, doubting the effectiveness of Li Tian's gentle motions. "Paul, how dare you question me? Who among you has ever trained in boxing or anything similar? Shall we have a friendly spar? Are you interested?" Li Tian provocatively challenged Gasol. "No, Li. I'm not questioning you. All right, I have never trained, and I do not dare to fight you." Gasol's sudden retreat elicited peals of laughter from the group. "I would like to try as well, although I have no boxing experience." "You must know that every black man can fight," Conley chimed in, having bottled up frustration from daily training. "Come on, Conley." The group cleared a space on the lawn, sitting back to enjoy the unfolding spectacle. "Lowry, who do you think will win?" Gasol, equally intrigued, pondered the outcome of Li Tian's performance. If Li does not rely on brute strength against Conley, I believe Conley could win. Lowry shared his thoughts. "Melisic, are you interested? Let us make a wager, 1-to-1 odds. You bet on who wins, and I will act as the banker. A small wager to enhance the excitement, not exceeding 1,000. Gasol produced a stack of cash. "All right, I bet 100 on Conley. But I have greater faith in Li Tian. I will wager 1,000. Melisic's comical gestures drew laughter from the crowd. "Enough of that. Lowry, what about you?" Gasol interjected, attempting to curb the frivolity. "I bet 1,000 on Conley. I too will wager on Conley. Lee's movements are far too slow, devoid of any power. 1,000. Navarro pulled out $1,000. "So will I." Varick also expressed his support for Conley, as did several others. "Ha, Lee, you must exert yourself. They all believe you will lose, with only Melisic and I holding faith in your victory." As the betting concluded, the group urged Conley and Li Tian to commence without delay. "Li, please begin. We are all rather eager," they implored, as they opened the snacks they had brought, preparing to indulge while enjoying the spectacle of the two competitors. Let the match begin. Gasol assumed the role of referee. Conley launched a direct punch, aiming to defeat Li Tian with a single blow. Li Tian swiftly evaded Conley, then seized him with his right arm, forcefully leaning his shoulder against Conley and propelling him several meters away. Conley, having been struck by Li Tian, found himself sitting on the ground, unable to rise for quite some time, slowly regaining consciousness. At that moment, Lowry, who had just taken a bite of his food, was left utterly astonished, his jaw dropping as the morsel fell from his mouth. The most regretful of them all was Stoudemire, who had been preoccupied with opening his food bag. Fortunately, he had been stepping back. Gasol made a sign of the cross over his chest. Lowry, in disbelief, turned to Gasol, only to find that others were also looking at one another as if seeking confirmation. "Paul, is this the end? Did Lee win?" "It seems so." Gasol, in disbelief, acknowledged that indeed, Lee had triumphed, as it took Conley nearly half a minute to rise after being knocked down. Gasol even emphasized the duration. It was only then that the others began to emerge from their shock. After confirming with one another, they realized that Li Tian had indeed won the match. Ignoring their food, they rushed to Li Tian's side. "Li, how did you accomplish that? Was it that Eastern magic from yesterday?" Gasol recalled the incident from the previous match involving Duncan S. Fowl. The purpose of their visit to Li Tian's home was to learn that wondrous Eastern magic. Witnessing the scene before them only solidified their belief in its authenticity. No, didn't I just mention? This is the martial art of the Celestial Empire, Li Tian reiterated, emphasizing that it was indeed the martial art of his homeland. Melisik, taking a different approach, approached Conley and asked, "What happened to you just now? How did you fall so far?" Conley, equally bewildered, replied, "I have no idea. Lee just bumped into me, and then I went flying. It was too fast, too frightening. I still can't comprehend what occurred." Conley's words caught Lowry's attention, while Gasol continued to implore Li Tian to teach him the marvelous Eastern magic. "Conley, you were utterly defeated, and you still don't understand why?" Lowry exclaimed in astonishment. Just moments ago, he had perceived Li Tian's movements as slow. How could that be considered fast? "Yes, I admit it. I'm embarrassed," Conley nodded. The group resumed their inquiries. Eager to learn how Li Tian had achieved such a feat, Li Tian diligently elucidated the reasons behind his actions, yet his audience remained perplexed by his words. Ultimately, he could only remark that this was one of Bruce Lee's signature techniques, and gradually, they began to grasp a fragment of understanding. "Lee, I am grateful to you for helping me reclaim all my expenses today," Melisik stated, having won $900. "Conley, I must express my gratitude to you as well. You have aided me in earning a substantial amount of money." "Melisik, this victory is yours. To those who doubted Lee," he added, "Lee, I aspire to learn from you." They all believed you would falter. In a bid to enhance his own learning prospects, Gasol began to betray his teammates. "Paul, you cannot act this way. We have just lost money, and you still prevent us from acquiring Lee's skills." "Oh, the martial arts of the Celestial Empire." Lowry's comical antics evoked hearty laughter among the crowd. "Paul, you may not grasp the customs of our Celestial Empire. To learn, especially something with such a rich heritage, one must find a mentor." Li Tian regarded Paul with a knowing smile. He did not hesitate to emphasize to Paul, "In our culture, a mentor is revered as a father for life." Gasol, evidently, had not comprehended the profound significance of this saying. "I still wish to find a mentor," he declared, gazing resolutely into the distance. Li Tian found himself utterly bewildered. Gasol remained resolute. "Paul, there's no need for that. I can impart some knowledge to you simply, but there is no need for a formal mentorship between us." Li Tian still declined. It was quite amusing. Having a foreign son on the team was one thing, but this one was significantly older than he was. After a moment of contemplation, Gasol reluctantly abandoned the idea of mentorship. Immediately following this, the others clamored to learn as well. Li Tian commenced with the fundamental teachings of Tai Chi, persistently correcting the movements of the group. One could witness a motley assembly of foreigners humorously attempting to grasp the essence of Tai Chi by the conclusion of the lesson. Li Tian found himself in a state of existential doubt, pondering, "What am I even doing here? Aren't we supposed to be having a meal? I'm famished." He eventually extricated the group from their Tai Chi practice. Chapter 63. Confronting Hamilton on the flight to Detroit. Gasol and his companions enthusiastically engaged Li Tian in discussions about their experiences with Tai Chi. Li Tian, feeling somewhat exasperated, covered his face with a towel and succumbed to slumber. The volume of their conversation grew increasingly boisterous, prompting Mark to intervene. "Ahem. Can't you see that many are trying to rest?" He suddenly interjected, causing Gasol and the others to cease their chatter. Having been unable to participate in the previous game against the Pistons, Li Tian would take to the court as a substitute in this upcoming match. The Detroit Pistons, established in 1941 and joining the NBA in 1948, had reached the NBA Finals in the 1954-55 and 1955-56 seasons, only to fall short against the Syracuse Nationals and the Philadelphia Warriors, narrowly missing the championship. In 1957, the team relocated to Detroit, adopting the name Detroit Pistons. Amidst the turmoil of the Industrial Revolution, Detroit declared bankruptcy, and the city's NBA team similarly faced a decline. Both the Pistons and the city of Detroit became renowned for their resilience, tenacity, and indomitable spirit. In the late 1980s, the Pistons' bad boys earned 2 championships. Their play style, reminiscent of the roar of an engine, filled the arena with an intoxicating atmosphere that even the basketball legends Michael Jordan, Larry Bird, and Magic Johnson found daunting. In his youth, Michael Jordan faced the Pistons 3 consecutive times from 1988 to 1990, suffering defeat each time, leading Pistons head coach Chuck Daly to devise the Jordan rules as a strategy to overcome him. Despite his players, including the smiling assassin Thomas, the fierce Lammer, and the formidable Rodman, employing brutish fouls to thwart Jordan, aiding the Detroit Pistons in their relentless domination over Chicago to seize the Eastern Conference title, Jordan ultimately emerged transformed. In 1991, he triumphed over the Pistons, leading Detroit into a period of reconstruction. After enduring over a decade of rebuilding, the team acquired Wallace and Hamilton. During the 2003-2004 season, they assembled the formidable lineup of Billups, Ben Wallace, Hamilton, Rasheed Wallace, and Prince, reinstating the glory of the blue-collar brigade. Under the guidance of coach Larry Brown, the Pistons surged back to the finals, defeating the Lakers, boasting their own quartet of stars with a decisive 4-1 score. Following several finals appearances, the current Pistons have begun to age, as their players gradually step away from the championship stage. However, in the Eastern playoffs, no team dares to face them. Yet, the present-day Grizzlies find themselves with little hope against this Pistons squad. The Pistons' ethos lies not in having a singular superstar, but rather in a collective of players, each with the potential of a star, exhibiting a selfless spirit where anyone can seize the opportunity to shine. Standing in the palace of Auburn Hills evokes a rush of adrenaline in Le'Tion, as he reflects on Arteist's legendary feats within these walls, igniting a fervor within him. Noticing Le'Tion's momentary distraction, Mark called out to him, "Lee, what are you doing?" Mark pulled Le'Tion back to reality. "Nothing, coach," Le'Tion replied, scratching his head in embarrassment. "You'll be coming off the bench today, possibly earlier than usual, and your primary task is to closely guard Middleton." Le'Tion did not shy away from the height disparity between himself and his opponent. Rather, he had long desired to measure his skills against Middleton. On the plane, he diligently prepared for this confrontation. As the match commenced, Miller was tasked with defending against Hamilton. Despite Miller's youth, he found himself perpetually unable to keep pace with Hamilton, who effortlessly created shooting opportunities. Mark, observing from the sidelines, gestured for Gay to switch in for Miller. To everyone's surprise, Gay's defense proved even less effective than Miller's. As Hamilton repeatedly eluded him and took shots, Hamilton secured several almost uncontested scoring chances, which left Mark visibly frustrated. He bellowed from the sidelines, questioning the team's performance, labeling it as utter rubbish. Unable to tolerate the defensive shortcomings of Gay and Miller any longer, Le'Tion prepared to warm up, ready to substitute Gay. When a dead ball situation arose, Le'Tion replaced Gay, who, visibly displeased, forcefully tossed aside the towel he had used to wipe his sweat at the spot Le'Tion had just occupied. The Pistons assigned Prince to defend against Le'Tion. Prince, adept at both penetrating and shooting, possessed solid low-post offensive skills. With his naturally long arms, he often excelled in breaking through when the team struggled to score. Defense was Prince's forte, marked by his exceptional shot blocking and stealing abilities, coupled with a keen sense of help defense. Though slender in build, he was not easily overpowered, earning his place as the blue-collar star of the Pistons, a silent force of thunder. Prince's defense posed considerable pressure on Le'Tion, while Stoudemire maintained possession at the top of the arc, surveying his teammates' positions. Le'Tion, on several occasions, was unable to elude Prince's steadfast defense despite his accelerated movements. He could only rely on wide-ranging directional changes, weaving deftly between the players of the Pistons and the Grizzlies. As he observed Wallace and Milicic vying for position, he sprinted past them, transforming the duo into a makeshift barrier against Prince. By the time Le'Tion reached the baseline, he had yet to settle into position when Stoudemire sent the ball flying towards him. Receiving the pass, Le'Tion noted that Prince had already maneuvered past Wallace. Leaving him no time to adjust, he launched a three-pointer without hesitation. In that fleeting moment of release, Prince was already upon him. Although the shot was somewhat rushed, the countless hours of practice allowed Le'Tion to confidently sink the three-pointer. The fans at the Palace of Auburn Hills erupted into a chorus of boos as Le'Tion's shot found its mark. Yet the cacophony of discontent resonated in his ears without perturbing him. After Le'Tion made a three-pointer, the score reached 18-19, with a mere 1-point difference. Billups held the ball, advancing past the halfway line. Le'Tion understood that closely monitoring Hamilton was a demanding task that required unwavering focus. Hamilton, relentless in his pursuit, continued to sprint ahead, while Le'Tion remained steadfastly vigilant in his pursuit. Through extensive practice and countless viewings of Hamilton's game footage, Le'Tion had meticulously dissected Hamilton's every move, knowing precisely what to anticipate at every turn. As the shot clock dwindled, Billups found himself compelled to initiate the offense. Yet Hamilton had yet to elude Le'Tion's defensive grasp even after 10 seconds. Regardless of Hamilton's attempts to change direction or halt abruptly, Le'Tion's defense remained impenetrable. Observing that Hamilton had failed to create even a sliver of an opportunity, Billups, struggling with his shooting, misfired, causing the ball to veer off target. Milicic seized the rebound, and upon witnessing Billups' attempt, having only succeeded in one out of his first few shots, Letion abandoned his pursuit of Hamilton and surged forward. Receiving a pass from Milicic, Miller executed a long pass to the fast-breaking Letion, who had already reached the free throw line. Upon receiving the ball, he leaped with great vigor, delivering a commanding axe-like dunk that captivated the audience. Although the fans appreciated Letion's spectacular dunk, a chorus of boos echoed throughout the arena. As he landed, Letion gently caressed his knee with his right hand and let out a thunderous shout, as if proclaiming to all that his knee injury had fully healed. Many were left puzzled by this gesture, but it was only after some reporters' interpretations post-game that the public finally grasped its significance. Letion scored 5 points, enabling the Grizzlies to reclaim the lead. Turning back, Lee remained steadfastly focused on Hamilton. The two seemed to have transcended the game itself, one tirelessly sprinting while the other relentlessly pursued, as if the contest was solely about who could outlast the other. Throughout the remainder of the first quarter, Hamilton, under Lee's vigilant defense, was deprived of any shooting opportunities. In several hard-fought exchanges, Lee decisively outperformed Hamilton. During a brief intermission in the game, Lee exhaled deeply. Chapter 64, the Grizzlies lost, but Lee triumphed. Taking advantage of the break, Lee gasped for breath, sweat pouring from him as he endeavored to regain his stamina. Lee, your performance has been commendable. Your next task is to tightly mark Hamilton and create space for your teammates on the offensive end. Do you understand? Mark said, patting Letion's shoulder. Letion merely nodded. He felt exhausted. Come on, guys, let's seize this match, he weakly echoed. Are you a player from the Celestial Empire? Middleton inquired, intrigued by Letion on the court. Letion's defensive prowess had earned him Hamilton's respect. In recent years, Hamilton had yet to encounter a player who could defend him so tenaciously. Indeed, Letion replied. Since being deceived by Duncan, he had maintained a vigilant attitude, cherishing every moment on the court. Your movement resembles mine. It's splendid, more artistic than I. Middleton praised Letion's positioning. Yes, I concur, Letion responded, refocusing on his defense against Hamilton. After more than 10 minutes of relentless movement, Hamilton began to tire and needed to recuperate. Observing Hamilton being stifled by Letion was notable. However, the Grizzlies' performance was disheartening. Gasol, under the basket, made a series of hook shots, only managing to convert one. The Grizzlies' offense felt akin to constipation, often requiring several attempts to score. After a few rounds of rest, Hamilton regained some stamina, and Letion seized the opportunity to recover as well. Lowry, let's rally. We are here to win, Prince suggested, mistakenly believing that Letion had not yet regained his energy. Suddenly, Letion sprang into action, accelerating past Prince, who was in pursuit. Utilizing Milicic's screen, he obstructed Hamilton's attempt to help. Lowry, Letion shouted, seeing Letion shake off his defender. Lowry evaded Billups and passed the ball to Letion, positioned at the 45-degree angle for a three-pointer. The moment he caught the ball, Letion leaped. He raised his hand, flicked his wrist, and launched the three-pointer. The basketball soared through the air, tracing a perfect arc. As the fans held their breath, Letion had already begun preparing for defense. The three-pointer swished through the net, narrowing the gap to within 5 points. The score stood at 35-39. Lee, you saved me with that shot. Otherwise, I would have likely had to force a miss. Lowry came over to celebrate with Letion. Lowry, we can do this. Let us win this match together. It was uncertain whether Letion's encouragement had an effect or if it was the recent three-pointer. But the Grizzly spirit was invigorated by Letion. Let us go, Grizzlies. Several players shouted. Hamilton, having regained some energy, resumed his movement. Letion closely followed behind, leaving Hamilton no opportunity to strike. With a sudden pivot, Hamilton utilized Prince's screen to place Letion behind him. Once he had shaken off Letion, Hamilton awaited the pass from Billups at the top of the arc. Letion exerted himself to squeeze past Prince, positioning himself in the trajectory of Billups' pass. With a sharp crack, Billups' pass was intercepted directly by Letion. Rather than retaining possession, Letion swiftly passed the ball to Lowry on the side, urging him to push forward. In the midst of Letion's exhortation, the Grizzlies players had no time to celebrate his steal and immediately transitioned to a fast break. Lowry, with the ball in hand, advanced rapidly. Letion accelerated relentlessly, harnessing the momentum of his own weight to launch an offensive. Lowry had already approached the vicinity of the free throw line. After being stripped of the ball, Hamilton swiftly pivoted to defend. Letion suddenly came to a halt. Standing at the three-point line, Hamilton, caught off guard by Letion's unexpected stop during his rapid sprint, was deftly evaded. Lowry, having executed this play with Letion countless times, without so much as a glance, effortlessly tossed the ball to Letion stationed at the three-point line. Receiving Lowry's pass, Letion launched a three-pointer with precision. The basketball swished through the net. The deficit now stood at a mere point. The Pistons head coach, Sanders, paced the sidelines, furiously cursing this wretched rookie from the Middle Kingdom, pondering how to restrain him. Sanders called for a timeout. "Chauncey, what are you doing out there? You need to orchestrate the team's offense. Prince, ensure you set solid screens for Hamilton. The strategy must be executed flawlessly. On defense, maintain relentless pressure. Do not grant the Grizzlies even the slightest opportunity." Sanders directed the game with fervor. Letion sat on the bench, gulping down water, panting heavily, his body drenched in sweat. Mark praised him, saying, "You did remarkably well. You all performed admirably. As long as you maintain this momentum, do you understand? Keep it up, and we shall secure victory in this match." It must be said that apart from uplifting the spirits, Mark appeared to serve no other purpose. As the timeout concluded, Letion, dragging his weary frame, re-entered the game. This time, he was met not with jeers but with the respect of the entire crowd for his defensive prowess. The momentum of the Grizzlies persisted. The score between the two teams fluctuated, remaining closely contested. As the second quarter drew to a close, the margin consistently remained within a single possession, 1 point, 2 points, 3 points, constantly changing. Both teams' players held their breath in anticipation. Mark refrained from sending Gay onto the court once more. As the first half concluded, the Grizzlies led the Pistons by a mere point, 45-44. Letion harbored but one thought: to swiftly regain his damn stamina. His complexion had turned somewhat pale as he relentlessly pursued Hamilton. The offensive opportunities were scarce. Yet the exertion was undeniably taxing. Had it been an ordinary person, they might have succumbed to nausea by now. At the commencement of the second half, the Grizzlies were swiftly overwhelmed by the Pistons. On the defensive end, the Grizzlies seemed utterly lost. Aside from Letion, who managed to keep pace with Hamilton, the other players either left opponents unguarded or faltered in their defensive switches. The offensive performance was even more dismal. Gasol's hook shot missed the mark, Lowry's layup rimmed out, and, rather absurdly, Malisic even botched a dunk. Mark could only cover his face in despair. The Grizzlies' performance had become unbearable to watch. The deficit soon widened, with the score reaching 57-68, leaving them trailing by 11 points. Just a few minutes into the fourth quarter, the Pistons, led by Prince, unleashed a 6-0 scoring run. The collective disarray of the Grizzlies left Mark feeling powerless. No matter who he substituted in, the outcome remained unchanged, and Letion's three-point shooting had lost its accuracy. Reluctantly, Mark decided to concede the match, allowing the primary players to rest and recover their strength. He made a prudent choice to field the bench players for the remainder of the game, ensuring the starters could adequately prepare for the next contest. Ultimately, the Grizzlies suffered a considerable defeat, losing to the Pistons with a score of 70-94. Throughout the game, Letion recorded a modest stat line of 10 points, 3 rebounds, and 2 steals, diligently shadowing Hamilton on defense. Under Letion's watchful eye, Hamilton was afforded only 3 attempts, successfully making just 1. "How would you assess the performance of the Grizzlies' rookie defending you?" Middleton was prompted to inquire of Hamilton. "Yes, quite impressive," Hamilton replied succinctly, without embellishment. It was evident throughout the match that while the Grizzlies had lost, Letion had emerged victorious, earning a measure of respect. Chapter 65. Gay struggles following their defeat to the Pistons. The Grizzlies wasted no time in returning to Memphis. Letion remained silent throughout the entirety of the event, utterly exhausted, lacking even the strength to utter a single word. Upon returning to Memphis, the Grizzlies were set to face the Digital Men in a back-to-back matchup. Following Allen Iverson's trade to the Nuggets, the Digital Men had transformed from their former self and embarked on a path of rebuilding. Once the answer led this team to its zenith. His playing style garnered admiration from countless fans. However, discontent with the team's performance and the failure to acquire valuable players through trades left Iverson disillusioned, as he saw no hope of winning a championship during his tenure with the Digital Men, prompting him to request a trade. His departure to the Nuggets yielded Andre Miller and draft picks in return. The clash between the two teams resembled a contest of rookies, hardly capturing the attention of many. Lee pondered, with Christmas approaching, whether he had any plans. Westerners traditionally revel in the festivities of Christmas, and Gasol speculated that Lee Tion likely had no arrangements. At that moment, Lee Tion had managed to regain some of his strength. Christmas? Oh, I completely forgot about that holiday, he remarked, as he could only recall celebrating the new year and his own birthday. Suddenly, Lee Tion recalled that Tyler's birthday had passed, and he had missed the opportunity to extend his wishes. He silently noted that he must call Tyler as soon as he disembarked from the plane. Haha, I guessed correctly. Lee Tion certainly would not have any special arrangements. We are hosting a Christmas party. Would you be interested in joining us? The team also has some charitable activities in which you could participate. Gasol extended an invitation to Lee Tion. Sure, I will attend. Lee Tion replied before laying his head back down to continue sleeping. Upon landing, it was already late at night, and Lee Tion sent only a text message. Tyler, happy birthday. I sincerely apologize for the recent changes within the team, coupled with other matters, which led me to miss the chance to wish you well on your special day. I hope you can forgive me. Lee Tion had initially intended to call, but upon glancing at the late hour, he chose to forego that idea. He wanted to inquire with Tyler's assistant about his current address, planning to send both his birthday and Christmas gifts together. However, the text message remained unfinished. Lee Tion's phone rang. Taylor, are you still awake? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he texted because he was unsure of how to express himself. Yes, I'm still awake. Thank you for your wishes, albeit a bit late. Taylor felt delighted that he remembered her birthday without her needing to remind him. That was already perfect. I apologize. I intended to message your assistant to ask for your address, wanting to buy a gift for you, and send it tomorrow. I hadn't finished composing the message. Lee Tion planned to rise early the next day to head to the Memphis shopping center to purchase some gifts. Haha, thank you so much. I eagerly anticipate your gift. Taylor's laughter chimed like silver bells. Unfortunately, the surprise is no longer there. Lee Tion's voice revealed a hint of regret. It's all right, your gift will still surprise me. After exchanging a few more words, they hung up. Paul, have you rested well? You can't afford to be as off as in the last game, calmly teased Gasol, referring to the last match where Gasol had a dismal record of 4 out of 14 shots, far from what was expected from a player in the paint. Gasol retorted. True, my shooting percentage was low, but you need to step on the court first to achieve that. With that, Gasol briskly walked into the locker room. The two's banter was something everyone had grown accustomed to, as they always found reasons to spar verbally. Damn it, Paul, I must take my revenge, he exclaimed as he rushed into the locker room, only to hear a cacophony reminiscent of a pig being slaughtered. Enough of that, Paul. You need to improve your shooting percentage, or winning the game will be difficult, even without the answer of numeric values, Lowry cautioned Gasol. Now I understand why Lee said your skills are so hard to learn, Gasol remarked, finding it exceedingly difficult. After several days, he had yet to master even the initial moves. Paul, there's no helping it. You're getting older, and your comprehension and talent are lacking, he hastily explained. Gasol, not fully grasping the last part, only caught the implication of his age. Damn it, Lee, I'm not even 30. How am I old? He protested, launching into a series of vigorous punches. Oh, get your filthy hands off me. We need to start learning this from a young age, and you're nearly 30. Aren't you old? Unbeknownst to him, someone had sneakily attacked Lee Tion. Who on earth is it? He bellowed. Lowry whispered, this is quite interesting, and immediately covered his mouth. The others glanced at Lowry, quickly distancing themselves from him. At that moment, Lowry resembled a pariah. No player from the Grizzlies dared approach him. As it turned out, he was the instigator. Lee has been wronged. It was Lowry who did it, Conley shouted. Paul, go for it. Crush them. Conley cheered for Gasol. Gasol did not disappoint his teammates' expectations. He exploded into action at the start, backing down the numeric defender, Delembert, effortlessly maneuvering past him for a layup. Turning around, Iguodala held the ball, ready to take on Gay. At this juncture, Iguodala was highly regarded by the digital team, being groomed as the next Allen Iverson, wielding absolute control over the ball. Possessing the extraordinary ability to soar through the air, Iguodala utilized his robust physique to relentlessly collide with the defending Gay. Despite their height disparity, Iguodala effortlessly shoved Gay down to the basket. With a powerful lean, he easily pushed Gay aside, creating an opportunity for a clear shot. His mid-range jumper found its mark with unwavering precision. Unwilling to be outshone by Iguodala, Gay was determined to retaliate. After crossing half-court, he called for the ball from Miller, preparing to take on Iguodala in a one-on-one confrontation to reclaim his pride. Gay attempted to penetrate Iguodala's defense several times, but failed to bypass him. He was left with no choice but to pivot and prepare for a back-to-the-basket move. However, Gay's strength proved inadequate. Rather than pushing Iguodala towards the basket, he found himself being pushed outward. Relying solely on his height advantage, he turned for a jump shot. With the shot clock winding down, Gay executed a feint, yet it failed to deceive Iguodala. Time pressed upon him, demanding a shot. At the very moment Gay released the ball, Iguodala successfully disrupted his attempt. Under Iguodala's interference, Gay's shot veered off course, bouncing off the rim. In a sudden display of tenacity, Gasol maneuvered past Lambert and secured the rebound, scoring with a follow-up shot. Gasol's performance elicited a resounding cheer from the crowd, echoing throughout the arena. The digital team recognized Iguodala's clear advantage over Gay and consistently created opportunities for Iguodala to face Gay one-on-one. Each time Iguodala approached Gay, Mark on the sidelines couldn't contain his frustration. Damn it, is Gay on vacation? Can't he defend that damned Iguodala? Mark shouted in exasperation. Gay, you need to be aggressive on defense. However, Mark's shouts failed to rouse Gay. Gay's attempts to score were consistently thwarted by Iguodala, who dominated him on both ends of the court. Fortunately for the Grizzlies, Gasol's explosive performance, hitting 5 of 5 for a perfect shooting percentage and scoring 10 points, along with Miller contributing in double figures, allowed the Grizzlies to lead the digital team by 5 points, 20-25, as it appeared that Iguodala was gradually sapping Gay's confidence. Leaving him somewhat disoriented on the court, Mark erupted in frustration, calling a timeout. Damn it, Gay's performance has been utterly lackluster. Chapter 66, 6 3-pointers stun the digital team. Gay, are you a coward? Can't you muster some strength against Iguodala? Mark could not restrain his anger towards Gay. Lee, you will replace Gay on the court. Mark announced the personnel change. What you need to do is limit Iguodala and utilize your 3-point shooting to tear through the digital team's defense. You must play with greater aggression. When the opportunity arises, take your shot. Mark sat amidst a simple arrangement, devoid of any tactical planning. He had not devised any strategies, and the players on the court shared a cordial rapport with Letion. Paul, we need to execute our plays. You exhibited remarkable prowess under the basket just now, and the analytics will surely tighten their defense. Shall we coordinate our efforts? He subtly flattered Gasol. Lee, I wholeheartedly concur with your perspective. Allow me to lead you all to victory in this wretched match, Gasol exclaimed with exuberance. Faced with Gasol's antics, Letion could only respond with bemusement and compliance. No problem, former All-Star. Lee, hold on. What do you mean, former All-Star? I was sidelined last season due to injuries, you know? It was all due to my injuries, Gasol insisted, emphasizing his predicament. All right, you've deafened me with your incessant chatter. I hear you. Enough already, Lee interjected, effectively silencing Gasol. Lowry accepted the inbound pass from Letion. The analytics team commenced their concentrated defense on Gasol beneath the basket, while Iguodala closely guarded Letion. Letion suddenly accelerated towards the basket, with Iguodala trailing behind in pursuit. Malisic positioned himself at the free throw line, effectively obstructing Iguodala's defensive efforts. With this screen, Letion successfully evaded Iguodala's close guarding, although the pressure from Iguodala's defense loomed large. Observing Iguodala momentarily hindered by Malisic, Evans advanced to assist in thwarting Letion's drive to the rim. Meanwhile, Lowry noticed Gasol had acquired a clear shooting opportunity and lofted the ball high towards the waiting Gasol beneath the basket. Realizing Lowry's intention to deliver the ball into the paint, Evans quickly pivoted back to contest the basket, joining forces with Lambert to encircle Gasol. Letion accelerated to the position beyond the 45-degree three-point line. In the instant Gasol received the ball, he deftly passed it to the unmarked Letion. Upon receiving the ball, he resembled a shooting machine, effortlessly launching a three-pointer. Swish. The basketball sailed through the net without touching the rim. Lee, that was magnificent, his teammates exclaimed as they rushed over to celebrate. Do not be overly excited. There is more to come. This is merely the beginning. With that, he turned and sprinted towards Iguodala, who was initiating the offensive play. Letion lowered his center of gravity and launched into a relentless pursuit, meticulously observing every movement of Iguodala. Iguodala, undeterred, opted to break through Letion in the same manner he had with Gay. Without a hint of feint, he accelerated directly, penetrating from Letion's right side. In a swift moment, as Iguodala passed him, Letion seized the opportunity and swiftly made his move. Iguodala, having successfully navigated past Letion, was momentarily oblivious. It was only when his right hand met nothingness during his next dribble that he realized he had been stripped of the ball. With the ball now in his possession, Tion quickly initiated an offensive surge, closely followed by Lowry in a fast break. Tion's speed was no less than that of an average defender, complemented by his height advantage. In an instant, he reached the three-point line. He came to a sudden halt, leaped, raised his hand, and with a flick of his wrist, Andre Miller, trailing behind Tion, was taken aback. Could it really be done this way? The FedEx Forum erupted with thunderous applause, followed by a chorus of whistles. Magnificent. Shoot them down, shouted Mark from the sidelines, his excitement palpable. Brother Tion, you're incredible. Just shoot. No need for a dunk, just three-pointers. He's already made two. Viewers watching the live stream on cue were beside themselves with enthusiasm. On the bench, Conley mimicked Tion's shooting stance. This way of playing is fantastic. I don't even need to run back. It's such a conservation of energy. Gasol playfully gave Tion's rear a pat. Hey Paul, keep your hands to yourself, or I might get angry. Evans obstructed Tion, while Swift was unable to provide timely support. Iguodala scored with a mid-range jumper. Lowry initiated the offense, with Tion circling around him to create space. Receiving the ball from Lowry, he immediately shot a three-pointer. Brother Tion is shooting threes again. Is he truly going to pierce through the digital realm? The three-pointer found its mark once more. The fans, witnessing Tion's display, were almost in a state of numbness. Coach Chicks of the digital team shouted for Iguodala and Evans, "You need to double team. Double team that guy from the Celestial Empire. Do not allow him to receive the ball." Iguodala nodded in acknowledgement, fully aware of his task. He executed a series of between-the-legs dribbles, employing feints to attempt a breakthrough. Tion was fully focused and remained unfazed by Iguodala's feint. As the clock was nearing its end, Iguodala suddenly leaped to take a shot. Tion lunged towards Iguodala, leveraging his height and leaping ability to make contact with the basketball that had just left Iguodala's hands. Remarkably, Tion had once again blocked Iguodala. The prowess of Tion, v587, was simply overwhelming for Iguodala. Evans seized the ball and passed it to Delembert, who was positioned beneath the basket. With only seconds remaining on the shot clock, Delembert, without a moment to ponder, took his shot. To his astonishment, Gasol had been waiting under the basket, ready to deliver another emphatic block. The basketball was swatted towards Lowry's direction. Seizing the opportunity, Lowry initiated a fast break. At that moment, the Grizzlies resembled a different incarnation of the Suns. In a mere 3 seconds, Lowry had penetrated to the basket, closely pursued by Andre Miller, who attempted to impede Lowry's advance. As Miller charged towards him, Lowry called out to Tion, who stood beyond the three-point arc. With a swift motion, Lowry executed a behind-the-back pass to Tion at the three-point line. Tion, it's time for another three-pointer. I bet he'll make it. There was no need for a wager, with no defender in sight. Tion's three-point shooting was nothing short of divine. The shot found its mark once again. Tion Xiao extended 4 fingers towards the audience, signifying that he had successfully made 4 three-point shots. Having achieved 4 consecutive successes, the rhythm of the Grizzlies also elevated the tempo of the digital players. The digital players initiated a fast break. Iguodala, positioned beyond the arc, took a three-point shot. However, fate did not favor Iguodala, as the basketball clanged off the rim. Gasol secured the rebound. Observing Iguodala's missed shot, the digital players swiftly retreated on defense. Gasol's pass was delayed, preventing the Grizzlies from executing a successful fast break, forcing them into a half-court offense. Lowry crossed half-court and signaled Gasol to integrate both inside and outside plays, evoking the essence of the Zen Master Triangle offense. Gasol stationed himself near the paint, drawing the attention of the digital players' double team, while Navarro lay in ambush at the weak side corner. Tion executed a sharp change of direction, suddenly sprinting towards the strong side corner, deftly shaking off Iguodala. With increased synergy from his collaboration with Lowry, the latter's passing skills have notably improved. As the ball arrived, Tion caught it and seamlessly released a three-point shot. Wow, Brother Tion is soaring, having made 5 consecutive shots. As Tion released his three-point shot, the fervent crowd erupted in a chant of Tion. 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 The intensity of their cheers felt as though they might lift the very roof of the arena. The digital player executed a flawless mid-range jumper. Under the relentless defense of Iguodala, Tion once again sank a three-pointer. Chicks, infuriated, kicked a few benches on the substitute sideline and called for a timeout. Tion's 6 three-pointers halted the digital beings. The score was decisively widened by the Grizzlies, reaching 25-40, with a 15-point gap. Chapter 67, a resounding victory over the digital beings. Letion consecutively sank 6 three-pointers, leaving the digital players utterly astonished. Upon witnessing the disheartened expressions on the faces of the digital team, Kixis felt a chill run down his spine. Iguodala remarked that Letion was merely a player who received and passed the ball, devoid of any offensive prowess. If they closely guarded him and severed his passing lanes, he would be rendered ineffective. With teammates providing ample assistance on defense, Letion could easily be contained. By executing more pick-and-roll plays, Letion's defensive contributions would be rendered inconsequential. Kixis's words indeed succeeded in igniting the competitive spirit within the digital team. Upon hearing Kixis, Iguodala seemed invigorated, as if he had been fueled by a surge of adrenaline. Gasol, moving forward, you must focus on playing more inside, continually creating better shooting opportunities for Letion. Letion found himself at a loss for words as he listened to Mark's tactical arrangements, which seemed devoid of any novelty. The strategies Mark devised off the court diverged significantly from the player's execution on the field. When victory was achieved, Mark remained silent, but in the face of defeat, he resorted to loud outbursts. Letion sometimes wonders if the Grizzlies deliberately allowed Marc Gasol to bear the brunt of their poor performance while waiting for his trade. Indeed, reflecting on it, it was during the 2008 to 2009 season that the Grizzlies management dismissed Mark. Upon his return, the digital player employed Andre Iguodala for primary defense, with Evans ready to assist in double teaming. The oppressive defense from the digital player made it exceedingly difficult for Letion to find suitable opportunities for outside shots. Alas, he realized the necessity of enhancing his skills. Without the ability to pass and score, he was at a disadvantage. As he ran, thoughts raced through his mind. Meanwhile, Gasol thrived, wreaking havoc under the basket. In the final offensive play of the second quarter, Stoudemire held the ball at the high post. Letion, with an air of majesty, arrived at the basket. His consecutive three-point shots exerted tremendous pressure on the perimeter defenders. Upon entering the paint, the defenders abandoned their double team on Letion, and Evans ceased his defensive efforts against him. Letion called for the ball from Stoudemire. With the Grizzlies enjoying a significant lead, he felt at liberty to showcase his skills. Curiously, he pondered how his elusive footwork would fare on the court. Stoudemire lofted the ball to Letion beneath the basket. What could he possibly be planning? Indeed, it was perplexing to see him requesting the ball in the paint. While his three-point shooting was legendary, this area seemed rather uninviting. Had he lost his senses? Surely, he should take a shot from beyond the arc, where the reward outweighed the risk. Not only were the fans bewildered, but even Conley, seated at the sidelines, found it baffling. Having never witnessed Letion practicing post moves before, "Lowry, do you think Lee is unveiling some new technique?" Conley inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Lowry, having trained alongside Letion frequently, reflected, "Yes, I've seen him practice his footwork a few times." He recalled, "It resembles Hakeem Olajuwon's signature moves, though there appears to be a unique twist that I hadn't noticed at the time." Conley was left in utter disbelief. It seemed Letion had concealed such extraordinary skills. Letion received the pass, his back turned towards Iguodala. At that moment, his footwork became somewhat erratic. During his practice of Tai Chi, he had integrated several of its movements into his dreamlike footwork. Continuously shifting his steps and employing feints, he managed to leave Iguodala bewildered. With a swift turn, he descended upon the basket, executing a thunderous dunk. It was only after Letion completed the dunk that Iguodala reacted. This was the first time Iguodala had witnessed a forward utilizing dreamlike footwork, and for a fleeting moment, he was caught off guard, allowing Letion to glide past him. The Grizzlies led by a commanding score of 70-45, a 25-point advantage. After extensive training, Letion finally showcased his dreamlike footwork on the court. He felt a sense of satisfaction, yet acknowledged that such opportunities were rare. He needed to practice more, as his layup skills were still lacking, forcing him to rely solely on dunks to finish. Letion pondered over his application of footwork. On the way back to the locker room, Lowry exclaimed, "Lee, you finally used your dreamlike footwork. But why does it feel a bit different?" Gasol approached Letion, inquiring, "When did you learn this footwork?" Gasol's footwork was commendable, yet he felt a disparity in its application. However, witnessing Letion's movements, he realized they surpassed his own. "Haha, Paul, are you eager to learn? What will you offer in exchange?" This presented Letion with an opportunity to show off. Gasol, taken aback, did not expect Letion to accept but rather to inquire about a trade. Yet, after contemplating, Gasol realized he had nothing of value to offer. Noticing Gasol's hesitation, Letion understood he had not come up with a suitable exchange. "Paul, it's not that I don't want to teach you. It's just that you might not be able to grasp it, Li Tian explained. I've integrated Tai Chi into my footwork. How has your Tai Chi training been? Gasol sheepishly admitted, well, I haven't mastered it yet, but I'm trying my best. He felt a bit embarrassed. My footwork incorporates Tai Chi, making it quite challenging to learn, Li Tian revealed. Gasol, having yet to grasp even a single move of Tai Chi, found the prospect of mastering dreamlike footwork daunting. Li, is that true? I still want to give it a try, Gasol insisted, unwilling to give up. I can pay tuition. I won't learn your footwork for free. That's not how it works. Paul, I will teach you, but whether you can learn it depends on your own effort. Li Tian readily agreed to Gasol's request. That's fantastic. Li, I will gift you my cherished bottle of red wine, Gasol exclaimed, his joy reminiscent of a child's. As the second half commenced, Li Tian abandoned the perimeter to shoot three-pointers, instead focusing on relentlessly backing down Iguodala in the post, utilizing his footwork. With each basket scored by Li Tian, a shadow of despair enveloped Iguodala's countenance, though it remained imperceptible at first. Initially, his eyes sparkled with fervor, but as the game progressed, that brilliance waned, leaving his expression dulled and despondent. In a moment of resignation, Chicks opted to substitute Iguodala, cognizant that the leader of the future digital team risked losing all semblance of confidence. Chicks called for a timeout, replacing Iguodala with an entire roster of substitutes. Mark followed suit, pulling all the Grizzlies starters from the game, allowing Gay to take the court longer in an effort to regain his confidence, leading by a staggering 30 points. The Grizzlies, upon Gay's entrance, relentlessly intensified their assault, inflicting damage beneath the basket. As the final whistle blew, this match was not merely a resounding victory for the Grizzlies. For the digital team, it was akin to a natural disaster, indistinguishable from a complete rout. Suddenly, a prompt echoed in Li Tian's mind. Congratulations, host, you have broken your own NBA scoring record, achieving 28 points in a single game, and have received a reward of 100 points. As the final whistle blew, the score settled at 81-120, with the Grizzlies triumphantly defeating the Digital Men by 39 points. The Digital Men expressed their dissatisfaction with the Grizzlies' decision to field Gay despite their complete lineup overhaul. Postgame, the Digital Men did not extend mutual respect and simply departed the arena. Paul, at last, could return to Memphis, and the thought of spending Christmas at home filled him with joy. Lowry was elated, finally able to take a break. Yes, Lee must come join us for the Christmas party. I'll be there to pick you up. After disembarking from the plane, Gasol did not forget to invite Li Tian to partake in the festivities. No problem, I will arrive on time. Li Tian understood that the Christmas charity event was a customary activity for every team during the holidays, and participating in more such events was undoubtedly beneficial. Li, but do not forget your promise to teach me your footwork. It is simply too impressive, Gasol shouted. Li Tian was nearly knocked off his feet upon hearing Gasol's final words. After bidding farewell to his teammates, he drove back to his residence. Chapter 68, Christmas Community Activities. On the first day of the holiday, Li Tian, as usual, arrived at the training facility to commence his practice. Li, I knew you would be at the training center. What about you, Conley? I wasn't mistaken, was I? Gasol and several other players made their way to the gym. Come on, Li. You must grant your training staff a reprieve. Christmas Eve is approaching, and they should spend quality time with their families. Conley took the initiative to give the training staff a break. After this, a few of them took Li Tian to a community in the Memphis slums. Li Tian pondered for a moment, realizing that he had yet to select gifts for his teammates. After the event concluded, he would need to drive out to purchase some presents for them. Li Tian was aware that in his previous life, there were numerous such news stories. For NBA players, this gesture signifies camaraderie and strengthens the bonds among teammates. Financial constraints are not an issue. They can certainly afford these gifts. Kobe had presented his teammates with products he endorsed, such as headphones and computers, while Yao Ming also bestowed gifts upon his colleagues. Lee, here are the costumes. You need to don the attire of Santa Claus to bring some joy to the children in the community, Conley said as he handed the outfit to Li Tian. Why is it that when I wear the Santa costume, I still appear more handsome than you? Lowry remarked, feeling a bit disgruntled. Well, if one is not blessed with looks, one should refrain from complaining and accept their fate, Li Tian responded, exuding confidence. After enduring extensive training, the aesthetic contours of his physique had become remarkably pronounced. Let us hurry to the community, otherwise, we shall be late, urged a staff member as they drove all the Grizzlies players to the venue of their charitable event. Upon arriving and witnessing the delightful children, Li Tian pondered the uncertain futures that lay ahead for them. it was likely that many would find themselves entangled in a life of crime, driven to desperate measures for mere sustenance, risking everything for survival. Lee Tion yearned to utilize his strength to assist them, believing that basketball could transform their lives. Hello, children. I'm the number 0 player from Memphis, and this is a gift I bring to you. Lee Tion greeted the youngsters. Uncle, can I become an athlete like you in the future? You are truly tall, inquired a frail young boy of African descent, wiping his somewhat dirty hands vigorously on his clothing before extending his still slightly soiled palm. Dear child, you certainly can. As long as you have a dream, success will follow. When I was your age, I was just as slender. Lee Tion offered words of comfort to the boy, encouraging him to pursue basketball. Little did Lee Tion anticipate that this young boy would evolve into a pivotal member of the dynasty he was destined to establish. A single word of encouragement had birthed an all-star player. Lee Tion turned to the staff of the Gray Bears and requested a basketball and a training jersey. My dear child, this is a gift from your uncle. If you truly have a passion for basketball, I hope these items will aid you in your journey. Lee Tion inscribed his name on the items and handed the young boy a note bearing his personal phone number. This is my private number. Should you have any questions regarding basketball, feel free to call me. This shall remain our little secret. Do not share it with others. He discreetly passed the note to the young African-American boy. Thank you, Uncle. I will strive to become a player like you, the boy declared, clenching his fist tightly. I firmly believe you can achieve that, and I hope one day we can compete on the same basketball court. The boy's expression reminded Lee Tion of his own childhood, when his family opposed his pursuit of basketball, believing that sports would not lead him to a fruitful future. Uncle, I promise I will. I will make it to the NBA. The boy's voice was soft, yet it resonated with unwavering determination. Let us seal this promise with a handshake. A true man must fulfill his commitments. Lee Tion subsequently distributed gifts to other children, yet none of them were like the previous boy. They merely expressed their gratitude upon receiving the gifts, without posing any further inquiries. Gasol and his companions engaged the children in a unique match. The most striking among them was the previously mentioned boy, who, despite his frail physique, exerted every ounce of effort to seize the ball. Whenever he fell, he would dust himself off and immediately resume his pursuit. After a lengthy session of activities, Lee Tion did not feel fatigued in the slightest. As Lee Tion and the others departed, the young boy watched them leave. Gazing at their receding figures, he bowed deeply and murmured to himself, I will succeed. I will surely make it to the NBA. Lee Tion arrived at a large shopping center near Memphis. Having been in Memphis for some time now, this marked his third visit to this locale. His first visit was prompted by the necessity of acquiring daily essentials upon his arrival. The second was to accompany Taylor on a shopping spree, during which they procured numerous items, and this time, he was there to assist his teammates in selecting gifts. Reflecting on the products he endorsed, he recalled that the sponsoring company had provided him with several items, meaning he only needed to purchase a few additional gifts. He bought some gaming consoles and headphones, and after loading his bags with presents, he departed. Today's training was brief, leaving Lee Tion feeling somewhat restless. Just as he contemplated engaging in some light strength training, his phone rang. Taylor, I'm delighted to receive your call. He had originally planned to call Taylor on Christmas Eve, but she had surprised him by reaching out first. Lee, thank you for your gift. I truly adore it. Taylor's joy upon receiving Lee Tion's present was palpable, and it was evident that he had chosen it with her in mind. She felt that Lee Tion's feelings towards her were gradually evolving, reinforcing her belief that her perseverance was not in vain. I'm glad you like it, and I must apologize for forgetting your birthday, Lee Tion replied, feeling a pang of guilt, acutely aware of the sacrifices Taylor had made for him, while he felt unable to make any promises in return. No worries. As long as you remember me, that is enough to make me happy. Taylor then extended an invitation. I noticed you haven't had any matches lately. Would you like to come to Los Angeles and record some music together? This had slipped Lee Tion's mind, yet Taylor had retained the memory. The disparity in their fame was significant, and Lee Tion's stubborn pride urged him to maintain a distance. That sounds good, he replied, somewhat at a loss for words. Lee, I also have a gift for you. I hope it brings you joy. Despite knowing that Lee Tion did not celebrate Christmas, Taylor had still thoughtfully selected a present for him. Thank you, Taylor. I'm sure I will love it. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Lee Tion hastily ended the call. Lee Tion now finds his thoughts somewhat elusive, particularly regarding how to navigate his relationship with Taylor. His mind is in disarray, becoming increasingly agitated. To regain his composure, Lee Tion changes into his usual practice attire and repeatedly practices Tai Chi until his emotions gradually settle. Only then does he cease. his clothes drenched with sweat as he stands in the courtyard. A refreshing breeze pulls him from his turmoil. Since uncertainty reigns, he decides to postpone his deliberations, recognizing that there is no need to force himself. Chapter 69. A leisurely Christmas. The Grizzlies players are quite pleased to forego the traditional Christmas showdown, relishing the opportunity to spend time with family. The Grizzlies have never been known to partake in the Christmas Day games, largely due to their underwhelming performance over the years. Last season, they finished at the bottom of the league, failing to reach the playoffs, and thus, the team granted its players time off during Christmas and Christmas Eve. There is no dissatisfaction regarding the absence from the Christmas games. After all, not everyone is eager to compete on such occasions, and the chance to be with loved ones brings them joy. On Christmas Eve, after training, Lee Tion, with gifts already prepared, drives to a luxurious villa area in Memphis. Gasol, having resided in Memphis for many years, has purchased an opulent villa. Paul, Merry Christmas! Lee Tion exclaims as he presents the well-prepared gift to Gasol. Thank you for your gift, Gasol replies, opening it with delight. Oh, I'm thrilled. I love these headphones. I will use them often. Lee Tion then leads him into the villa's courtyard, where he sees that many of his teammates have already gathered at Gasol's place. Lowry, this gift is specially selected for you. I hope you like it, Lee Tion says, having brought most of his gifts along. He prefers not to distribute them one by one and knows that Gasol has invited everyone, so he decided to bring them all at once, eliminating the need for further gift-giving on Christmas Day. Oh, fantastic. It's the latest gaming console. I absolutely love it, Lowry exclaims, thrilled, as he enjoys playing games during his leisure time. Lee Tion's thoughtful gesture, noting this interest, surprises him. Conley, I know you were feeling down after I bested you last time. Look what I specifically chose for you, Lee Tion says, producing a set of DVDs. Lee, you can't be serious. Look at the expensive gifts you gave them, and all I receive is a set of DVDs? This is hardly fair. Conley responds, his expression darkening. Conley, don't think for a moment that this gift is inferior to theirs. I chose it with great care. Please, open it and see for yourself, Lee Tion encourages. What is there to see? Conley retorts but proceeds to open the gift. My goodness, these are all Bruce Lee films. This is amazing. Lee, how did you manage to find these? Since the last time he was knocked out by Lee Tion, Conley has taken to training and boxing regularly. This is something I have devoted considerable time to preparing for you. Just take a look at these films of Bruce Lee and some of his instructional videos. In truth, Lee Tion did not spend much time on this either. It was simply that Conley was in the wrong place. He only needed to visit areas where the Chinese community congregates to acquire such resources. I can assure you, aside from the Christmas gift my parents bestowed upon me in my childhood, this is my most cherished present, without exception. I truly adore you, Lee. Saying this, he enveloped Lee Tion in a bear hug. Conley, you must learn to manage your emotions. Lowry is still nearby, someone remarked, causing everyone to erupt in laughter. Lee Tion generously distributed gifts to everyone, while Conley and others mentioned that they had not brought any special gifts, but would present the ones they had prepared by the end of the holiday. Lee, you are too mischievous. Come out quickly. The surprises outside are ready. Gasol called the group from the living room. The players chatted and laughed, reminiscing about their past lives in the slums during a community event they attended yesterday, which cast a slight shadow over the otherwise joyous party. Most of the African-American players emerged from humble beginnings. Take James, for instance, an illegitimate child raised in a ghetto. Fortunately, he had a remarkable mother, or his fate could have been vastly different. Many times, basketball has transformed their lives, which explains why players like Iverson, upon signing with the NBA, would invite numerous friends over for daily parties, readily lending money to them. The unfortunate reality is that many stars find themselves bankrupt after retirement, having not received higher education or learned the nuances of investment. All right, Conley, we are here to celebrate Christmas. Let us not dwell on sadness. Let us raise our glasses and thank Paul for hosting this gathering. Everyone exclaimed in unison. As the party drew to a close, it had grown late. Lee, do you need some company? I know you live alone, and there are quite a few girls at the party who admire you. They are your fans and, naturally, wish for you to become their fan as well. Are you interested? Gasol suggested, pointing to a strikingly beautiful blonde. Paul, you still do not understand the culture here. They are quite conservative. Think about it, after all these years. Have you heard any rumors about Yao Ming? Lowry reminded Gasol. Well, that is quite unfortunate. Lee, are you really not going to give it a try? Gasol continued to persuade. I appreciate your kindness, but I have no interest in them, Lee replied. Lee Tion, much like Taylor, continues to reject those around him. showing no interest in their company. As he navigates the streets, Gasol reminds everyone to be cautious, and they each return to their respective homes. Alone in his car, a wave of melancholy washes over Letion. Through the car window, he observes couples and families reveling in joy outside, stirring a sense of yearning for his own family. Having ventured to this beautiful land alone for many years, he only reaches out with a simple text when in need of money, 2 words that convey his plight. Devoid of further elaboration, he finds himself missing his family. After leaving in a fit of anger, he has never returned, unaware of how his loved ones fare. In a past life, he was an orphan, devoid of family ties. However, over time, having traversed into this new existence, he has begun to absorb the memories of the original owner of this body. As he gazes at the towering buildings and dazzling lights that signify prosperity, he feels the weight of solitude, for there is no one to share these moments with. The sky twinkles with stars, and the night is enchanting. As he looks up at the full moon, he begins to long for his family once more. Stubborn as ever, Letion remains unchanged by time, refusing to bow down or yield easily. He soon arrives at his residence, yet finds himself dialing a familiar yet distant number. "Little sister, how have you been lately?" He initiates the conversation. The recipient of his call is elated, jumping with excitement. "Brother, is it really you? You finally decided to call me." Having gone so long without hearing from him, she had been left to wait for his initiative, unaware of his number in this foreign land. "It is I, little sister." Letion replies, feeling a surge of exhilaration. "I've missed you dearly. It's been years since you last heard from me." The more they converse, the more animated she becomes. "I only saw you on television after you joined the NBA. Brother, you've grown even more handsome." Once their emotions settle, Letion remains spirited. "Little sister, do you perhaps admire me now?" After exchanging pleasantries, Letion relaxes, grateful that his true identity remains undiscovered. As they continue their conversation, he gently advises her. "Focus on your studies. You are about to embark on your university entrance examinations." "Brother, I will. Do you want to talk to Dad?" she inquires, hoping for reconciliation between her brother and their parents. "No need for that. Just concentrate on your studies. If you need anything, money or otherwise, do not hesitate to let me know. I will provide for you." Perhaps stemming from his past life's absence of family, Letion finds himself indulgently cherishing the sister of his. The owner of Letion's body shares a close relationship solely with the sister. Chapter 70, the first round of All-Star voting. "Lee, is the All-Star voting about to commence? You must assist me in garnering votes. I am certain you can secure quite a few for me. The television station will be arriving shortly, so please do not forget to help me rally support." Gasol sought Letion's aid in securing votes, well aware that there are many fans in the Celestial Empire. Otherwise, Yao-Ming would not consistently be a starter in the All-Star game each year. "Paul, I advise you to concede that Dimwit is a frequent starter, and your chances are slim." Letion understood that Duncan had been a perennial starter for over a decade, leaving Gasol with little opportunity. "That's precisely why I asked for your help in gathering votes. I wish to take a chance and see if there is any possibility." Gasol looked at Letion with an ingratiating expression. "Very well. Provide me with your promotional video, and I shall share it on Twitter to assist you." Letion requested Gasol's promotional material, as he could not help without it. Gasol had participated in the All-Star game a few times, but always as a substitute, never as a starter. Whether he could make it to the All-Star game remained uncertain. His skills and talent were evident, but having spent so many years with the Grizzlies, he could count on votes from Memphis fans. However, support from fans outside that small city was not guaranteed. In terms of performance, style of play, statistics, and accolades, the disparity between Gasol and Duncan was significant, making the prospect of becoming an All-Star starter utterly bleak. Letion, not wishing to dampen Gasol's spirits, readily consented to assist in garnering votes. "Lee, aren't you campaigning for yourself? For me? I have no chance of becoming an All-Star, so what's the point of campaigning?" As for himself, Letion was acutely aware that his limited appearances rendered any hope of All-Star status futile. Ever since Yao-Ming made his NBA debut, leveraging his remarkable prowess, he had successfully subdued the Big Shark, compelling the league to amend its voting regulations. "Hello everyone, I'm Letion, here to rally support for Gasol's All-Star candidacy. I hope you all lend him your utmost support." Letion also attached Gasol's promotional video. Upon seeing Letion's voting plea, the netizens remarked, "We cannot support Brother Tion. We must cast our vote for Gasol. Count me in. I will vote as well." Many online users expressed their regret that due to Letion's limited playtime, he was unable to participate in the All-Star voting. However, he still had a chance to vote for the rookie game, as Stern had kindly signaled to allow his participation. When Yao Ming first participated in the All-Star game, that year's live broadcast viewership set a new record, rapidly opening the Chinese market for the NBA and playing an indelible role in its promotion. This year, there was hope for 3 Chinese players to grace the All-Star stage simultaneously. How could Stern possibly forsake such a splendid promotional opportunity? Yi Jianlian's performance astonished everyone, and he stood a strong chance of being selected as an All-Star. Li, are you preparing to participate in any other All-Star events? This is an opportunity to capture countless admirers' attention. You must not let it slip away. Gasol understood that Li Tian's participation in the Rookie Challenge was nearly assured, while the All-Star game seemed out of reach. Nevertheless, other events could still help attract fans and lay a solid foundation for his future All-Star aspirations. Li Tian merely sought to hone his skills, harboring little expectation for participation in these competitions. The three-point shooting contest piqued his interest, prompting him to contemplate his involvement. Li, you should definitely participate. If you do, it will remind me of Larry Bird, remarked Gasol, who held great faith in Li Tian's three-point shooting abilities. Larry Bird, a legendary figure in the NBA, gathered the league's finest sharpshooters for the All-Star three-point contest in 1986, all vying for supremacy. As competitors prepared to battle for the championship, Bird boldly proclaimed, "Are you all ready to see who takes second place?" His words extinguished the fervor of his rivals. Dressed in training attire, Bird effortlessly claimed the three-point contest title, leaving the audience in awe and admiration, thus immortalizing his famous quote. "Paul, in light of your words, I must participate in the three-point contest as well. I wonder if I could become the next legend?" Li Tian retorted to Gasol, "You certainly can. We all support you." Conley chimed in, offering his encouragement. After enjoying a delightful Christmas holiday, the Memphis Grizzlies faced the New Orleans Hornets at home on December 26th, marking their first game post-Christmas. True to form, the Grizzlies succumbed once again to the formidable Hornets, led by Paul. At that time, Paul was undeniably a force. Not only did he orchestrate the team's offense, but his scoring threat was immense. When unleashed, Paul was formidable, frequently surpassing 40 points in consecutive games, averaging a remarkable 20-10. In this particular match, Paul exploded, not only excelling personally but also elevating his teammates. He recorded 40 points, 9 assists, and 5 rebounds. The Grizzlies' key players struggled mightily, with Gasol barely finding opportunities to shoot, finishing with only 8 points, which paled in comparison to the 15 points scored by the substitute, Li Tian. Meanwhile, the Grizzlies' bench found their rhythm, with Lowry, Warwick, and Navarro each scoring over 10 points, yet they still fell to the Hornets by 18 points. Following that, they faced another defeat against Yao Ming's team, the Rockets, and subsequently endured a harsh lesson from the seasoned Spurs. Once again, they suffered back-to-back losses by 20 points, marking a disheartening 3-game losing streak. The Grizzlies have become a team that everyone relishes playing against. Encountering them is akin to meeting a novice, with opponents eager to seize the opportunity. "Sigh, my spirits are dwindling. I feel utterly exhausted," Lowry lamented during his departure from the Spurs arena. The only one refraining from complaints was Conley, for he had finally taken the court against the Spurs. "Damn it, with all these losses, I've almost forgotten what it feels like to win." Gasol equally detests the taste of defeat and has begun to reminisce about the time when he first joined the Grizzlies. He led the team to break its historical best record, and many of the franchise's achievements can be attributed to his leadership. It can be said that it is because of Gasol that the Grizzlies had the opportunity to taste the playoffs. Lowry and Paul, cease your complaints. It is merely a reflection of our inadequacies. Had we been strong enough, we would not have faced such continuous losses. We must rally ourselves. Li Tian is unwilling to witness his teammates succumb to despondency. Indeed, we must grow stronger. Only the weak indulge in grievances. We aspire to be formidable, allowing others to lament instead. With Conley back on the court, the atmosphere shifted from past grievances. Yes, we must fortify ourselves. Only the strong reap the rewards, while the weak remain mired in complaint. We shall become the strong, not the weak, and strive for greater prowess. Lowry perceives that the current Grizzlies seem to be bolstered by a cadre of rookies. Glancing back at Li Tian, he resolved, "Tomorrow, remember to call me for training. I wish to train alongside you." "Lowry, are you no longer fearful of the specter that haunts the hour of 3? Li Tian chuckled at Lowry. "Could we not train at 5 instead? Is it not permissible to adjust the time for a later session, rather than rise so early?" The thought of 3 in the morning made Lowry a tad apprehensive. "Very well, we shall adhere to your suggestion. 5 it is, and we shall train together." Li Tian also desired a training partner, as it would yield far better results than toiling in solitary confinement. Chapter 71. New Year training. After the disappointing away game against the San Antonio Spurs, Gasol and his companions were filled with a fierce determination, harboring a profound disdain for failure. In pursuit of victory, Li Tian and the others embarked on an intense training regimen. Perhaps it was driven by an insatiable thirst for triumph. Perhaps it was a refusal to be labeled as weak. Or perhaps it was the deep-seated desire to forge themselves into champions. Thud, thud, thud. The training facility resonated with the sound of basketballs hitting the floor. Li, you have arrived quite early, Lowry remarked, noticing the perspiration that had already accumulated on the floor. Under the illumination, the sweat refracted the light into Lowry's eyes. Though not blinding, he found it rather piercing. Li Tian is indeed remarkably diligent. I find myself unable to compare with him. This is precisely why Li Tian, as a newcomer, has been able to secure a starting position, with an average playing time that exceeds my own. Observing his dedicated training, Lowry is deeply impressed by Li Tian. Lowry, hurry to train. I shall be waiting for you. Paul and Conley will arrive shortly. And you are here much earlier than they are, Li Tian remarked while continuing his practice. Paul, Conley, let us commence our warm-up. We have already completed ours. Soon, we shall engage in a 2-on-2 match, Lowry urged Gasol and his companions. Li, let us take a moment. We need to organize ourselves for a 2-on-2 game. Li Tian paused his three-point shooting practice. His current shooting percentage from beyond the arc, when unguarded, has reached a staggering 96, and it remains remarkably consistent. Paul, how shall we divide the teams? We two will occupy the paint, while they can take the perimeter, forming two distinct squads. Would you prefer Lowry or Conley? The players on the court have all collaborated previously, so chemistry should not pose a significant issue. I cannot underestimate you. Both you and Conley are newcomers. Thus I shall choose Conley, he declared. Rookie, let us unite to triumph over them and demonstrate that we are indeed the strongest. Gasol glanced at Conley. Come on. Let us claim victory in this bullfight. Conley was equally invigorated. Lowry, do not falter. Let's take them down. Lowry echoed. Let us take them down. With the teams assembled, the 2-on-2 training commenced officially. Conley held the ball, and Lowry immediately engaged him, displaying aggressive defensive tactics. Usually matched against some bench players, Conley held the upper hand. Yet when faced with a physically imposing guard like Lowry, he found himself at a disadvantage. Several tentative attempts to penetrate the defense were thwarted by Lowry's relentless pressure, leaving Conley empty-handed. He simply lacked the necessary strength. Just as Conley felt overwhelmed by Lowry's relentless pursuit, Li Tian suddenly approached to double-team him. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Lowry seized the opportunity and snatched the ball from Conley's grasp. Li Tian and his partner successfully defended against their opponents, while Lowry positioned himself at the arc, ready to make a breakthrough. Gasol battled fiercely beneath the basket with Li Tian, striving to secure an advantageous position. Ever since acquiring the skill of predicting rebound trajectories, Li Tian has significantly increased his average rebounds by approximately 2 per game. Gasol successfully maneuvered around to defend against Li Tian, and in a moment of surprise, Lowry lofted the ball high towards Li Tian, stationed under the basket near the arc. Li Tian positioned Gasol before him and pivoted to receive the pass. Li, it's all up to you now. Utilize your extraordinary footwork to maneuver past Paul. Paul, I shall begin to pray for you, Lowry taunted. Upon hearing Lowry's voice, Gasol shot him a fierce glare. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Li Tian, employing his signature footwork, deftly bypassed the defending Gasol and executed a powerful dunk. Li, your footwork is magnificent. Lowry approached to high-five Li Tian in celebration. The indomitable Conley, a player worthy of all-star distinction, possessed a keen basketball intellect. Having overestimated his own strength, he swiftly adjusted his offensive strategy, using his speed to penetrate Lowry's defense. Conley entered a triple-threat stance, preparing for a breakthrough. Observing Conley's shift in tactics, Lowry created some distance to thwart Conley's acceleration. After dribbling beneath his legs, Conley suddenly changed direction, utilizing his speed to surpass Lowry. As Conley broke through, Li shouted for assistance, urging Li Tian to help with the defensive coverage. Li Tian had no choice but to distance himself from Gasol, moving to bolster the defense against Conley. Upon noticing Li Tian's approach, Conley deftly passed the ball to the unguarded Gasol beneath the basket, who, receiving the pass, executed a powerful dunk. Conley, your passing is exceptional, Gasol remarked, gesturing towards Conley's position. Let us deliver a decisive blow to them. We are the strongest. Conley responded with a hint of bravado. casting a challenging glance at Li Tian. As the game progressed, the exchanges were predominantly from the perimeter, relegating the interior players to mere roles of rebounding and opportunistic scoring. At times, the two interior players found themselves engaged in casual conversation beneath the hoop, entirely detached from the game. Conley, you two seem to be having quite the time. Just look at how Paul and I are chatting down here, while you two stand idly by, Li Tian quipped. The duo shared a laugh, recognizing that this was no longer a 2-on-2 contest, but rather a 1-on-1 skirmish. The duel between Conley and Lowry continued unabated, completely disregarding the two waiting beneath the basket. Lee, let us move on. Those two have claimed that ball. Gasol chuckled with resignation. What was promised as a 2-on-2 had devolved into two separate 1-on-1 battles. Thus, another 1-on-1 match commenced. Li Tian held the ball beneath the basket, engaging in a low-post battle against Gasol. Lee, let us rely on our footwork. We shall take turns challenging each other. Gasol, eager to learn from Li Tian's nimble footwork, sought to utilize Li's defensive prowess to refine his own skills. Having spent too long with the Grizzlies, Gasol had grown somewhat accustomed to comfort, and his competitive spirit had gradually been buried within. However, Li Tian's arrival reignited the competitive fire within him. All right, Paul, let us partake in a contest of strength and skill between men. Li Tian possessed a fierce competitive spirit as well. Li Tian continuously altered his footwork, with the amplitude of his steps ever-changing, evoking a sense of elusive unpredictability. Gasol found himself troubled by Li Tian's footwork variations, uncertain of when Li Tian would pivot and elude him. As Gasol pondered the timing of Li Tian's impending offensive move, Li Tian abruptly turned, effortlessly bypassing Gasol, who was intent on marking him. Unfortunately, a lapse in concentration led to a missed layup. Haha, Li. I concede that your footwork is impressive. However, your layup leaves much to be desired. Gasol jested, not forgetting to poke fun at Li Tian. Indeed, my layups are abysmal. Li Tian admitted, acknowledging his need for relentless practice. Li, I would recommend you devote yourself to refining your layup technique. With such exquisite footwork, it is truly embarrassing to falter in your finishing, Gasol remarked, covering his face in mock dismay. Paul, could you share with me how to improve my layup? I know your layups are exemplary, and I aspire to master the art of scoring under the basket, Li Tian earnestly inquired. Recognizing that while he might not glean skills from Gasol, he was determined not to forfeit any opportunity to enhance his abilities. Li Tian firmly believes that with diligent training and learning, he may one day cultivate a new skill. The duo continued their offensive practice beneath the basket, and Li Tian's layup began to take shape. Li, your layup is finally looking good. Your progress is remarkable, Gasol noted, sensing Li Tian's rapid improvement. Conley, Lowry, take a break. Look at you two, claiming you're invincible and deliberately bullying us, making us struggle for position under the basket for so long. Apologies. We got carried away, they replied. Enough said, let us discuss how to make amends. Gasol's facial expression shifted dramatically. He could easily earn an Oscar with his acting skills. After firmly reprimanding the two, the matter was settled. On the first day of the new year, the four trained diligently throughout the day. Chapter 72, A Different Grizzlies Within the Bank's Life Insurance Arena. Thousands of spectators eagerly awaited the commencement of the match. As Mark entered the locker room, he suddenly sensed a significant transformation in the Grizzlies' spirit compared to before. It felt as though they were two entirely different teams. Particularly, the quartet of Gasol, Conley, Lowry, and Li Tian had engaged in individual training the previous day, disregarding the team's rest schedule. Gasol assumed the role of the locker room leader, a position he seldom occupied despite being the team's sole all-star. Brothers, we can no longer afford to lose. I never wish to experience this feeling again. I refuse to let anyone label the Grizzlies as a weak team. Do you desire to be regarded as weak? Gasol inspired his teammates with words echoing Li Tian's sentiments. Let us go, Grizzlies. Let us rally together. The team's morale surged to unprecedented heights, and the current Grizzlies exuded an aura capable of dismantling any obstacle that stood in their way of victory. After Li Tian's playing time stabilized with the Grizzlies, the live broadcasts of their games resumed in the country. Li Tian's time on the court gradually became consistent, and there had previously been discussions regarding a potential trade for him. I genuinely hoped that Li Tian could be traded to another team, which would afford him more playing time. Coach Zhang once again stood on reasonable ground. Coach Zhang, you know how we, the people of the Middle Kingdom, possess the virtue of repaying kindness with gratitude. The Grizzlies provided Li Tian with the opportunity to enter the NBA, and he has been serving the team ever since. Is this not the best sanctuary for him? Sun Jinping remarked. No, the NBA is a commercial league, not a bastion of loyalty. Look at the entire NBA. How many stars have remained with a single team from beginning to end? Consider this year. Kevin Garnett and Ray Allen have both left their teams in pursuit of a championship. And what about Ewing? In the end, he too was traded away. Ultimately, it boils down to your capabilities. Not everyone can emulate Kobe and remain with the Lakers throughout their careers. Coach Zhang's analysis was astute. He understood the core of the NBA league. Due to the existence of vested interests, players sometimes resemble commodities, readily traded as long as they can exchange for something deemed more suitable, regardless of their past contributions to the team. Coach Zhang is right. Why doesn't he the Rockets trade for Lee Tion? This way, Tracy McGrady would gain a formidable backup, and Yao Ming could battle alongside Lee Tion, facilitating their synergy for the upcoming season. A fan expressed his viewpoint. Unbeknownst to him, the Grizzlies had long desired to negotiate a trade involving Lee Tion with the Rockets, provided they could secure a first-round pick. Ultimately, due to Mark's statements and Stern's intervention, the trade could not be realized. Lee Tion sat on the bench, eagerly awaiting his turn to take the court. Conley had seamlessly bypassed the rotation process, consistently being assigned a starting position. Go, Conley! Lee Tion cheered for him, never forgetting to offer encouragement. After 2 months, Conley had finally secured his place as a starter, enjoying a stable amount of playing time, and he felt immensely grateful for Lee Tion's support during this period. From the outset, the Grizzlies exuded an intensity that overshadowed the Pacers, who were playing on their home ground. The Grizzlies commenced the game with an attitude befitting a decisive moment, displaying remarkable aggression. The first play saw Malisic and Gasol collaborate to intercept, stealing the ball from Murphy. Conley launched a fast break and assisted Gay beneath the basket, where Gay executed a thunderous dunk, marking the first score for the Grizzlies. The Grizzlies maintained their oppressive defense, though their players were exhausting considerable energy. After 6 minutes of play, the Pacers struggled against the Grizzlies' high-intensity defense, achieving a dismal shooting percentage of only 30, while the Grizzlies soared to 60. The Grizzlies led the Pacers 18-10, holding an 8-point advantage. Mark substituted Lowry and Lee Tion for Conley and Gay. As Lee Tion entered the game, anticipation swelled for his performance. It had been far too long since viewers had glimpsed Lee Tion on live broadcasts, eliciting a sense of excitement. As Lee Tion made his entrance, the jeers from the fans at the Bankers Life Fieldhouse had diminished significantly. The Pacers had been under relentless pressure, causing the enthusiasm of the crowd to wane. Lee, shall we take over the remainder of the game? Lowry remarked with a hint of amusement as he glanced at Lee Tion. Very well, Lee Tion replied nonchalantly. Upon the entrance of Lee Tion, he swiftly connected with Lowry for an alley-oop, executing a thunderous dunk that widened the score gap to 10 points. The Pacers struggled to establish any effective plays, becoming ensnared in an endless cycle of isolation plays. Granger attempted to take on Lee Tion one-on-one, but Lee Tion's relentless defense clung to him like an inescapable adhesive. Interspersed with taunts, Granger, feeling the pressure, became somewhat unsettled, yet all passing lanes were obstructed by the Grizzlies' defenders. Resolutely, he decided to force a shot, attempting to leverage his strength to push Lee Tion aside. However, Lee Tion remained steadfast, refusing to yield. At the moment of his jump shot, Lee Tion effectively impeded Granger's ascent, preventing him from fully executing his shot. Gasol arrived from the side to provide assistance, successfully blocking Granger's attempt. Lee Tion's defensive prowess was exceptional. Granger had virtually no opportunity to score against him. Coach Zhang lauded Lee Tion's defensive skills, remarking on their brilliance. When Granger first entered the league, he was highly regarded by experts, and after several years, he had matured, averaging around 20 points per game. Lowry seized the rebound from Gasol's block and initiated a fast break. The Grizzlies, led by Lee Tion, exhibited a fearless attitude, readily attempting three-point shots during the fast breaks. As they reached beyond the arc, Lowry also launched a successful three-pointer. The Pacers' offense stagnated once more. The players' spirits were notably low as they faced the unyielding defensive wall of the Grizzlies. Lee Tion's entrance elevated the Memphis Grizzlies' defense to a whole new level. Lowry and Lee Tion executed several consecutive fast breaks, causing the morale of the Pacers players to plummet. One should not underestimate the significance of morale. It plays a crucial role not only in basketball, but also in numerous battles throughout history. Often, a surge of momentum can instigate a profound transformation within a team. Ultimately, the Pacers found themselves forced into a 24-second violation. Lee Tion once again executed a successful offensive maneuver beneath the basket. The head coach of the Pacers observed that the score was nearing a daunting 15-point deficit. If the trend continued, the Pacers would be left with no choice but to concede. They called for a timeout, both to devise a new strategy and to disrupt the momentum of the Grizzlies, attempting to unsettle their rhythm. This contest was decidedly one-sided, as the Grizzlies employed their defensive prowess to stifle the Pacers' offense, severing the connections among the players. In contrast, the Grizzlies displayed remarkable fluidity in their game, frequently initiating fast breaks in a manner reminiscent of a textbook execution. Lee Tion's presence elevated the Grizzlies' defense to an even higher echelon. As Coach Zhang spoke, the timeout concluded. Following the break, the Pacers' offense began to show signs of improvement. Through cooperative play, Granger managed to score. The first quarter soon came to a close, with the Grizzlies leading the Pacers by 11 points, 35-24. Throughout the first half, the game unfolded entirely at the Grizzlies' pace, markedly different from their previous performances. Today's display by the Grizzlies revealed the burgeoning form of a formidable team. If they could maintain this level of play, despite their lackluster record thus far, they might still harbor hopes of advancing to the playoffs. Coach Zhang also anticipated a potential postseason encounter between Lee Tion and Yao Ming, envisioning that such a playoff derby would generate considerable excitement. For Lee Tion, the playoff experience would serve as another opportunity for growth and transformation. Chapter 73. Lee Tion transforms into a rebounding aficionado, recognizing that his team had established a commanding lead. Lee Tion yearned to put into practice the rebounding anticipation skills he had been diligently honing, embracing the role of a blue-collar interior player. Only through actual combat could he attain the most rewarding refinement. Lee Tion focused his efforts on securing rebounds. As the Pacers initiated their offense, Lee positioned himself advantageously beneath the basket, keeping Granger behind him. When Dunleavy's three-point attempt missed, the ball ricocheted off the rim. Lee astutely anticipated its trajectory, leaping into the air to seize the rebound, letting out a triumphant shout. Lowry, fast break. Lowry swiftly received the ball and raced towards the basket. The Pacers, gradually regaining their morale, quickly fell back on defense after Dunleavy's shot failed to find the mark. By the time Lowry dribbled past half-court, the Pacers had already established their defensive positions. Only after ensuring all his teammates had returned did Lowry initiate the offense. Utilizing his teammates' screens, he attempted a three-pointer from the perimeter, which unfortunately did not succeed. Lee Tion once again seized the rebound and passed the ball back to Lowry. Lowry, with unwavering confidence, took the shot, assured that the rebound was in capable hands. Lee Tion bestowed upon Lowry his complete trust. Undeterred by his previous missed attempt, Lowry succeeded with a mid-range shot. When did you become such a formidable rebounder? Lowry mused, recognizing that Lee Tion consistently astonished those around him with new skills. Initially, it was three-point shooting, then footwork. Now, it was rebounding. I've always been quite proficient. I just used to linger on the perimeter shooting threes. Today, I decided to try my hand at rebounding. Shoot with confidence. I've got the boards covered. Lee Tion truly relished every opportunity to showcase his prowess. As the Pacers mounted their offense, Lee Tion firmly positioned himself under the basket, effectively keeping Granger behind him, preventing him from receiving the ball and securing the prime spot for rebounds. Daniel's mid-range shot once again bounced off the rim. The Pacers' shooting touch had gone cold, and no one could find the net. Lee Tion consistently seized defensive rebounds, initiating fast breaks and leading the Pacers on a remarkable 10-0 run. In just 5 minutes of the second quarter, he collected 6 rebounds without attempting a single three-pointer, embodying the essence of a rebounding savant. My friends, have you noticed the transformation in Tion today? Throughout the entirety of the second quarter, he refrained from venturing beyond the arc, focusing solely on securing rebounds in the paint. Indeed, Tion's three-point shooting has often been misleading, leading many to perceive him as an outside shooter. Today, however, it became evident that he resembles a small forward, a player of the interior. Once again, Lee Tion has astonished us. His prowess extends beyond three-point shooting and defense. His rebounding skills are equally formidable. My interest in next year's competition is steadily growing, as I believe we possess a genuine opportunity to surpass our historical best. Coach Zhang was equally taken aback upon recognizing Lee Tion's rebounding capabilities. Mark replaced the substitutes, and all the Grizzlies starters were brought onto the court. When did you become such a rebounding prodigy, Lee? I feel that in the future, sharing the court with you will allow for carefree shooting, as I need not worry about rebounds anymore, laughed Lowry. Indeed, Lee, how have you honed this skill? Don't you recall? Not long ago, I consulted Gasol about predicting rebound trajectories and positioning. I then practiced related drills. Today, with such a significant lead, I thought I would experiment in the paint and see how my rebounding fared. Unbeknownst to Lowry, Letion dedicated countless early mornings at the training facility, pouring sweat into perfecting his rebounding performance, a testament to relentless effort that words alone cannot express. You are an absolute rebounding fanatic, tirelessly chasing after boards. Thankfully, you're not a power forward. Otherwise, Paul would be in a fierce competition with you, risking his job, remarked Lowry, glancing at Gasol still on the court. Reassured that Gasol would not overhear. Lowry, I owe you my gratitude. Without your continuous missed shots, I wouldn't have had the opportunity to gather so many rebounds. Upon hearing Letion's words, Lowry instinctively flinched, pondering how he ended up as Tion's teammate. Oh, dear heavens, help me. Sitting nearby and listening to the exchange between Letion and Lowry, Mark realized why he struggled to maintain control over the team. He recognized that he had been too self-centered, expecting players to adhere strictly to his demands without acknowledging their individual strengths or considering their roles within the team. He had hastily sought to establish a system centered around Gay and Conley, sidelining Gasol, who had rightfully earned an all-star position and would certainly not accept such treatment. Recently, I have been reminded that the management has also placed pressure on me, hoping to provide opportunities for Guy and Conley to develop their skills. Mark has decided to position Conley, who has been absent for a considerable time, as a starter. The dynamics on the court, however, remain one-sided. The Pacers have failed to create any significant momentum. Their shooting touch remains cold. The point differential has consistently hovered around 20. In the second half, in order to afford the starters additional rest, and with the lead being substantial, Mark opted to substitute in the bench players earlier than usual. Upon Letion's entrance, he persistently ventured into the paint, contending for rebounds against Murphy, who is the legitimate center. In terms of both height and strength, Murphy holds a significant advantage. Letion relied solely on his keen judgment of rebound trajectories and his remarkable leaping ability to contest for rebounds. Having evaded Letion's defense, Granger once again found an opportunity to shoot, but alas, his mid-range attempt ricocheted off the rim. Murphy, who had positioned himself behind Letion, leaped lightly and secured the rebound. Meanwhile, Letion, gathering his strength, leapt from behind Murphy and forcibly seized the rebound from him. His jumping prowess was astounding, as he snatched the rebound in a display of sheer determination. I admire him so much. I must purchase his poster to hang by my bedside and offer 3 sticks of incense each morning and evening. Someone upstairs remarked, "Are you idolizing Letion or paying tribute to him? Be careful not to set the dormitory ablaze." After claiming the rebound from Murphy, Navarro received Letion's pass and executed a fast break, scoring effortlessly. "Lee, that was an incredibly fierce rebound you grabbed," exclaimed Lowry as he jumped onto Letion's back, his voice resonating with excitement. Throughout the match, Letion amassed the highest number of rebounds on the court, totaling 15. As the final buzzer sounded, the system's voice echoed once more. "Congratulations, host. You have achieved 11 points and 15 rebounds, earning a double-double reward of 100 points. And an additional 100 points for surpassing double digits in rebounds. Remarkable. You have gained a total of 200 points." Letion clenched his fist and, unable to contain his excitement, shouted in his native tongue. "What did you just say, Lee?" Gasol inquired, unable to comprehend Letion's words, but clearly noticing his exuberance. "Haha. Paul, it was just the exhilaration of securing victory in this match. We are the true champions." Letion deftly deflected Gasol's curiosity. "Indeed, Lee, we have accomplished this. We are the strongest," Gasol proclaimed loudly. "Paul, you didn't play for long today. Shall we continue to practice tonight?" Letion suggested shortly after Gasol's declaration. "Lee, you are truly dedicated, but I doubt the head coach will grant us extra practice time," Gasol replied, understanding Mark's tendencies, who would undoubtedly rush to Boston overnight. "Oh, not again. Just finishing a game and then rushing to Boston overnight is so frustrating," Lowry lamented, expressing his disdain for late-night flights, which left him unable to rest properly. Just as he finished speaking, Mark's discordant voice rang out, urging everyone to pack up quickly for the overnight trip to Boston. "Damn it, another overnight flight awaits us." Lowry let out a curse in frustration as he packed his belongings. Chapter 74. The Night in Boston. After facing the Pacers, the Grizzlies finally turned their fortunes around. Emerging from the shadows of a losing streak, they took a night flight from Indiana to Boston. Boston, with its rich historical tapestry, stands as one of the most culturally significant cities in America. It is also renowned for its high educational attainment among residents, a sanctuary for medical excellence, and a global city in its own right. Upon landing, the view of Boston at night offers a different kind of aesthetic pleasure. Despite the city's high educational standards, the demeanor of its basketball fans leaves much to be desired. Their behavior has often been criticized. Numerous teams have voiced their grievances after playoff games or finals in Boston, where the fervent fans resort to various tactics to create advantages for the Celtics. They disrupt the opposing team's focus, using insults and taunts before the match commences. Each team that arrives in Boston for the playoffs lodges complaints with the league, yet finds themselves powerless to effect change. Returning to Boston, Le'Tion felt a distinct sense of unease compared to his previous visit, which was driven by the hope of being selected in the draft. At that time, Ainge had promised Le'Tion he would be chosen in the second round, yet he failed to fulfill that promise, opting instead for Gabe Pruitt without even a prior notification of his decision. Since then, Le'Tion has regarded Ainge and the Celtics as adversaries. During the draft, Le'Tion experienced the pain of broken promises, only to be selected by the Trailblazers, then traded to the Grizzlies. Within a short span, he endured trials that many players never encounter. The Boston Celtics have emerged as the most talked-about team in the off-season, widely regarded as the strongest contender for the championship. Ainge has proven to be the season's most adept general manager, orchestrating two pivotal trades that have shaped the current roster. Following the rumors of Kevin Garnett's trade during the 2007 offseason, many teams sought his acquisition. The Lakers offered Bynum, the Suns proposed a young player, and a more audacious Mark Cuban promised any player other than Nowitzki. However, none could sway the Timberwolves. The Celtics made a considerable investment, trading Al Jefferson, Gerald Green, Gomez, Ratliff, and Telfair, along with 2 first-round picks and some cash, an extensive 7-for-1 deal. The centerpiece of this trade was Al Jefferson, who even as a third-year player, averaged 16 points, 11 rebounds, and 1.5 blocks per game, eventually earning the title of the New Wolf King. Gerald Green is particularly advantageous for attracting fan attendance, especially considering he was the reigning slam dunk champion last season. Moreover, the 2 first-round picks represent the primary leverage to entice the Timberwolves. It can be said that in pursuit of Kevin Garnett, the Celtics were willing to part with nearly half of their roster, underscoring their fervent desire to acquire him and acknowledging his esteemed status in the league. Another significant transaction involved a 3-for-1 exchange that brought Ray Allen to the Celtics. Last season, Allen averaged an impressive 26 points, 4.5 rebounds, 4.1 assists, and 1.5 steals per game. From the Celtics' perspective, the assets they offered did not seem commensurate with Allen's stature. However, considering that Allen was already 32 years old and his prime would not last indefinitely, the compensation they provided was indeed substantial. The Celtics sent the 5th overall pick from 2007, Jeff Green, along with Delonte West and Wally Szczerbiak, in exchange for Allen and the 35th pick of that year, who would later be affectionately known as Big Baby Davis. At that time, West was a premier blue-collar player, averaging over 12 points and 4 rebounds, while Szczerbiak was a former All-Star, having posted 21 points, 4 rebounds, and 3 assists the previous season. Crucially, the Celtics also included a 5th overall pick in the deal. These trade components clearly indicated that Ray Allen was at least a superstar caliber player. Given that the Celtics relinquished an All-Star, along with promising talent and a top-tier blue-collar player to secure him for the Supersonics, acquiring such valuable assets in exchange for a 32-year-old veteran was undeniably beneficial. With the formation of the Big Three and the remarkable performance of second-year rookie Rajon Rondo, the Celtics boasted an impressive record of 27 wins and 3 losses, establishing themselves as formidable contenders within the league. Every team was hesitant to face the Celtics, as any confrontation with them would likely result in significant challenges. Their tenacious defense exerted immense pressure on every opponent. Lee, it seems you harbor some animosity towards Boston? Due to the brevity of time, the restless Pau Gasol found himself beside Le'Tion. Paul, why are you still awake? Aren't you too exhausted to practice? Le'Tion was accustomed to jesting with Gasol. No, it was Mark who insisted on rushing to Boston overnight. It's not my fault, Gasol fervently defended himself. There exists some discord with the Celtics, or, more specifically, with Ainge. To seek retribution against the Celtics, he would require the support of his teammates. It was impossible to achieve such a feat alone, and Le'Tion had nothing to conceal. What kind of discord could there be? We have never faced the Celtics. What could possibly be the issue? Gasol asked, perplexed. It dates back to the draft when I was working out with the Celtics. Ainge promised to select me in the second round, yet he chose someone else without even notifying me. If it weren't for the Grizzlies selecting me through a trade, I might still be struggling with a 10-day contract. Le'Tion revealed the truth. Haha, it seems this was quite a setback for you. What do you think? Shall we show them that not choosing you was their mistake? Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that the Grizzlies management made a commendable choice in selecting you. Gasol has certainly validated their decision regarding Le'Tion, as the burden of defensive responsibilities has significantly diminished for him. I shall inform Ainge that his failure to select me was a grave oversight on their part. The ultimate testament to our prowess will be to triumph over the formidable trio he painstakingly assembled. Le'Tion's words resonate with authority. As he seeks to douse the arrogance of the Celtics with a dose of reality, he urges us to unite in toppling the Celtics. For to be deemed a true champion, one must conquer the champions, and the Celtics shall serve as our stepping stone in this endeavor. Gasol is eager to lend his support to Le'Tion. Lee, it appears you have been toyed with by Ainge, who has a history of deceiving others. This time, we shall demonstrate that his failure to choose you was a miscalculation. We are willing to assist you in this pursuit. Lowry has been profoundly influenced by Le'Tion, particularly since he has resolved to cultivate his own strength, for which he is deeply grateful to Le'Tion. His steadfastness has ushered in substantial change within the Grizzlies, enhancing both the team's spirit and the players' enthusiasm for training. Rest assured, you have aided me greatly. Together, we shall strive for victory in this match. Conley is also prepared to step forward in support of Le'Tion. Upon their arrival, Milicic, Navarro, and others have expressed their unwavering support for him. Although Gay has not explicitly voiced his endorsement, his teammates stand behind him, leaving him with little room to dissent. Let us rally together to assist Lee in securing victory in this game and convey to Ainge that he must face the consequences of his betrayal. After the conversation concluded, the crowd, as if drained of their last vestige of strength, retreated to their chambers for rest. However, the night in Boston imparted a different sentiment upon Le'Tion. Chapter 75. The first battle against the Celtics Big Three. This marked his inaugural visit to the North Shore Garden, a venue steeped in rich history. Observing the entire arena enveloped in green, he felt a flicker of relief at not having joined the Celtics. Had he indeed become a part of that storied franchise, he might have found himself frequently donning the proverbial green hat, a prospect he found quite distasteful. Thus, he harbored a small sense of fortunate escape from the daily burden of such an embarrassment. A glance at the player composition of both teams revealed that the Grizzlies boasted only a single All-Star substitute, while the remainder comprised either rookies or players deemed to be subpar. In stark contrast, the Celtics showcased three All-Star starters: Paul Pierce at small forward, Kevin Garnett at power forward, and Ray Allen as an All-Star guard. It was evident that in these positions, the Grizzlies were thoroughly outmatched. Furthermore, the center matchup was striking, with Milicic facing off against the formidable Anthony Davis. Despite their height disparity, the difference in weight was substantial, with Davis outweighing Milicic by a full 10 kilograms. In the point guard position, one was a rookie season Mike Conley, while the other had a year of experience under his belt, Rajon Rondo. On the bench for the Grizzlies, there were players like Le'Tion, Lowry, and Navarro, while the Celtics had Tony Allen and James Posey at their disposal. Alas, this lineup posed an immense challenge, and Le'Tion sincerely prayed for the Celtics to experience an off night. Otherwise, securing a victory would be exceedingly difficult. Yet, he did not let his concerns show. Having recently achieved victory, and with teammates eager to support him in clinching this game, he resolved not to let his spirits wane. Observing the electric atmosphere at the Celtics' home court, Le'Tion could not help but contrast it with the Grizzlies' FedEx Forum. The disparity was monumental. Fans had arrived early to rally behind their team. This match did not attract much attention from the American media and fans, as the gap between the two teams was glaringly apparent, rendering the outcome predictable. A contest devoid of suspense seldom captivates the masses. Nevertheless, it stirred the hearts of countless citizens, for Ainge's betrayal had engendered a sense of animosity towards the Celtics, replaced with anger and a fervent hope that Le'Tion could prove himself in this contest. Prior to the game, Coach Zhang provided an analysis, stating that for the Grizzlies, victory was a daunting prospect. Regardless of the position, the task at hand would be formidable. To triumph, they would need to open up their perimeter shooting and engage in a fierce defensive struggle against the Celtics. Moreover, they would have to hope for an off night from their opponents, for if the Celtics performed to their potential, the Grizzlies harbored little hope. Yu-Jia nodded in agreement, sharing a similar skepticism regarding the Grizzlies' chances of victory. However, his support for the team stemmed from Lee Tion's presence within their ranks, and he earnestly hoped for their triumph in this match. He further remarked on the formidable nature of this year's Celtics, particularly their tenacious defense, which had consistently held opponents to below 90 points in previous games. The Celtics boasted impressive statistics that ranked them among the league's elite. In earlier matches this season, they had restricted the Kings, Nets, and Cavaliers to under 70 points, with even the Cavaliers, featuring LeBron James, only managing a mere 70 points. The Celtics' defensive prowess this year evoked memories of the iron-willed era of the 1990s. Mark, aboard the flight from Indiana to Boston, sighed heavily, pondering how they would compete. His mood inevitably influenced the team, albeit to some extent. "Paul, you promised me we would secure this match. We cannot afford to back down," Lee Tion reminded, not forgetting to rouse his teammates before the game commenced. "No, the romantic Spaniard never backs down," Gasol firmly asserted. Yet, what did romance have to do with yielding? Lowry, known for his sincerity, assured Lee Tion that he would not waver. It was absolutely impossible for them to retreat, as they aimed to alter the perception that all teams held of them. As they prepared to take the court, the Grizzlies' morale surged to new heights. As the game reached the 8-minute mark, the unfolding situation surprised everyone. Conley and Miller hit consecutive shots from beyond the arc, with Conley making 3 of 4 attempts and Miller perfecting 3 of 3. However, Gasol found himself overwhelmed by Garnett, being exploited on both ends of the floor, while Gay's shooting percentage also faltered. The score stood at 18-15 when Mark called a timeout. "Lee, substitute for Gay and ensure you guard Garnett. Paul will take a breather to recover his stamina." "Wow, they're assigning me such a crucial task right off the bat," Lee Tion thought, bemused. He did not harbor any fondness for the Celtics, and being tasked with defending Garnett appeared daunting. "Not a problem, coach. I can handle it," he replied, steeling himself for the challenge ahead. Lee Tion was assigned to take the court. Conley, with the ball in hand, positioned himself at the strong side arc, preparing to initiate the offense. Lee Tion, diverging from his previous aggressive play in the paint, took to the perimeter upon his entrance. By incorporating elements of Tai Chi into his footwork, his positioning became increasingly elusive. Executing a seemingly deceptive move, he evaded the pursuit of Pierce. Swiftly darting to the strong side corner for a three-point shot, he received a splendid no-look pass from Conley, swiftly dismantling Rondo's tight defense. Lee Tion received the pass and leaped for a three-point shot. The basketball swished through the net, bringing the score to 21-15, with the Grizzlies leading by 6 points. On the sidelines, Rivers refrained from calling a timeout. The Celtics players, seasoned and experienced, were entirely capable of handling such situations, and Rivers held an unwavering trust in them. As the teams resumed play, Rondo controlled the ball, constantly surveying his teammates' positions. Miller struggled to keep pace with Ray Allen, who broke free and received a pass from Rondo, taking a mid-range shot. Unfortunately, the attempt fell short, and despite the game's progression, Ray Allen had yet to score from the field, his touch seemingly frozen. Perhaps a response to Lee Tion's silent plea, Lee Tion effectively restricted Garnett, denying him the necessary space to leap, while Gasol, taking advantage of his height, effortlessly secured the rebound. Conley initiated a fast break, culminating in a successful layup. The score advanced to 23-15, with 3 minutes remaining in the first quarter. Rivers paced anxiously along the sidelines, hands clasped atop his head, deep in thought. Despite the impending conclusion of the quarter, he refrained from calling a timeout. "Paul, your assists are commendable," remarked an observer. Gasol delivered a long pass, and Conley, receiving it with ease, scored another layup. There will be many more to come," Gasol quipped, tossing his flowing golden locks. The Celtics mounted another offensive, this time with Pierce as the primary attacker. Gasol, defending Pierce, possessed a height advantage while matching him in agility and strength. Pierce attempted to power his way to the basket, yet Gasol stood resolute, leaving Pierce no choice but to abandon his effort. Observing Ray Allen once again finding space, Pierce chose to trust his teammate and passed the ball back to Allen. Unfortunately, fate was not on their side this time, as Allen's shot clanged off the rim once more. Lee Tion seized the defensive rebound and assisted Conley, successfully executing a fast break once more. The score rose to 25-15. At this moment, Rivers could no longer remain composed, uttering something from the sidelines before calling a timeout. "Paul, you finally showed some grit. It's truly astonishing that you actually pushed Pierce out of the way," Lee Tion praised Gasol. Haha, wait, damn it. Lee Gasol realized this was a remark about his own previous softness. Conley, hold him back for me, or I want to assist you again, he warned. In response to Gasol's threat, Conley retorted, Paul, if you don't assist me, have you forgotten we still have Lee? Laughter erupted among the crowd. Damn it, Gasol sighed, acknowledging that Lee had indeed been snatching quite a few rebounds lately, sometimes even more than he himself had. Lee, fess up, are you attempting a coup? You're grabbing so many rebounds. How could that be? Didn't I let you have the first rebound? Get lost, that was mine to grab, all right? Gasol shouted indignantly. Chapter 76, Blocking Garnett during the timeout. Rivers spoke emphatically to his players. Kevin, you need to leverage your intimidation under the basket and relentlessly attack their paint. You must showcase your aggression and let them witness the tenacity of our Celtics. Understood? To Ray Allen, however, he offered different advice. Ray, you need to take a breather and adjust your rhythm to help your teammates create space. Ray Allen, aware that his shooting felt frozen this game, found it hard to believe he was one of the best three-point shooters in the league. No one else could compare. Yet today, he had gone 0 for 6. He nodded in acknowledgement. Rajon, your task is to ensure you contain Conley defensively and pass the ball to Garnett on offense. At this point, Rondo was merely in his second season and had not yet reached the stage of vying for dominance. He complied with Rivers' directives without hesitation. As the game resumed, Garnett received a pass from Rondo, with teammates spreading out, preparing to isolate Lee. Rookie, I'm going to obliterate you. Did you see? Your teammate Paul is too scared to even match up against me. Garnett taunted, noticing the rookie guarding him. Really? Just a moment ago, Paul said I was just a rookie, so he handed over the chance to defend the weakling to me. How embarrassing. Lee boldly countered Garnett's provocation. Rookie, you've angered me. I will show you what true NBA basketball is. Garnett was utterly infuriated by Leon's insult, determined to overpower Leon. Garnett immediately attempted to bull rush him under the basket. He exerted considerable force, pushing against Leon, only to discover that the rookie stood his ground unwaveringly. Having used 80% of his strength, he was astounded to find this newcomer refusing to budge an inch. Was this truly a rookie? Garnett was taken aback and unleashed all his might, trying to knock Leon down. Leon has managed to persuade Garnett, calculating his strategy quite astutely. Ever since he integrated some movements and techniques from Tai Chi into his footwork in the paint, he has increasingly practiced Tai Chi, gradually blending its other forms into his basketball play. Garnett's strength is not inferior to Leon's. Rather, it is the application of Tai Chi's harmonious balance of hardness and softness that allows him to redirect Garnett's power. However, Leon's execution is still somewhat unrefined. Sensing that his strength is not lesser than his own, Garnett opts for alternative methods to initiate his offense. The game has only just commenced, and Garnett is cautious not to expend all his energy at once. With a subtle elbow to Leon's waist, Garnett pivoted and leaped. The moment Leon was struck, pain surged through him, momentarily clouding his focus, which afforded Garnett ample space to jump. Unable to contain himself, Leon muttered an expletive, wincing in pain. The jump shot found its mark, narrowing the deficit to single digits for the Celtics. As Garnett landed, he did not miss the opportunity to taunt the rookie Leon, welcoming him to the NBA. Gasol, witnessing Leon's inclination to confront Garnett, swiftly intervened, pulling him back. This is not the 1990s, where fights would go unpunished. Under Stern's strict regime, any altercation would be dealt with severely, leading to suspensions. The repercussions of the Malice at the Palace incident are still fresh, and Stern had explicitly decreed that such occurrences should not reoccur. Lee, you must maintain control. Fighting is not the answer. Have you forgotten why you came to Boston? It is for revenge, and we must defeat them on the court, Gasol urged earnestly. Paul, thank you. I will not engage in fighting, Leon replied. Gasol warned. You must be vigilant. The Celtics are notorious for their dirty plays, relying on underhanded tactics. Do not underestimate them. Having faced Garnett numerous times, they were well aware of his tactics. Previously, Leon had mostly floated around the perimeter, encountering few players who employed dirty tricks. However, after being elbowed by Garnett, his anger surged once more. Conley, pass me the ball. I intend to take him down. Leon's fury was palpable, and the consequences could be dire. Lee, you must be cautious, Conley cautioned, concerned that Leon might act recklessly. Rest assured, Conley, I will not go that far. Just give me the ball. Unless you wish to abandon your Tai Chi lessons, Leon threatened. Conley, swayed by the threat, replied, I'm not doing this for Tai Chi, but for your sake. Once you position yourself, I will pass you the ball. With all his might, Conley maneuvered Garnett behind him, deftly passing the ball to Letion while drawing away his defender, creating space for the Grizzlies. The Celtics players, confident in Garnett's defense, believed that the tenacious Garnett would easily contain this rookie. Ladies, this is a predicament of your own making. Do not blame me, Garnett thought to himself. Letion explicitly informed Garnett that he would undoubtedly seek retribution, and he would never forfeit any opportunity for vengeance. Rookie, do not squander any more time. Strike swiftly, for I await the chance to block your shot. Garnett was equally unwilling to back down. Letion deftly executed a dreamlike maneuver while subtly employing his right elbow to deliver a fierce blow to Garnett. Utilizing one of the 8 energies of Tai Chi, striking with the elbow tip, concealed from the view of the baseline referee. Garnett, caught off guard by the sudden elbow strike, instantly lost his balance. Seizing the moment, Letion pivoted and charged towards the basket, executing a thunderous dunk. As he passed by the fallen Garnett, he remarked, "You cannot even defend against a rookie, yet you still dare to call yourself the big ticket. I believe the soft ticket suits you better." Garnett, enraged, attempted to confront Letion. Observing the rapidly escalating tension, the baseline referee promptly positioned himself between the two. Faced with the referee's presence, Garnett refrained from any provocative actions, instead directing his ire towards the official. "Did you not see that? He just elbowed me." Garnett complained vehemently. The referee, unwavering, replied, "I did not witness any foul. Cease your insistence." Concerned about a potential altercation, the referee showed no leniency towards Garnett. "Are you blind?" Garnett continued his tirade, confident in his status as an all-star and playing on home turf, believing he would inevitably receive the benefit of the doubt from the officials. Meanwhile, the North Shore Garden Arena replayed the previous offensive play, revealing no evidence of Letion's foul, but highlighting Garnett's unsportsmanlike conduct. Upon hearing Garnett's accusation of blindness, the referee's temper flared, and he decided to administer a penalty, issuing Garnett a technical foul. As Garnett sought to argue further, he was pulled away by Pierce. Rivers, on the sidelines, also voiced his grievances to the head referee, who remained resolute, warning that any further complaints would result in another technical foul for Rivers. Following the free throw, the point differential between the two teams exceeded 10 once more. Letion's aggressive playstyle was precisely what the Grizzlies lacked. He continued to assert his dominance, wondering if Garnett would dare to retaliate again. Coach Zhang was elated, noting that many domestic players believed in maintaining a gentlemanly demeanor. Yet it was essential to respond and not shy away from confrontation. "The big ticket has turned into the soft ticket," he mused, as Garnett was swiftly intimidated. "Tiangu is formidable. Tiangu, I adore you." Garnett, humiliated by the rookie, is filled with fury. Turning back, he continues to take on Letion one-on-one. Having just suffered a setback, Letion resolutely refuses to allow Garnett any underhanded tactics. A financial prodigy, his intellect far surpasses that of ordinary individuals, and his basketball acumen is equally exceptional. He learns swiftly. As Garnett backs down for a post move, Letion cautiously engages in subtle maneuvers, discreetly applying pressure to certain acupoints on Garnett's back with his fingers. Frustrated by Letion's clever tactics, Garnett can only pivot and attempt a shot. Drawing from his previous experience, at the very moment Garnett jumps, Letion gently brushes his hand, a technique from Tai Chi, preventing Garnett from leaping with full force. This proves more effective than merely clinging to Garnett. Harnessing Garnett's momentum, Letion suddenly leaps, exuding an intimidating presence. With a resounding smack, he swats the ball away towards midcourt. What just transpired? The commentator queries his colleague beside him. I think, perhaps, it might have been that rookie who just swatted away Garnett's jump shot." Still somewhat incredulous, he stutters, taken aback by Letion's ferocious block. "Your assertion seems to hold merit. Just a moment ago, it was all about Garnett overpowering that rookie, forcefully knocking him to the ground. In the next instant, a dramatic transformation unfolds. The fans are left in shock, unable to believe the spectacle before them. Wow, Tiangu is phenomenal. He just blocked Garnett head-on. Remarkable." The fan forum erupts in response to Letion's stunning block. Conley, positioned closest to the ball's descent, leaps to seize it. Miller rushes over, receiving Conley's pass. The Green Team's defense is indeed formidable. Despite the severe blow to their morale, they maintain an orderly defensive setup. Miller gradually advances the ball across half-court, awaiting the return of his teammates to initiate a set offense. Letion, disregarding the conventional principles of martial ethics, executed a sudden change of direction, effortlessly evading Pierce's defense. His speed rivaled that of a guard, and coupled with his sharp maneuvering and abrupt stops, it became exceedingly difficult for any player to keep pace with him unless they resorted to double teaming. Near the free throw line, Gasol received the ball and swiftly passed it to Letion. Without a moment's hesitation, Letion launched into the air. Despite Pierce's commendable speed, he managed to position himself in front of Letion just as he leaped, attempting to block the shot. However, Letion, possessing remarkable hang time, released a three-point shot at the very moment Pierce began his descent. Pierce, taken aback by Letion's exceptional aerial prowess, made an effort to interfere, inadvertently striking Letion's arm. The referee's whistle pierced the air. Pierce had committed a foul. The ball swished through the net. Initially, it appeared that Pierce's interference had altered the trajectory of Letion's shot, leading many to believe it would miss, hence the referee's premature whistle. Yet, to their astonishment, the ball found its mark. The referee signaled that Letion would take an additional free throw. Boston fans vociferously attempted to distract him during the free throw. Fueled by anger, Letion could not afford to miss, and he confidently sank the shot. With a triumphant laugh, Letion scored another three-pointer. In that moment, one could imagine Ainge regretting his earlier decision not to select Letion, having provoked his ire. Coach Zhang was undoubtedly elated, as Letion's continuous brilliant displays were a source of great satisfaction for him. Indeed, with his individual efforts, he had propelled the Grizzlies to a 10-2 run against the Celtics. Yu Jia was equally astonished by Letion's explosive scoring ability. After successfully converting the additional free throw, only 20 seconds remained in the first quarter. Rondo of the Celtics held the ball, assisting Parsons, who had established position beneath the basket for a dunk. The Grizzlies concluded the first quarter with a commanding 34-19 lead over the Celtics, ahead by 15 points. During the intermission, Letion quickly recuperated. Knowing he would see significantly more playing time in this match, Coach Mark outlined the game strategy. "Lee, you performed admirably in the final minutes of that quarter. Maintain your aggressive defense. Calmly, stay focused, and seize opportunities for fast breaks. Paul, ensure you initiate the offense and provide effective screens from the wing." In the first quarter, Conley excelled, not only shooting 4 of 5, but also executing 2 fast breaks, one resulting in a layup and the other involving a rebound that led to a score by Miller. Meanwhile, Rivers sat fuming on the sidelines, uncertain how to adjust his strategy. The players executed their offensive plays flawlessly, yet they underestimated the prowess of the Grizzlies rookie on the defensive end. Rivers found himself cursing Ainge for his apparent oversight, lamenting the missed opportunity to draft this prodigious talent. Had he been selected, Rivers mused, he could now be proclaiming, "Celtics are champions." All blame rested squarely on Ainge, not only for passing on Letion, but for failing to even acknowledge him. If not for the orchestrations of Ainge during the summer that brought together the trio of superstars, Rivers would have stormed into Ainge's office long ago. Upon witnessing Letion's debut performance, such thoughts had already crossed his mind. Hearing rumors of Letion being traded to the Grizzlies, he fervently hoped it would not be to a playoff contender, for that would pose significant challenges to the Celtics' championship aspirations this year. He was compelled to alter his defensive strategy, ensuring that Pierce would not be tasked with shadowing Letion throughout the game. Otherwise, by the end of the third quarter, Pierce might find himself incapacitated and unable to continue. Within the Celtics lineup, Pierce was also burdened with a substantial offensive load. Rivers contemplated, "Tony, you will guard that rookie and assist Pierce on defense, allowing him some respite. You must closely monitor him on the perimeter, preventing him from receiving easy passes or shots. Should he venture into the paint, switch with Pierce for defense. Kevin, on the offensive end, your mission is to relentlessly exhaust that rookie's stamina, ideally drawing fouls to wear him down." Rivers meticulously orchestrated the forthcoming tactics, placing his hopes on Tony's ability to match Letion's speed on the perimeter, ensuring he wouldn't be allowed to shoot three-pointers freely. As the timeout concluded, the Celtics initiated their offense, enhancing their ball movement. Unlike the latter half of the first quarter, where each player resorted to individual plays, they now utilized continuous ball movement to dismantle the Grizzlies' defense. Rondo finally seized an opportunity, launching a high arc that found its mark. In subsequent possessions, both teams exchanged baskets, yet the point differential remained around 15, with the Celtics failing to close the gap. Rivers observed his starters' considerable fatigue and opted to substitute Ray Allen and other reserves, hoping this respite would allow Allen to regain his shooting touch. As the substitutes took the floor, Tony Allen began to liberate himself defensively, driving to the basket and scoring consecutively. Gay retaliated against the Celtics. But the disparity in the reserves' prowess was stark. With 4 minutes left in the second quarter, the gap had narrowed to 10 points. Concerned about being overtaken, Mark summoned Le'Tion and the starters back onto the court, aiming to establish a larger lead before halftime. Observing the Grizzlies starters back in play, Rivers retained only Tony Allen on the court, substituting the rest for his primary players. Seeing Tony defending him, Le'Tion recognized the ferocity of Tony Allen's defense. Just prior to his substitution, Le'Tion had deciphered the Celtics' defensive strategy. When he positioned himself on the perimeter, Tony Allen would cling to him like a second skin. And if he entered the paint, he would be met by Pierce. "Tony, fancy a haircut?" Le'Tion's mischievous spirit prompted the question. "What? Rookie, what are you talking about?" Tony was bewildered by Le'Tion's remark. In that fleeting moment of confusion, Le'Tion eluded Tony Allen's defense. "Damn!" Tony exclaimed as he witnessed Le'Tion's three-point shot take flight, unable to suppress a curse. "Tony, what's going on? How could you zone out like that?" Garnett found himself perplexed, uncertain about the recent turn of events and why Tony had appeared momentarily dazed. He vowed that such a lapse would not occur again. Tony, with his lips tightly sealed, harbored resentment towards that damned rookie who had dared to deceive him. He was determined to make him pay. As he retreated, he attempted to engage again, but Tony completely ignored him, evading him as one would a plague. Hastily distancing himself from Le'Tion and positioning himself for his own offensive play. After several rounds of offense, the actions between Le'Tion and Garnett beneath the basket grew increasingly intense. The baseline referee, concerned that the situation might spiral out of control, called a foul on each player. This intervention tempered the initial tension, even as both players remained tightly locked in their positions. Garnett once more sought the ball to launch an attack. Sensing that Le'Tion's stamina was not as robust as it had been in the first quarter, he aimed to leverage his strength for several plays. Bang! The referee, stationed at the corner, could distinctly hear the sound of their muscles colliding, causing his skin to involuntarily twitch. During the first collision, Le'Tion did not yield to Garnett's force. Bang! Another collision occurred, prompting the baseline referee to instinctively touch his chest. Bang! Yet another impact resonated. Seizing the moment, Le'Tion suddenly exerted his strength, rebounding Garnett's force back upon him. Garnett, taken aback by Le'Tion's unexpected endurance after such an extended struggle, stumbled as he was caught off guard. Stepping back, his center of gravity shifted. In that fleeting instant of Garnett's imbalance, Le'Tion deftly snatched the ball from his grasp. Le'Tion staggered as he dribbled the ball, and after only a couple of steps, he opted to pass it to Conley. Dribbling was indeed quite challenging. He feared losing possession and mused that it might be better to confront Garnett instead. However, recalling the earlier encounter, the pain was truly excruciating. As Le'Tion intercepted Garnett, Pierce, stationed at a higher position, swiftly retreated, accelerating back down the court. Conley advanced with the ball, while Le'Tion dashed fervently towards the front court, continuously picking up speed. Aware of the two pursuing him from behind, Pierce decided to focus on defending Conley's layup. Conley approached the paint, and as Pierce positioned himself to defend, Conley, noticing Pierce's presence beneath the basket, lofted the ball high into the air and shouted for Le'Tion to take it. Having already maximized his speed, Le'Tion instantly leaped into the air. Observing Conley's high pass, Pierce had no choice but to pivot and attempt to thwart Le'Tion's impending dunk. At that moment, Le'Tion's leap was beyond Pierce's reach. Soaring through the air, Le'Tion pressed down with his left hand to prevent Pierce from employing any sneaky tactics as he lunged toward him. In that powerful moment of dunking, he sent Pierce crashing out of bounds. Witnessing this ferocious display, the photographers frantically clicked their shutters, eager to immortalize the scene. In that instant, they were not mere fans, but pure enthusiasts of the art of photography. After successfully completing the dunk, Le'Tion cast a glance at Pierce, who lay on the ground beneath the basket. Le'Tion could only hang from the rim with both hands. It was only after Garnett, who was rushing back on defense, helped up the fallen Pierce that he descended from the hoop. At that moment, the fans had already been left in shock by Le'Tion's ferocious dunk. The North Shore Garden was enveloped in a profound silence, and it was evident that many fans could easily fit several eggs in their mouths. What followed was a cacophony of boos and jeers. Le'Tion remained undeterred, continuing to roar in anger. The referee, eager to embellish the moment, blew the whistle for a blocking foul on Pierce, awarding Le'Tion an additional free throw. The spectators, witnessing the referee's theatrics, became even more incensed. The North Shore garden reverberated with chants of biased officiating, biased officiating, biased officiating, echoing throughout the arena. It was magnificent. Lee Tion executed a ferocious dunk over Pierce, accompanied by the bonus free throw. Coach Zhang, disregarding his composure in the studio, leapt from his seat in exhilaration. Yu Jia, still processing the stunning dunk, was jolted back to reality by Coach Zhang's sudden outburst. Coach Zhang, Yu Jia cautioned, mind your image, be careful not to fall. Chapter 78. A punch to Pierce, a kick to Rondo. Brother Tion is incredible. He has just completed a dunk over the All-Star Paul Pierce. Fans exclaimed. I'm utterly devoted to you, Brother Tion. Enthralled by Lee Tion's extraordinary performance, some American fans remarked, wow, that player from the Celestial Empire is strikingly handsome. Too bad he isn't with the Lakers. The Grizzlies do not deserve such a talent. Only the Lakers would be his rightful home. Are the scouts and coaches of so many teams blind? It's unimaginable how he fell to the end of the second round. Numerous fans flooded their team's official website with scathing comments, berating the scouts and coaches. Have you all lost your eyesight? Why did you not choose Lee Tion? The Celtics were in the most anguish. They were initially the frontrunners to acquire Lee Tion, yet the wretched Ainge chose to forego him. They had to endure the frustration of not being able to praise Lee Tion, as he had dunked over Pierce. As Lee Tion descended from the rim, the head referee, assistant referees, and security had already made their way to the sidelines, fearful of a sudden altercation between the teams. The referee was genuinely apprehensive about a brawl, knowing that it could jeopardize his career. Maintaining order, the referees were relieved that no conflict erupted. The referee signaled to Lee Tion to prepare for the free throw. Taking a moment to steady his breath, Lee Tion released the shot. The moment the ball ricocheted off the rim, he approached the referee with a challenge. Referee. That hoop must be crooked, I swear. Lee Tion had delivered an overwhelming shock today, initially intending to disregard him. The head referee found himself compelled to believe Lee Tion's assertion. Calling for a stoppage in play, the referee surveyed the hoop from below and sensed something was amiss. He signaled to the technical table, indicating that there was an issue with the hoop, necessitating a remeasurement of its balance. The game was temporarily halted. Seizing the moment, the Grizzlies finally released their pent-up excitement, rushing from the bench to congratulate Lee Tion, cheering unabashedly. Lee, my heavens, how did you manage that? Do you realize you just dunked over Pierce? The adoration in Conley's eyes lifted as he gazed up at Lee Tion. Conley, you are truly repugnant. Have you forgotten? I am the sky, Lee Tion retorted, his dignity seemingly disregarded. A chorus of disdain echoed from the onlookers. Today, the top 5 plays undoubtedly belong to you. Gasol, who shared a close bond with Lee Tion, added, Conley, do you not admire me? Quickly fetch my jersey. I wouldn't mind signing it for you. He gestured for Conley to retrieve the jersey and a pen, eager to bestow his autograph. Shit, Lee, you are merely a rookie. Step aside. Conley shot back, feeling provoked. Both being rookies, he wondered why Lee Tion could achieve such feats while he could not. Defending against Garnett was exhausting, and as the staff tended to the hoop, he seized the moment to recuperate. Looking at Lee Tion regaining his strength, Lowry inquired, come clean. Did you intentionally skew the hoop to gain a breather and restore your energy? He harbored doubts about Lee Tion's motivations. How could that be? If I had indeed tampered with the hoop, I would not have waited until the free throws concluded to mention it, Lee Tion replied decisively. Then how did you notice? Lowry pressed on. If you practiced 1,000 free throws daily, you too would discern if the hoop was askew, Lee Tion proclaimed with confidence, lifting his chin high. Haha. Lowry, you've once again fallen victim to Lee Tion's verbal teachings. How unfortunate for you, came the jesting remark. Gasol is truly a treasure, observing Lee Tion teasing Lowry. He refrains from speaking until the very end when he finally articulates the truth. After a brief interlude of around 10 minutes, the staff adjusts the hoop. In the match resumes, the referee signals that the previous free throw was invalid, necessitating a reattempt. The crowd erupts in discontented jeers. Undeterred by the cacophony, he confidently sinks the free throw. Lee Tion's thunderous dunk over Pierce ignites the competitive spirit of both teams. The intensity of the game escalates, and the sounds of muscle colliding reverberate throughout the court. To prevent conflicts from arising, the referees are vigilant, blowing their whistles at any hint of discord between the teams. The match unfolds in a disjointed manner, much to the chagrin of the spectators who cannot tolerate the interruptions. The heightened defensive efforts result in a significant decline in shooting accuracy for both sides, with the Grizzlies maintaining a lead of approximately 15 points. The physicality of the game diminishes somewhat, as both Letion and Garnett, representing their respective teams, each accumulate 5 fouls. Consequently, the coaches are compelled to substitute them, lest they forfeit their chances in the fourth quarter. Mark remains untroubled, for Letion serves merely as the finishing touch for the Grizzlies. With the high-intensity defense yielding low shooting percentages, Letion finds little opportunity to shoot, making his substitution inconsequential. The teams continue to struggle offensively, often alternating between scoring and missing shots in a rhythmic pattern. As nearly a quarter of play elapses, the deficit narrows to 11 points with 6 minutes remaining. During this period, the Celtics have managed to close the gap by 4 points. Rivers, noting the dwindling time and the frigid shooting performance of Ray Allen, decides to reinstate Garnett, knowing that without this strategic move, victory would slip away. He calls a timeout to instruct Kevin Garnett to aggressively attack the basket, compelling the Grizzlies to tighten their defense and create openings for outside shots. The trio of superstars joined the Celtics with a singular focus on triumph. For them, victory takes precedence over individual stats or playing time. In response, Mark opts to reintroduce Letion, assigning him the primary responsibility of defending against Garnett. As Letion and Garnett took to the court, the atmosphere between the two teams instantly grew tense. The referee kept a vigilant watch on the pair, ensuring that no altercation would ensue. Right from the outset, Garnett seized the ball, initiating a one-on-one against Letion. Rejuvenated and brimming with confidence, Garnett taunted, "Ladies, are you ready to go one-on-one with me? Make sure to bring your strength." Observing Garnett's silence, Letion was far from idle, launching a barrage of trash talk. "Damn it, yellow-skinned kid, I will undoubtedly overpower you." With that, Garnett erupted, attempting to bulldoze his way past Letion. Sensing the full-force collision from Garnett, Letion adeptly utilized Tai Chi to counter the impact. Realizing he had failed to displace Letion, Garnett unleashed another fierce charge towards him. Letion skillfully retreated, taking a step back to withdraw from Garnett's space. Off balance, Garnett fell to the ground, allowing Lee to seize the rebound and pass it swiftly to the fast-breaking Conley. In his tumble, Garnett inadvertently brought Lee down with him, remaining sprawled on the floor. Enraged, Lee, fueled by indignation, leapt powerfully, stepping over Garnett, unwilling to coddle him, after all. He was not his father and would not indulge such behavior. As Lee stepped over Garnett, Rondo and Pierce, stationed at mid-court, rushed towards him. Rondo swung a fist towards Lee's face, but with a deft sidestep, Lee evaded the blow, only to be ambushed by Pierce from behind. Just as Pierce's punch was about to land, Lee retaliated with a decisive strike to Pierce's face, sending him crashing to the ground. Rondo, turning back in shock, shouted in exasperation and charged at Lee once more. With a swift kick, Lee sent Rondo sprawling. Conley, who had just scored, noticed the scuffle erupting in the backcourt. As all the Grizzlies players converged towards the scene, Pierce, having recovered from Lee's punch, rose and continued to throw punches at him. After dispatching Rondo, Lee unleashed a flurry of strikes at Pierce. The referee hastily intervened, rushing over to break up the altercation. Chapter 79, Rising to Fame. Gasol, attempting to restrain the Grizzlies players, shouted for them to refrain from engaging in the brawl, asserting that Lee could handle an entire team on his own, but would surely face penalties. "We must help him secure this victory." Upon hearing Gasol's words, Conley and Melissa calmed down. On the bench, Lowry and Mark worked diligently to prevent their teammates from rushing onto the court, striving to avert any further escalation of the conflict. Despite the several exchanges between the three, the duration of the skirmish was fleeting. "Damn it," Pierce muttered. Having lost a tooth from Lee's punch, his speech slightly impaired. With the combined efforts of security and referees, the three were separated. Rondo lay unconscious on the floor, pinned down by Lee. Medical personnel rushed onto the court to provide urgent care. Fortunately, after examination, it was determined that Rondo had merely fainted. The doctor, however, remained vigilant, urgently calling for a stretcher to ensure prompt medical attention. Seeing their teammate incapacitated on the court, the Celtics staff hastily brought a stretcher. The Celtics players quickly lifted Rondo onto it, preparing for treatment. Security personnel, while visibly angered at Lee, felt powerless due to their duties, encircling him to prevent any further escalation of the fight. Returning to the bench, the referees approached the scorer's table to review the footage. "Lee, you must maintain your composure. Regardless of any forthcoming penalties, refrain from speaking out. Understand? The team is here. There is no need for you to worry." Mark urged Letion to remain composed. Eager and restless, Conley wished to inquire how Letion had swiftly dealt with Pierce and Rondo moments earlier, but upon observing the unfolding scene on the court, he too calmed himself. Lee, you must maintain your composure. We will undoubtedly secure this match for you. There is no need for concern, Gasol consoled. Aware that Letion was likely to be ejected from the game, they awaited the coach's decision in silence. Initially, the referees refrained from penalizing either team for their aggressive actions, but as tensions simmered, they attempted to exert control, only for the situation to ultimately escalate. Video footage revealed that Rondo and Pierce threw the first punches, while the immediate catalyst was Letion stepping over Garnett, which led to a brawl with Rondo and Pierce, if one could even call it a brawl, as it was more a one-sided assault. The two were swiftly overpowered and knocked out by Letion. After reviewing the footage, the referees expelled all three players from the game, even without the ejection. Rondo and Pierce would have been unable to continue. Accompanied by security, Letion made his way to the visiting team's locker room, traversing the player tunnel amidst a barrage of insults from Celtics fans. Yellow-skin monkey, go back to your country. Get lost, you garbage. So violent. You are nothing but a barbarian. Unfazed by the taunts, any lingering fondness he had for the Celtics vanished, as animosity had long been kindled during the draft. After all, he was on the opposing side. Any additional hostility was inconsequential. Lee, you must remain calm. If you strike a fan, you could face suspension until next season. Do not act impulsively, the Grizzlies' assistant coach cautioned. Once in the locker room, Letion reclined and began to watch the live broadcast of the game. As Letion exited the court, the score differential between the two teams had widened to 13 points. Pierce and Rondo were incapacitated by their own actions, rendering them unable to continue, and Garnett was likely in a precarious situation as well. The Celtics starting lineup had been effectively diminished by their own mistakes. Should they fail to secure victory in this match, Gasol would be left to face dire consequences. Letion pondered, Mike, you needn't worry. I shall remain in the locker room, rest assured. He reassured his assistant coach. Mike, concerned for Letion, remained in the locker room, apprehensive about any further developments. Domestic fans reacted to Letion's altercation on the court with mixed sentiments. Some condemned him as a national disgrace, lamenting the humiliation brought upon their country. Others defended him, questioning whether he should simply endure insults without retaliation. Are foreigners your superiors? They argued. Clearly, he is a future patriot. Brother Tion acted correctly, and we stand behind him. Go, Brother Tion. So impressive, he must instill a sense of security. American fans echoed similar sentiments, idolizing strength. Lee is incredible. He reminds me of Bruce Lee. I aspire to learn the martial arts of the Celestial Empire. He is truly formidable. Yet, some viewed him as a brute, deserving expulsion from the NBA. Critics among the Celtic supporters suggested a harsh fate for him, while others pointed out that Pierce and Rondo had instigated the altercation, unable to match their prowess. They blame others for their own inadequacies. What a loser. The match swiftly drew to a close, with the referees maintaining a consistent and stringent standard of officiating. Any physical contact resulted in a foul being called. Under such strict enforcement, both teams resorted to merely guarding with their eyes. The score settled at 115-90. As the Celtics' key players had been sidelined by Letion's actions, Garnett, feeling unwell, did not return to the game, while Ray Allen remained cold and ineffective, and Perkins, a blue-collar center, failed to score. The situation unfolded overwhelmingly in favor of the Grizzlies, who triumphed with a 25-point victory over the Celtics, marking the latter's fourth loss of the season. This defeat also represented the largest margin of loss for the Celtics this season. Previously, their maximum loss had only been by 5 points, underscoring the formidable nature of the Celtics this season. Letion rose to fame due to this match, not only for his impressive block against Garnett, but also for the spectacular dunk over Pierce, culminating in a knockout of both Pierce and Rondo. After the game concluded, Rondo remained unconscious. Fortunately, the doctors assessed that it was merely a state of faintness. A detailed examination at the hospital would be necessary to ascertain the extent of his injuries. As the match ended, Rondo was en route to the hospital, and it is anticipated that he will miss at least a few games. In this match, Letion achieved a comprehensive performance, recording 18 points, 9 rebounds, 3 assists, 2 blocks, 1 steal, and 2 turnovers. As the game concluded, the Grizzlies players returned to the locker room. Recognizing that victory was secured, they began to freshen up. Letion also wished to depart from this cursed place sooner rather than later. It was indeed wise to leave Boston at the earliest opportunity. Paul, welcome back to victory. Letion greeted each player with a warm embrace. Thank you for securing this win. Upon our return to Memphis, I shall present each of you with a gift as a token of my gratitude. Lee Tion felt immense appreciation for his teammates' unwavering support, without their selfless contributions. Clinching this victory would have been an insurmountable challenge. While there was no need for further expression of thanks, he reminded them not to forget the promised gifts. Gasol was always open to receiving them. Haha, gifts are a must, he chimed in. The resounding triumph against the league-leading Celtics brought palpable excitement, and Gay momentarily set aside any previous discord between them. Lee, had I known of your formidable prowess, why not eliminate their 5 starters as soon as you stepped onto the court? Victory would undoubtedly have been ours. Conley had entirely let loose. Get lost. All the players shouted in unison, startling Conley, who quickly sought refuge behind Lee Tion. Laughter erupted among the group. Ahem. Mark interrupted their jubilant celebration. Paul, Conley, you two will accompany me to the press conference. Lee, you remain in the locker room. Do not venture out. Once the press conference concludes, we shall head straight to the airport and depart from Boston. Mark had decided to leave overnight, with no objections from anyone. All were eager to vacate this contentious place. Understood, Coach. This victory will certainly be the talk of the town. I predict your image will dominate the front pages of newspapers tomorrow. I suspect your Twitter following will surge, and Paul will undoubtedly seek your assistance in garnering votes. Lowry remarked cheerfully as he conversed with Lee Tion. Better to remain low profile, for notoriety might not be flattering. Congratulations, you guessed correctly. Chapter 80. Post-match interview. Mark, accompanied by Gasol and Conley, attended the post-match press conference. Gasol, liberated from the necessity of matching up with Garnett, thrived defensively without the need for physical confrontations, amassing 25 points, 12 rebounds, and 4 blocks. Conley also delivered an impressive performance, achieving 15 points, 7 rebounds, and 10 assists, his first career double-double. Coach Mark, do you believe your team's victory in this match was well-deserved? A Boston journalist, still troubled by the defeat, inquired. I disagree with your assertion. Are you suggesting that our scoring was fabricated? I hope you take responsibility for your words. Should you feel our score was falsified, you may lodge a complaint with the league. If not, I urge you to acknowledge our rightful victory in this match. After a rare victory against a formidable opponent, Mark finally displayed a moment of bravado. Paul, could you offer an assessment of your teammates' aggressive demeanor on the court? The focus shifted to Gasol. No. I must disagree with your characterization. Do you truly perceive such actions as brutal? Did you not witness that it was Pierce and Rondo who instigated the altercation first? His actions were merely a form of self-defense, and they didn't even manage to strike a single blow. If self-defense is deemed barbaric, perhaps you ought to revisit your understanding of legal principles. Gasol, who shares a close rapport with Lee Tion, would naturally refrain from criticizing him. And even if their relationship were strained, he would not speak ill of a teammate, especially in front of the media. They initiated the confrontation. But that was only after Lee Tion had passed over Garnett. The reporters continued to press for answers. Did you not observe? The reporter queried. Garnett has been lying on top of my teammate, preventing him from getting up and impeding our fast break. Such behavior is utterly disgraceful, and I hold his petty actions in contempt. With Gasol's words, Garnett was instantly transformed into a villain. If Garnett were to hear this, he would surely protest, claiming, I did not wish to remain down. I was merely bumped by Lee and was unable to rise. I am being wronged here. Conley, as you attend your inaugural press conference, does this signify your ascension as the leader of the team? Given that Conley is but a rookie, having only played a handful of games and starting just once, to label him as the team leader seems an overtly conspicuous misstep. Are they not aware of the need for subtlety? No, every member of our team is exceptional. I simply performed well in this match. Paul is the true leader of the Grizzlies. Such remarks could jeopardize one's standing within the team. Paul, could you elaborate on why your team performed so admirably today? I can certainly address that. We aim to support Lee and convey to Ainge that his judgment was misguided. He has miscalculated. With that, the trio departed from the press conference. Following the conclusion of the Grizzlies press event, an even larger throng of reporters gathered for the Celtics conference, where more sensational revelations were anticipated. Hello, Rivers. What is your perspective on the recent altercation among your players? Rivers felt a profound sense of embarrassment. To engage in a fight is one thing, but for two individuals to be bested by one, only to be swiftly knocked out, is simply humiliating. That rookie from the Celestial Empire was excessively aggressive. Our NBA is a league of civility, and we have no need for such brutish conduct. Rivers was irate beyond measure. Seated beside Rivers was Tony Allen, who had been dispatched to the press conference, as the other players were either injured or too ashamed to attend. Ray Allen, having missed all 9 of his shots, truly had no face left to confront the media. However, Rivers interjected. It was Pierce and Rondo who initiated the confrontation, and it appeared Le'Tion was the one who delivered the knockout. No, it was not as you suggest. That rookie must have employed some cunning tactic. Rondo and Pierce merely approached him to discuss the matter. They were not there to fight. He ambushed them. Regardless of what is said, one must not acknowledge it. Embarrassment is merely a state of being. After all, this is not the first occurrence. My apologies, Rivers. The replay clearly shows that the two of them were the ones who initiated the altercation. The reporters pressed on with their inquiries. Is that so? Surely you must have misjudged. I did not observe such a thing. Rivers feigned ignorance. Rivers, it has come to my attention that prior to the draft, your team extended a promise to the new talent from the East, yet ultimately chose another. Will you regret this decision? I just heard Gasol mention this matter, which had never been disclosed before. Another sensational news point. Is that so? I am unaware. May I inquire if there are any further questions? If not, this press conference is hereby concluded. Tony Allen, who sat alongside Rivers, was met with a complete lack of questions directed at him, as he was selectively overlooked. Having lost the game and being sidelined by the reporters, Tony Allen felt a surge of frustration. Despite being the defensive stalwart for the Celtics, he held little standing. Under the radiance of the Big Three, the other members of the Celtics remained mere embellishments. As the press conference drew to a close, Rivers' remarks began to ripple through the league, prompting several players to rise in defense of the Celtics. Conversely, others laid blame upon the Celtics, asserting that all matters stemmed from their actions. The press conference concluded hastily, with Mark harboring concerns about potential incidents in Boston. Upon returning to the locker room, he found the players had already taken it upon themselves to pack their belongings, including those of the 2 players who attended the press conference, which Le'Tion had neatly bundled and was carrying. Lee, you may carry our bags. Conley and I have certainly shielded you from scrutiny during the press conference. Gasol remarked shamelessly. Le'Tion said nothing as he shouldered both bags and headed towards the bus. In the Celtics locker room, players clamored to block the entrance to the visiting team's changing area. I advise against it. Lee is formidable. Even if we all went, we might not prevail. Or else Rondo wouldn't still be unconscious, Pierce remarked, revealing a gap where a tooth once was. Observing the various injuries sustained by the 3, the most concerning was Rondo's continued unconsciousness. Rivers bellowed at the door, can you take them on? If you all get suspended, will there even be a game left to play? The Celtics were poised to face the challenge of missing 3 key players in the upcoming matches. If they resorted to fighting and incurred suspensions, they might as well forfeit outright. For the Grizzlies players, this was their first experience of an overnight flight, and not a single complaint was uttered. All were eager to leave the wretched Boston behind. The night in Boston was one they longed to forget, wishing not to behold it for even another second. On the plane, Mark comforted Lee, saying, the team will handle public relations moving forward. You need not say anything externally. The team has your back. Understood, Coach, Lee replied. You are certain to face a suspension, but the team will strive to minimize its duration. Upon hearing about the impending suspension, Lee felt a pang of anxiety, uncertain how long it might last. Lee, you know how to worry. When you knocked out those 2, I didn't see you fretting, Conley quipped, recalling Pierce's predicament and chuckling. Coach, what about my salary during the suspension? Le'Tion inquired, aware that his pay was modest. There will be no salary during the suspension, Mark replied. After a moment of silence, Lee expressed his remorse. I'm sorry, the gifts are no longer available. And now I can't even afford food. My salary was already pitiful, and now with fines and no wages during the suspension, I feel quite unfortunate. Lee began lamenting his financial woes. Lee, you still care about your salary? We've heard you sign numerous endorsements. No gifts. Don't even think about it. You won't be left with a window to look out of, Conley teased, exposing Lee's situation. Chapter 81. League sanctions returning to Memphis overnight. The plane touched down steadily. What a relief. We've made it back alive, Conley exclaimed, patting his chest. Conley, can't you show a little ambition? Look at Lee. He remains so composed. The plane has landed, and he hasn't reacted at all. Noticing Le'Tion's continued stillness, Gasol rose to rouse him. Haha, Paul? Lee has fallen asleep. Lowry nearly laughed himself into a fit. Ah, we've arrived already? How is it so quick? I just closed my eyes. Le'Tion was unaware that after speaking with the coach, he had drifted back into slumber and remained so until now. You are truly like a pig. Gasol remarked as he disembarked the plane. Letion was indeed exhausted. The relentless tussle with Garnett beneath the basket was nothing short of grueling, as was his routine. He arose early, gazing out at the sunlit world beyond his window. He chose to engage in some Tai Chi practice, which had recently brought about significant transformation in his game. This discipline not only enhanced his defensive skills, but also remarkably elevated his offensive capabilities. For instance, during the previous match against Garnett, despite being at a relative disadvantage in strength, he adeptly employed the principles of Tai Chi, harmonizing hardness and softness, and utilizing the opponent's force against him, rendering Garnett ineffective time and again. His footwork and touch around the basket had likewise become notably more fluid. Throughout the morning, Letion emptied his mind, and upon concluding his Tai Chi session, he felt a profound sense of relief. Afterward, he drove to the training facility, unaware that the recent altercation had ignited a frenzy across both domestic and international media platforms. Letion's knockout of Pierce and Rondo has, after a night of fervent discussion, completely ignited the entire league. Stern, the venerable commissioner, weary yet resolute, convened the league's management overnight to deliberate on the necessary punitive measures regarding this altercation. "What do you believe should be the punishment for the players involved in this brawl?" Stern inquired, casting a glance at his protege, the prospective future commissioner. A figure known as Joke asserted that the Asian player should face severe repercussions for his excessively violent actions, which undermined the league's carefully cultivated image and resulted in injury to the prominent star, Pierce. "We must not show leniency," he insisted. At this juncture, Stern held absolute authority within the league, and his words were beyond reproach. The others hesitated, unable to formulate a coherent response, until one voice emerged, proposing a balanced approach of mutual accountability. "I believe both sides should receive equal reprimands. Each has erred. If we dig deeper, the primary responsibility lies with the Celtics, as they initiated the conflict, leaving the rookie with no choice but to act in self-defense." Stern cast a disappointed glance at Joke. He recognized that this vice president, whom he had nurtured for so long, was solely fixated on profits, neglecting the broader implications, and still required further development. The conflicting opinions soon erupted into a cacophony of disputes. The once tranquil conference room transformed into a marketplace of heated exchanges, with even the self-proclaimed gentlemen of the management nearly shedding their decorum. No one could sway the others. "Let us all pause. Both parties are at fault. We must not harbor biases simply because he is Asian. The NBA is a global basketball league, not merely an American one. And this must be our guiding principle as we appeal to the world." Stern remained incensed over Ainge's contravention of league rules in forming a super team, seizing this opportunity to impose a stern penalty and remind him who truly governs the league. Shortly thereafter, the league's official website announced the sanctions stemming from the brawl. Celtics players Paul Pierce and Rajon Rondo were each suspended for 3 games, fined $30,000, and required to complete 8 hours of community service. Meanwhile, Grizzlies player Letion received a 5-game suspension, a $50,000 fine, and 10 hours of community service. The league's sanctions were recently announced, creating quite a stir. The Celtics protested the penalties, contending that both Pierce and Rondo should not have been punished, while arguing that the sanction against Letion was too lenient and should be intensified. Shortly after, the Celtics lodged their protest on their official website. The league swiftly responded by imposing an additional fine of $100,000 on the Celtics for publicly criticizing the league's disciplinary actions. With this announcement, the 30 teams within the league were left with no management daring to question the league's decisions. The league's retribution was evidently intended to uphold its authority and serve as a warning to other teams. The clamor for a harsher penalty against Letion gradually faded among the teams. However, the debate between the fans of the two teams and the fans from the Celestial Empire had only just begun. The fairness of the league's penalties was called into question. Why was Rondo the first to act, yet Letion received the most severe punishment? Fans from the Celestial Empire were the first to voice their skepticism. Stern may impose penalties on teams, but he cannot govern the fans. He hopes that more supporters from the Celestial Empire will rise to defend Letion, as these fans will eventually become devoted followers of the NBA. Conversely, some argued that the Celestial Empire's player was excessively brutal and deserved a season-long suspension. Neutral observers expressed their opinions as well, questioning the audacity of those who spoke out, pointing out that one cannot claim the moral high ground after instigating a fight and subsequently being knocked out in a 2-on-1 situation. Celtics fans cautioned against further complaints, suggesting that if Letion were to face a season suspension, then both Pierce and Rondo should receive at least 50-game bans, effectively ending the Celtics season. Others, however, urged restraint for the sake of the championship. The discussions among fans could not influence the league's penalties nor alter the reality of Letion's suspension. Upon arriving at the training facility, the players of the Grizzlies were already present and ready for practice. Letion was taken aback. This group usually arrived punctually for training. So what prompted their early appearance today? He turned to gaze at the sun, which still hung in the sky, unblemished by any anomalies. Hey, guys. The sun hasn't malfunctioned today. Why are you all at the gym so early? Letion quipped, directing his jest at Gasol. Lee, are you oblivious? Just give me your bank card number, Gasol bluntly requested. Gasol, have you finally had a change of heart? Are you planning to treat me and buy gifts for everyone? Letion chuckled, quickly jotting down his bank card details. Get lost. Were you already prepared for this? Gasol retorted, feigning annoyance as Letion hastily wrote. Paul, what's the fuss? It's just a matter of buying a few gifts. It won't cost much, just enough to appease them, Letion said with a grin. Looking at the group. Lee, you can't take my gift lightly. If you do, the next time we face the Celtics, I won't pass you the ball even once. Just wait and see, Conley warned, having caught wind of Letion's intentions. Conley, it seems that a significant number of assists you've handed out were snagged by me on the boards. Are you sure you won't pass to me? Letion shrugged off Conley's remarks. All right, I'll pass to you then, he replied, just as a chuckle escaped the group. Gasol, puzzled, wondered if this guy truly remained unaware of his league-imposed suspension and fine. Lee, you've been suspended for 5 games and fined $50,000. What did you say? Lowry, how much is the fine? My hearing isn't quite sharp. Could you repeat that? Lowry raised a hand for emphasis. My goodness, $50,000. My salary this year is only $440,000. After taxes, there is hardly anything left, Letion calculated with his fingers. Just a reminder, during the suspension, you won't receive any salary either, Conley kindly pointed out. Conley, I challenge you. Why on earth am I not receiving my salary during a suspension? Those wretched capitalists, he exclaimed, pulling Conley along as he sought a one-on-one confrontation. Conley, terrified, having been knocked out by Letion before, was further intimidated as both Pierce and Rondo had also faced Letion's wrath. He valued his life above all else. No, Paul? Someone save me. Lee is a devil. He is Satan incarnate. Conley cried out for Gasol's assistance. The others watched with amusement, laughing uncontrollably. They doubled over, some even collapsing to the floor, thumping their hands in mirth. Conley, why don't you consider acting? If you played chaplain, you'd surely be a sensation, Lowry remarked, still chuckling. No, basketball is my true passion. Damn it, Lee, let me go. I'm about to suffocate. This is murder. Conley struggled with all his might to free himself from Letion's grasp. Enough of this nonsense. Lee, hurry and give me your bank card number. Letion was interrupted by Gasol, having only completed half of his writing. No need for Paul. I am financially capable of handling these fines myself, he stated. There was no necessity for him to owe Gasol a favor for the sum of $50,000. Such debts are the most challenging to repay. He was not devoid of funds, having merely been putting on a FAAD. I have secured numerous endorsements that surpass my salary significantly. You all were aware of this previously, he shared with Gasol regarding his sponsorships. All right then, allow me to procure that gift for you, Gasol replied. After all, he was the highest paid player and the leader of the team, and it was essential for him to take the initiative in such matters, especially since he had not gained any recognition in the recent altercation. Oh, by the way, Lee, will you be joining us for the away game? Once the financial matters were settled, the focus shifted to the upcoming match. Of course, why do you ask? Letion responded, perplexed. Is it not enough that I am suspended? Now I cannot even watch the game from the VIP seats? The thought of observing his teammates exerting themselves on the court while he remained seated below was truly exhilarating. There is one more aspect of your punishment that I have not mentioned. During your 5-game suspension, you are prohibited from entering any NBA arenas. What is this nonsense? Can I not even enjoy the game? He lamented. It seems I shall have to stay at home and miss out on the experience of watching you all struggle through the away games. Observing the forlorn expressions of his teammates, Letion felt an uncontrollable sense of joy. Lee, come to my office, Mark summoned him. Please provide me with your card number. I believe they have informed you of your 5-game suspension and the accompanying fine of $50,000. Paul just spoke to me about it, Mark continued. While we cannot assist you with the suspension, The team will allocate funds specifically to cover certain fines incurred by players in exceptional circumstances. We will take care of your fine. Just give me your card number. Well, if the team is footing the bill, I certainly won't refuse, Letion replied, promptly jotting down his card number. You will not be able to participate in both home and away games during the suspension, but training must continue, Mark casually reminded him. Understood, coach. Does Paul know about this fund? Letion pondered, confident that Gasol was aware, being a veteran player. Having concluded their conversation, Letion departed from Mark's office, only to be greeted by the sound of a commotion outside, akin to the wailing of a slaughtered pig. Chapter 82. The Fusion of Taiji. Letion glanced at the schedule. The upcoming 5 matches include a home game against the Heat, a clash with the Lakers, an away challenge against the Kings, a back-to-back away encounter with the Jazz, and another away game against the Lakers. Letion believed that foregoing his wages for these 5 matches was inconsequential. He could dedicate himself to training. With 8 days at his disposal, he envisioned a week of rigorous practice followed by a day of rest, after which he would join the team for collective training. He promptly returned to formulate a training regimen, mindful of the precious time he had, as it was a rare opportunity for comprehensive training. He arranged in advance for a trainer and a training facility. Given that the team's training venue was inaccessible, he opted to rent an external gym for a week, which would also allow him to allocate time for community service. Amidst the hectic schedule of competitions, Letion had only managed sporadic training sessions. It was indeed a rarity to have an entire week dedicated to honing his skills. This training would primarily focus on integrating his current techniques with the principles of Tai Chi with the experience of combining footwork and strength. Letion aimed to explore further fusions in his upcoming training. The previous encounters had expedited his progress significantly. The practice of Tai Chi necessitates a tranquil mind and intentional focus with natural breathing. It embodies a sense of poise, softness, and gradual motion. Movements should be graceful, rounded, and complete. They must flow seamlessly, distinguishing between emptiness and fullness. Agility and composure should coexist, embodying both softness and firmness. Such practice requires unwavering concentration, steady breathing, and a relaxed demeanor, avoiding any form of tension. Actions should flow like water, gentle and consistent. Movements ought to be continuous and harmonious, with a clear distinction between solid and void, maintaining a stable center of gravity. Each motion must be light, yet composed, free from stiffness, embodying both external softness and internal strength, with power being delivered wholly and elastically, avoiding the use of brute force. These principles significantly enhance his basketball prowess. Long-term dedication to Tai Chi has fortified Letion's recovery abilities. In fast-paced movements, he could maintain a stable center of gravity during confrontations. He learned to leverage his strength against opponents who were physically superior, no longer fearing their challenges. However, the discomfort that sometimes accompanies such encounters was unavoidable. The clarity between solid and void yielded remarkable results in his footwork, offensive maneuvers, and defensive strategies, improving his feints, foot transitions, and initial burst of speed. For every offensive and defensive interaction, the judicious application of strength proved immensely beneficial for conserving energy and effectively managing his stamina. Letion has made significant strides in his coordination, becoming increasingly proficient with the death spiral maneuver. His ability to anticipate his opponent's movements has also greatly improved through relentless practice. The trainer, witnessing Letion's series of movements, exclaimed, "This is an upgraded version of the dream steps, isn't it? The fluidity of your footwork is astounding." Observing the unpredictable nature of Letion's steps, one could hardly anticipate his next move, let alone discern the nuances of his footwork. On several occasions, Letion's sudden burst of speed compelled the trainer to slow down the footage to fully appreciate the intricacies of his transitions. "Lee, your footwork is simply extraordinary. I believe you have the potential to teach a class. I am convinced that even if you charged each student a weekly fee of $100,000, they would willingly comply." The trainer generously praised him. "Ha, Mike, you hold me in too high regard," Letion replied. He recognized the prowess of his footwork, but pondered why his dream steps had yet to reach their full potential. While somewhat perplexed, he chose not to dwell on it, attributing it perhaps to his lack of practical experience. He understood that he must utilize these steps more frequently in upcoming competitions to master them swiftly. Such skills require validation through real combat, and perhaps, in due time, his footwork would indeed evolve. "Lee, your touch is remarkably soft. Why can't you seem to sink that damned basketball into the hoop?" This perplexity weighed heavily on him. "Your layups are still somewhat lacking." albeit significantly improved from the start, Mike remarked, not missing an opportunity to tease Lee Tion about his shooting. "Ah, I too feel helpless. That cursed ball simply refuses to go in. What can I do?" Lee Tion expressed his frustration regarding his layup skills, yearning for a breakthrough. He had sought advice from everyone on the Grizzlies, yet the system provided no indications of improvement. Although his teammates' explanations had contributed to a certain enhancement, the progress remained marginal. After months of practice, his layup success rate had risen by 10 when unguarded, a feat he attributed to integrating some Tai Chi gestures into his game. Yet, he understood that further practice was necessary. Every day. After blending Tai Chi techniques into his basketball skills, he diligently continued to train on his three-point shooting, which he considered his most vital scoring method in the league. In fact, 70 of Lee Tion's points stemmed from beyond the arc, while his interior scoring remained woefully insufficient, primarily relying on fast breaks and alley-oop dunks, with true layups being all too scarce. Thud, thud. Outside the three-point line, he continuously sprinted, receiving passes, leaping into the air, battling for position, and then releasing the ball, which traced a perfect arc through the air before finding its mark. The trainer turned to the ball boy, Chris, and inquired, "How many three-pointers has Lee made?" Engrossed in watching Lee Tion's training videos, he paid little attention to Lee Tion's three-point shooting accuracy. After training alongside Lee Tion for an extended period, he had long been astounded by Lee Tion's terrifying three-point shooting percentage. Even a rare occurrence of 2 consecutive misses would leave Mike in a state of shock for quite some time. Since I began counting. This seems to be the 100th attempt, right? Chris felt a twinge of uncertainty. He had never witnessed anyone consistently making over 100 three-pointers in motion, not due to a lack of skill, but because most individuals simply lack the stamina to endure until the 100th shot. The act of shooting three-pointers in succession is particularly taxing on one's physical endurance. Otherwise, the three-point shooting contest would not limit participants to merely 25 shots from fixed positions. Reflecting on this, one can recall that Michael Jordan's score in the three-point contest was a meager 6 points, illustrating that while it may sound straightforward, the execution is entirely different. 101, 110, 120. Phew, finally one missed. I'm utterly exhausted. Lee Tion's complexion had turned somewhat pale, as the recent three-point training had drained him of considerable energy. The trainer hurried over, assisting Lee Tion with relaxation techniques and muscle massages to alleviate soreness and potential fatigue. "Lee, your three-point shooting is truly beyond words. It leaves me utterly astonished," Mike swore. "This is the first time in my many years of training that I have witnessed such a staggering accuracy." "Mike, lift your chin, otherwise it might dislocate if you keep staring like that," Lee Tion chuckled. Observing Mike's expression, he felt somewhat bemused. After all, it was merely a few successful three-pointers. Was such a reaction truly warranted? He pondered whether he could continue to deliver such explosive performances, as Mike might find himself perpetually astounded. "Damn it, you've teased me again," the trainer cursed, "but your training must come to an end today. Otherwise, it will significantly impact your recovery." Mike was genuinely concerned that this training session might adversely affect Lee Tion's health. He cherished having such a dedicated athlete, yet Lee Tion's well-being was equally paramount. He did not wish for such a gifted player to suffer from overtraining under his watch, as that would be a grave dereliction of duty. He needed to ensure Lee Tion's health. Therefore, he chose to intervene and halt Lee Tion's training. "All right, Mike, I will heed your advice. I shall not engage in any further training today. I will first focus on relaxing my body." With that, he turned and commenced some simple relaxation exercises to help ease his muscles and facilitate recovery. After concluding his relaxation routine, Lee Tion resumed his discussion with Mike. Eager to evaluate the results of his recent training, Mike remarked, "Your training has been extraordinary. Your progress is remarkable. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have thought you were fabricating it. I am a genius, you know," Lee Tion exclaimed. After several days of training, he had identified numerous issues in his movements, particularly regarding the speed and technique of his ball reception, which required refinement. One should not underestimate these seemingly minor actions. If they become habitual, they can easily be exploited by opponents. In high-intensity matches, such flaws may become focal points for adversaries. The integration of Tai Chi has significantly enhanced many of his techniques. Initially skeptical about the system's utility, his perspective has since transformed. With Mike's daily summaries, analyses, and subsequent suggestions for improvement, the overall experience has proven to be quite beneficial. Thereafter, Lee Tion trained daily alongside Mike, who began to feel somewhat desensitized to Li Tian's performances due to his remarkable progress. "Li, your training results are impressive," Mike praised. "Of course." Just as Li Tian was about to elaborate, Mike promptly interrupted him. "Stop, stop, stop. Damn it. I can't bear to hear any more of your forthcoming remarks." Mike was exhausted by Li Tian's lengthy monologues. The more he listened, the more he felt he might be on the brink of a mental breakdown. For the sake of his own well-being, he resolutely chose to curtail Li Tian's incessant output. "I swear, I will never compliment you again. I don't know how much longer I can endure this." After a brief pause, he continued, "I suppose that would compel me to relinquish this comfortable position, even if it brings in more income." "Oh, Mike, don't say that. I won't speak any further. I certainly do not wish for you to resign, as that would be a considerable loss for me. It's truly difficult to find such an exceptional trainer like you." "Li, let us continue discussing the issues you've encountered in your training," Mike insisted, cutting off any further dialogue. "If I don't intervene now, I dread what I might say next." The two then began to delve into the problems Li Tian had faced during training over the past few days. "You still need to refine your movements and eliminate any unnecessary actions," Mike advised. "In the forthcoming training sessions, I will address these issues." Li Tian was determined to address these issues and engage in rigorous training for improvement. Chapter 83. Training can also be an addiction in the ensuing days, apart from training. He dedicated 2 hours to community service. During one of these sessions, he encountered the same little boy as before. Spending time with the child, he practiced basketball with him several times. As their interactions deepened, Li Tian gained greater insight into the boy's character. He encouraged him to train diligently, persevere, and steer clear of detrimental habits, assuring him that he possessed the potential to become a member of the NBA. Finally, the community service concluded, which had significantly hindered his training. Upon returning to his residence, he was resolute in working out for another hour. At this point, Li Tian had transformed into a training enthusiast, adhering to a strict regimen every day without fail. Since the suspension began, he had not paid attention to the team's recent matches. Today, he would commence practicing layups, having adapted to the layup technique that incorporated elements of Tai Chi, resulting in a notable improvement in his success rate after pivoting. Each day unfolded in this manner. In the morning, Li Tian focused on positioning drills and three-point shooting. In the afternoon, he engaged in strength and defensive training, and in the evening, he dedicated time to footwork and layup practice. After each training session, he would return to his residence, his body weary from exertion. The nutritionist, keeping pace with his training and daily physical assessments, continually prepared varied nutritious meals for him. Each time he consumed these meals, it was an ordeal. He frequently suggested to the nutritionist to visit the Celestial Empire for further study on what constitutes real food. Daily, he endured boiled chicken breast and steamed vegetables, or sometimes nuts accompanied by vegetable juice. The only solace for Li Tian was the nuts, yet they were always portioned, never allowing him the pleasure of indulgence, which was immensely frustrating. "Larry, honestly, I believe you need to travel to the Celestial Empire for further training. These nutritious meals are utterly unpalatable. I often find them difficult to swallow. During the off-season, I must take you to the Celestial Empire so you can truly understand what food is and what constitutes real culinary delights. I am certain you would be captivated." Li Tian resolutely decided that he would spare no expense to bring Larry to the Heavenly Empire. Yet, he persevered in finishing the meal before him. It was truly unfathomable to consider how those players, for over a decade, managed to subsist on such fare. Having endured it for merely half a year, he was already beginning to feel unhinged. "Mike, we continue training tomorrow. I cannot afford to squander a single moment of this opportunity," Li Tian declared loudly to Mike before departing the training facility. Just as he was about to start his car, Mike stood in front of the vehicle, blocking his path. "Are you out of your mind, Mike?" Li Tian exclaimed, a sense of dread washing over him. Fortunately, the car had yet to ignite. Otherwise, tomorrow would not hold the promise of training, but rather the grim prospect of prison life. "Are you addicted to training, Li? If I continue to accompany you, whether I'll see the sunrise of another day remains uncertain. You've been training for 7 consecutive days. Have you forgotten? You need to take a day of rest tomorrow before returning to the competition," Mike exclaimed, growing increasingly agitated. "This is downright exploitative. What a wretched capitalist system." "Is that so? I've been so engrossed in training that I've scarcely glanced at the team's news. Has it truly been 7 days already?" "Yes. How infuriating that I forgot. Thank goodness for your reminder. Remember to send us our bonuses," he retorted, turning to leave. "All right, Mike, I will indeed send you the bonus." "Though it may be somewhat modest," Li Tian replied. Upon hearing the word bonus, Mike halted, only to discover it was a mere $100. You know I'm still just a rookie. Mike nearly stumbled upon hearing this and walked away without a backward glance. Don't run off. $100 is still money. Lee Tion called out loudly towards Mike's retreating figure. Fortunately, Mike did not hear him. Had he done so, one could only wonder if he would resort to desperate measures against Lee Tion. Lee Tion felt that he had recently made significant gains, not only in terms of his technical skills, but also in his physical fitness, with a gradual improvement in his recovery speed. Upon returning home, he began to catch up on the latest NBA news, having refrained from browsing the news, taking a cue from LeBron James and severing his connection with the outside world. During the 5 games of his suspension, the Grizzlies managed to secure a win against the Heat with a score of 109-94 in their first match, but subsequently faced 4 consecutive defeats. They lost to the Lakers 117-101, narrowly fell to the Kings 116-113, succumbed to the Warriors 116-104, and ultimately suffered a heartbreaking 100-99 loss to the surging Lakers at the Staples Center. The Grizzlies had become a team that others relished defeating, as everyone seemed eager to claim a victory against them. What pained Lee Tion the most was the missed opportunity to face Kobe in a one-on-one matchup. Competing against such a premier player would have significantly aided his defensive development. After reviewing the team's performance reports, he pondered that if he had been able to play, they could have won at least 1 or 2 more games, especially the last one against the Lakers, which was a regrettable near miss. He also reflected on the Celtics, with whom he had clashed, who were not faring any better. After their defeat to the Grizzlies, they lost all 5 subsequent games against the Pistons, Hornets, Nets, and in their final 2 matches against the Wizards. Garnett had missed 3 games before making his return, while Pierce and Garnett were still struggling with their injuries, and Rondo would need to wait a bit longer to play. It could be said that Lee Tion single-handedly contributed to the Celtics' 6-game losing streak. Each time Ainge witnessed the Celtics suffer another defeat, he was filled with regret, reportedly breaking several cups in frustration. And now his assistant would serve him water in paper cups, fearful of being struck by a thrown cup. In the general manager's office, Ainge inquired if they could consider trading for Lee, offering a future first-round draft pick. Do you think that's feasible? He asked his assistant who had just entered. I wouldn't recommend trading for him, as it would disrupt the existing chemistry, the assistant replied. If Lee were to join the Celtics, it would be challenging for Rondo, who had been injured by him, Garnett, who had been humiliated, and Pierce, who had suffered both a dunk and injury at his hands. Damn, I regret it so much. Ainge lamented, reflecting on why he hadn't selected Lee Tion at the time. Even if the Grizzlies were willing to trade him, would Lee be inclined to come here and play effectively? Would the other players accept him? The fans could only sigh, unable to express Ainge's profound regret. How I wish I had made a different choice. Lee, you can return to the arena tomorrow. The management of the Grizzlies reached out to Lee Tion, expressing their apologies as he might not be able to attend practice tomorrow. He needed a day to recuperate after a week of rigorous training. His body required rest to endure further intense sessions. Upon returning home, a wave of exhaustion washed over him, and Lee Tion resolved to take a day off. The prolonged training had rendered him mentally strained, and without a day of rest, he risked increasing the likelihood of injury. Very well, you may take another day to recover, but you must arrive at the gym promptly the day after tomorrow, the voice concluded before ending the call. Finally, he could indulge in a day of rest. What to do tomorrow? It mattered little. For now, he would simply sleep. Awakened by his well-established biological clock, he rose early, as was his custom, and began his day with a session of Tai Chi. After completing his routine, Lee Tion noticed a significant alleviation of the fatigue he had felt the day before. Though some inner turmoil lingered, the practice helped to release several negative emotions. Initially skeptical about the system's reward for Tai Chi, he had come to regard it as an essential part of his daily regimen. Skipping a day felt as though something vital was amiss. On this day of rest, Lee Tion chose not to venture outside but instead enjoyed some music and tea. He also practiced his vocal exercises, as it had been a while since he had trained, and his voice felt somewhat tense. For reasons unknown, his singing voice in this life was not merely good but exceptionally so. He could easily lose himself in the melodies he produced. This talent was precisely why Taylor insisted on inviting him to collaborate on her new song. Unbeknownst to Lee Tion, Taylor had refrained from sharing that song with anyone until now. Chapter 84. Self-Created Skills. Paul, you still lack the finesse. Just look, without my presence. You managed to secure a victory, and only because Wade came off the bench. Upon encountering Gasol, Lee Tion could not resist teasing him. Get lost. Gasol, unable to endure Lee Tion's jabs, replied, Welcome back. Just now, Mark was grappling with whom to assign for defending James. With your return, you are the most suitable choice. Go find Mark shortly. Damn it. Why doesn't the league suspend me for another game? That way, I wouldn't have to face James. Lee Tion lamented, regretting not having struck Rondo harder, which might have led to a 6-game suspension. Seeing Lee Tion's regretful expression, Lowry, who was still training, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Lee, I must disagree with you. If you had landed another punch, the suspension might have been 6 games, but it could very well have been more. The fines might start at 100,000. Conley added a sharp remark. Well, after some thought, I believe it's better to return to the game, without me. Winning is a challenge for you. After saying this, his teammates seized him and playfully beat him up. Lee, you haven't forgotten the gift you promised us, have you? Conley kindly reminded him. Gift? What gift? I don't recall promising anything. Upon noticing Lee Tion's attempts to deny it, the mood shifted among the group. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lee Tion hastily exclaimed, How could I forget? I must prepare it promptly. Come on, who will help me retrieve it? I can't carry it all alone. There are quite a few gifts. Gasol and the others relented, stating, This time we'll let you off. If they're essay next time, you know the consequences. They then proceeded to distribute the gifts among themselves. As regular training concluded, Lee Tion chose not to leave the training facility, wishing to have Gasol assist him in assessing his recent training outcomes. Paul, don't leave just yet. Stay and practice with me for a bit longer. Among the Grizzlies, Gasol possessed the best footwork. He was the preferred partner for practicing footwork and layups. Given his strained relationship with Gay, who also struggled defensively, training with him would yield no benefits. Malisic, while capable, lacked the agility of Gasol in the paint. You training fanatic, you've had 7 or 8 days of rest, while I've played 5 consecutive games. Yet, you still want to drag me into extra practice? Have you lost your conscience? Gasol feigned reluctance, yet inwardly yearned to once more experience Lee Tion's footwork, as he had not absorbed much during their last training session. Don't be ridiculous. I've trained for a full 7 days, only resting yesterday. He looked disdainfully at Gasol, who was eager to practice footwork and layups. Haha. With your abysmal layup skills, what is left to practice? It's entirely unnecessary. You might as well give up. Just turn and dunk instead of laboring over layups. Reflecting on Lee Tion's utterly appalling layup, Gasol does not intend